to stay in the 5 a.m. club. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was in the 6 a.m. club because my wife's boot camp slowed down and they I guess they had their graduation or something. So I don't have to get up and be out of the house by 5. So I sleep in until 6 now, which is quite wonderful. And anyway, so I got up and I was listening to what's going on in the financial world and what's happening in financial news. I like to try to stay on top of that as much as I can. And one thing that I saw that was really interesting that I think is an important kind of economic consciousness exercise that we can start the day off with, because I actually have as a whole other topic I was going to hit, but this comes to mind. How many of you have heard about the population issue? Has anybody, give me a yes if you've seen the discussions that have occurred about basically the world's population is not growing fast enough. Has it, has anybody seen that? Especially in places like Europe and Japan and other places, the one of the challenges that they have is that people are just not having babies anymore. And there's I guess this what they call, I guess, the replacement rate, where they need a certain number of newborn babies to make up for the people that are dying. And what they're finding is that the numbers are not aligning, that the number of replacement people is not high enough to replace the people that are dying. So, what happens in a country when you don't have a high enough birth rate is that your productivity drops. It's a wealth thing. Your wealth in your country drops because a lot of your wealth is related to productivity. Productivity comes from having young people getting up and busting their butt, going to work, making things happen. So here's what I want to kind of reflect on for a minute. And I think this is really, 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 to me, very telling. I literally came to this conclusion today. Um, so let me ask y'all this other question. How many of you remember, how many of you are old enough to remember when it was the opposite? When all of the discussion was in the other direction, where they weren't talking about not having enough people. They were saying that we have too many. Anybody remember that? You only got to go back like 20 years to find a time where the whole conversation was completely different. The discussion was not, how do we replace people? We don't have enough humans. Oh my God. It was, oh, the population's growing too much. It's going to explode. We can't feed everybody. And then you have people like Bill Gates, going around, and they were like going to African countries and trying to convince African people to have fewer kids. And they were introducing, and it was mostly sort of, it had a little bit of a feminist angle to kind of tell the women, like, hey, you don't have to have kids. Like, you can be in the factory working. You could be next to massa all day, like making a minimum wage instead of actually being with your children. And, uh, and I really fell for it. I was listening to that and I was hearing them tell us how we were going to have too many people and that I guess people will be falling off the edge of the earth or something because maybe the earth is flat. I don't know. I'm kidding. And it would just be too much and we'd all just die from starvation. So I just find, isn't that fascinating though? I mean, let's just reflect on that for a moment. I promise this gets back to the economics, and really, I want us to go to the higher purpose of really understanding the difference between God's plan, your plan, and Massa's plan. Yeah, in fact, let's put it in that order. You got Massa's plan, your plan, and God's plan. And here's what I want to go. Here's what I want to dig into. I think it's so interesting that some of the so-called smartest scientists on the earth 20 years ago were telling you that our biggest problem population-wise was that we were going to have too many people. Now those very same scientists, just a few years later, are saying the exact opposite. They're now saying that we don't have enough people. And so even in big countries like China, which there are things to admire about their leadership, things to not admire. They had that for many years. They had their biggest problem was, oh my God, people are having too many babies. There's too many Chinese babies being born. So let's impose what they called the one child rule, where they literally made it a law that you can only have one kid. So the people are like, oh, okay, well, we want to help China, so we're going to have fewer children. And then suddenly they're like, "Oh my God! Whoa, wait, slow down, reverse the bus. We don't have enough babies. Oh, what are we gonna do?" Now they're going back and they're trying to convince people to start having kids again. I don't know if this is not confusing to you, then it should be because it's weird. So here's my point. Okay, so Africa has a massive advantage in this arena in terms of national productivity and economics, largely because there were a lot of Africans who did not listen when Massa showed up, with a Bible and a couple of dollars in a bowl of soup and said, "You need to have fewer kids." There are a lot of Africans who still kept having babies because because I think that they inherently understood that maybe God's plan is for you to have kids and for you to prosper. And again, I'm not trying to get hyper religious or anything like that. I don't even go to church. So don't may I'm very spiritual, but I'm not religious. So you ain't talking to Dr. TD Jakes. That's not who I am. I love TD. I like TD. I think TD Jakes is a wise man, but I'm not trying to be him. I can't be him. It's impossible. What I am saying though is that I think that one of the strengths that we have as Black people, by the fact that we are spiritual, is that when you are connected to the universe, to God, to the higher purpose, which really is what economic elevation is all about. That's what consciousness is all about. Sometimes you just know when something just don't add up. So, sometimes you say, they're telling me I need to do this, but it just doesn't make sense. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. And that's an instinct. That's an instinct. I think the instinct popped out, for example, during the pandemic. I'm not telling you guys what you should have thought during the pandemic. I'm not judging whether you got the jab or not. I promise you I'm not. But isn't it fascinating that now that that pandemic is over, you're starting to see a whole bunch of people do a whole 360, like Chris Cuomo. Well, I used to say ivermectin was a horse tranquilizer, and I cussed people out because they used it and thought they were crazy. Now I apologize. I was just wrong. Oh my God, I was dead wrong. He's literally doing that. Dr. Fauci's in these hearings now. Again, I'm not telling you what you should think, but I am telling you that what my wife and I did, because my wife and I are both spiritual. My wife lives deep in the spiritual realm. She's into metaphysics, and I go with her to that place because I respect that. We just said, okay, when the pandemic started, we said, okay, let's just sit back and watch. Let's just really try because we don't trust the government on that level. We don't hate. We're not conspiracy theorists, but I know that there are conspiracies. I mean, it's been proven. If you look throughout history, there have been many, many conspiracies where the goal is to control people. Right? Again, Massa's plan. Massa always got a plan for you. Rockefeller had a plan for the public education system. He clearly stated, he said, I don't want a whole nation full of people thinking for themselves. I need a whole nation full of people that are going to get up and go to work every day. So there are always people who operate on that higher level that are playing chess because their consciousness is different from the rest of us. They're looking down at us as a collective instead of sort of being in the trees. They're not in the trees. They're not one of us. They're up here. So they're managing the bulk of us. Do you understand? So to some extent, and this is the beast of capitalism. You become kind of a commodity. So here, let's circle back to the whole population control issue. I would argue that part of what was going on in terms of them telling people to stop having babies was probably driven in part, at least in the United States for sure, driven by this idea that said if we can get more mothers to come out of the house and come to work every day, then guess what? Our national productivity goes up, which means we make more money. Again, not to say there's anything wrong with women working. I mean, I support all of that. That's fine. But what I really support is you doing what works for you, what makes sense for you. Because I don't think that we should just forget about our kids. Because I think that our children are a form of wealth that we often neglect because we're so busy going off and making that little tiny ass paycheck that you're getting paid at that factory. Um, and in fact, actually, in other areas where I think social movements were used to manipulate capitalist outcomes, was actually also, let's just, since we're talking about feminism or women and things like that, I do know for a fact that there was a time when they were trying to make more money and they were trying to get women to buy cigarettes. So what they did was one of the marketers, he said, I got this uncle in Germany who's struggling for money. His name is Sigmund Freud, and he understands the subconscious mind. So what he said was what Freud suggested was he said you can manipulate the subconscious mind to get women to smoke cigarettes by realizing that the cigarette can be shaped as a phallic symbol. It is a symbol of the man's power because it's kind of shaped like a penis. So if you use certain messaging, you can convince women that they're taking power from men by smoking cigarettes. That even though one has nothing to do with the other, but by smoking the cigarette, it's an act of defiance where you've taken away the power of the male by taking away his genitalia. And it worked. It worked. And what happened was they would have these big feminist marches and rallies where they would all be on the little parade thing smoking cigarettes. So the corporations, they didn't care about, women's suffrage and all the other core issues behind feminism. They just wanted to sell more cigarettes. And so to some extent, my point is to say that you really want to think about these things. And this is why I encourage you to always know the difference between your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. I believe that my plan definitely supersedes Massa's plan. I don't care about Massa's plan. I want to spot it and eliminate it so at least we can get to my plan. But then, really, my plan is limited because my plan can't match God's plan. Sometimes God has a plan for you that is bigger than the plan you have for yourself because you can't see on God level consciousness. God, they say God lives in the sixth dimension. I can only go up to the fifth dimension. I can't go up to the sixth dimension. So God lives and that's just me speaking mathematically. One day I'll bore you and explain what I'm saying with that. But literally, I know that God lives here and I'm sort of here and I'm trying to elevate as much as I can and connect to that. But I really do believe that God's plan is something that's greater than the plan that you can have for yourself because God lives outside of you. And so when I think about my own life and I think about the dreams I used to have and the plans that I had to achieve those dreams when I was 23, 24 years old, I had all these big goals and all these things I wanted to accomplish. And what was interesting to me as I look back on that is that the more untethered myself from Massa's plan, because remember, Massa got a plan for a black man. Tell me if you know what I'm talking about. But Massa he has a lot of plans for black boys. They when before you're born, they already have a plan for you. The first plan is to try to abort you, right? Make sure you're not even born, and then the other plan is to miseducate you or leave you uneducated. Maybe you fill up the prison so that they can make money from you in prison, or at the very least, at the very least, they can make money off you if you fall for these NBA, NFL dreams and end up working for Massa, whatever. So you live this life of struggle where other people are benefiting economically from your existence. That's Massa's plan. I believe Massa has a plan for every black boy in America. So fortunately, I was able to break away from Massa's plan and go to my plan. But what I realized is even going to my plan was limited. I untethered from Massa's plan by sort of saying, okay, no, this is who I really want to be. I don't want to be who you want me to be. I'm going to be who I want to be. And that required an act of rebellion. But then when I became more spiritual, I realized, wait a minute, God's plan was bigger than Boyce's plan because Boyce's plan was limited by what Boyce believed he can do. It was limited by my habits and preconceived beliefs of what success even meant. I didn't even know what success was when I was planning my plan for success, right? So as I learned what success was and what was really out here, and I began to get more exposed to the possibilities that existed in this world, and then sometimes by being rejected from the things I actually thought that I wanted, I started to see, whoa, wait a minute, there's so much more out here that I didn't even know about. I couldn't plan for this because I didn't know this was even there. So if I were to go back in time and talk to myself 30 years ago, I would say, you know what, just keep working hard and doing your best. Be free, be thoughtful, and be a good person. And then you're gonna get to where you're supposed to be. You're gonna get someplace special, but it's so special, so unique, and so different from what you can even visualize that you won't know it until you see it. And so now as I've manifested or I've and I'm wherever I am right now. I really do feel that way. I didn't achieve my wildest dreams. I went beyond that to places I didn't even know existed. So what I would say to you is figure out the difference, right? Just know that Massa has a plan for you, and it involves like, go to school, get a good job, and let us barely give you enough money for you to survive until you get too old to work anymore, and then you move on. But I don't think that's really what you're meant to do. And then also the other piece beyond that is going back to the whole conversation about population. I think that the Africa is going to benefit. I know that Africa is going to benefit economically because they have population growth during the time where all these so-called smart white people were going around the world telling them to have fewer babies. And those are the people again that say, you know what, we're spiritual, we're connected to something bigger. We have these things called intuition. Maybe our melanin just makes us naturally intelligent about certain things. And there's something that just says to me in the gut of my soul, right here in my heart. I don't know why. I can't defy it with the science, but something tells me that actually my children are an asset and that it's okay for me to want to have kids. That family is valuable. And in fact, there are very few places on earth where family is more valuable than Africa. Africa, if you study Nigerian culture and things like that, and just really any culture in most parts of Africa, you'll find that family is really, really important, much more so than America. Americans, we kind of lose some of that. We forget how valuable our families are and how important they are. We do. And I think also, again, this is part of Massa's plan because if they can detach you from the family, then they can control you with the government and with the corporation. Just look at some of the social policies that they implemented in the black community. We don't, if you have a man in the house, then you don't get your welfare check. So the welfare check becomes the replacement for the man. And then you see what's happened with our families. And now, what happens is that when you don't have that unity of family to support you and protect you, then everybody's out here struggling on their own. Everybody's out here drowning as an individual because you would have been strong as a collective and the collective was chopped into pieces because it's much easier to exploit a detached, disconnected group of people than it is to exploit a unified group of people. Another example where they do this in the economy is labor unions. When workers are connected and defending their rights as a group and negotiating as a group and operating as a group, the capitalists have a much harder time extracting resources from that group or manipulating that group. So that's why union busting is kind of a big and a popular thing. It's happening everywhere. So in terms of if you want to know how this population thing is going, let me give you a quick assessment on this as we kind of break this down. And then I'm going to actually go into the other part of my discussion here. So right now, basically, again, the scientists are worried that we're not going to have enough babies. I think that worry is ill-conceived. I think that it's premature. I think that a few things are going to make up for that because we human beings are pretty adaptive. Assuming that we don't blow each other up with nuclear war or something, that's something that could happen. And I hate to think about that, but it's true. But one is I think that there's going to be a lot of technology that will help people live longer, and so that's going to be longer and healthier. I think that's going to happen. Number two, they said right now a lot of countries are overcoming their population issues with immigration. This helped me really understand a little more thoroughly why the United States has such a sloppy, chaotic, ridiculous immigration policy of just opening the border and letting everybody flood in. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna cause a lot of issues. But what does occur is that your economy is stronger when you have more people. So what they're looking at really is that the good outweighs the bad, so to speak. It does not, in my opinion, benefit the average American worker if you got millions of people coming from south of the border taking your jobs. But what happens is that the capitalists, the people that own shares of stock and run corporations, are saying, great, we have a greater labor supply, which means that we can have more productivity with a lower cost of hiring these people. Right. So they're getting more for less. That's why they keep saying, oh, the immigrants are great for the economy. This is so great for the economy. It's great for the overall economy. It may not be great for you. And that's what's creating the disconnect that exists right now, where they're kind of baffled. They're like, wait, the economic numbers are really strong. Yet if you ask an average person, they keep saying that the economic numbers are bad. They keep saying that the economy's bad and that we're in a recession, but that's just not consistent with reality. And they debate this, right? And I find it hilarious they have this debate. I'm like, well, the reason that you're having this debate is not because people are just wrong or they don't know what's going on, because that's what they'll say that maybe it's the headlines. Maybe the headlines are so negative that people think the economy's bad when it's actually good. No, it's because everybody's economy ain't the same. Everybody's economy is not the same. A rich man's economy ain't the same as a poor man's economy. The economy for people who own stock, which I'm begging you all to do, is not the same as the economy for people who work for a living. That's not y'all. We're not living the same reality. It's like we're in the same house, and the heat is on the east side of the house, and it's freezing on the west side of the house. We're in the same house, but it ain't the same temperature. So the workers in America are pretty much being sucked dry financially by the people at the top of the pile. That's what they're doing. They've got them addicted to buying things, no matter what. So people will go in debt in order to maintain the lifestyle to which they've been trained to become accustomed. And then so as they're going into debt, again, auto loan debt's at an all-time high, credit card debt's at an all-time high, student loan debt's at an all-time high. Workers' wages are not going up with the rate of inflation. So people are falling further and further behind. On top of that, when you've disconnected the family unit and you've got people thinking as individuals, then you minimize their ability to survive in an ever-changing economy where the resources become a little more spread out and thin. That's what's happening. That's why Gen Zers are getting killed. It's because nobody taught a Gen Zer how to survive in this economy. You survive in this economy by working together with other people. You survive in this economy by investing. These require levels of economic awareness that are not very popular right now. Most people are not interested in becoming economically aware. They're only aware of the pain that they experience from the lack of economic awareness that has plagued them since the day they were born. That is what's happening. People are aware of how sad they are. They're aware of how broke they are. They're aware of how mad they are, but they're not aware of how to fix the problem because nobody really talks about solutions. That's not what people do. So, with that being said, the other way that they're going to overcome this whole issue with the population is robots. AI and robots is another area where, from an economic standpoint, they're going to overcome the deficiency in the population. Is they're just going to have robots everywhere and lots of AI everywhere, and that's the wave of the future. So, just as an FYI, because we're solution oriented, I do have a list of AI stocks that I sent out to a lot of you. If you haven't gotten it yet, just pull out your phone, text the word stock to the number 87948. Text stock to 87948. I'll send you the AI stocks and I'll also send you links to profit alerts. I did one this morning where I talked about an investment I'm making right now in copper. And the ticker symbol for the ETF, the copper ETF that I like is COPX, COPX. So COPX. So feel free to go take a look at Copper CopX. And if you want to really learn more about stock market investing and want to share a membership to my stock market class with your entire family, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. The first 30 days are 100% free. So you go to drboycestockmarket.com. There's hundreds of lectures, thousands of hours of material. It's easy to understand at any level. On top of that, every week I have a section called What Dr. Boyce is Buying, where I mention stocks that I particularly like based on my research. And also you can come to class in the portfolio power plays every Tuesday and ask me any question. So feel free to go to drboycestockmarket.com if you are interested. And yes, I do teach about ETFs. Absolutely. You'll know all about ETFs when you get in there. All right. So let me hop into another quick thing I was thinking about today from an economic awareness standpoint. This is a true story, and this is something that affects me dearly. So I'm gonna try to express it without being emotional. When I grew up as a as a kid, I had an uncle named Donald who was like an older brother for me. He was 8 years older than me, and he was my earliest memories were with him because when I was born, my mother was 17 and she lived with my grandmother and my Uncle Charles and my Uncle Donald and my Aunt Valeria. Uncle Charles and Uncle Donald are both dead. Aunt Valeria is still alive. And that was my earliest life. So anyway, with that said, it was downtown Louisville, Kentucky, on this a street called Bowling Avenue, which now is kind of like a torn down neighborhood. I think that it's kind of fallen into significant disrepair. Not like it was a poor, it wasn't a rich neighborhood even back then, but now it's really bad. Anyway, so my uncle, I watched him struggle a lot. You know, he wasn't really able to really do well in life. I know that he didn't have a father figure to raise him and or train him on life and stuff like that. So he was honestly kind of a weak man. And then on top of that, he also got introduced to alcohol at an early age. You know, he was a little baby, and I guess they thought it was cute and funny. My grandmother didn't do this; it was his father that did this. So he would take him to the bar, and he thought it was adorable to watch the little baby walk around drunk. So they would give him alcohol, and he would get drunk. And unfortunately, this planted the seed for a lifelong alcohol addiction that he had later on. So if you ever want to know why I hate alcohol, that might be why, because I've seen it destroy people that I love. I've seen great men become horrible men and weak men, violent men, terrible men, embarrassing men, disgusting men because they overindulged in alcohol or drugs. Give me a yes if you've ever seen these things up close, and give me a yes if you can at least empathize and understand with why I just really think drugs and alcohol are just one of the worst things that ever happened to Black people. Not judging you if you drink. I know a lot of you do drink, and it's okay. Moderation, I get that, but really, I just don't see any. It doesn't bring good things to anybody's life, and it doesn't just destroy you economically. There's so many other ways that it harms you. Now, with that said, So my uncle went to prison. So he was again, he was my role, like he was my favorite human being on the entire planet. So imagine somebody that like when I would see him, I would get excited. I followed him around, all this stuff. And so I remember when I was 11, and I remember he went back to jail. And when I was 11, I think he was about 19, and I remember just sitting in the back seat of the car, and I remember crying like when they said yeah, Donald went to jail again, and I remember just kind of crying. And as I was crying, like nobody, I remember just kind of feeling like nobody cared. You know what I mean? Like this is another reason, another thing I'm very passionate about is mass incarceration, because I remember how hurt I was, because this person, like I loved him, and I was sitting in the back seat just kind of crying, and nobody, I felt like nobody cared, like nobody could feel what I was going through. And so anyway, I struggled in school, and like eighth grade, I remember I would sit there in the eighth grade and I would just write him letters, in jail. And anyway, so oh God, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't damn. Uh I didn't know I was gonna have this reaction. I apologize, but I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. So anyway, so the year my time with him was like really mixed. And eventually there was a point where maybe about 13 or 14, it switched. I went from being the little brother to being the older brother. Like I was the one who, like, because I remember just kind of saying, okay, this guy is struggling. I can't really follow behind him. You know how you want to look up to somebody, but you can't. You can't look up to somebody who's shorter than you, so to speak. And because he was not built a certain way, and I don't know if it was his fault of his own. Like I had to kind of talk to my therapist to kind of figure out how to give him grace. But I remember in a way there was like an anger, like man, I was so disappointed in you. I needed you to be my hero, and you weren't. You couldn't be, So anyway, I kind of became the older brother. And so in my 20s, I remember him calling me. He'd call me to borrow money and stuff like that. And it was hard, it was weird, and it was more like I got to the point where I was sort of becoming more of myself, more of the person I am now. And I have a really strong father. My father who raised me is a very like disciplined, determined. He's a veteran. He doesn't take any shit. He believes you if you want something, you go for it, you fight for it, you don't back down, you do your best. You take responsibility, and these are values that my father was giving me. He wasn't my biological father, but I love him. And anyway, so I was kind of becoming that guy, right? Whatever that guy looks like, I was becoming him. Whereas my uncle was still kind of lagging behind. And the thing about prison that really bothers me is we don't talk enough about the mental health crisis, the mental health issues of just what happens to people when they get incarcerated. We don't talk about how their children feel, when their father's being taken away. We have so much empathy and so much sympathy for everybody else's pain, but we don't have any empathy for our own. We don't talk about just how painful and traumatic. Think about this. I'm 52 years old. I'm a grown ass man. I'm sitting here crying as I'm reliving how I felt when I was 11. It's hard and it's embarrassing, by the way, to do this in front of so many people. But I'm gonna keep going because God is telling me to talk. So, as we got older, and I promise we got to circle this back to economics because I know this is about economic awareness, and this is why I brought this up. So, as he got older, there was this constant drain of him always borrowing money. I watched him not just disappoint me, I saw him disappoint his children. I saw him disappoint my grandmother, who got older and could not keep bailing him out every time he went to jail or helping him every time he struggled. And so I learned from watching this. Like I watched this behavior, I watched this dynamic as this man who never learned how to become a man, right? He was always a little boy. And it's not so much his fault, right? Because there was no man to really show him how to be a man, right? And so he stayed a little boy even in his 20s, his 30s, and his 40s. And he would go to my grandmother, when she's in her 60s and 70s, and he would borrow money. Like, he wouldn't show up to help her. He wouldn't show up to help pay bills. He wouldn't show up to cut the grass. He would show up to borrow money. And he was also plagued by these mental health issues from incarceration and other things he went through, as well as drugs and alcohol. And so it got to the point where he became that relative that a lot of us have. A lot of us have a relative like that. Give me a guess if you have somebody in your family that reminds you of this, where they just can't get it together, where you just kind of feel like you can't depend on them. You can't, you're going to have to bail them out. They're never going to be there to bail you out. That's the dynamic. That's what happens. And these people are built like the world society builds that. Malcolm X, his bodyguard was talking about how it felt to be around Malcolm, and he started to cry. And they said, "Well, why do you feel that way?" He said, "Because Malcolm encouraged us to be men, and America wants the black male to remain a little boy." That's what he said. He said they want us to be little boys, and that's why. So if you ever see me get real pissed off when I see rappers or anybody encouraging black men to be immature and ignorant and ridiculous and backward, that's what it comes from. It's like we don't need little boys in the community. We need men. We need men that are going to lead. We need men that are going to build. They're going to think strategically, not these little cartoon characters that they give us in the media. And I think that's all by design, right? Because men build things, men create things, men break down barriers, men open doors, men protect, provide all these other things. Little boys just sit there and let things happen to them. They don't pay attention, or they don't try hard enough, or they give up easily, right? So long story short, I became kind of the older brother to my uncle, who became my like a little brother, who would call me and ask me for money and all that. And then one day, things just kept getting worse and worse. And then he became homeless eventually. And one night when he was homeless, and he'd go to the liquor store and stuff. And one day he got hit by a car, and I don't know if the driver says he was laying down in the middle of the street. I don't know if he was doing that or not. But that's what the driver said, and he got hit and he got dragged like 100 feet down the street, and he didn't die. It was interesting. He had significant brain damage, and he also became paralyzed from the waist down. So he ended up in the hospital getting brain surgery and spinal cord surgery at the same time. He died on the operating table twice. And so, but again, because I loved him, I came to see him and did my best to help out however I could. It was really, really hard. And so here was this guy who didn't have any health insurance, any plan for the future. Like nothing was there where he could actually take care of himself in this really fragile state. And it was heartbreaking for me because again, he was my favorite person on the planet. So it's really hard. Some of you have seen this where you have to watch your favorite person on the earth suffer like in these horrible ways, just not being able to clothe yourself or feed yourself or use the bathroom, by yourself, just stuff like that. And so then eventually, after about 3 years, I think he eventually got an infection in the hospital, and he ended up dying. And I think about his life a lot because it shaped me. I was very close to him, and it made me really think about preparation in terms of how you want your life to go. And it made me think about how many of us are not trained to prepare for things like this. He wasn't prepared at all for the expense of being in a wheelchair. There was no insurance at all on anything, and he wasn't prepared in terms of education or no saving, investing, none of that. It was like he was just kind of surviving from day to day. And I think sometimes that stress and struggle of just surviving can keep us from having the consciousness to sort of make these long-term plans and to say, okay, well, what if this happens, or what if that happens? Or how do I provide for these other people in case something goes wrong in my path? And I also know that when you take all that lack of sort of awareness and you compound that with problems like drugs and alcohol, as well as mental health issues, which I think can be connected to drugs and alcohol, right? Like people will say, well, it's not the drugs that caused him to do this; it was mental health. He was bipolar, but those two things are connected, right? If you are a person who has mental health issues and you self-medicate through drugs and alcohol, then drugs and alcohol are not going to help your mental health. Like if you're already a little bit bipolar or already a little bit mentally ill, the drugs and alcohol are only going to accelerate and accentuate and worsen the pre-existing condition that is inside of you. So I think they feed into each other. So long story short, um, I saw this man who could have and should have been somebody's husband and father, could have and should have been an asset to his own mother, could have and should have been a role model for me, I saw him just literally um, deplete himself and shrivel into this broken little person that I couldn't even identify. And so, what this made me think about from an economic awareness standpoint, and I think about him all the time. He died in 2012. I think about him at least two, three, four, five times a week. Um, what I learned from that experience is that a few things, and I'm going to lay these things out as quick as I can to help you kind of summarize this instead of me just sitting here and embarrassing myself by getting emotional like that. One is really how we raise our children is so important in terms of whether or not they're going to be assets to the family. You have to really sort of decide and be very conscious and aware of going back to the beginning, the difference between your plan and Massa's plan. At the very least, your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. So God has an amazing plan in store for your children. You have an amazing plan, or you should have an amazing plan in store for your children. Massa does not have an amazing plan in store for your kids. My uncle that I just described to you, the sad part about his life is that I bet you that at least 60% of you can identify with another black male just like him. I guarantee you that there are thousands of you that are listening right now who have somebody in your family who fits that damn description. That is what we call in finance, we call that systematic. See, there's things that are what they call systematic, and then there's idiosyncratic. Idiosyncratic is like a one-off. Like it's like, okay, I had a cousin who had one leg, one ear, and had an IQ of 170. That's idiosyncratic. That's a one-off. You're not going to have another person out here like that. You're not going to meet anybody like that. But systematic is where you see this same outcome replicated thousands and thousands of times all throughout society. I mean, you don't have to, you could throw a rock and find a broken black man in America just like that. I'm talking about baby daddy, got a bunch of kids, can't afford to take care of the kids, no education, no preparation, no economic security, and kind of and unfortunately been put in a position where they become a liability to the family when that liability should have been an asset. It should have been an asset. So what I ask, and this is my friend's speech from the group Arrested Development. He's a great guy. I love this guy. I don't even talk to him that much, but I have so much respect for him. He did a documentary called The N-Word Factory, the IGA Factory. I'm not going to say the N-word because it's too early in the morning to be using words like that. But he had a documentary with that title, and I said that's a great title because what happens is that Massa's plan is to mass produce millions of young black boys that become liabilities to the community when they should have been assets. God's plan is for your son to be the hero of the family. God's plan is for your son to be strong. God's plan is for your son to be intelligent. God's plan is for your son to be a leader. God's plan is for your son to break us out of this stuff. God's plan is for your son to be a soldier. God's plan is for your son to be a winner. God's plan is for your son to be a builder. But Massa's plan is for that little black boy to be a liability and a drain on everybody else in the family. That's what Massa's plan is. Massa's plan, and this does go to economics, but this is consciousness. This is what I'm talking about, economic consciousness. This is costing you trillions. Do you understand? We've talked extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I talk extensively about trillions of dollars in black wealth that is lost when that son who should have been an asset to you is trained to be led to believe that he's going to be nothing but a liability, ain't taking care of his kids, doesn't want to read a damn book, wants to be a thug and a IGA and a gangster or an NFL player, and doesn't spend any energy wanting to be anything that's beneficial to anybody but himself. So this guy in his 20s, 30s, and 40s, who's quicker to pick up the liquor bottle than he is to pick up a book, who doesn't want to take responsibility for anything that he creates in his life, that is a massive drain of wealth in the black community. And that is social engineering. That is by design. That is not accidental. That is not what God intended for your son. That was not God's plan. That so as hell shouldn't have been your plan. That was Massa's plan. And the reason Massa's plan won, I need y'all to listen to me. I need y'all to pay attention. The reason that Massa's plan overrides your plan and God's plan is because Massa's plan is intentional. Massa's plan is deliberate. Massa's plan was done with the highest level of economic consciousness. He planned, he thought about it. He sat down and wrote it out. They said, okay, this is how we're going to take over hip hop music so that we can control the minds of millions of black males and get them to fill up the penitentiaries and to go out here and do all these other things that will fulfill every stereotype we have of them, keep them ignorant, blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid, and destroy and manage the black community. His plan was intentional and deliberate and specific. Was your plan equally intentional? Were you equally intentional about saying to myself, I know Master got a plan for my son. I'm going to make sure my plan is different. Let me tell you about my mama real quick. When I was 5, I've told y'all, some of y'all this story before. When I was 5, there was a white lady that was my elementary school teacher or my preschool teacher. And she sat my mother down and she said, I need you to understand how your son operates. She said, he's very active. He gets up, he walks around, he makes noise, and he doesn't follow rules very well. But she said, one day I saw him doing that and I wanted to embarrass him. So I went and I kept on teaching. I kept ignoring him as he was getting up, walking around, singing songs and talking to the other kids. And the way I was going to embarrass him was I was going to ask him to repeat back to me every single thing that I had put on the board. And she said, do you know that when I did that and he got up and walked around and did everything he normally does? And I said, okay, Boyce, I want you to tell me everything that I was just teaching everybody. She said, do you know that he told me every single thing that I had been teaching? He was listening while he was walking around appearing to be distracted. So what she said to my mother, she said that when your son gets to the public school system, they're going to try to medicate him. They're going to diagnose him. They're going to do all these things. They're going to tell you that something's wrong with him. And this lady, I'm not a person who walks around thinking that every white person tries to be evil. I don't think that way. This little white lady told my mother, do not let them put him on any medication. Do not let them diagnose him. Your son is fine. He just has a lot of energy. A lot of boys have energy, and that's it. And do you understand how critical that was when my mother years later intentionally, specifically, and really vehemently defended me when they tried to diagnose me or put me in special classes and do all these other things that would have derailed me? If my mother had not been specific and clear and intentional about pursuing her plan for me over Massa's plan for me, I would not be standing here talking to you right now. I would not be the man that I am right now. So what I'm really saying here is this. The world tends to move out of the way for people who know who the hell they are and people who know what the hell they want. So part of the reason that it's so important for you to be conscious on every level, and we talk about economic consciousness, and the economics certainly folds into this, but you got to be intentional about everything. You got to be intentional about everything. And if you don't know enough to have that clarity and intentionality, then this is where little things like meditation come into play. This is where you got to sit down and figure out who the hell you are, what the hell you want, what you want for your family, where this ship is going to go. You got to be clear. And when you are clear, the world will move out of your way. Part of the reason people don't mess with me is because they know that I'm clear. I ain't scared of nothing. I know exactly who I am. I know what I'm talking about, and you ain't gonna pump me out of nothing. And so I encourage you to understand the same thing. Because when you're not clear, what you do is you say, well, I don't really know what to do with my kids educationally. So you just hand them over to these other people, and you trust these other people who don't have your child's best interests at heart. They don't have your best interests at heart. They're thinking about other stuff. Oh, well, I don't know what I want to do financially, so I think I'll just take this job so I can pay a couple of bills. And okay, you go ahead and do that, but just know that they're not thinking about your long-term economic security. You have to understand these things. So again, I end on this final simple note. You got God's plan, your plan, and massa's plan. So because God's plan is it has more clarity and more relevance and it's more accurate than your plan because he knows more than you do, then consciousness means elevation. Elevation means you're getting closer to God. God lives inside of you. That's a fundamental belief a lot of people have. So the God is inside of you. You got to listen to that. You have to, that's where you sit in silence, you meditate, you disconnect, you think about things, process things. And then once you've done that and you gain that clarity, then you make sure that your plan got to override Massa's plan. Because Massa ain't got nothing good planned for you or your black son. Nothing. your black your black grandbabies. Massa ain't got no good plan for none of them. But what is your plan? What is our plan? Hey, don't tell me all day about what white folks are doing. I don't care about that, honestly, because I truly believe that when we really know who the hell we are and what we want, nothing can stop us. Nobody can get in our way. Nobody can. And that's what I want to share with you all today. And I hope that this fit. I did not know I would end up sniveling and crying and stuff. I didn't plan on that. I was really mixed about whether or not I should talk about my uncle because I'm real sensitive about that. And honestly, that experience was so significant for me that it drives a lot of my beliefs today. I'm really, really deeply offended by what they've done to our greatest men. They've locked them up. They've ruined them. They've either locked them up physically or locked a lot of them up psychologically. And this is something I'm determined to fight against because I think that we can do better than that. I think that God meant for something better to be for us, and I think that we can go get that. So I'm gonna finish up for today. Quick reminder, if you want to get reminded when we do economic consciousness every morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Later on today, we're going to do the portfolio power play. We're going to answer a million questions about the stock market. The stock I mentioned earlier that I'm going to buy, the ETF, I'm actually going to buy some more shares right now because the market's about to open. It's COPX, COPX, because the price of copper is expected to go up because the demand is going up, which is going to outstrip supply. And I think that's an opportunity. If you want to see other parts of the stock market or learn more and send me questions or see all the other stocks that I pick for the students, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. The first month is free. And then I saw some of you were asking about my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. All right. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I enjoyed speaking with you this morning. And I look forward to seeing. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you all are doing well. Come on in and get comfortable. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm finally back. It is great to be back with you guys after taking that week off to go to Egypt. It has been really tough. I missed you, hopefully as much as you missed me. I assume you missed me. I hope you missed me because I missed you too. And I really did. And this trip to Egypt was transformative. I'll tell you guys all about it. Just give me 1 second though. I want to send a quick text message out to everybody who is invited to Money in the Morning and let them know that we are now starting. So give me 1 second. If you want to get on the text list, text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you a wake-up call. Text morning to 87948. All right. So give me 1 second. So one thing I was thinking about is this debt crisis that's on its way. And I'm going to share with you guys some information about that in terms of some data that I just read that you may want to be aware of. And I'm also going to give you some feedback in terms of what I think is really driving the debt problem in America. And I'm not talking about the government. Now, the government has a massive debt problem. Your federal government is they borrow your government spends money like rappers, but not all rappers. They would give rappers a bad name. They spend money like dumb rappers. You ever see a dumb rapper spend money, just throw all their money away? That's kind of what our government does. They're like a bunch of goofball dumb rappers that just go to the club and drop 100,000 and then brag about it on Twitter. And this kind of behavior, as you can imagine, only leads to economic chaos and financial despair. In fact, one of the things that makes me very sad about it is that we don't necessarily internalize and understand just how bad the culture is when it comes to our economics, just how much negative, toxic, unhealthy culture we've been given. But the part of the reason that your culture, your financial culture, is bad is partly driven by the fact that the people who are teaching you the culture are not very smart. So it's really ironic, in fact. BET, who it really, every year they do that goofy BET award, and they say this is the culture. We're doing this for the culture. This is the culture, and to do it for the culture. And I'm like, but if you look at Paramount Global, the company that owns BET, the parent company of BET, their economic culture is terrible. Their stock is garbage. Their company has been a complete train wreck for many, many years. So even the people that are feeding you the culture have a bad economic culture. Do you understand? So if the teacher don't know what they're doing, if the teacher is messed up, then the student's gonna be messed up. So basically, one of the things that I was looking at this morning as I was on the treadmill, I always tell you guys my goal is to be in the 5 a.m. club. Um, and sometimes I fail. I probably fail about 50, 60% of the time, to be honest with you. I try every day though. You can't never give up on yourself. I was in about the 7 a.m. club. And the reason for that, sorry, I'm trying to grab a book because I want to lift my microphone up. I was in the 7 a.m. club, and the reason I was in the 7 a.m. club is because when you come back from a trip to Egypt, your schedule's all backward, right? So like last night, most people slept 6, 7, 8 hours. I probably slept two, but in the afternoon, most people sleep just a couple hours in the afternoon. I read. Let's see. I slept like 7 hours on the airplane, so I'm just all backward and everything. So if you see me, if you follow me on my Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, and I have a backup Dr. Boyce Money that you can follow. If you see me posting at weird hours, just know it's probably because I'm still in Egypt. Now, someone says, "What is on your shirt?" It says because we're black, and and I made this shirt because I feel like, in fact, that's a good thing to bring up. I'm trying to grab a book to lift my microphone. So give me a second. I made this shirt because I feel like this, and tell me if you agree. Give me a yes if you agree with any of this. I feel like because we're black, we have to do things different. Because we're black, we can do things different. Give me a yes if you agree that being black means we have a uniqueness and a power that's unlike anybody else. And really, even more specifically, I think African Americans have a uniqueness and a power that our ancestors blessed us with because of what they went through. Tough experiences create tough people, and very few people around the world have gone through what we've gone through. Very few people. There's nobody else on the planet who can say that they survived the Middle Passage, where half the slaves died. Very few, no other people on the planet can say they survived the slave dungeons. If you've ever been to Ghana and seen the slave dungeons, it'll immediately make you so sad. I like you. It's the spirituality there is very, very deep. If you walk through that point of no return, things like that, you feel the energy of the slaves and how horrible they must have felt, knowing that they're never going to see their families again. Nobody else on earth can say they survived 100 years of Jim Crow. Give me a yes if you agree. And nobody else can say they survived the war on drugs, where they were putting crack cocaine in the black community. Literally, I mean, deliberately destroying families at the absolute highest levels. Give me a yes if you agree. Nobody else can say that they survived the Biden crime bill and mass incarceration, where it was a Hitler level suicidal, genocidal extermination of black families and black people and black men and black women. Give me a yes if you agree. And look at this, we still standing. We still shining. We still on top. We still, some of us are still winning. Some of us ain't winning. Some of us are struggling, and I understand why they're struggling. I mean, a lot of people will be struggling after that, but some of y'all winning. I went to Egypt this week with 50 intelligent black people, and a lot of them were winning. A lot of them have hundreds of thousands of dollars in their investment accounts. A lot of them have strong families. I remember Kendall and Karen Green. Their son is, I think all their children graduated from top institutions. I met a young sister who went to Cornell, and and there was a young lady who was finishing her master's degree that was on the trip, 23 years old, and just a lot of other people that are just doing really well. Paris Williams and her uncle Larry. Paris is a therapist. Her uncle Larry is a businessman in New York. So so there are some of us that are just really shining and just absolutely killing it. And I think that there's just this power that we have that I don't know if we acknowledge that power, right? I don't know if we see that power. I think that we kind of might talk about it, but we don't necessarily see it. I think sometimes it's tempting to see blackness or at being or African Americanness, which is a unique type of blackness. It's easy to see that as a liability or as a problem or as this undiagnosed, untreated trauma, which it is sometimes. But if you can overcome that, if you heal from that, you become like a great athlete who went through the hardest training imaginable. Like you've been through the toughest training ever. And if you imagine, if you watched the Olympics and you saw these great athletes, nobody makes it to the Olympics unless they train extremely hard, right? Every single athlete at the Olympics could probably tell you about training camps that they went to where they just broke down every muscle in their body, ran to the point of exhaustion. I remember Kobe Bryant, after he'd lost the championship and he was coming off the court, he's dripping with sweat. He played his butt off. He scored 40 points, but they still lost by 2. So it was a heartbreaking loss. He was really sad. He was really depressed. He was kind of broken. And they said, so what do you plan to do now? He said, same thing. I'm going back to the gym this summer. I'm going to work until the point of exhaustion. And the next year, Kobe came back and won a championship the following year. So every time you get broken down, that does make you stronger. When you go through those tough experiences, that's what creates tough people. And a lot of our children, unfortunately, haven't inherited that. A lot of our children are not tough people because we want to make everything easy. Right. A lot of our children don't have what we got. They ain't built like us from Gen X and before Gen X, the boomers and because we went through some stuff. We went through some trauma. Let me give me a guess if you've gone through this. We went through some hell. And the thing is that hell, as bad as it was and as unfortunate as it was, for some of you, your hell gave you the ability to go build your own heaven. Right. People who've been through hell, who can withstand hell, have the strength to create heaven on earth if they are focused enough to do so. But in order for that to happen, you have to heal. Just like that athlete that goes through that really tough training camp, they got to have some time where they actually heal, right? The Navy SEALs are the toughest soldiers on the planet, or the toughest soldiers in our military anyway. And after they go through Hell Week, where they have to stay up for an entire week and just go through unbelievable amounts of torture and pain and discomfort and everything else, they have to have some time to heal. But once they heal, what happens? What happens after they heal? What tell me, answer me in the chat. What happens when they heal? Give me a yes if you agree that when they heal, they come back, they come back as a pack of badasses. they ain't scared of nothing. They are tactical as hell. They are capable. They are the most capable soldiers in the entire military. They are a notch above everyone else because they went to hell and then they healed and they came back and they gained the ability to manifest their own reality. Right. So I argue my belief, and this is one of the reasons why I think that this is something I actually agreed with. I heard Kamala Harris talk about reparations. She's actually brought up trauma, undiagnosed, untreated trauma in a recent interview. And I thought that was funny. I said, uh-oh, somebody in her camp been listening to us because this is the only place I think where we've actually used those specific terms. She used those specific words. She said undiagnosed, untreated trauma. And give me a guess if you've heard me say this 10,000 times, where I've said your number one problem as a community is undiagnosed, untreated trauma. How many of y'all have heard me say that? Right. So that lets me know, Kamala, if you hear this, I know y'all watching. It's okay. You can watch and learn. I applaud that. I commend that. I support that. Just back it up. Make sure that we can still expect payment though. Make sure that whatever you say, you can say whatever you want to say and do what you want to do with this. It's free. There's nothing exclusive about what I'm sharing with you. I just need you to make sure somebody signs that damn check. I need you to make sure that the check gets written for reparations, and because reparations is to repair, and repair isn't just healing and therapy. Repair is financial repair. Writing that damn check. Right. I don't want to go to big cities and notice that 100% of the buildings are owned by people who are not black. Those skyscrapers, some of those skyscrapers should belong to us. Some of those institutions should belong to us. These billion-dollar universities y'all built on our backs and excluded us the entire time. Some of that belongs to us. So here's the thing. Here's the thing about reparations. Since you guys know, in case you don't know, in case you're new, what I do every morning is we do financial consciousness training where I literally do a stream of consciousness. So in hopes of helping you to elevate your economic consciousness. So literally wherever God tells me to take the conversation is where I go. So if it seems like I just go, wander in different categories, just know that I was like that when I was 5 years old. I was the kid that would get up and wander. My wife made a funny video of me in Egypt where she said somebody always wanders off from the group, and she showed me off wandering, and I'm looking at all the Egyptian statues and all that. That's what I do, right? So I'm wandering now. But here's the thing. Let's go back to reparations. A lot of people talk about reparations in the wrong way. One way that they talk about it in the wrong way, and in fact, Kamala and her team, if they're interested in this conversation, they need to have the right conversation. Two things that they need to change. Number one, they need to stop talking about it as if nobody studied it already. First thing that politicians always say when it comes to reparations is we need to study it. We need to form a committee that we can have the committee in session for the next 10 years and sit around and try to figure out the effects of reparation or the effects of slavery, the effects of Jim Crow. That's nonsense because that's fundamentally disrespectful to the people who dedicated their lives to studying the effects of slavery. I mean, you can go to Francis Cress Welsing and other individuals, John Heinrich Clark and Dr. Claude Anderson and many others who've done extensive amounts of research on the effects of slavery, the effects of Jim Crow. So that, unfortunately, that is a delay tactic that politicians might use, and that's something that I want you to just be on the lookout for. We don't need no delay. The quicker you write the check, the sooner we can get this behind us. But of course, that getting them to write the check is a whole nother conversation. Second thing is, here's another piece to this reparations thing that breaks down why you're having the wrong conversation is everyone talks about reparations as if we're asking for money from the government. Okay. Everybody talks about it. It's like, well, how can the government pay reparations? They're $35 trillion in debt. How can the government pay reparations? Because they have to get the bills passed through Congress and they have to do it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get all that. The government owes a certain debt. There are things the government can do. For example, Ice Cube's contract with Black America, which was very, very good, by the way. He consulted with lots of scholars on this contract, including me. Ice Cube and I talked many times, and I respected his approach to this. He's smart enough to know what he knows, but he's really smart. He's really smart enough to know what he doesn't know, and that's what I love. Like, so for example, if I wanted to become a West Coast gangster rapper, I wouldn't go in the studio and try to bust an album. That would not work for me. I would go to my friends who are great rappers like D1 and Killer Mike and some other friends that I have, David Banner, whoever, and or even Kanye. I'd even call Crazy Kanye. We sat on the phone for many hours and I would say, hey, I need to make a good album. Can you help me do that? Because that's your wheelhouse. That's what you're good at. So what Ice Cube did was Ice Cube didn't try to become a reparations expert overnight. He went and he talked to numerous scholars directly, personally. He did this and they built this amazing thing called the Contract with Black America. And I love it because it's a beautiful blueprint in terms of what the Black agenda is. So whenever you hear somebody say, well, there is no Black agenda, Black people need an agenda, why don't Black people have an agenda? Just politely point that person because, forgive them for they know not what they do. They're not, don't get mad at them because sometimes you get mad because sometimes you'd be like, why are you so ignorant? What the hell's wrong with you? Just say, hey, the contract with Black America talks about great solutions from everything from policing, how, policing can be done better, all the way down to things like little things that can make a big difference, like interest-free loans to any Black person that pays their rent on time that wants to go and buy a house. Or maybe if you are a renter, how those consistent rental payments, which shows a great payment history, can be added to your credit score. So your credit score can be high so you can go get access to capital, which is an incredibly important part of what the wealth building process. So the Contract of Black America is an excellent Black agenda. And one thing I would say to Kamala and her team, and I speak to Kamala and her team, I talk about the Democrats more than I talk about the Republicans, not because I love Republicans, but because the Republicans are not the ones who are asking for the Black vote at a 90% level. The Republicans are not the ones who get angry when you don't vote for them. They don't say, well, what's wrong with you? And why aren't you going with the crowd? And why aren't you doing what you're told to do? The Democrats are the ones who expect the vote. So the people who expect my vote are the ones who owe me something, right? The ones who get the Black vote, in my view, are the ones who owe you something. It's just like if you go to work every day and you work at a factory and you work 50 hours a week at a factory. Let me know if you're following this analogy. Give me a yes if you're following this. I know I'm talking fast. If you go to work at a factory and you work at that factory for 40 straight hours and they owe you $3,000, and then let's say you go down and you say, hey, man, where's my money at? And they say, well, why are you harassing me about money? And you say, well, because I work for you and I did something for you. You're supposed to give me my money. And then imagine if they say, well, why aren't you asking the guy down the street to give you $3,000? How much did he give you? He didn't give you nothing. That would make no sense. You'd be like, but I didn't work for him. I didn't do anything for him. He doesn't. Why am I going to ask for the money from the person I didn't work for? I want the money from the person I did work for. I gave you something. So you owe me something, right? So this is why I might talk about the Democrats more than the Republicans. If the Republicans were getting 90% of the black vote, oh, believe me, I'd be talking about them all day long. But I talk about the Democrats because I don't know what I do for the Republican. I've never voted for the Republicans. I don't, I mean, again, if you become president, sure, you're supposed to govern everybody. But the first thing about politics, if you want to understand it from a logical standpoint, is it's quid pro quo. It's like we take care of the people who gave us the money to get in office, and we also take care that we keep promises to the people who gave us the votes. Those people are top priority, not the people that don't like us, right? So anyway, with that being said, though, here's one other piece of the reparations conversation that's being done completely wrong that needs to evolve, and that is they need to stop talking about reparations as if it's just a check from the government. The government certainly can be and should be involved. The government certainly should be and can be involved financially and legislatively. The government can do amazing things, just like they sent the $100 billion to Israel and Ukraine. You can ship $100 billion to the Black community. You can ship $100 billion to the people that have helped you, not the Ukrainians that don't even give a damn about you. The same way you've probably spent 150 billion or more on illegal immigrants who broke the law and broke into the country by sliding through a fence in the southern border. You can do the same thing for the people on the south side of Chicago or parts of Philadelphia and other communities who have been loyal to you, who've been consistently voting for you and supporting you for the last X number of years. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes. Sometimes when I talk like that, people think I'm radical. They're like, "How dare you ask white people to do something for you? You're supposed to be serving them. How dare you break slave protocol? How dare you? How dare you be logical? How dare you tell us that 2 + 2 is 4, Boyce? Because everyone knows that 2 + 2 is 187. Well, I'm sorry. I taught mathematics at the University of Kentucky, and last time I checked, 2 + 2 was still 4. Even if it hurts your feelings, even if it pisses you off, even if you think that I'm being a radical black man by saying this, right? So logically speaking, the government can certainly be involved, and they should be involved. But here's the point that's being missed. Okay. I want you guys to write this down and keep this in your memory because I need y'all to help make this point. Like, make it on Twitter, make it on Instagram, make it with your friends. This is the message that needs to be shared. The message is this: the government is not the only entity that should be writing the damn check. In fact, the government is probably the least equipped to write them damn reparations checks. The people that are the most equipped to write the checks for reparations that should be written are institutions like Harvard University with what is their endowment? How big is Harvard's endowment? Let me Google that because it gets so big. It was massive 5 years ago, but it's probably even more massive now. Let me see here. The Harvard University endowment is, drum roll please. It is, let's see how much they have. Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm looking this up. Come on, Google. You're so slow. All right, it's $50 billion. It's $50 billion. The University of Texas has 45 billion. Yale has 40 billion. Stanford has 37 billion. How about y'all write the check too? How about y'all go ahead and do your part in making sure that this check gets written? Because the government's in debt. The government, sure, they can still write checks. They're sending that 100 billion to Ukraine. That check ain't gonna bounce. But there are people out here that have money. How about we go to the major corporations? How about we go to let's go to I don't know. Let's look at the largest corporations in America. Let's make a list. Okay, largest corporations by market cap. Let's see what Mr. Google pulls up for us. The largest companies in the world by market cap. How about we start with Microsoft in their $3.1 trillion market cap? I'll take some Microsoft stock as part of my reparations. How about that? Give me a yes if you'd be happy. Microsoft stock, what's it trading at about? Let's say 200 a share. I can't remember what it is. How many of y'all would be happy if you got maybe 1,000 shares of Microsoft stock as part of your reparations? A couple $100,000. Would you be able to find something to do with that? How about some Nvidia stock? Oh, Nvidia's worth 2.88 trillion. I'll take some Nvidia stock. I'm like at a restaurant ordering from the menu. Like I'll take cheesecake and a cheeseburger and also a filet mignon and a milkshake to go with it. What about Apple? Apple's worth a couple of trillion. How about some Apple stock, right? And so my point is to say that it's not just the government that needs to pay the reparations, because if the government's paying it by itself, then that's a lot of money. That's the government's going to have a hard time with that, because the government's kind of been milked. Honestly, the robber baron era has reemerged. Just so y'all know, this started in the 1970s. The United States was a much fairer country in the 1960s for economic reasons, right? Economically speaking, America was a great society in some ways because you had enough of a balance in terms of making sure that you allowed rich people to get rich, but you still took care of your workers. Back in the 60s, somebody could get a good job with Ford and they could work 30, 40 years, they could retire, get a nice pension, live a good life, buy a couple cars and a nice house with a white picket fence, get married, let the wife stay at home if she wants to take care of the kids, or the husband stay at home. I'm not here to get into that debate. Or whatever it is you choose to do, you had a better society back then. So what happened was the Republicans kind of said, wait a minute, hold up, wait, we need to reverse the direction of this society. The country's getting too liberal, and we don't like this civil rights stuff, and we don't like all this Martin Luther King and anti-Vietnam War stuff going on. So they started actually using their wealth to really try to sort of do a government takeover, basically. And so you started having these individuals that shared ideas that actually propelled people like Ronald Reagan into the White House, and Reagan sort of reversed the direction of the country, where we decided in the 1980s that greed is good, and then they started chopping taxes quite a bit. And in fact, when Reagan almost got assassinated, when somebody tried to assassinate him, that was when he had a lot of popularity and he was able to get a lot of tax cuts passed. And he pursued this goofy idea called trickle down economics, where basically they said if we make rich people richer, they're going to trickle the money down to poor people. But apparently, Ronald Reagan never took an economics class, because nobody in their right mind thinks that rich people get rich by giving their money away. Rich people don't get wealthy by letting their money trickle out of their pockets. They get rich by keeping the money in their pocket. So basically, trickle down economics did not work. But what it did do was it began the process of creating a massive government deficit, because you don't have the taxes that you need. There should be more tax revenue. Rich people should be paying more in taxes, and or even goofy little things like how corporations can just write off damn near anything and not pay taxes, but yet workers pay the taxes. So most taxes in America get paid by regular people who go to work every day, which is fundamentally unfair. However, in the midst of this unfairness, part of my job as an economic advocate for you and your family, and an advocate for all Black people who want to be economically intelligent, is to say this is one of the reasons why you want to have that LLC. You want to have that situation where you can get those tax benefits, and you can get together just like rich people and have your little family meeting and go on a vacation together, but do family meetings and write all that off on your taxes so that you can write off your lifestyle. Not in an unethical way, not in an illegal way, perfectly legal, but also using the rules that are really helping in your favor as a business owner and as a wealth builder. So let me know if you understand what I'm saying when I tell you that we believe some fundamental things in the Black Business School. Number one, we believe that every Black child should learn how to start a business before the age of 12. Every Black child needs to start a business before the age of 12, or learn how to do that. Anyway, the same way they learn how to dribble basketballs, throw footballs, they learn how to twerk, they learn how to rap. How about they also learn how to start a business? Because they ain't gonna make no money twerking. Twerking don't pay, except unless you're Cardi B. Rapping don't. 99% of all rappers never make a nickel rapping. And then the ones that do, they get shot or something, and then all your money's gone because you're dead. And then most of those little boys at basketball camp ain't never gonna make a nickel playing basketball. They're gonna get life lessons. Like, playing sports taught me a lot about life. I love sports. I'm an athlete. I did all the sports, but never have I made a nickel. I mean, even though in my head I want to believe, like, everybody can identify as what they want to identify. Like, a boy can identify as a girl. No, I identify as a 6'5", very handsome Black man, a 6'5" manifestation of Denzel Washington. So not only am I incredibly handsome, but I'm incredibly tall, and I'm also going to be signing a $100 million NBA contract next season. But then some people will say that's a fantasy. I say they're a bunch of liars, and they're just trying to be mean, and they're bullying me, because that's what I identify as, and I can be whatever I identify as. However, if that does not work for you, then I would say to you that perhaps all that energy that we're putting into these other things that don't have economic benefits, some of that energy can also be applied to things that are going to help us to be financially secure and have access to financial peace and access to freedom and all these other things that we fantasize about but aren't necessarily equipped and trained to pursue. Okay. So every black child should learn how to start a business before the age of 12. Give me a yes if you agree with that. Every black child should have somebody buying shares of stock for them on the day that they're born. I talked to a young black man yesterday who was the night manager of the hotel I'm staying in. My wife and I are in New York for one night. It's on our way back to Chicago. We just went to Egypt. And the brother came up to me and he was very nice to me. He offered me some coffee and we started talking. He said, I follow you. I said, great. What's your name? He said his name was Roland. He was from Guyana. He was very intelligent and I invited him to come to class. Maybe Roland, if you're in here, say something in the chat. And one thing I told him was I said, "Are do you have any?" I said, "How old are you?" He said, "I'm 34." I said, "Do you have any kids?" He said, "Not yet." I said, "Well, I think you should have children. I hope that you do. If that's your plan, I encourage you to not let time get wasted because a lot of us waste time." And I said, but also, I said, one thing that you also should know is that if you are an economic visionary, if you are an investor, you have to have economic consciousness. And I said, economic consciousness means that you can't just see what you see what's not seen, right? You can't just see what's in front of you. You see what's coming down the pike, right? You don't just see what is, you see what could be. I said, so let me ask you this. Are you going to have kids? He said, yes. I said, okay, so your son or your daughter or your children, let's say that they're negative 5 years old. All right. So you're 34. Let's say you have your first child at 38 or 39. So your child is negative 5 years old. So that means that in 30 years, that child is going to be 25 years old. So I said, now the biggest thing in finance, the biggest wealth builder in the history of the world is actually time. When I would do mathematical equations in my doctoral program to analyze how much money grows over time and compound interest and all that, the biggest variable was always time. So, in the community, it's not that we waste our money. Wasting our money is a fraction of the reason that our wealth doesn't grow. But the biggest thing that we waste is time. So I said, look, don't waste time. I said, right now, invest for yourself, build your wealth. He's going to Invest Fest. I said, yeah, I'm going to pop in there too because I got to go down for a couple other things. The Black Business League, Ken Harris is having his convention. I'm speaking there. The Revolt is doing something, and I got invited to participate on that. So I said, okay, sure, why not? And so I figured, why don't I stop into Invest Fest? So I'm going to stop in because I respect what those guys are doing. I love the energy behind it. I think it's exactly what we need. And I said, so when you're doing all this stuff and you're investing, you're buying real estate, all that you're building a capital base. That capital base is like a car. It's something that you can use while you're young. You can live your life and do your thing and have fun and live your best life with this wealth. But you must preserve it and you must protect it, just like you preserve and you protect a car. Just like you take your car to get tune-ups and oil changes and all that, you have to preserve your wealth. Why? Well, because at some point when your unborn son, who's negative 5 years old, is 25 years old, he's going to wake up one day and say, Dad, I need money. He's going to say, Dad, damn, these white people, they're mean to me because I'm black. He's going to say, man, I hate my job. Right. And what you want to be able to do is take this massive capital base that you've been building for 30 years, which by that point could be in the hundreds of thousands, if not the millions, if you do it consistently with little things like the $5 a day plan, which I've shown you all on multiple occasions. And so then you can transfer that to him. And then next thing you know, your son is free. Next thing you know, your son can live his best life. Your son doesn't have to sell himself into slavery. I said that young black people that don't have an economic base, that don't have a capital base, where nobody invested for them, they pretty much have to sell themselves into slavery. That's where you're looking for somebody that's going to help you pay bills in exchange for you giving them 40 hours a week of your life. 40 hours a week is a lot of time. You can do a lot of stuff in 40 hours. You could teach your kids, you could spend time with your parents before they get old. You could go to the gym. You could live a great life, but you can't because you have to go to work 40 hours a week. Well, why is that? Well, because nobody thought about you in advance. There was nobody in the family that had enough economic consciousness. Maybe they weren't trained. I'm not blaming them because again, the conversations I'm having with you, I guarantee you've never had these conversations with anybody else because these are conversations that I'm equipped to have as a finance professor because I've been obsessing about these topics for 30 years. So what I'm saying to you is that what I said to him is I said, okay, invest consistently now, invest with deliberation, be as aggressive with your wealth building as you are with everything else. I looked at some of his assets. I said, okay, this crypto, okay, we're not gonna put a lot of our money into stuff like this. We're gonna go for some solid companies. We're gonna go for some of the big corporate, the Walmarts and whatever it is, some of these big corporations that are gonna grow and make money. And in fact, actually, now that reminds me, I've compiled a list of 10 of the best stocks for beginners that I can share with you guys. I'll text it out to you all next Friday. Make sure to get it. Make sure you're on the text list. If you're not on the text list for this class, to get an invitation to Money in the Morning, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I'll send you all this list that I made. It's a list of the top 10 stocks for beginners that I think is a great place to begin because I know a lot of you are afraid to invest. A lot of you are, and don't worry about the cost of the stocks, Darlene, because there's something called, oh gosh, not partial investing. Why am I losing my words right now? It's somebody put it in the chat because I'm trying to find the right word. It's fractional shares. Thank you, Natasha. I was like, why can't I find the word? Fractional shares. So you can buy $5 of Nvidia. You can buy $5 of Microsoft. You can buy $10 of Apple. So never ever think that the price of the stock is the price you have to pay because that is not true. Okay. You can buy fractional shares. Okay. So don't ever think that, don't say, well, that stock is $300. I can't afford that. That's not true. Okay. So anyway, there's that link. I put that link in the chat if you guys can see it in the Zoom. And so feel free to take a look at that. And also, if you didn't see it for whatever reason, just text the word morning to the number 87948 and I'll send that to you. And you can take a look at that. Maybe that's a good place to get started. So long story short, talking to this black man, and I hope he doesn't mind me sharing his story. It made me think about things that I wanted to share with you guys that like literally if he starts now and just doing basic things, tiny things, like puts as much energy into investing for the family as he puts into whatever else he's doing in his life, as much work as he puts into going to his job every day, the work you put into paying your cell phone bill every month, the work you put into paying your car note every month. Well, you know what? He's going to have plenty of wealth to pass his children. And the thing is that that's very serious for black people. It's more serious for black people than it is for white people, not because I dislike white people. If you're white, don't get scared. But the reality is that being black is hard. It's harder to be black than it is to be white in a lot of contexts. The economic system is not as welcoming to African Americans as it is to anybody else. Even when we talked about politics, I've been very honest and said, I don't have anything against Kamala Harris or Donald Trump or anybody, but Kamala is black in a certain context. If Kamala was an African American woman, African American, not just black, African American woman married to an African American man, I don't believe that she would be considered for the presidency because America has a unique relationship with African Americans. I think that we have a special type of hatred that is thrust upon us. We have a certain type of fear that they have with us. And to some extent, some of us look at us almost like the untouchables. We're kind of, in India where you have the untouchables, just the people that are like, don't go around those people, because they do this and they do that. And if you want to see what I'm talking about, look at the stereotypes, the racial stereotypes that get pushed around the world about us. The best stereotype we have is that we're great athletes. We can run fast and we can jump high, and people love to see that. They love it when a black person shows up as an athlete. Shout out to LeBron James and Noah Lyles and Simone Biles and all these black people that did amazing things. That's the best that we have. But if you're not an Olympic level athlete, if you're not 6'8", 240 pounds like LeBron, or just this extremely extraordinary athlete like Simone Biles, then you're kind of stuck because then at that point your only options for acceptance might be it to be a twerking rapper, right? All the rappers they get up on stage and they twerk and they call themselves the N word and all that, and there's acceptance for that. And then the third area, especially for black men, is if you are a comedian. If you're a comedian and like Kevin Hart or the other guys that were there, if you remember that at the Olympics they paid lots of money to Kevin Hart, Snoop Dogg, and the other guy who's not funny at all, the big chubby guy on the SNL, Keenan something. Those three got lots of money to basically make people laugh. Right. If they showed up and said, as black men, we want to make a statement on behalf of the black community, and we want to argue that politicians need to help us pursue wealth for the black community, they would have been booted off that stage immediately. Give me a yes if you agree. If Kenan Thomas had showed up and said, I'm tired of playing around with y'all. I'm tired of being your clown. I'm tired of making jokes because what's happening in our community is very serious. And it's very important that we make a serious stance. So Kevin and I, we're not going to make a single joke. We're going to look at you with an angry black male face, and we're going to tell you right now what we demand. They would have been taken off the air. If Snoop Dogg isn't showing up smiling and chubbing it up and he does a little sea walk for him, like dance for us, dance, nothing wrong with the crip walk, whatever. It's great. It's a cool dance. But literally that's kind of what he's the jolly old man. That's what he's kind of become. And everyone loves the jolly old man version of Snoop Dogg, but I don't think they'd be ready for a more serious version that was really advocating on behalf of the black community in the way his friend Ice Cube was. Like I didn't ask Ice Cube about this, but I'd be curious to know how he feels. If he would personally personally do exactly what Snoop is doing. Like I wonder, but the smart thing is that these guys don't air their differences in public, and that's why they've maintained a very profitable alliance and allegiance to each other. And I respect that immensely. Shout out to all my friends on the West Coast. All right, so with that being said, let me jump into a couple other things really quickly. One thing I wanted to mention too is this trip to Egypt, and some of you that were on the trip are actually in this class right now. I just want to say I had just, and when I tell you that this trip was just transformative, I cannot put into words um how much I just implore you to consider traveling to Africa. That's all I'm going to say on that is, if you haven't done it, I don't think you know what you're missing. There's something that happens when we leave the country where it's almost like you can breathe easier. It's almost like you're just in this different world where a lot of the old rules don't apply anymore, and you kind of get a chance to feel things that you don't feel in the United States. We went to the Nubian village, and as we were there, my wife and I do this a lot. We study the cultures of the places we go. We went to China, we studied Chinese history and all that. And in the Nubian village, so we're learning about all the Nubian kings and just the history of Nubia and Aswan and stuff like that. And I saw the beautiful Nubian children and all that stuff, and it was just really amazing. It was an experience that I would encourage anybody to try to have if you can. And in fact, here is a screenshot. This is on my Instagram. Let me know if y'all can see this. Here's some pictures. I put some pictures on my Instagram from the trip. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance and also Dr. Boyce Money. If you want just money stuff, just go to Dr. Boyce Money. Dr. Boyce Finance, I talk about pretty much everything. Dr. Boyce Money, I stick strictly to money. But we saw these 3,000, 5,000 year old artifacts and just these amazing kings and queens and people that from the past. And it was interesting. My wife noticed that a lot of the noses were chopped off in a lot of the statues. When we went to a museum in Cairo and they had these mummies, we literally saw King Tut's mummy, which was kind of cool. A lot of the noses were chopped off on the statues, which y'all know what that's all about, right? I don't have to explain that, I hope. Yeah, because they again, this hatred of black people has been around for quite a while. And it was just an awesome experience. It was really something that and every single image I'm showing you is like 4 or 5 thousand years old. Like I'm talking about like 2,000 years before Jesus kind of thing, right? Which is just unfathomably um old and ancient and everything else. And it's really one of these things that has inspired me to and I've already traveled to a few different African countries. I've been to Nigeria, Ghana, Botswana, South Africa, and now Egypt. But I can guarantee you right now, I'm probably going to go to another 15 African countries in the next 3 or 4 years. Like this is something that I'm going to do. In fact, I'm going to reach out to our travel partner, Jay Cameron. I'd like to do a trip to Ghana in December. And this trip we only took 50 people because I wanted to see the vibe and everything else because I wasn't sure. We've never really done that before. But next time I think we'll invite more of you. So if you'd like to join or if you'd like to be notified when we plan trips, you can pull out your phone, text the word travel to 87948. We created kind of the B1 Travel Club, where we're going to learn all about the world. So if you'd like to be a part of that, just text the word travel to the number 87948. And somebody give me a yes after you text it to make sure that you get an autoresponder. And what I'll do is as we find out about these trips and whether or not we're going to be able to set them up, I will text you all and let you all know about this. You guys will be invited first because the other thing about the trip that was really interesting is that there is tremendous value in traveling with people who are like yourself. I never really had a chance to do a big, gigantic group trip with a bunch of like-minded African Americans. And that made a massive difference. Like I remember one couple, Brian and Cookie. I don't have their last name in my head, but Brian and Cookie. Brian had been a firefighter for 20 something years or 30 years, I think. And his wife Cookie was this amazing lady. And I remember talking to them and just talking to everybody. I mean, all the people on the trip. There were young people, older people, male, female, a lot of guys. We actually formed a men's circle while we were there. A guy named Ronald Williams and his daughter Fatima. His daughter Fatima has a PhD from Rutgers University, and she was there, and we all got together and we were sitting there talking as men, and these were just just good men. solid men, the kind of men you're not going to see on TV, the kind of men CNN will never feature, the kind of men that you're not going to see in a rap video. These were, even though we're all familiar with hip hop, whatever, but these were just men who respect black women, who are bettering themselves, who work hard, who want to improve who they are. And that was the energy, that was the vibe, and I really felt good because I said, okay, so this must say something about me in terms of how I try to carry myself through the world. I ain't no perfect man by any stretch. Where none of us are. But I try to be the person that I really, not just the person I am. I try to be the person that I need to become, right? I'm always thinking like, how do I become the guy, that guy? How do I fill the shoes of that guy that I really want to be? And it's very intimidating, it's very difficult, but it's always like, okay, let's look forward and up. Never look down. We're not going to look back. So we're not going to dwell on mistakes. We're not gonna be a bottom dweller. We're not looking for low vibrational behavior. We're looking for higher vibrational behavior. So we were sitting with these men, and these men were different ages, all the way from the 20s up to Mr. Williams, who was, I think, might be in his 60s, maybe 70s. And just, I think he's like a fifth degree black belt or something, right? So he's really a smart, disciplined man. And we had the best conversation. And all the men were building on each other, and the women, were connecting and everything else. And I just think this is the kind of space that where you can grow and feel okay, not having to be ratchet. Right? You can feel good. Not, like if you don't drink, no one's gonna make fun of you because you don't drink. Because maybe you have a feeling that alcohol is not healthy for you, right? So it doesn't mean that you can't drink though. There were people there who did drink, and nobody made fun of those individuals either. It's just more like if you don't drink, no one's gonna say, well, why don't you drink? Why don't you hit this Henny? Why don't you drink this 40 ounce with me? Why don't you get some Cristal? You got, like you don't have to deal with all that stuff, and no disrespect or anything, but I think that ability to express our higher version of ourselves is really empowering. And so I was learning from everybody I was talking to, and the backgrounds. One brother brought his daughter with him, and his daughter was, I think, 23, and the father was in his 50s. Greg Williams brought his daughter, Jessica, and Jessica was finishing a master's degree in social work. So she and my wife got along really well, and my wife mentored her and explained social work, and you can make great business alliances as well, because once you get there and you get in the space. I talked to one sister who's doing some stuff that's multi-million dollar kinds of stuff, and we just started talking, and you form partnerships and connections, and you can work, you just good people, right? So long story short, I would encourage you, if you travel with a group of people that are like-minded, and it will enhance the experience so much. When I think about the trip to Egypt, I realized it wasn't just the experience of being in Egypt, which was amazing in itself. It was the people that I was with, and it was also the people of Egypt as well. The people of Egypt, the culture, it was like a breath of fresh air. I talked to some of the men about family and connection, and just to hear them say, hey, if you're my brother, I am my brother's keeper. If you come in my neighborhood, I'm responsible for you. The way they would talk about family and the women and their children and things like that, like these ideas. When I'm going out on the internet, I'm talking to guys who want to sit around and talk about how much they hate black women, or how much, raising kids is a pain in the ass, and they want to just go and pleasure seek their whole life. It makes me sad. It's like, damn, like, am I weird? Am I a weirdo because I love my wife? Like, is that y'all are really making fun of me because I really am trying to be a better man? Like, is that it's crazy. And this really takes me back to the poison that's been sort of sprinkled on us when they disrupt us and destroy our culture. This is what they've made us into. They've made us into a fraction of who we're supposed to be. They've made us into a shadow of our true selves. Who you are, who we've been to this point isn't really who we are by any stretch. Who you might have been to this point is just the version of yourself that you've come to accept based on society's peer pressure, or what society told you that you were. So I would encourage you, and this is a consciousness exercise, find that higher level version of you. Find that version of you that wants to be physically and mentally healthy, that wants to heal. Find that version of you that wants to get up and do a little exercise every day and eat better food. right? Find that version of you that wants to read books instead of just watch TV. Find that version of you that wants to connect and collaborate as opposed to fight and compete. I'm tired of fighting all the time. I don't want to fight other black people all the time. I don't want to compete for supremacy and dominance and chest thump with other black men. I want to give that brother a hug and say, hey man, how do we help each other out? I'm proud of you. I love you. Congratulations, man. That's what I like. I like that energy. Right? Because my competitive energy is saved for my enemies. It's saved for the people that do not want the best for me. It's saved for the people seeking to oppress me. I'm not trying to be competitive with another man who looks just like me. That don't work. That doesn't. No community can succeed if everybody in the community is fighting and competing with each other. There's no football team that can win a game where the wide receiver is fighting the quarterback. That cannot happen. So you got to know the difference between who you collaborate with and who you're competing with. Yes, competition is real. I am a competitor. I will compete all day, but I ain't competing with you. I'm competing with them because they not like us, right? I'm competing with my enemy's way over there. My enemy is not the person sitting next to me. It's not my wife. It's not my kids. It's not another black man. It's way over there. I'm launching missiles way over there because we are in a battle. We are in a war. I do believe that. I do believe that we are in a competition. I think we're in an economic battle. We're in a spiritual competition. We're in a competition. We're fighting for our lives because there are people who benefit from taking things from us and harming us in a significant way. And that's who I'm competing with. But I just don't want to compete. I didn't want to compete with any. There was not one single black man on that cruise where I wanted to compete with him or on that trip. We did take a cruise. We went down the Nile. It was very nice, by the way. It's really classy stuff. Jay Cameron organized the trip and he's just an awesome dude. And again, Jay is a great guy. And there's not one bone in my body that said, I want to compete with this man. It's like, wow, he's a great man. I want to hang out with him. He would make a great teammate. Right? So anyway, long story short, if you want to get notified when we make travel plans or have any other trips that we want to put together, just text the word travel. Write this down. Or somebody type in the chat so everybody can see it. Text the word travel to the number 87948. If you text travel to 87948, I'll let you know. I'd like to go to Ghana in December. But there are other trips. I know I mentioned I wanted to do something in South Africa and stuff like that. And the cool thing is that Jay Cameron and his group, they like to travel a lot. And so we're partnering with them. And so we can do this all the time. I think that what you will find is that when you're connecting more and more to different countries in Africa, I guarantee you're going to see America so different every time you go. Even on this trip, I mean, I've been traveling my whole life. I've traveled. I've literally for the last 20 years or so been hopping on an airplane almost every week, going everywhere, all throughout the country, all throughout the world. But I can tell you this trip to Egypt, like you're not talking to the same Boyce that you were talking to 2 weeks ago. I guarantee you that much. All right. So anyway, with that being said, um, there's more I wanted to hit on, and I'll hit on this quickly, but actually I want to go into this in more detail. But we've done 49 minutes, and so I don't want to keep going on forever. But I also want to remind you, if you want to get notified when we do Money in the Morning and come into the private Zoom where you can put your comments right here in the chat, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Also, if you text morning to 87948, next Friday, I will send you all a list of the 10 best stocks for beginners. So if you're a beginning investor and you don't know what to do, these are 10 companies that are pretty safe. And really with investing, you want to start with safe stuff. You don't want to go chasing crazy cryptos or invest in your cousin's liquor store or buying, or putting money into your friend's blessing loom and all that. That's the type of stuff that causes you to lose money. And I'm more on the conservative side when it comes to investing. The biggest rule of wealth building, one of the biggest rules is capital preservation. Capital must be preserved. And I actually talk about that in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy of the book at drboycebooks.com. That's our Black Wealth bookstore. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. So let me give you a couple of stats I saw this morning while I was on the treadmill that I wanted to share with you that really, in my opinion, were just an alarm bell of where the country is going in terms of debt levels. And so what I remember seeing is that basically consumer credit card debt is going way, way up. A lot of people are digging into their HELOCs in order to finance their lifestyle. So basically, HELOCs are home equity lines of credit. And so effectively, what they found is that a lot of car loan debt is continuously going up. I think it went up over $109 billion or something like that this last quarter. Credit card debt's going higher. Delinquencies have remained pretty flat, but they've had a kind of an upward trend, which means that not only are people sort of taking on more debt, but they're also having problems repaying the debt and paying the interest on the debt. And so this feeds into what you saw last week in terms of the stock market kind of really having a big correction. I don't think it's anything to be alarmed about, though, right? So don't take this as a reason to be afraid. Fear is a wealth killer. So don't let fear drive your decision making. But I just wanted to mention that, and also just sort of say that this also speaks to that bad economic culture that I was referring to, where Americans are pretty much trained to be addicted to consumption at an early age. And so as a result, 70% of America's economic growth is driven by one variable, and that is consumer spending. If consumers started becoming more financially conscious and started to save and invest their money, then the economy actually would shrink a little bit because people would be letting go of their money a little bit less. So I would say that if you want to be smart for your family, you don't want to do what everybody else is doing, because what's happening is consumers are spending their way into debt because America doesn't want to do right by people. I think America doesn't isn't fair to workers. Because again, you had this really high inflation, and yet workers' wages didn't keep up with inflation. And the only way you can maintain a certain level of spending while inflation is going up is through debt. And that's basically what's been happening. But eventually, the foundation of debt tends to crack. And so there are some signs of cracking. So there could be an economic slowdown in the near future. What's probably going to occur is that as that happens, the Federal Reserve is going to step in and reduce interest rates and try to boost the economy back up. Will that work? I don't know, but I think that's going to be a catalyst, a positive catalyst for the stock market, right? So if you're a stock market investor, I think all these things are going to lean in your favor. I don't see any reason why the stock market is going to go south. I just don't see that. Another little factor that I was thinking about this morning that I wanted to share with you is with this Harris Waltz ticket. The guy Waltz, I didn't know that. I think it's Tim Waltz or something. Anyway, they're both very liberal in the sense of wanting to legalize cannabis. And if you recall, a few months ago, I gave you all a list of what I call canna stocks, which are some stocks that are going to benefit if the price or sorry, if cannabis is legalized. So what I'm going to do is I just put in the chat a list of cannabis stocks that you can grab onto, that you can invest in, some ETFs, things like that. This morning I bought a cannabis ETF. I think the ticker symbol was YOLO, YOLO. And then there was another one I think called POTX, POTX, POTX. And I didn't buy POTX. I think I bought YOLO. So now, by the way, hold on. I'm gonna pause for a second. Sheila says she cannot hear. Can y'all hear me? Give me a yes if you can hear me. Let's take a quick sound check. Give me a yes if I'm coming through all right. Let me know if you can hear me. Okay. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Thank you, Elizabeth and Taquana and Sharif and Olivia and Rhonda and April. All right, so I'm sorry, Sheila. So I wish I could tell you that it's on your end, but Sheila can't hear me, so I don't. Maybe y'all can just send, if y'all could text Sheila a little message, let her know to turn her computer up. But anyway, so that's the list that you guys can take a look at, and I'll also text that out to you guys. Text the word morning to the number 87948 if you'd like to receive that via text. If you couldn't get it, maybe you're listening on TikTok or something. In TikTok, I can't put links in TikTok. So if you're on TikTok and you want to get that link, or you're watching the recording later, then just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. You'll get an invitation to Money in the Morning, and you'll also get that list of cannabis stocks that you can take a look at. Because I strongly believe that with Walt and Kamala, one thing I noticed is that they both kind of have, some leftist ideas, which again is fine. I think there's good ideas on the left, good ideas on the right. Some stuff I agree with, some stuff I don't. I truly don't care about anything other than you, right? All I care about is what's going to happen with you and your family and your wealth. And I really also want you to just do whatever you want to do. And I want you to make money. I'm the money guy, right? I'm the guy that wants you to have more money in your pocket. So I believe that if Kamala and Waltz win the election, which it looks like they might win. I mean, Kamala, she's looking pretty presidential right now. She's probably much more so than Trump right now. Maybe later on it's going to switch. I don't know. But if she wins, then chances are you're going to see legalization. But here's the thing: I think legalization of weed is going to happen regardless. I think that that's just the direction society's going, and so I wouldn't be surprised if Trump did the same thing. And so because you notice that they both have some of the same ideas. They're both sort of sharing each other's perspectives on certain issues like taxing, waiters' tips in Vegas and stuff like that. So I think that's going to occur. So I think that's could be some easy money for you long term, but it's going to be a long term play. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. All right. So anyway, all right. So that's it. So should we take a break from buying stocks since the stock market will crash? Um, I don't ever take a break because what you're talking about is what they refer to as market timing, and market timing based on most academic research does not work. If you talk to most scholars about market timing and buying, which is basically trying to buy the right stock at the right time, or investing when it's good and not investing when it's bad, and trying to make sure you get in and get out at the right time, that just generally does not work. In fact, they did a study where they said something like if you take the 10 best days of stock market performance in the last 50 years or so, and let's say that you missed just those 10 days, right? Just the 10 best. If you missed the 10 best days, they said your total return over that time period might be something like 79% or something on your assets. Or maybe it's like 700%. It's something big, right? Something where you're like, okay, I made some money. But they said if you were invested on those 10 days, your return goes up to like 25,000%. I mean, the jump was astronomical. It was insane. Like it went like literally from like something like maybe a few 100%, like 300 or 400% or 700% or whatever the number was. But you add those 10 days back in that you missed because you were trying to jump in and jump out, it goes to 25,000%. So generally I tend to buy more stock when the market goes south. If I sell, I tend to sell assets that have gone up in value in order for me to pay the things I want to pay for. The biggest, best way I make money is selling stock options, which is to me just a phenomenal way to generate income. If you want to learn more about what we do with stock options, we are going to have a meeting this week. If you go to Dr. Boyce, Dr. Boyce Prime, Prime, if you go to drboyceprime.com, you can take a look at what we do with stock options. I think you're going to like what you see. It's very, very good. A lot of you are in the Prime program. It's a great way to generate extra income. In fact, the Green family was there and they came up and they said, we used our stock option money to take this trip. And I said, I bet you did. So anyway, so feel free to go to Dr. Boyce, drboyceprime.com, or also you can text the word money to 87948. And I have a free training called How to Make Money Without Working. So feel free to do either one, Dr. Boyce Prime, or text money to 87948. Okay, guys. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here. We've been in here 58 minutes. I hope this discussion was beneficial. I hope we learned something this morning. And I wish you well on your wealth journey. And I will check back in with you guys when I get back to Chi-Town. We're flying back today. And so have a wonderful day. And we're going to get right back on our routine every morning, 10 a.m. Sunday. I'm sorry, it's not Saturday. It's Sunday. Oh my God, man, I've got the days off. I'm still actually overcoming that cold I got from Egypt, from the trip to Egypt. Well, I came back from Egypt with some souvenirs and a little bit of a cold spell, but I'm better now. I'm pretty much back, and I'm about 92.4%, not 92.3. I'm about 92.4%, and also. Tomorrow is a really big day, Andre from Dallas. It's a big day because tomorrow is the start of the Black Investors Championships. You guys may know about the Black Investors Championships, where we compete for the Black Investors Cup. And the Black Investors Cup is a competition that we created in the Black Business School that is looking for the best Black investor on earth. And hundreds of you have entered the competition. We cannot take any more contestants. We unfortunately we have run out of spots for this competition, which starts tomorrow morning. But if you are in the Black Investors Cup, you can log in at blackinvestorscup.com, and you can then hop in and go ahead and start picking your stocks tomorrow. And after 6 weeks, we're going to go look and see who made the most money. And the winner will get the big Black Investors Cup mailed to your house. You'll also get free lifetime access to any course you would like in the Black Business School. That means you could take our stock market class, you could take our stock options training, you could look into our real estate training, you can do whatever you want to do in the Black Business School. And then also I'll bring you on the platform to allow you to be a part of the platform to tell everybody what you did and why you were so smart and what you and your family accomplished when it came to investing. So anyway, James Keller, how are you? I see you. Give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me okay. Let me know if you can hear me, and I'll send out a quick text message to let everybody know that Money in the Morning is starting now. And what I thought I would do today is kind of talk to you guys about just investing in general. So one of the reasons we're doing the Black Investors Championship is because I want to encourage you to invest, but to also show you a couple things, show you a thing or two, things that will make a difference in your long-term generational wealth. See, as I've mentioned to you all many, many times before, investing literally is known. It's shown as the number one wealth driver in on Earth. Stock market investing is the number one wealth creator on the entire planet. So if you're not investing in the stock market and you don't have any wealth, well, it's easy to explain what's going on. And what's going on is that you're not participating in the places where the money is. The best way to have money is to go where the money's at. Give me a guess if you understand. Give me a guess if this logic makes sense. If you want to have the money and you want to get the money, you can't be where the money's not and expect to have the money. Do you understand? Like you can't. That doesn't even make any sense. Why would you go if you want to get something? Why would you go to the places where that thing is not located? If you're looking for a good man, why would you go to the places where bad men are located and expect to find a good man? If you're looking for gold, why would you go to all the places that don't have gold and dig for gold? And why would you dig for gold in the trash can? Why would you dig for gold in I don't know, in the middle of the ocean? You don't do that, right? You dig for gold, you find out where the gold is located, and then you dig for gold where the gold is located, right? Very simple idea. And what one of the things that's interesting and just utterly insanely fascinating to me is how many people claim that they want money but they don't go where the money's at. They do things that don't connect to the money. And maybe it's because we're just following behind what somebody else told us to do. We're following generational patterns, generational curses. I talk about that extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy of that book at drboycebooks.com. It's also on Amazon. And I'm going to tell you, when you sort of ask that question, why don't most Black people invest? The only thing that can come to mind is culture. That's the only solution, right? Because if I ask most people, if I say, do you think investing will help you have more money? Um, then most people say, yeah. Do you think investing is a good idea? Most people say, yeah, that's where money is. And so the only thing that can explain that disparity and that discrepancy is just culture. Just I don't do it because nobody around me did it. Nobody encouraged me to do it. Maybe you could think of it a little bit like eating healthy food. A lot of us don't eat healthy food. Maybe also because the unhealthy food tastes good, and instant gratification is one of the devils that distracts us from that higher purpose of delayed gratification and long-term reward building. Right. So I would encourage you when you think about investing, especially for those of you that are entering the Black Investors Cup, which starts tomorrow, is to go ahead and really think of this as an entry ramp into the world of wealth. If you jump on that ramp, I guarantee you, and if you remain consistent and you make this a part of your culture, you're going to do better than not just most other Black people. You're going to do better than most white people. See, what you don't understand is that there's nothing magical about white people. White people don't have fairy dust sprinkling out of their butts that makes them smarter or better than you. They don't have anything like that. In fact, if you go through and you look at history, I just went to Egypt, so I got some extra information on this. There's you were taught in school that the Greeks and whatever the Greeks and the Romans created culture and all that. And that just isn't true. The Egyptians, taught culture to the Greeks and the Romans. They just leave that part out. How many of y'all knew that? That literally all the culture that the Greeks and the Romans claimed to give to the world, they got that from the Egyptians. The Egyptians were doing it thousands of years before then. 6,000 years ago, the Egyptians knew the exact circumference of the earth. They knew that the world was round. And then the Europeans had the Dark Ages, 400 or 500 years of just straight up ghetto behavior. They were just ghetto, nasty. They had the Black Plague and everybody was dying. Like literally 1/3 of the entire town would die. Can you imagine that? 1/3 or one half of the entire city dying. So they were kind of ghetto, and then the Moors came along and were like, okay, you need to do some more civilized things. Like you got to wash your ass. They taught them how to wash. They didn't, that's one of the reasons why the diseases got passed. Just look this up. This is true. The diseases got passed because they didn't even take baths. They'd be like, oh, I took a bath, 5 years ago. Like just nasty stuff, right? And it's so funny because my wife talks about how she went to college. See, this is where people start getting mad at me. This is where people say, "Oh, you're a racist," but this is true. My wife talks about when she was in college and how the black girls were explaining to the non-black girls, we'll just say it like that, so we don't talk, so white people don't know we're talking about them. And they would explain to them like how to bathe and how to clean, how to. They said that they went through the dorm, and they were like, "This is nasty. These girls, they're so nasty. They don't wash. They don't clean their rooms. Look at this is so this is funny how this is still like part of the culture. That whole idea of like washing your ass, and that's just one beginning part of it in terms of just the things that we gave the world. See, people act like they're educating us and that they're elevating us when really I think that we elevate them when we're at our best. This is only when we're at our best. When we start imitating whatever ghetto behavior they gave us, whatever they taught us about the falsehoods of being black, then that's when we start behaving as a lesser version of ourselves. And when we do that, that's when we start having problems. That's when we start doing things that are just borderline embarrassing, ratchet, weird, nasty. I saw something the other day, actually, where Lizzo, thank God, Lizzo's really doing a great job now of promoting healthy behavior. She's starting to work out and put videos of herself working out online, which I think is great. Instead of promoting the other stuff, the obesity and the morbid obesity that's killing people, and I got in some trouble because I called it for what it was. I said she's a beautiful girl, she's very talented. Why is she telling everybody that you want to grow up and become, an overweight slut? Excuse my friend. I hate saying it like that. I know that's the only way it has to come out like literally they promote this very hoish behavior. You know what I mean? And this stuff that's really a minstrel show. That's what it is. And I said, why can't she just sing? She's Adele's a big girl too, but Adele would just get up there and sing and everybody claps and they pay her money and that's great. But Lizzo's got to come in with the shenanigans. She's got to come in and promote the morbid obesity that's killing millions of people. And then also everything's got to be super hypersexual in a way that's not reflective of who I think black women can be and should be. Doesn't mean we're not all sexual. Everybody is, but there's kind of a lack of appropriateness to it that almost is very embarrassing, right? And I brought this up, and let me tell you, when I say that the white media went ballistic on me, they went crazy. They didn't. Nobody interviewed me to say, okay, here's a professor saying this. What's he really trying to say? They don't want to hear that, right? They have an agenda, and the agenda is, oh, this black man, this oppressive black man who's part of the patriarchy is trying to oppress a black woman. I said, no, I'm trying to save her. I'm trying to support her. I'm supporting her by saying, you're talented. Why can't you just sing? Why do you have to embarrass black women everywhere by behaving in a way that's just not consistent with the women that I know, the women I admire, the women I look up to? They're really talented female performers who don't get any attention because they tell you got to twerk, you got to get half naked, you got to act like a buffoon. And so, anyway, what's interesting about Lizzo is two things. One, eventually, if you saw, she eventually got hit with a lawsuit where basically all that nonsense, all that buffoonery was happening behind closed doors, and next thing you know, she gets hit with this. I don't know if it's sexual harassment or whatever. Like they were literally telling employees, like you have to get on stage and shoot a banana out of your coochie cooch, just crazy stuff like that. And so eventually, and what they don't understand, what nobody taught them, what I think if I were her father, I would have explained this to her, is that when you're in a lawsuit and you're dealing with HR issues, it's hard to explain to HR why you had to have women on stage shooting bananas out of their vaginas. Like that doesn't fit well in the age of political correctness and appropriateness, right? You can't say, well, this is part of our business model that we have to behave in this way to get fans. It doesn't work. So she was being sued for that. And then the second thing was I saw that she started to promote the healthier behavior, healthier lifestyle, which I think is great. And it's kind of interesting because now she gets that backlash from people who say, no, 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 we liked you when you were a big, when you were promoting the idea of being obese and sexually irresponsible. Like we don't like you anymore because you're not behaving like the clown that we wanted you to be. And I think that's what's interesting in terms of America. This is kind of a wealth thing. This is a wealth issue because this is how we're trained to go get money. Is America always loves a black man or a black woman when they behave like a clown. If you watched even the Olympics, you saw black men particularly being hired to be funny and goofy and ignorant, and they like that. And then when you stop and you say, "No, I'm not always goofy. I'm not always ignorant," they say, "Well, we're going to fire you because we only want black people around. They're going to be goofy, ignorant, and make us laugh. You're here for our entertainment. You're not here to do anything serious. You're not here to build rocket ships. You're not here because we admire your intellect. You're here because we want you to entertain us. We want you to be clowns." So typically, and this is a false model of economic success. This is why investing is so important, so that you don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, so to speak. Is that typically black men in particular tend to get the most money if they are doing one of three things: if they are dribbling basket, if they're playing a sport, rapping, or if they're telling jokes. If you're funny, if you can rap and entertain them, calling yourself the N word and rapping about killing other black people, or if you yeah, if you make them if you make them laugh, play a sport, or can bust a rap, then you're going to make lots of money. And then what happens is that because people form false associations with money, because you live in a capitalist society that falsely trained you that all money is good money, that making money is all that matters, that the more money you make, the better you are, the more successful you are. They measure success solely on your economic outcome, which is a very dangerous idea. We start to celebrate people who made their money in ways that are just embarrassingly uncivilized. And this is in contrast to who I believe that we are, because remember, we taught the Europeans how to be civilized. We taught them how to we taught them how to how to be human, how to be distinguished, how to be decent. Now someone's asking me to talk about the Democratic National Convention and Kamala Harris and everything. I don't want to talk about that today. I don't feel like that's and really I just tell you who to vote for, whoever you want to vote for. I'm not one to tell you what to vote for or who or anything in the next election. I really encourage you to simply do what's going to work for you and your family. And I think that message is actually radical enough. I get enough pushback from people. I told you about the time I got the weird phone call from DL Hughley, who basically just said some pretty horrible things in terms of just me thinking like, wow, you must really be concerned. You must really be feeling guilty about what you're doing because you're really mad at me right now. And I'm not even going to repeat what was said because you wouldn't believe it if I told you. And I just remember thinking to myself, gosh, this politics thing it really messes us up as black people. I really think that we get so distracted by the politics. And what's fascinating to me is that there's not much evidence to say that if you care about things like black wealth, if you care about things like black wealth, there's not much evidence anywhere that you can find to say that our wealth levels tend to improve based on who we vote for. There's just not any evidence of that. So one of the things that I believe as a mathematician is that when you're looking for a solution to a problem, you you go where the solution is. You don't look for you don't if you're looking for a salad, like a healthy salad, you don't search for a healthy salad in a sewage dump. You just don't. You don't do that. Or you don't go look for if you're looking for a good wife, you don't look for a good wife at the bottom of the ocean. You don't. It doesn't make any sense. So my point in politics is that we're kind of barking up the wrong tree. We're looking for it's like you're looking for Cleveland in the middle of Santa Barbara. You're literally going places. You're looking for love in all the wrong places. You're looking for solutions in all the wrong spaces. And then people sit around and they're all confused about why there are no solutions, why nothing's been solved. Well, it's because you're wasting your time. Again, I'm not here to tell you. I told you guys I never tell anybody who to vote for. That's not my job. I just don't I'm like I'm just I literally honestly ask like show me evidence, and the formula is so simple, because maybe it's because I'm 53, maybe it's because I'm a professor, maybe it's because I spent my whole life looking for patterns. That's all you do when you analyze data. When I was on the faculty of Syracuse, all I did was I would just look for patterns in the data, right? That's all you would do. So when the pattern is, oh, this is the same approach to getting elected that they used in the last election. Oh, it's fear. Fear is the operative word. Fear is very powerful. Fear is more powerful than love. Fear can be more powerful than desire. Fear can be more powerful than almost any positive emotion I can give you, because fear puts you on that low vibrational frequency where all you're trying to do is avoid the potential pain that will come if you don't do as you're told. So the goal of every election, in my opinion, is to get you on the fear frequency. They don't want you showing up saying, okay, give me a reason to vote for you and I'll vote for you if you do this and if you do that. I have all these demands. They don't want that. They want you literally on this, like, oh my God, I better do what you say or bad things are going to happen. It's like I pull out a gun and say, shut up and do what I tell you, or we're all going to die. Right. And then you just follow instructions. And some people operate on the fear frequency. I think black people operate on that the most because we've gone through so much trauma. We've gone through so much stuff. And actually, there's evidence of things like epigenetics that actually Cody Ransom is actually gonna do. If you don't know Cody Ransom, he came into class the other day. He's gonna do a true Black Wall Street a training in the Black Business School. If you want to take a look, go to b1wallstreet.com. That's b the number one wallstreet.com. He's extraordinarily good at this stuff, and he talks about epigenetics and the transfer of trauma through your DNA. And there's actually a lot of science behind that. Leading scientific journals are now questioning. They used to say, okay, your DNA defines everything else about you, but actually they're finding that the DNA can be affected by your environment. That literally you can change, you have the ability to change your own DNA based on your experiences. And who's had stranger experiences than us? We've had really difficult experiences in this country. So that survival mode that they put you into, it works because your DNA has so much trauma in it already that you're just pretty much going to do what you're told. You're going to, so what I want you to pay attention to is I want you to listen when people are telling you who to vote for, because they're always a lot of people are in the business of herding black people like we're like sheep or animals or something. I don't respond much to that. I'm not just sheep. I'm a lion. I'm a leader. I'm not trying to lead anybody, but I can definitely lead myself. I don't thank you very much for telling me what to do, but what you're doing doesn't work. Your strategy is a failure. I look at you and you're not succeeding. So why am I going to follow a loser? I'm not doing that. But the other thing is that there's big business in leading black people in the same direction. So if you listen to the language is typically very unintellectual. It's not very thoughtful because they don't think that you're thinking people. They don't think that you're intellectual people. They think, okay, I'm going to keep it real basic, keep it real stupid, and basically say this is what you need to do because if you don't do it, these bad things are going to happen. And I want you to just kind of listen to the rhetoric and listen to the language, and I want you to just kind of pay attention to that because if I respect you and I want to be fair to you, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, look, here are all the options, here are all the things you could do, here are all the different candidates, here's what they believe. Pick the one that works for you, right? If I care about you and I respect you, that's what I'm going to do. But if I don't care about you and I don't respect you and I have a hidden agenda, I'm going to say, here's the option, follow this path. If you don't, then I'm going to ostracize you or I'm going to make you afraid of the consequences of not doing what you're told. So that's just kind of a type of slavery. And that's pretty much what you get, whether you're talking about the people, and it happens on both sides. I mean, the people that tell you to go vote for Trump, I think the same thing happens. So anyway, I don't want to even get into that too much. Let's talk about investing just a little bit. Now, the Black Investors Cup starts tomorrow. I wish I could invite you guys to join, but we're all filled up for this cycle. So there's no more space. If you go to blackinvestorscup.com, you'll see the information, but you can't sign up now. I gave you guys in Money in the Morning first dibs, first access. So hundreds of you signed up. Now we're kind of full. So we'll let you guys know when we do another competition. This starts tomorrow. The cup is really big. I have to hold it like this, and I'll mail it to your house when you win. And also, you get lifetime access to the Black Business School. So, here are some thoughts in terms of investing strategies, in terms of how you approach investing. First thing is with investing always involves a risk. You cannot, it's very difficult to invest and make money without facing risk on some level. And there's two major types of risk. There's what they call systematic risk, and there's what they call idiosyncratic risk. Idiosyncratic risk is risk that relates to the particular company. Systematic risk is risk that involves bigger stuff like the whole economy or whatever. Like so last week you had systematic risk that pulled down the stocks of most major companies, and that's because the jobs report came out and the jobs report wasn't so favorable. So the whole market kind of took a dip. You saw that last week where you had this big panic. Oh my God, stocks are crashing because of whatever. Well, the recovery happened. I just went and I bought a bunch of stock and now I've made money because when everyone's running away from the market, that's when you want to be running toward the market. At least that's the conventional wisdom. So, if you want to think about systematic versus idiosyncratic risk, you can think of it like boats on an ocean. So imagine that you're looking at the ocean and every single boat represents a company. So all these boats are on the ocean. Now, so they all have one thing in common. The one thing in common that they have is that they're all on the same water. Do you understand? So if a big tsunami comes through, it's going to hit all the boats. The rising tide will affect all boats, right? And so you've heard, you heard Obama say that, right? But there's reasons why some people, if you don't have a boat, then the rising tide means you already drowned. So that's the problem with being black, is that you don't really have a boat. So anyway, so the rising tide, the changing tide will affect all boats. But here's the thing: every boat has its own idiosyncratic or specific factors. So every boat has a different size. You have some boats that are really big. You have some boats that are tiny. Every boat has a different captain. Some captains are really experienced and very good at steering the boat in turbulent water. Some captains don't know what the hell they're doing. Every boat has a different age. Some boats are brand new and shiny and strong, and some boats are a little old and tired. Some boats are headed east, some are headed west, some are headed north, some are headed south. The direction that the boats are going will affect how the tide affects them. Do you follow me? Do you get the analogy here? That's idiosyncratic risk. Idiosyncratic risk is the individual stuff that affects an individual company that doesn't have to do with other companies. Okay. So part of the reason that you diversify, you spread your money out, is because you want to get rid of as much of that idiosyncratic risk as possible. This is why a smart investor does not go and put all their money in one stock or in a couple of stocks. That's not smart investing, because you got too much idiosyncratic risk. You diversify so that you can get rid of the idiosyncratic risk, but then the systematic risk is very, very difficult to get rid of when it comes to stocks. The other thing too is that during the Black Investors Cup, and it maybe you're not going to do it this time, but maybe next time, I would encourage you to dig in and to start researching the companies that you're looking at, right? So use this as an opportunity to kind of get an idea of what you're getting into. Here's the thing: the research does not help you predict the movement of the stock price. So make that clear. Like the research does not tell you what stocks are going to go up and which ones are going to go down. So don't believe any of that stuff. I know people on the internet are going to disagree with me, but then after they disagree, I want you to ask them, do you have a doctorate in finance? And they'll probably say no. And that means that maybe at the very least, you might want to hear what I have to say. I'm not telling you not to listen to them. I'm just telling you that there is a difference, right? I teach experts. I've taught people who have PhDs now. So there's a different level of analysis. There's a different level of depth. You're talking about, spending 6-7 years studying stock market investing 10 hours a day. Like, that was my life, right? And then another 13 years of doing nothing but research on stock market investing. I was a workaholic. I would work 12, 13 hours a day consistently when I was at Syracuse. So basically, this notion that somehow you can look at a stock's reports and predict what a stock is going to do is pretty much wrong for the most part. There are some things that you can predict over time. So, for example, the $5 a day investing plan, which you can find at blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com, which is totally free. The $5 a day investing plan does typically work. It's worked all throughout history. This is something that has worked consistently like clockwork. It's a diversified portfolio where you're consistently buying a certain amount of stock over a long period of time. And then voila, after 10 years or less, really, you have more money, more wealth than most people. After 30 years, you're booming. At 30 years, you're talking about generational wealth. You're talking about passing down a multi-million-dollar empire. You're literally shifting the culture of your whole entire family. See, what I want you to understand is that culture impacts wealth, but wealth impacts culture. It is what they call a recursive relationship. So a lot of times wealth does not grow because we have bad culture. I write about that in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, that if you look at Black culture and what is presented to us as Black culture, it's just not wealth related. It's not, it doesn't create strong families. It doesn't create businesses. It doesn't create strong economics. But then what happens is that if you break away from that culture and you start to embrace a culture of building, a culture of wealth, a culture of unity, a culture of family, a culture of wealth preservation, then what happens is that the wealth starts to grow. And then what you find is that it becomes a full circle process. Now, instead of the culture impacting the wealth comes back and impacts the culture. So it's like wealth and culture are two people and they're giving each other a big hug. They're in this great relationship with each other where the wealth says, I love you. And the culture says, no, I love you too. And the wealth said, no, I love you more. And the culture said, I love you too. And it becomes a feedback loop. Do you follow what I'm saying? It becomes a feedback loop. And the feedback loop is this. Here's what's going to happen. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. Write that down. Somebody type that in the chat so everybody can get it, because sometimes people miss the URLs. And I say it 2 or 3 times, but after the third time, I'm not going to say it anymore. So just type in the chat so everybody can see it. So you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. Here's what happens. You do something basic like the $5 a day investing plan. You're just chugging along, buying stock. You don't know a lot about investing. You're just buying because you're shifting to a wealth builders culture. You let go of the BET culture. You let go of the sexy red culture. You let go of this goofball culture that they're feeding you, and you have a culture of wealth building and wealth preservation. So then what happens is after 20 or 30 years, now you're sitting on some money. Now you're sitting on two, three, 400, $500,000. You've got wealth. You've got money now. So what happens then now is now you have to change things. You can't be a wealthy family and live a ghetto culture. No disrespect to anybody who's born in the ghetto. I was born in the project, so I'm as ghetto as they come, but I don't want to be ghetto for life. So don't think I'm making fun of anybody who either lives in the ghetto or was born in the ghetto. I'm just saying I don't want you to stay in the ghetto. So I hope that that's okay. I hope I can say that without being accused of being elitist. I'm not being elitist. I'm just saying I don't want to embrace I'm not trying to make love to the negative parts of your life or the trauma. Sometimes we hug the trauma. We like the trauma. We keep it close because we feel like that's a part of being black. There's nothing about being black that's connected to the pain that you're going through. Being black should mean that you're happy, prosperous, successful, and connected. So anyway, with that being said, once you have this wealth, once you've got this money, and you're doing better than everybody else, you're doing better than most black people you're doing better than most white people well, then at that point, it changes things. You can't really, you're not, it, how can a person who's got $1 million in assets doesn't have to send their child off to go work a job that's going to pay them $1,000 a week to just pay their bills. They don't have to do that anymore because you're making you can make that amount of money from your investments. So you don't have to sell your time, your precious time on this earth just to make enough money to get by. A family that has assets, like you got some real estate, you got some stocks, you have some cash, you're doing fine. Money's not a thing. That family makes decisions with a different set of criteria than a family that has to think about money before they think about anything else. What's happened is that the building of wealth naturally elevates you to a different frequency. Not that you're better than anybody else. That's not true. We know a lot of terrible people who are very wealthy, but it changes your criteria for decision making. Do you understand? If you look at the extreme, when I remember hearing 50 Cent and Will Smith talk about how money affects their thinking, and Will was like, yeah, he said when you get to the point where you can buy whatever you want, then you start changing what you think is important. Because when you're struggling, when you're on that struggle frequency, that's where they want to keep you. They want to keep you on the struggle frequency because what you don't understand is that keeping you on the struggle frequency is a type of slavery. They keep you caged like an animal because they want you to stay on the frequency of an animal. And the frequent that struggle frequency is that every decision I make, it's not a multivariable, it's not a multivariate decision. It's not something where there are other factors that are driving the decision making. The number one variable is money. Which one is going to make the most money? Or I want to do this and do that. Well, I can't because I don't have enough money. Or what am I going to do? Am I going to do this or do that? Well, I got to do that because that's going to pay me the most money. Do you understand? So money just kind of becomes this abusive partner in this relationship where every time you're trying to decide what your next move is going to be, every time you're seeking happiness in your life, the money barges in and says, "Oh hell no, get out, back up. I'm making the decision right now." That's what money does. That's what can happen. That's the power of money. See, there's not just power in having money. There's power in that comes with the lack of money, and that power can be very oppressive. Do you think, I mean, think about this. Do you think that your colonizers could have so much power around the world over millions of people if they didn't have so much money to exert that power? The power is driven by the money. The money becomes just the Debo of your life. If you remember Debo from Friday, he would show up every time, you say, I got $5. And Debo said, no, I got $5. Right. So basically, the Debo in your life is money. When you are broke, when you are struggling, when you are on the brink of financial collapse, every decision you make is driven by money. And that is a terrible life to live because what that's done is it's taken away your ability to be a thoughtful, critical thinking human being where you can look at all the different variables that shape your happiness. And instead, everything's got to come down to the money. Well, who am I going to date? Do I date the man who's nice to me, the man who sings to me, the man who truly loves me, or do I pick the man who has the most money? A lot of women will pick the man who has the most money. And that's what's really interesting. They'll look at men, and the man who has the most money is in their mind the best man. And that tells me that you're operating on a certain frequency that I think is beneath what God intended for you to be. I don't think the universe and God intended for you to be a one-dimensional thinker, but that's what happens. When you get on the struggle frequency, you become one-dimensional. Everything's about the money. Which job are you going to take? The job that you love or the job that pays the most money? Or I got to go for the money. Where are you going to live? You're going to live in the place where you got the best social life and you're meeting wonderful people and your kids are happy? No, I got to go live in the place that pays me the most money. And so what happens then is that people that have the money are able to control you like Pinocchio on a string. All they got to do, they say, "Oh, I want you to do something different with your life. So I'm not going to force you to do it. I'm just going to offer you more money. I'm going to financially incentivize you to go right when when everything in your soul was telling you to go left." So when you have money, here's the point. Here's what's going to happen when you build that generational wealth for your kids. What's going to happen is that you're going to give them something in mathematics. We refer to this as degrees of freedom. You're going to give them, or another way to say it, in a term that I've used before, is you're going to give them options. People who have options operate differently from people who have no options. Chris Rock said that. Everybody remember that? How many of you remember when Chris Rock says that money just gives you options? Money makes you say, "Oh, I can actually do A, B, C, D, E, F, or G." Whereas when I grew up poor in the hood, I knew I only had option A. You understand? So when you have money and you have options, it does change your culture because you're making decisions based on different criteria. You're not just saying, "Okay, I'm going to do it this way because I can save $20." You say, "No, I'm going to do it that way because it makes me more comfortable or it makes me happier." Or I'm going to take a flight and yeah, I could save $200 by flying coach, but my back hurts and my legs are long, so I think I'm going to go ahead and get the first class ticket. Or I could save $100 if I wait till Wednesday to fly, but really I'm going to get to my mama's house a day early, so I'm going to go ahead and pay the extra $100 and fly on Tuesday instead of Wednesday. Do you understand? So when you get that financial security, you'll find that it does shape your culture. Even when you have conversations with your kids about what they want to do when they grow up, you're not just going to be stuck on which profession pays the most money. That's the thing. When I have conversations with our kids about what they want to do when they grow up, I just make it really simple. I say, "Well, I kind of want you to be happy. That's it. I just want you to be happy because I don't care if you have a $70,000 a year job or a $60,000 a year job. If that $70,000 job is stressing you out to the point where you are depressed, sad, drinking yourself to sleep at night and damn near suicidal, I don't want you to take that job. I don't care if it was a $200,000 a year job. Nothing is worth your happiness. Nothing is worth you trading your well-being. So, but I can say that because years before they were born, I was already planting seeds to have that financial security. I didn't know what my life was going to look like as a dad. I didn't know that I was going to marry a woman that had 3 kids and all this other stuff that I did. I mean, I'm glad I did it. But I didn't know what my life was going to look like. But one thing I did know as a young black man is that money was going to be important. I also knew when I was 25, I said, I don't know who my kids are going to be. I don't know what my life is going to look like 20 or 30 years from now, but I do know that it's going to be easier for me to make optimal decisions if I have money than it will be if I don't have money. It'll be easier for me to make the right move if I'm financially free versus if I'm financially incarcerated. So effectively, I started to invest long term, not just to have money, but really to just sort of be in a position where I could be the kind of leader and father that my children would need instead of a guy who says, "Hey, you know what? The 20 years before you were born, I completely wasted all that time and didn't do anything constructive with my life. So now you're going to struggle because I'm just sitting here trying to play catch up." I didn't want that to happen to me. And that was not any type of genius to help me to see that. It was just me disconnecting from this sort of instant gratification culture and thinking about delayed gratification. There are cultures around the world that already embrace these ideas. When I see Aisha Verzi's in here, she's Nigerian like me. I'm 33% Nigerian. I don't know if y'all know. I'm very proud of that because the Nigerian culture was actually labeled as one of the most financially and educationally successful cultures for a few reasons. One, they really value family. Two, they really value education. And three, they have a tremendous amount of pride in who they are in terms of maintaining, I'm Igbo or whatever, right? Like they're proud of who they are, so they have a standard. Do you understand? There's a standard there. And the problem that you have as African Americans that you really got to fix is that they don't give you any standard. They don't. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me, do you agree with me? Think about this. They don't give you any standard that comes with being black and African American in terms of traditions that you have to uphold, structures that you have to maintain, institutions that you've got to protect. Like they don't give you any of that. It's like, well, you just a lowly Negro and you ain't nothing until white people decide they want to invite you in and give you a fancy job, and then we start walking around all proud like, well, I'm doing better than you because the white man gave me a $80,000 a year job and he only gave you a $40,000 a year job, and it's kind of beneath us. It's kind of pathetic, honestly. It's kind of embarrassing, right? So my question is, what's the standard? Do we have a standard? And if we don't have a standard, how do we get those standards? Well, a lot of that standard formation comes from culture, which comes also from education. I think that not educating our kids is the multi-trillion-dollar mistake that we make every generation that we don't actually realize. It's going to take about two or three generations for us to realize how much we're giving away when we're letting colonizers educate our children, and because they spend all that time teaching them basically that you're really nothing and that the only chance you have to be anything in this world is if somehow integration accepts you. And then later on, that's when you have the Civil War. You have the conflict between those who've been colonized psychologically to believe that we can't do anything without white folks. We can't move forward. We can't move an inch. We can't breathe. We can't talk. I can't think without a white man giving me his blessing or somehow providing a pathway for me versus those who say, no, no, actually, we can do what we want to do. Why are we sitting around bowing and praying to these other people when they're no better than us? They're no different from us in terms of what we can accomplish. And so then that's when you have the Civil War. That's why you have these issues with these elections, which again, I don't tell people who to vote for, but what I do have a big problem with is when people tell me that the only way I can actually survive as a black man is if I do what this politician tells me to do. And that's when I just get off the boat and I say, screw you, to hell with you. You're not going to tell me that this other person decides if my family is going to be good or if my family is going to be healthy or if I'm going to be successful, if I'm going to succeed. No, that's not where we're at. That's not where we need to go, in my opinion. So what you're going to find, circling back full circle to the point I was making earlier, what you're going to find is that once you start building wealth, it's going to really shift your culture because it's going to shift the variables that matter when you're making critical decisions in your life. It's going to affect what kind of relationships you form. It's going to affect when and how many children you have. If you have children and money's not an issue, that's going to be a different decision than someone who has kids and says, "Gosh, I have to abort this baby because I can't afford it." I'm not nothing against that. I'm not judging your choices in that area, but I am saying that it is kind of unfortunate that when you get on that struggle frequency, you have to make these really heavy decisions based on money, just solely based on money. And that kind of makes me sad. I don't want you to live that kind of life. I want you to live a life where you're free to explore all the dimensions of who you are, all the dimensions that are going to make you healthy, whole, and powerful without money kind of always deboing into the conversation and saying, no, no, I am the sole determinant of whether or not you can date that guy. I'm the determinant of whether or not you can live in that city. I'm the determinant of whether or not you can take a day off next week. No, the money should not be the number one variable in your decision making. So sometimes when we talk about money, when we do our financial consciousness every morning, people get confused. They think that because I am a financial expert, technically that's what I am, I guess. They think that I believe that money is everything, that money is the most important thing in the world. And one of the biggest things I learned about money is not just the power of money, but that the real power of money. Pay attention now. The real power of having money is to get to the point where money has no power. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? I don't I want to say that slowly so everybody gets it. The real power of money, the real power that comes from understanding money is when you can get to the point where money has no power. And that is what you call financial freedom. Financial freedom. What is financial freedom? Financial freedom is not where money drives all your decisions. Financial freedom is not where you're sacrificing everything that matters to you so you can get more money. That's not financial freedom. That's financial slavery. That's financial slavery. So there are lots of financial slaves that make $100 million a year. No, financial freedom is where you can make decisions that are free from the influence of money. Why? Well, because you have enough money that money isn't important anymore. I go to the movies like when I got financial. You know what made me excited about becoming financially free is it was the little stuff. I thought it would be the big stuff. I thought it'd be like I could buy a certain car, I can get me a big house, whatever. No, it was the little stuff. You know what it was? This is so stupid. This is gonna sound crazy. When I used to go to the movies as a little kid, anybody when you grow think about it, remember back in the 80s and the 90s, you go to the movies and the popcorn would be like $5 or $6. And then they'd be like, well, you can get a drink, and the drink is another $5 or $6. And you could go to the movies, and you after you bought your ticket, you couldn't really get what you wanted at the concession stand because you'd end up spending like $60 or $70. And don't take a girl with you to the movies, then it's gonna be $100. Or if you got kids, then it's impossible. You can't you got to be real thoughtful. You got to be like, well, which popcorn can I take 2 ounces out of the popcorn, or I got to pick between the popcorn and the Twizzlers. It was a terrible experience, honestly. It was very limiting. I didn't like it. You know what really made me happy was when I could go to the movies, and this is true to this day. I love the fact that I can take my girl to the movies and I can bring the kids, and I can say, okay, let's just get whatever we want. You can get the nachos, you can get a cheeseburger, you can get the popcorn, and I don't care that the popcorn is $5 because I can afford the $5 popcorn. That see, I'm telling you, I think happiness in life is about the little things. It ain't the big stuff. Get away from the big stuff. The big stuff is nice. Go get the big stuff, but after you get past the big stuff, I want you to have financial consciousness to really meditate on the little stuff. The little stuff was I can go to the movies now and I can take my wife and take the kids. I don't have to leave anybody at home because I'm thinking, well, if I take the kids, it's going to cost me twice as much than if I just take my wife, or I got to go by myself. Right? These are the decisions I had to make when I was 25, when I was 25 and I was broke. A lot of girls didn't like me because I was broke when I was 25. And then maybe I didn't even have any game or something. I didn't sit around and learn how to like go chase women. I was like chasing my academics and stuff. So maybe I was a little behind the curve. I didn't sit around with dudes trying to constantly scheme on how I can get more women. I just wanted one good woman that could be by my side. So anyway, I remember going on dates, and I went on a date one time and I felt like this woman just wiped me dry. It was the worst feeling in the world. I remember that we went out to a restaurant and she got all this extra stuff that you normally wouldn't order if you were by yourself. Like, because she knew that I was gonna pay for stuff. And I remember her getting like two, she didn't get one drink, she got two, because the drinks are real expensive. She got the shrimp and the lobster. And I remember getting done and I paid $100 and something on this date. And I remember thinking, I can't never date this girl again. There was no even consideration about whether or not I enjoyed the date, whether I enjoyed her as a person, or I thought what kind of woman she might be. I couldn't think about that because I was like, I can't afford to go out with this girl no more. And she told her friends, she was like, yeah, I went out with Boyce and it was so great, and I want to go out with him again. And I was sitting there thinking, I'm never gonna take you out again because I cannot afford to go out with you anymore. I can't afford that. Now here's the thing. 20 years down the line, when I had enough money, it wouldn't have mattered. It'd be like, yeah, wow, we did spend some money, but oh well, I don't care. I would start thinking about what kind of person she was and if we'd be compatible and all this other stuff. But at 25, I was on the struggle frequency. The struggle frequency was like, I can't go out with you again because I can't afford to spend $120 every time we go out on a date. And who knows, maybe in her mind she was thinking like, "Ooh, he was so generous, I'm gonna go give him some." But I didn't even know about that. I've never even understood this idea that you would trade your body and go, pick up some STDs just because somebody bought you a nice meal. I never understood that. Or people who think, well, because I took you to Red Lobster, you owe me the access to your womb because I took you out to we had a nice trip to Olive Garden, so now I get to be your baby daddy. I never understood that at all. I think that logic is just crazy because I think that your body is precious. I think that your reproductive organs matter. I think that who the father or the mother of your children is going to be is a $1 billion decision. And the fact that you're making $1 billion decisions over a $100 trip to Red Lobster or whatever, or $80 trip because Red Lobster ain't that expensive, that's crazy to me. That's the culture. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about the culture, getting you on that struggle frequency where you're thinking, oh, well, because he took me to Burger King, I got to give him some. I don't understand that. And I think that is beneath you. And I really think that this is something we have to reassess. So, one of the benefits of having economic security is I think it can elevate you off that struggle frequency where you can really start thinking about things a little bit more. And I can just tell you, when I think about that crazy date with that lady when I was 25 years old, maybe she would have been a great partner for me. I mean, I love my wife and stuff, but I met a lot of really awesome, intelligent, beautiful black women, in my life. I'm not a kid, right? I've gone on dates and stuff, and who knows, maybe it would have been a great relationship if I'd had enough financial security to not have the money come in and devo my decision making. So even if I had sat there and said, well, she seemed like a nice lady, maybe we could be compatible, the money would come in and say, no, you can't date her because you can't afford it. Look at your bank account. You can't afford that woman, right? And I don't think human beings should be thought about in that context anyway. So I would just say to you that once you get the wealth, it's going to automatically shift the culture. And if you shift the culture, you will shift the wealth. So always remember that wealth and culture go hand in hand, and you want to be very conscious. Cultural consciousness, which is the term I want to coin right now, is really important. I think you want to sit around and think, like, okay, what is the culture around here? Is this a culture that is conducive to the building of the things that matter, building of wealth, building of family, building of education, building of long-term benefits, institutional building, right? Things like that. And in fact, when you look at wealthy families, like you look at Warren Buffett's family and stuff like that, they don't really sit around trying to figure out how to fill out a job application. Their kids probably couldn't fill out a job application if their life depended on it. They're thinking about the preservation and the transfer of generational wealth. They're thinking about tax strategies. They're thinking about investment opportunities. They're thinking about all kinds of other things, but they ain't sitting around thinking about how, whether or not they can make more money working at Wendy's or at the post office. That's just not a conversation they have to have. No disrespect to anybody who's had to have those conversations. I have, we all have. But I think that our goal, our standard should be, let's elevate out of that. When you elevate out of that, you have so much freedom, so many more degrees of freedom in your life, just like going from a car to an airplane. When I took off and I got my pilot's license and I started flying in the airplane, I had so much more freedom than I had when I was stuck on the ground, driving in traffic, sitting behind the car that was in front of me. And so to some extent, you have this high traffic culture that we're stuck in, and it's miserable and it's polluted and it's screwed up. It doesn't bring out the best in us. So you just got to elevate, and that's what consciousness is. Consciousness is economic elevation. It is psychological elevation. It is spiritual elevation. And once you elevate, I guarantee you, so many things will be better, and you'll feel so much freer in the process. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go. So tomorrow starts the Black Investors Cup once a week or so. I'll go through the leaderboard and I'll announce who the leaders are, and we'll kind of talk about that, and we'll kind of drop some conversations about investing and strategies and all that. Those of you who didn't get to sign up this time, you will get an opportunity the next time we do another Black Investors Cup. It's going to be 6 weeks. It starts tomorrow, so I'll keep you guys posted. Blackinvestorscup.com is where you can sort of take a look and learn more. Second of all, if you want to be invited to the private Zoom for our Money in the Morning financial consciousness training. We do this every single day, 7 days a week. Feel free to text the word morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, Cody Ransom's class on the true history of Black Wall Street is starting in the next couple of days. And if you'd like to take a look at that class and see if you'd like to join, feel free to go to b1wallstreet.com. That's B, the number one, b1wallstreet.com. And at b1wallstreet.com, you can see what the class is about and what they're doing. One membership, you can bring anybody in your family, so you don't have to buy multiple memberships for people in the same household. So it's sort of buy one, get one free. So feel free to go to b1wallstreet.com. All right, I'm out of here. Have a great day, everybody. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So great to see everybody. I hope you're doing well. Come on in. Come on in. Welcome to Money in the Morning Financial Consciousness Training. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, in case you're new. And the goal is every morning, every single morning, 7 days a week, we discuss the art of economic elevation and just what that looks like, what it means to elevate your finances, what it means to become the absolute best you can be from a financial standpoint. And also, if you want to get text notifications when we start, and I send them out a couple of times a week, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you a reminder, like a kind of a wake-up call to kind of get you started so that you'll know that we are about to do the thing. So anyway, how's everybody doing? I am actually in Amsterdam. I'm at the end of was about a 10-day European tour. I had to do a daddy-daughter business trip, and it was amazing. And let me just tell you, so many cities in in Europe are so beautiful. Let's see, I'm trying to remember all the cities we went to. We went to a bunch of them. Let's see, we had Dubrovnik, which is part of Croatia, and a lot of people think about the war when they think about Croatia. A lot of terrible things happened there, but actually, it's a really beautiful place, and it's really recovered from the war, and it's one of the most beautiful places you've ever seen. In fact, they actually shot Game of Thrones there. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, you'll remember King's Landing. That's where Dubrovnik was. It was King's Landing. And then we also went to Brussels, which has this square. I've never seen anything that beautiful in my life. There's like this town square that's 1,000 years old. And I mean, it's amazing. I can't explain how beautiful it is. You just got to go see it. I think you're not gonna regret it. Luxembourg, saw Luxembourg. That's a beautiful city. What's another one? Gosh, I think Basel, where they have Art Basel. That was really cool. And now it's Amsterdam, and now we head back home. And then I got to take another trip next week. We're going to Egypt, a group trip with the Black Business School. We're taking a trip to Egypt, thanks to Jay Cameron. I would invite you guys to go, but unfortunately, immediately all the tickets sold out. And so, if you want to join us on the next trip, though, it's going to be South Africa, and I'll announce that first here because I'd rather travel with people that know me well and that I know you well, and we're connected. So you guys will get first dibs if you want to join us in South Africa. We're probably going to make that available at the All Black National Convention, which is going to happen October 25th through the 27th in Chicago, Illinois, which is actually Lombard, Illinois, which is a suburb of Chicago. So give me a quick yes if you guys can hear me okay. I am traveling, so I want to make sure that my Wi-Fi is okay. Give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me. How you doing, James Keller? I see you. Jamila Cook, Travis, Stephen, Pilar, Mia, Claudia, John Peacock. Good to see you. Jackie Myers, Sharon, Josephine Rainwater, Juanita, Rochelle. I see you in here. Sheila. Good to see you. Della Montez, Clarence, Rebecca Lee. So great. It's always great to see all of you. And I want to apologize for the other day. I think there was a day where I could not actually formally cancel class. I didn't get to send out the text. And I just want to say I'm sorry if you came in and I wasn't here. That's not the way I should be doing things, and it is completely my fault, my responsibility, and I apologize for that. But if you want to keep joining us, just so you know, we do this every single day, 7 days a week, because I believe that for us to be a serious community, we got to be serious people, right? And I think that's a great place to begin. I think in order for us to really be taken seriously by the world, we first have to take ourselves seriously. And when I study a lot. I pay attention to everything. When I study, people that are seriously good at what they do, world champions, people who are the best at anything, communities that are succeeding. One thing I know is that, that people that are really good at things, they're very serious. So my belief, a very fundamental, simple idea, is that if we're going to be taken seriously when it comes to our wealth, we're going to have to get serious. We're going to have to make sacrifices. We're going to have to be committed. Tell me if you agree. I hope that you agree with this. We're going to have to really talk about this in a serious way to say, okay, what are some serious things we can do to make sure that we're seriously ready and seriously empowered for the next generation? As I was studying in Europe and I was going through and I was kind of paying attention to European history. I'm gonna do the same thing when I go to Egypt next week. So just know. And sometimes people, when I go to European countries, people say, "Oh, you only want to hang around white people." I'm like, no, no, no. I'm going to Africa next, and so Egypt is a part of Africa, and then there's Ghana and there's other places. But I went to China and I would go to South America. I want to go everywhere. I went to Antarctica. Well, not Antarctica. It was actually Reykjavik, Iceland, which, by the way, is a beautiful place too. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so I want to go everywhere. I want to learn from everybody. I like to learn the history of things. I like to learn why did this happen? What happened? How did this come to be? And so here's one of the things that I was noticing, and I'll start here, and then I'm going to go into the point that I wanted to make today for our financial consciousness training. I was curious about the Irish potato famine. And it's interesting. I haven't thought about Ireland for a long time. If you want to know what I think about it, what comes to mind, number one, I found out in my DNA test that I'm like 20% Irish or something, which is weird. But you know why that is, right? Some slave master snuck in the barn and took something that didn't belong to him. I'm gonna suspect that was the case. My great great grandfather's name was Boyce, and his slave master gave him that name. So that's the history there. So anyway, with Ireland, I remember in college. I had a scholarship to go to Ireland, and I did not take it. I got my dream job actually that summer working for General Electric Aircraft Engines Division in Lynn, Massachusetts, and they paid me a ton of money. They put me in a really expensive apartment and gave me a ton of money, and it was the worst, most horrible job I ever had. I had a racist boss who ignored me and didn't teach me anything, and this black mentor I had nothing in common with, and I was so uninspired. And I remember just being so bored and walking around the factory trying to find stuff to do because I hated that job so much. And that was when I decided that I wasn't going to spend my life on the corporate plantation. Just the idea of doing that job for the next 30 or 40 years was very depressing. And so I had my black job, and it was a good black job. I made good black money on that black job, but I did not want that job. I instead of just the black job, I decided maybe I want something that's black owned, or at the very least, I wanted a better job. That's why I became a professor. So anyway, with going back to Ireland here, another thought that came to Ireland, which was really just a random thought. In case you don't know, that's what we do. We talk about money and we do streams of consciousness, but I promise you, everything comes back to money. I remember in college, and I took this class. College is full of like, it's this great place where you learn a lot, but they also spend a lot of time teaching you a bunch of random things that don't actually help your life. So when I was 19, I had to take a class about old Irish peasants or something, and it was Irish peasants in the 19th century. I don't know what the hell I would have in common with them, except for the fact that I got that Irish blood in there somewhere, which ain't really supposed to be there. And I remember learning about this drink called Boney Clabber. And Boney Clabber is, check this out. This is crazy. It's going to freak you out. It's where you take milk and you put it on the front porch until it spoils, and it curdles when it spoils, and then you mix it with cow's blood, and people drink that. Like people would drink that stuff. Spoiled milk and cow's blood. That's the nastiest thing in the world. That's the only thing I remember from that class. That's the nastiest thing I remember from that class. And I remember sitting in this class, and it was a big old gigantic room, like auditorium style, 300 people. And the teacher is some old man who bored me to death. And he was talking about all this Irish stuff. I've been hardly paying attention to it, but I had learned enough to get a good grade in the class. And then I raised my hand and asked a question. He says something. He says, well, here's what happened and blah, 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 blah. And he says, but the caveat is, and I raised my hand and he said, yes. And I said, what is a caveat? And he goes, it's a disclaimer. And then he starts talking. He goes, so blah, 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 blah. And I raised my hand again and he goes, yes. And I said, what's a disclaimer? Because I didn't know what a caveat was. I did not know what a disclaimer was. I was just being honest. But those are the assholish things that I've done in my life that have gotten me into a lot of trouble. So if you ever want to know why I get in trouble sometimes, it's because I ask those annoying questions. So anyway, so speaking of Ireland, let's circle back to that. So here's what happened with Ireland, right? So they had this potato famine, and if you want to know what happened in the potato famine, and I want to link this back to Black families and the lesson we can learn about economics here. So what happened in the potato famine was that the Irish had a big part of their economy and a big part of their diet based on potato production. Potatoes apparently are nutritious; they have high nutritional value, and you can grow a lot of potatoes in a small plot of land. So the Irish love potatoes. Well, something happened where the potatoes got poisoned or something, or they caught it some sort of infection, and a bunch of potatoes got sick and died. And the British, who were kind of the colonizers of Ireland to some extent, they kind of were to the Irish what white people are to us. They would kind of come in and take what they want and do what they want. And so they came in and they took the good potatoes and left the Irish with the bad potatoes. And this led to the Irish potato famine. And 1 million people died from starvation because there were no potatoes. There's nothing, no food to feed anybody. And 1 million people left to go to other countries like the US, Canada, stuff like that. I think that's why you have so many big Irish communities in the United States. Like in Chicago every year, they literally have so many Irish people there that they literally pour something into the lake, into the river to make it green, right? St. Patrick's Day is a big deal in Chicago and other cities around the country. So anyway, I thought about this, and I was just talking to my daughter about it, and I said, this is really an interesting, sad reality about life. And the reality that I'm picking up from this is that don't nobody really care about you that much in this world. I'm not saying nobody does, but how brutal do you have to be? How brutal did the British have to be to say, we're going to take all the good potatoes and we're going to let you starve. We're going to come to your community and we're going to take all the good stuff. I'm going to leave you with the bad and just wish you the best. And this led to the Irish actually getting really pissed off at the British, which they should have. I'd be mad too. You know, walked up in my house, took all the good food out, and let me and my family starve. Oh, we're never gonna be friends. I'm not voting for you in the next election. That's for damn sure. And so that this led to the Irish fight for independence, and they still have issues with the British to this day, as they should. So I started thinking about the Black community. And I started thinking about how many times they came into our space. Tell me if you get what I'm saying. Let me know if you're following this. How many times people have come into our space and cherry picked what they wanted and left us with the shit? How many times do they come up in the projects and say, we don't want him or her, but oh, Tyrone, he's 6'8", 240 pounds and can dunk a basketball. We'll take him. We'll take this one. And, or come in and saw us when we were inventing hip hop in the South Bronx in the 1970s and said, "Ooh, we can make money from this. We're going to come in. We're going to take your music and take your culture, but we're going to leave everything else behind. We're going to let you starve while we go and we feed ourselves off of something that we directly extracted from your community." Look at how many times they came into our community, took our wealth, took our talent, took our culture, took our children, took all of our resources, took even our land, right, and left us with nothing. Just left us there to just starve and whatever, fall apart. And so really, when I thought about this, and I thought about the Irish potato famine, I said, man, that's cold. They came in and they didn't give a damn. They took their stuff and just left them with nothing. I started thinking about all these Jackie Robinson moments that we've had in our community where you had a prosperous enterprise, a growing prosperous enterprise that would have become a multi-billion-dollar asset called the Negro Leagues, where you had the most talented, most extraordinary athletes in the world, in this league, kicking ass, taking names, getting fans, filling up stadiums, doing their thing. Thousands of businesses built off of this. Thousands of people are eating off of this, just like the Irish eating the potatoes. They were getting their potatoes from the economic growth that was coming from this sports league. And they came in and they took what they wanted. They took their Jackie Robinson, they took a couple other players, and then the Negro Leagues were just kind of left to die. So they came in, they took the good, like the British did with the Irish. They came in and they took the good potatoes and said, we got to eat first, and then left us with whatever was left us with the crap. And if you don't understand the analogy, I hope you get my analogy. I know I'm a little weird, but these are things that form in my brain when I'm looking at, because here's the thing, oppression is universal. Pimping is an international phenomenon. Exploitation happens in multiple languages across multiple societies all throughout the world, all throughout history. And so there are universal lessons that can be picked up by studying the history of other cultures in addition to our own. You ain't unique. You ain't the first group of people to get colonized. You're not the first group of people to get screwed. You're not the first group of people to have somebody mistreat you or hate you or take your stuff. What I think has to be understood, and what we got to learn, and going back to what I was saying in the very beginning, is that maybe this also means you got to get serious. Maybe this means you also have to be able to defend yourself. Maybe this means that you have to kind of look at the pattern here and say, okay, what's going on here? What is it that made us so vulnerable that somebody could come in here and just take our stuff like that? What happened with what was the thinking in the ownership of the Negro Leagues that made them not negotiate a better deal? Like, why didn't they say to the Yankees or the Dodgers and say, you can get a piece of this, but you can't own this. But we'll do a trade. You come play in our stadium, we'll come play in yours. You bring we'll ship a player or two over to you, but you ship a player or two over to us. Whatever. You own this, we own that. What led you to think that it made sense to say, we're going to take our most valuable assets, we're going to take all of our good potatoes, and we're going to give you all the good potatoes, and we're going to keep the rotten ones? That don't even make no sense. That makes absolutely no economic sense. And that is why you were left to starve. Because the Major League Baseball, they eating good. They eating good. They got multi-billion-dollar franchises, and you can't own none of them. You got black people like Magic Johnson. I think Magic was able to own 5% of a team or something. They're like, we'll give you some crumbs. We'll give you the piece that we don't really want that much, and we'll give you a little bit just for the sake of diversity. We'll give you a little DEI here and there or something. Right? And now they don't even want to give you the DEI. And you trying to live off the crumbs, and they living off the feast. I think that there's something to learn there in terms of knowing who your friends are and who really doesn't care about you that much, and knowing what your responsibility is to defend what you have. You have a responsibility for that. And one of the biggest most problematic false ideas that we've been implanted in our heads because we get colonized from birth. When we start going to public school, that's when the colonization process takes place. And then media, they soften you up. It's like an airstrike that happens before you bring in the ground troops. You soften up the target with the airstrike. So the airstrike is the airwaves. What they put on the airwaves and the radio, get everybody twerking, get everybody listening to music that's telling you to send your son to prison at an early age, that's getting all the kids hooked on drugs, getting them out here thugging out and everything else. And then the public school system where they're learning how wonderful white people are and how ridiculously sad and pathetic black people are. That's the airstrike. That's getting you prepped up. That's softening you up, softening up the target so that when they want to take you to the big Diddy party that's going to happen to you in your life where you're going to get screwed for the rest of your life, you're ready for that. You've been softened up. You understand? So the lack of ability and the lack of discernment, the lack of consciousness. This is for economic consciousness, financial consciousness is what we cover every morning. The lack of consciousness shows itself in the sense that you're not stopping and saying, "Hold on, wait, what are you doing? What's in that drink right there? What are you trying to feed me? What's in this? What ingredients are in this thing that you're trying to feed me right now in this education you're trying to give me? What's in this? What is on this TV screen that you try? What's in this music? What poison did you put in the music to make us think that make our kids want to grow up and become thugs and killers and gangsters and drug addicts and everything else? No, we're not doing that. Do you understand? That requires strategy. It requires consciousness. It requires preparation. It also requires courage. And in some cases, we are lacking all of these things. We lack all of these things because in many cases, unfortunately, whenever somebody comes along and says, "Why are we letting them do this to us?" First thing you'll have another black person getting mad at that person, saying you're dangerous. Wait, that's a dangerous person. You'd be amazed. You'd be amazed. Even when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, and I don't know how smart I am. I don't know how smart I compare to other people, but I know that when it comes to economics, I'm one of the most highly trained people on this planet. And I remember when I would say certain things and say, well, this don't make no sense. Why would we let them do that to us? You'd be amazed how many black professors were scared to even be my friend. They were scared to be my friend because they knew that the colonizers were going to kick them in the ass if they did. If they got seen hanging with me, if they saw that they were associated with me, they knew they would get in trouble for that. And so I didn't have a lot of friends. And I didn't need a lot of friends. I'm not that don't I leaned on the Nat Turner spirit, whatever. If I got to do this by myself, I'm gonna do it. I'm not following a stupid crowd. I'm not following strategies that fail. I'm not following an approach that has clearly showed that it's not going to get us what we want because slavery is not fun. It's not fun to have somebody else control your life. It's not fun to have somebody else beating you up all the time. It's not fun to be at the bottom. It's not fun to be in last place. I don't want to be in last place. I want to be a winner. I like winning. I like succeeding. I like being the best. I like doing my best. Even if I'm not the best, I want to do my best. And I don't think, I'm gonna tell you this, my little simple theory is that in many cases, we are not really doing our best. I really think that we're sort of afraid to shine. We're afraid to push. We're afraid to grow. We're afraid to stand up. We're afraid to be what we were meant to be. And so this colonization oppression that kind of occurs kind of stunts our growth. And just to tell you how where my ideas have gotten on this, I literally remember whenever I would hear somebody complaining about how the public schools aren't going to teach Black history in the right way, my first reaction is, why do we think white people, why do we need white people to teach us our history?
Give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no. I have this. How many of y'all got a cell phone? Anybody else got a phone? Or am I the only one? It's this new technology. You probably haven't heard of it. Let me tell you about it. You haven't heard of this, so it's very cutting edge. It's called an iPhone. The iPhone. I don't know. So a few of y'all may have heard of it, but I've got this thing called an iPhone. And did you know that with my iPhone, I can look up anything that I want on this other amazing invention called the internet. Holy crap. Oh my God. And I know this is freaking y'all out. This is new stuff, man. This is the new stuff. And so if I use this thing called the internet on my iPhone, I can look up anything that a teacher could teach in a classroom. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? And I don't even need a white man's permission to do that. I don't got to ask massa to let me do nothing. So go tells your friends, tells your family, tells your children that we can teach ourselves now. We don't need to go to this building with some crusty lady from the suburbs who don't even know who the hell I am, who don't understand me, my struggle, my family, my children, or nothing, teaching them a bunch of very biased false facts about who I am. I don't need to abuse my children by exposing them to that nonsense. I'm not saying your kids shouldn't go to school. I'm not telling you to go take your kids out of school. I'm not that extreme. But at the end of the day, we can educate ourselves. And not only can we do that, we should be doing that. We should do that. Do you understand? We should do that. Not because again, I'm not saying take your kid out of school. Don't think some of y'all are doing homeschooling, and I applaud you. I think that that's a great solution. But don't think I'm telling you like, oh, you're a sellout for sending your kid to school. I'm not here to judge any of that. So let's just do we understand each other, please? Because I don't want people to take what I'm saying and make it into an extremist argument. This is not extremism. This is not extremism. This is called common sense. Common sense says that when they are giving you Kool-Aid that's filled with pee and rat poison, you should probably think a little more carefully about what you allow your children to drink. And that's what they're giving them the Kool-Aid and it's got some pee in it. It does. It's got this thing called white supremacy, this idea that somehow everything wonderful that's ever happened in the world was done by a white man, and black people, the only thing you've ever done is you were freed from slavery, which you didn't even do because there was this bearded white guy named Abraham Lincoln who did it for you. That's the best that ever happened to you. So you celebrate Juneteenth every year like it's the greatest thing you've ever accomplished because the best thing you ever accomplished was letting white people free you and get you out of jail. And so now to this day, we still carry the same mentality. We carry the same mindset that says, yeah, we can make progress, but we need their help. We need them to do this for us. We need them to open doors for us. And that bred the whole industry of these anti-racism speakers that pretty much go to big white universities and they don't really talk to a lot of black people. They talk mostly to white people and explain to white people how to treat black people better because you are defined as this relentlessly oppressed minority group who has no fate or no ability to control their own fate. And what I want you to understand is that is very, very dangerous. It does not mean that good white folks who truly want to heal and truly want to do the right thing can't play a role. There's nothing against that. Some of you are white in this room, and I applaud you for having the courage to hear from a loud, angry black man every morning. I respect that immensely. You're your family too, if you got the right energy. But what I am saying is that you have to also ask yourself, can we do this if they never help us? If no one ever comes in and saves us, if we're the Irish, if we are where the Irish were, where with British oppression under British rule, where the British were coming in, taking their resources, taking their women, taking their food, and kicking their asses, if we are the Irish and the British are just being the British, what if the British never help us at all? What if they never change their behavior? What if they never shift? What are you going to do? At that point, it's all on you, Jack. It's all on you. Do you understand? Like this whole time, every experience I have, because I think a lot, it can be transformative. I want you never know what day I might come in here and have a whole different set of ideas because of something I experienced. And let me just tell you a little something. Every city I went to this week, when I went to Dubrovnik in Croatia, when I went to Luxembourg, Basel, Brussels, and Amsterdam, in every single city, every single country, every single province, all I would hear are stories about how they had to defend their freedom. Every single place. Every place there will be a history of they fought this war to stop these invaders. They built this wall to go and stop these other people from there. See, this is what you need to understand is that bullying and pimping are universal. The bullying is something that's happened internationally for thousands of years. If you don't have a plan for you and your family, if you don't play defense, then somebody else is going to play offense. Do you get what I'm saying? If you can't protect what you got, some asshole's gonna come along and try to take it. And this false idea where we're raised to be victims and we're raised to sit there defenseless and without a plan, without a strategy, without a sacrifice, and just hope that our oppressors decide to be nicer to us, that is by design. That is by design. Elon Musk is an interesting guy, right? I don't love him or hate him. I think he's smart, but he's also a racist. And the reason Elon is a racist is because he grew up in apartheid. That's why he says those stupid things on his Twitter. Again, I don't hate him because I don't take it personally because I don't care what white people think about me. That's not how I evaluate my self-worth. One thing that they used to do during apartheid was, did you know, how many of y'all knew this? That, and I'm not an expert on apartheid. So those of you who know more about it than I do, forgive me if I say something wrong. But I remember reading how during apartheid that if you had a son of military age, and I guess that's like between 18 and 40 or something, 35 or whatever, if you had a son of military age, they needed to know where your son was at all times. If they came to your house or somebody in the village told them that your son disappeared and just left town for a while, you could go to jail for that. They will come get you. They might kill somebody in your family or lock up your mama because your son is not, nobody knows where your son is at. Do you know why they did that? Does anybody know why? Can you guess why? Because they did not want young, angry black men to go get military training that would allow them to fight back. Did y'all know that? They wanted passive men. They wanted feminine men. They wanted weak men. They wanted the wusses. Because you can control a wuss. You can control a weak little pathetic man who don't fight back or man who doesn't have the skill to fight back. But you can't really, it's hard to oppress a warrior. Because warriors are different. Warriors have strategy. Warriors have tactics. Warriors ain't scared to die. They're ready to die. They're ready to go down for what they believe in. So you can't, it's hard to oppress a warrior. It's easy to oppress a punk. So do you think that it's a coincidence that we suddenly have this rise in the feminization of black men all throughout this society? Has anybody been to Atlanta and see how many, and no disrespect, this is not anti nobody. I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings, but you go to Atlanta, you can't help but notice how many brothers want to walk around in mini skirts with high heels and wigs on. You think this is an accident? You think this somebody was, you think this kind of was part of the plan? What do y'all think? So here's the deal. It's one thing if the bully can beat you up. Sure, but beating you up is hard to do if you fight back. It's easier for the bully to soften you up so that you are scared to fight in the first place. And the reality is that a lot of our people are scared to fight. And then if they're not scared to fight, they don't know how to fight because you never had conversations like this. You never sat down with your father or your mother and had them explain to you that preparation is the key to success. They never told you that the way to prevent a problem is to prevent a problem. They never told you that the way to overcome the attack is to get ready for the attack. They never taught you that in Sun Tzu's book, The Art of War, that battles are won before they even begin. They never taught you that. You just get spilled and flooded with a culture from the BETs of the world, who are white-owned companies that pretend to be in blackface. They spill a culture of instant gratification, very sloppy living, very irresponsible choices, so that you simply are just sloshing through life, being a victim of problems that sometimes you created yourself. Like, so when you're that guy that's 36 years old and you can't figure out how to pay your child support because you got 7 babies mamas, well, You made those babies, and nobody ever talked to you about sexual discipline and the importance of that as a form of economic preservation. Nobody talked to you about that. Or you sitting in a bad situation because you chose not to get an education because you out thugging and following the crowd and getting into street life and all this other stuff because that was marketed to you. They packaged that up and marketed that to you. And then now you 30 something years old trying to play catch up because you spent your 20s in the streets. That was all by design. They marketed that to you. So what I'm here to say on this is that when you're talking about the accumulation of black wealth, that is something that requires discipline and planning. When you talk about the preservation of that wealth, that also requires discipline and planning. Uh, it requires a mindset where you understand that your economics is a form of self-defense. See, money is used to enslave people all throughout the world. Economic warfare is very, very real, not just in the United States, but it happens all over the globe. And so my question that I would ask you is, have I at least convinced you to consider that your choices in terms of how economically intelligent and economically prepared you and your children are is a really important part of your self-defense strategy? Have I convinced you that this is connected, that a lot of the victimization occurs because we're not thinking in terms of preparation and strategy? Do you understand? And actually, I'm going to talk to you about my conversation I had yesterday with Dr. George C. Frazier in a second. But before I do that, I want to mention to you all really quickly that there is something that we're doing now that I've offered you called the Freedom Challenge, where literally, you guys know in Money in the Morning, I've probably done about 200 lectures so far just this year alone. And by the time we're done, it'll be up in the thousands. And so what we did was one of my team members put something together where if you text the word freedom to 87948, you'll get one of those lectures sent to you every single morning. So if you like the Money in the Morning vibe and this is great for you, then if you text freedom to 87948, you will get one of those Money in the Morning lectures that maybe something I did in January or February that'll be sent to you because these ideas are universal. And I'd like for you to also, if you just so you can have it all for free, if you would just please share this with your family, share this with your loved ones, because I really believe deeply that economic intelligence is one of the keys to our freedom. It's not going to solve every problem, but having resources, having money makes a big difference in your life. It makes a big difference in the options that you have. So just text freedom to 87948 and we can send that to you. And also just a reminder later on today, and I'm not going to keep talking for too long, but later on today, I am going to do a Q&A for those of you that are interested in stock options and learning how to buy and sell stock options to make money. It's really more so for beginners. So if you'd like to join that, then feel free to join our options class. It's drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. Prime members, you can come in. You guys should have gotten a link in your text messages this morning. That's going to happen today at noon Eastern. All right. So let me finish up on a conversation I had yesterday with Dr. George C. Frazier. So Dr. Frazier, in case you don't know, he runs the Power Networking Conference every year. He is by far, in my view, the greatest networking guru in the United States. And the reason that what Dr. Frazier does is so important is because not only is Dr. Frazier the OG, I think he's approaching 80, but he looks like he's 50 or 40, and he is one of the sharpest men I know, one of the greatest men I know, and I counsel with him on a regular basis, just like I do with Dr. Claude Anderson. And the reason that his job is so important is because he does one of the most important things that Black people should consider as it pertains to wealth accumulation. He talks about bringing us together. He talks about collaboration over competition. He talks about connecting, networking, working as a group economics, economics as a team sport, which is the powernomics principle. And the reason I have so much appreciation for what Dr. Frazier does is because when I was in grad school working on my doctorate in finance, I remember all of these economic models that pretty much showed that when you bring people together, you are actually creating wealth. There are legitimate, real economic models that basically show when you bring people together, you're creating wealth because when you bring people together, what you're doing is you're creating trade. Do you understand? So when you talk about places like right now I'm in Amsterdam, and Amsterdam had a company, I think it was called the Dutch East Indies Company or Dutch East India something company, and this was the first corporation ever created. It was worth today in today's dollars, it would be worth about $10 trillion. Apple's worth about 2 trillion. This company would be worth about $10 trillion. And one of the things I noticed when I studied, see, when you see something that's winning, you see something that's successful, you study it. So I studied this company, and I believe it's the Dutch East India Company. Forgive me if I got the name wrong. I got to go look that up again. But anyway, one of the things I noticed that was really interesting is the way this company came into fruition, came to existence, is basically you had a bunch of scattered companies all trading spices. Again, trade. Trade was a form of wealth. Trade brought people together. There's a big river where people would gather on the river. That's why rivers were an important part of any country's economy. So they were all doing all this trade individually, and they said something that's very logical, very natural, that even an animal can understand. They said instead of all of us scrambling and doing our own thing, competing with each other, crabs in a barrel taking each other out, why don't we come together and do all this as one group? And why don't we engage in group economics? And that's what they did. So they formed a company that became arguably the most valuable company in the history of the world, one of the most valuable. They again, I got to double check to see if the valuations are correct. But from what I have seen, this company was worth 5 times more than Apple in terms of its power and its impact. And so what Dr. Frazier does, and this is why y'all need to study this man. He's an American treasure. He's more important to me than Donald Trump. He's more important to me than a Joe Biden can ever be. He's more important than pretty much any non-black person I've ever studied in my life. Definitely for the purposes of what we're trying to do. The reason you should pay attention to this man is because he's giving you the keys to the kingdom by helping you understand the very same philosophy that led to the creation of the most valuable company in the history of the world, or one of the most valuable. He's explaining that if you embrace the right ideas that lead to collaboration with family, collaboration with friends, collaboration with other people that have similar interests, you can accomplish a whole lot more than you can by competing with that Negro across the street or competing with that lady that's on the other black person on your job. Collaboration is far superior to competition. And so when you take this and you blend this with other things that we talk about, like in the Black Business School, we have the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department. The reason we created the Black Financial Therapy Department is I said we have so much undiagnosed, untreated trauma in our community, so many generational curses, so much fear, so much anger, so much hostility that it keeps us from being able to collaborate. Because in order to collaborate, you need trust. In order to collaborate, you need to calm your ass down and resolve disputes in a peaceful way. In order to collaborate, you can't get into this whole gangster mentality that's being promoted to us where we're constantly trying to beat each other out. I mentioned to you all the difficulty that I had trying to partner with Kanye West because everything he did was about trying to dominate me, and I just don't respond well to that. That was a very difficult conversation. So collaboration, that's one of the keys. That's one of the things. So here's the thing. I told Dr. Frazier, and we didn't just talk about that. We talked about one other thing, and I'm gonna bring this up in a minute. Is I said, so to me, the point of education is not just so you can go to school, get a bunch of degrees, and get a good job. To me, the point of education in the middle of the type of oppression that we are faced with, in the middle of the type of economic bullying that we experience, in the middle of the challenges that we experience, I said the goal of education is to prepare you to have the skill set that you need to accomplish a specific goal. If you can't figure out what is at the end of that tunnel, if you're going into education blindly just saying, I'm going to go study a bunch of books because somebody told me to, then you're missing the point. What you're supposed to do is actually do what they call in mathematics. They call this dynamic optimization. You start at the end. You say, why? Why am I doing this? What is this going to help me do? And then you work your way backward to figure out what you need to do. So to me, here's what I'm thinking. I said, okay, so we started talking about family. And one thing Dr. Frazier brought up, and this is the conversation we had last night while I was in Amsterdam. He was on the phone with me. I said, he said, and then we both agreed. He said that when you look at wealth across different communities, he said East Indians have the highest wealth in America. And I could have sworn he said that their marriage rate is like 95% or higher. And then when you go down to Asian communities, which are right up there too, they have a very high marriage rate. And then he talks about white people, other communities. He said, then when you get to the very bottom of the economic list, pay attention now. Let me know if you're following me now. I hope you're following me. He said, when you get to the bottom of the wealth race, you got black people. Well, the marriage rate has been declining for 40, 50 years. The ability to keep a family together has cost you $10 trillion in economic value. And I said, yeah, I get what you're saying. And I just sat there and listened. I didn't say a single word when he was talking because I said, you know what? I'm smart enough to know that when the teacher's teaching, you shut up and listen. And I listened. I listened to every word. I hung on every word. And I think I was so quiet. I think he thought I wasn't paying attention, or maybe I was getting bored. And I said, no, I'm not bored. I'm meditating on every word that's coming out of your mouth because I got 1,000 things that I'm thinking about, but I want to let you finish all this because I really want to hear all this. Then I'm going to tell you how you were correct on every single point. I mean, I want you to process this. Did y'all know the lowest median net worth in America is that of a single black mother with children? Did y'all know that? She has the lowest median net worth in America. And right there with her is the single black father that's got a whole bunch of babies, mamas, and is giving all his money to the child support court. When your families break up, when your families fall apart, that is an economic win for those who are extracting and plucking resources from the black community. It's a win for them because now all five of y'all are out there scrambling. All five of y'all are paying rent to a different landlord. All five of y'all are working for a different master. All five of y'all are out here buying consumer products with your extra money. And there's no coordinated collaborative effort to accumulate wealth that is going to be collected and preserved within the family unit. There's nothing, there's no plan for that. There's no conversation around that. That's a foreign idea. It's a very foreign idea to say, how do we build wealth for our family? It's a common idea to say, how am I building wealth for the landlord? Or how am I building wealth for the store down the street? How am I building wealth for my boss? I love my boss. So here's what I said to Dr. Frazier. I'm gonna go back to this point. As I said, okay, first off, I think black people should be educating black people. I don't apologize for that. I don't care how evil it sounds to some people. Some people, that's a foreign concept. They can accept the idea that white people would educate us, but they can't understand why we'd want to educate each other. That's just what a Negro teaching Negroes, like, that's not appropriate. Why? But it's appropriate for you to teach me. Is that what you're saying? That's cool. That's the standard. But when I say no, I want to teach my kids. I want to teach my people. I want people like I want my people teaching me. Well, that's radical. You're dangerous. You're talking What's dangerous about that? I get it because I'm blowing up your spot right now. I'm undermining your economic interest because you're so accustomed to, in a very entitled way, taking everything from me. You're accustomed to taking all my money. You're accustomed to taking all of our votes. You're accustomed to taking our children. You're accustomed to taking our resources. You're accustomed to taking our land. You're accustomed to taking all of our time. I get that. So sorry. That's just not happening now. Because here's the thing: what you got to understand about wealth, all wealth really is it's an accumulation process. All wealth really is gathering a bunch of stuff and piling it up in one place. That's all it is. That's what it means to be a rich person or a rich family or a rich entity or a rich corporation. Is basically you got a whole bunch of shit and you just piled it all up and it's all yours. You went and you found it and you pulled it all together and then you protected it. That's what you did. That's how you got wealthy. That's when someone's rich, that's what they did. They figured out where's the money at. Oh, it's over here and it's over here and it's over here. And they went just like you go pick cherries or strawberries in the field. They picked up the wealth, except they're picking up dollar bills or whatever. And then they got them all together. And then when people tried to come and take it, they defended it. They said, no, you can't have this. This is mine. So what I'm asking you is, what accumulation have you done for your family? Where have you, where in your training, anywhere in your educational process at all, at any point, were you ever trained on this very basic idea of looking at the family unit as something that must be protected and preserved, seeing the family unit as not just this thing that you just do because you got nothing better to do, or this thing that you create because you found some girl that was cute and you decided to have sex with her. What about thinking about the family unit as an economic vehicle and realizing that this is absolutely essential. This must be protected because this thing will protect you, because the family unit, when it's well organized and structured and everybody has the right skill set and everyone's collaborating and working toward a common objective, can be a massive economic engine that then leads to the defense of both your family and to your community as a collective. Because all a community is a collection of families. Why is this not part of our educational process? I'll make it more concrete. Let me make it more concrete for you so we can actually have some direct ideas to walk away with. If I was building a school right now, and maybe one day I'll figure out how to get enough money to build a complete school. We got the Black Business School. That's very real. There's 156,000 students in the school, but my ambitions are bigger. I'd like to have training centers all around the world. If I had this school, here's what I would teach. I would have experts teach these things. I would teach the children things like conflict resolution, so that you're not trying to go fight and disassociate with every Black person who pisses you off. I would teach them how to manage relationships at an early age so they can build the right relationships with the right people and repair those relationships when necessary. I would teach them the value and the importance of the family unit, and why you should be willing to sacrifice to preserve that family unit, instead of thinking that if I break up with this girl, I can go and sleep with some other women, or I can go be a city girl now because I ain't got no husband no more. I would teach kids how to be a husband. Your boys don't know how to be husbands. That's why women who are ready to get married have a hard time on the dating scene, because y'all know what it is. These guys, 29 years old, looking for ass on the third date, and that's all they want because they don't see the value of what lies on the other side of the orgasm. That, again, instant gratification culture. That's that BET nonsense that they're getting taught on TV every single day, and they're not realizing how lonely they're going to be when they're 70 years old and don't nobody give a damn about you. When you done had a stroke and you sit up in the hospital and you need somebody to wipe your ass, you know, a wife would have been a handy thing to have, but they're not thinking about that. They're thinking they're going to be 29 years old forever. I've seen this happen. A lot of men die alone because of that, because nobody prepares them for the long term. They're not thinking strategically. I would teach young girls. I would have women teach young girls how to be wives, how to appreciate men. We don't appreciate men in our society. We got a lot of good men who get made fun of, get attacked, get disrespected, get beat up on, get abused, and nobody talks about that. I think that is atrocious. You know, I tell you, I work really hard. I do my absolute best to be the best man that I can be, because I was raised by a man who taught me that these things were important. And one of the things I can appreciate about my wife is that her and my mother-in-law go out of their way to let me know how much they appreciate me. And that's a wonderful thing. That's a great feeling. That makes me want to be a better man. I would have young girls learn these things. Let's just be honest with you. Honest for a minute. If you grew up in a house where you never saw two people love each other and work together to build a strong family, how do you even know what to do? You don't know what to do. And I want you to think about this, right? We spend years and years and years getting training to learn how to work for massa. We will spend 4 or 5 years learning how to do a skill so we can get a degree, so we can go get a job working for a white man. We'll dedicate years in training for that. But we give no time to train on how to do the thing that's most important, the most important task of your life, which is the nurture and reproduction of children, the protection of a family. That's far more important than your job at Ford. But you'll go to school 4 years to go work at Ford, but you won't spend 10 minutes learning how to be a good spouse or learning how to be a good parent. So education, I think, should be reshaped. I really think we should literally start education by saying, what are the most important things? What are the top 5 priorities for any African American person between, say, the ages of 30 and 50? Let's start there. Okay, so let's, and then once we figure out what those top 5 priorities are, we're going to train the kids and get them ready for this. And there are some cultures that already do this. That's why they have things like the debutante balls and all that stuff. You're teaching the ladies and the men how to interact with each other because they understand the importance of reproduction. Because when you don't have these things, when you don't have the training, then what you get is what you see all throughout society. You just see sloppiness. Some dude just making a bunch of babies everywhere because he's being led by his penis. Girls laying down with guys that have absolutely no future whatsoever, but still think that somehow he's a great man to be with because he looks like my favorite rapper. And it just creates a big mess. And then in the mess, you can never build wealth in the middle of mess. You can't build wealth in the middle of chaos. You can't build wealth in the middle of war. You can't. And to tell you how it ended with the Dutch East India Company, when I studied how they became so powerful, I said, well, what happened to them? How did they fall apart? And I was so interested in it. I wrote notes. I said, oh man, I got to tell everybody this. Oh, here's a few things that caused them to decline. They were the most powerful company in the world. This is the downfall. The biggest was they were constantly fighting. They were constantly fighting. They had wars that with France and England, because when you get rich, you're gonna have haters. You're gonna have people that are gonna fight you. So they were fighting these wars, and that bankrupt them. And then they were fighting with each other. They were fighting internally. A lot of your families are like that. A lot of your families always fighting. Everybody's fighting all the time. You can't build nothing in the middle of fighting and chaos. And so this is why, as a family, I think that when you're building your family wealth or you're doing whatever you want to do, I think that having a process for mediation is very important. Having family meetings is very important. Getting a therapist to help you work through your conflicts is very important. Even if you're talking about three friends that you started a great business with, I think having somebody that can help you mediate disputes will go a very long way. Also, there was a mismanagement issue, mismanagement of the resources. When they became wealthy, they got sloppy and greedy, and people were stealing and doing corrupt things. And then next thing you know, everything declined. So I think about this. That made me think about the fact that did you all know that 70% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in one generation? 70% of all wealthy families lose their wealth in one generation. 90% of all wealthy families lose their wealth in two generations. And that's because sometimes success can make you complacent and make you get comfortable, make you think the money's never going to run out. And next thing you know, you're broke. Just ask a lot of these professional athletes who do these ESPN 30 for 30s where they talk about how much they had and then they eventually lost it all. And this is a common story that you see. So not only does climbing to the top require a certain type of collaborative effort, a certain type of planning and strategy, but protecting your position once you're at the top is also important. So things like estate planning and having a generational wealth plan, things like that, really important for every family. And I want you to think for a second about how many times you see people that die that didn't even have a will. People that died that didn't have life insurance. People that died didn't even have any plan for who was going to get what. And these are real stories, and these are so these are things to think about as you're talking about building your wealth and protecting it. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go, guys. I hope this discussion was beneficial to you. I hope that this helps you in terms of how to process these things. And again, if I say anything that's offensive, I apologize, but really I don't, because I just say what I have to say, and I hope we can disagree and still be loved. So let me remind you, number one, if you want to do the Freedom Challenge and get the training sent to you every day for 30 straight days, it's 30 days to wealth and power. It's totally free. Just text the word freedom to the number 87948. Text freedom to 87948, and you'll start getting the text messages tomorrow. Number two, we're going to do the stock options Q&A at noon Eastern today. That's in an hour. So if you still like to join, just go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. You can join the Prime program. It's a great program in terms of generating income from selling stock options. That's how I make my money. And then number three, I wanted to announce something that we're developing. We decided to create something called the Black Investors Cup. And the Black Investors Cup is a stock market investing competition that we want to do in the Black Business School. And we're going to basically set it up where you guys can compete with each other and invest. And whoever does well and makes the most money, we will give them lifetime access to the Black Business School, to any class they want to take. So the Black Investors Cup, we're going to announce that soon, and that's going to be kind of a cool big thing that we want to do, because I kind of like competition and stuff that makes investing fun. So that's something we came up with. So anyway, I'll let you guys know how that goes, and I'll brief you on all of that. And also, don't forget, the All Black National Convention happens October 25th through the 27th in Chicago, which actually is in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago. So if you'd like to come to the convention and join us and hang out with us, it's usually about 600 or 700 people. So enough people to have a big, a decent crowd, but not so big that it becomes impersonal. We're not interested in something that has thousands of people. I'd rather have 500 or 600 of the right people with the right mindset, and we bring together the best experts in the community for one purpose purpose, and that is to solve problems in our community with our people first. And that's it. That's all that matters. That's the Black agenda. As far as I'm concerned, the Black agenda is the only agenda because it requires that much effort, that much focus, that much concentration in order for us to do this. Now, let's see, Gigi, I did not see your question. Let's see, Gigi says, can you please talk about how to purchase bonds for monthly income? You know what, Gigi, that's more so for a stock market class. So you can bring that into class at noon, or you can bring that into Stock Market Tuesdays, and we could talk about that. I didn't. This class is more so to talk about financial consciousness and economic elevation from a broad perspective. The specifics of any type of investing is not something that we really do in this particular gathering. I like to keep things focused. Okay, but there is plenty of information if you go to theblackbusinessschool.com, theblackbusinessschool.com. You can log in. There's plenty of classes on how to pretty much do anything that you'd like to do. All right, guys. So have a great day. God bless you, and I will see you all soon. I was hearing about is real estate and how a lot of people are using real estate for retirement as part of their retirement plan, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There are a lot of benefits to real estate. But one of the things that they mentioned that I'm actually going to drill into is that real estate investing is not very liquid. That's one of the things that people don't think about. It ties your money up for a long time sometimes, and it's very difficult to pull your money out instantaneously. So what I look for in an investment is not just profitability, but I look for liquidity. Liquidity, all liquidity is the simple financial theory definition of liquidity is very basic. It is the ease with which an asset can be converted into cash. If I need to turn that thing into cash and I need to do it in 20 minutes, can I do it? If I need to do it in a week, can I do it? If I have a bill coming up and I have a cash flow need, can I do it? Because one thing that people don't know about wealth is that if you look at the reasons businesses fail and the reasons bankruptcies occur, it's not typically just because of things like profitability. Most businesses don't fail due to a lack of profitability. Most businesses actually fail due to a lack of liquidity, a lack of cash flow. What does that mean? That means that you've got an invoice that you have to pay by Friday, and you're sitting on $1 million worth of assets, but you can't convert it into cash fast enough. Maybe you don't have the banker on the phone when you could borrow against it or whatever. So what I want to do is kind of lay out options income as something that I think is worthy of exploration. I think it's not just something that can benefit you. I think it's something that can benefit your kids. I believe in the intergenerational transfer of economic knowledge. I believe that we should be on the cutting edge of economic thinking. I believe that once we do that as a community, when we commit to that, I believe that we're going to be better than everyone else. I believe we're literally going to dominate the rest of the world. There won't be any other community better at wealth creation than we are. And I know that this is possible. We've got our Michael Jordans on the basketball court, we got our Tiger Woods on the golf course, we got our football players and all that. Well, and we got our Jay-Z's in hip hop. Well, maybe my goal is to make sure your kids are the Jay-Z, Michael Jordan of finance, right? That's what I want us to be. And who knows? I've been called the Michael Jordan or the Malcolm X of finance, so I'll accept that. I'll take that honor. I appreciate those who said that, but really, I'm not even talking about me. I'm really talking about you. What I have and what I am doesn't matter if it doesn't transfer to you and transfer to your kids, because there are more of you than there are of me. There are more of them than there are of us. So remember that it's really each one teach one. Scaling up means multiplying. It means mass producing that which you want to see in the world. So that's the goal. That's why I do Money in the Morning. We meet every single morning at 7 a.m. And I wanted to do this every single day because I wanted to help you form healthy financial habits, but form the habit myself of constantly transferring perspective and knowledge that can benefit you. So without further ado, let me go ahead and just lay this out. And again, those of you who've seen some of this before, then this is a great refresher. I every time I go through and I think about stock options and ways to use them, I come up with new perspectives. One thing I want to mention for sure is never get to the point where you think you know everything. Never get to the point where you think you have it all mastered and have it all figured out, because nobody has it all figured out. Nobody gets to the point where it's like, oh yeah, I know it. I know everything. I know it all. If anybody ever says that they know everything or that they've already have it mastered and figured out, then don't learn from that person, because that's not a person who's growing. That's a person who's grown to their peak potential. I don't want to ever be at my peak, because I don't think that my peak is something that I get to decide where that's going to happen. I think that that's God's decision. That's the universe. That's not my choice, right? So really, truth be told, as I teach stock options and talk about it,
I'm studying it, thinking about it all the time, analyzing different things, testing out new theories, running by, looking at different possibilities. And I kid you not, every single year I come up with a new insight. So what I'm going to talk about today is how to make money without working. And this is the power of selling stock options. Again, those of you who are new, you'll understand it by the time we're done. Those of you who already know this, this is a great refresher for you. And so let me just lay this out for you. So one question I'm going to ask, and this is, and also just so you know, I'm going to give this same talk today at the Power Networking Conference. So I figured, hey, you know what? If I'm going to talk to a room full of, let's say 40, 50, 80 people, whatever number there is, in Money in the Morning, we have 1,000 people that come in. Why not talk to 1,000 people in addition to the people that are in the room? So you don't have to be in the room because you guys are part of the Money in the Morning family. You guys get a chance to see what I'm going to talk about tonight. All right. So basically, this is the goal. This is why we're here. One of the things I've noticed is that there are many ways to make money. There are many ways to generate income and generate streams of income. We've talked about that a lot. And the best types of streams are passive, consistent streams of income, streams that don't require you to do any work. Well, one thing that people don't explore enough is that you can generate lots of money off of your stock that you own, similar to having an apple tree in your backyard. A person who has a healthy apple tree in their backyard doesn't go hungry because they can always go outside and get an apple. So another goal is to level up our lives. The more economically intelligent we are, and the more that we know, the better our lives are going to be. So it's not just about having a strong bank account. It's about having a wealthy life. That's the goal. When it comes to investing, I've noticed as we do our surveys, we do numerous studies. The Black Business School isn't just a school. We are a think tank. We have the best experts in a lot of different areas we work with attorneys, we work with psychologists. We have the first ever Black financial therapy department. We're incredibly innovative in terms of solving one problem. And the one question we're solving is the racial wealth gap. How do we reverse the racial wealth gap? How do we remove the negative gap and turn it into a positive gap where we're running away from everybody else? So one thing that we found is that when our therapists and our psychologists are studying the mindsets of people in our community, we find that risk is really a big deal. And a lot of the risk comes from trauma, just the ways we've dealt with trauma. Trauma is something that's heavy in our community. It doesn't get talked about enough because people don't really understand how deep it is. It's not just in your head. It also is in your bloodstream. It is in your spirit and energy. It's in your relationships. It's going to definitely show up in your finances. So I said, okay, how do we look for ways to invest that are affordable and also impactful and safe, right? So how do we actually change our lives, not just pretend to change our lives, do things that everyone can afford that wants to do it, and also ways that are actually safe. So these are some of the methods that we've laid out and put together. And then lastly, leaving a generational legacy is extremely important because most of the racism and the other problems that we talk about, they link back to economics. Most of the areas where we don't feel free come down to the fact that somebody else is controlling our lives, or we have to get up and go to work for somebody we don't like, or somebody who doesn't like us, or we have to do things that we don't want to do. So the best way to prepare for freedom is to prepare for freedom. The best way to give your kids freedom is to prepare in advance. Leaving generational legacies is critical. It's not just an added bonus. It's not just something you do if you're doing a good job. It's something you do as a requirement. It's almost like when Chris Rock, used to talk about his friends that would say, "I ain't never been to jail," and he was like, "You're not supposed to go to jail," or "I take care of my kids." You're supposed to take care of your kids. You're taking things that should be that are really par for the course, and we're acting like we hit a birdie or an eagle. We're acting like we should get extra cookies for doing the very basics. So leaving a generational legacy, making sure that the person after you is not behind you or is not at the same place you are. That should be just a general principle that all of us apply no matter what. So here's some lies that I was told as a kid, and let me know in the chat. Give me a yes in the chat if you were told any of these same lies. One, everybody has to get a job. Did anybody else grow up with that lie, that myth from hell that has destroyed so many millions of lives? Anybody else grow up with that? That everybody, if you don't work, you don't eat. Yeah, I used to hear that all the time. Everybody has to get a job. Well, a lot of us don't know that there are families where they don't even talk about jobs. They talk about acquiring assets. They talk about raising capital. They talk about hiring people. They don't talk about getting a job. So everybody does not have to get a job, but that's a myth that we're told. If you don't work, you don't eat. That's another one I heard all the time when I was 11 years old and I wanted to have money in my pocket. I was told, you better get a job, boy, better get a job. And that also, you have to have money in order to make money. And a lot of you were maybe told that you have to be very wealthy in order to have income or to increase your income. And a lot of these myths are untrue. You don't need money in order to make money. Everyone has capital. Capital is deeper than just money. Money is a type of capital, but there are other types of capital that you have. If you went to school for a while, you have intellectual capital. By being a human being that can work, that's healthy, you have human capital. You had your free time is a source and a form of capital. Your relationships are a form of capital. If you're young and healthy versus old and tired, like that young person has a type of capital they can use. So capital is deeper than just money. So don't think you have to have money to make money. What you need is you need capital to make money. You need capital, not money, capital. All right. So what do you want to avoid? Here are a few things that I think we can eliminate, and this is consider me to be like a financial doctor, and I'm diagnosing the patient and offering a medication that hopefully can help you. I see a lot of pain in generational curses. Let me know if you just sometimes get sad when you think about things that happened to you that shouldn't have happened. I get sad. I know that feeling. Let me know if you have ever looked at a situation and said, this could be so much better if so and so just did what they were supposed to do, or if this person had not done this horrible thing to me, or why would somebody who loves me treat me like this? A lot of us go through that. There's a lot of pain and generational curses, and I want that pain to go away. And it's tough, but I start with saying, okay, well, what about me as the head of a household? I have a lot of power. I can if I want to distribute pain to the children, I could. If I want to distribute something that uplifts them, I can. And the key is consciousness. Every single morning we meet for financial consciousness training. So consciousness is just awareness. It's understanding what you're doing and the impact of what you're doing. In economics, they refer to these partly as ripple effects. Ripple effects is basically how the way I treat my kids is going to affect how they treat other people, which is going to affect how they treat their kids. So that there's a big ripple effect in terms of what we do with each other and how that affects other people. So I know that, for example, when I talk to you, let's say there are 1,000 of you listening now. I don't think of that as 1,000 people. I see 40,000 people. And the reason I see 40,000 people is because I know for a fact that if I throw the stone hard enough, if I leave enough of an impact, if I push as hard as I can to share really powerful ideas, I know you're not going to keep it to yourself. You're going to internalize. You're going to carry. You're going to share it with somebody else. You're going to share it with your kids. A lot of you are already doing that. I met a black man the other day who told me that his 17-year-old son. He said, "My son's been listening to you since he was 2." And I said, "Oh, your son is going to be an economic genius," because I didn't even meet my first college professor until I was 19, actually 19 years old. That's when I met my first college professor, black, white, or otherwise. So the fact that your son got exposed to college level ideas at the age of 2 means that he's gonna be a high flyer when it comes to economics. We also want to get rid of the trauma of financial insecurity. There's a lot of pain in being financially insecure. You feel scared, you feel nervous, worried about the future. All that worry is very common. A lot of our families feel that, and I think we want to avoid that. Also, there's a lot of stress of working for other people. I think that that's something that we should try to eliminate if we can. And remember, it's not a matter of saying quit your job. It's not a matter of saying that no one should ever work for anyone ever, or that having a job makes you a sucker. I would never say that. I would never disrespect a hardworking person, no matter what they do. What I'm saying is that there's a difference between working for people because you want to versus working for people because you have to. And I've said that in class before, and I want to reiterate that it's really about options. I just want you to have options. And so even when I start talking about stock options, I want you to just know that you already know what options are. You know what it means to have options and not have options. You know what it means to be free to do what you want versus not do to do what somebody else is telling you to do. You know what that feels like. So stock options are just an extension of that. So if you want a quick overview of who I am, that's me at my second birthday party. I don't remember a thing, but I heard it was a blast, and that's my grandma Felicia holding me. My grandma Felicia. Oh man, I always get emotional when I see that lady because she died in 2012. But you know how it is. Grandmas don't never leave your soul. They just sit there inside your spirit. And so anyway, my grandma. She taught me financial literacy when I was 5 years old. She got me savings bonds and all that, and yeah, so she's a big part of my life every single day. And our Panther in the Black Business School, that's the Panther's name is Felicia, and the Panther has been infused with my grandma's spirit. So whenever I put that Panther on the screen somewhere, that's me knowing that my grandma's with me everywhere we go and every step of the way. All right, so. My mother was 17 when I was born. She was a single mom, like a lot of us have single mothers. I was a product of a lot of generational economic curses. I doubt most of you were poorer than we were. We had like nothing. It's hard to go below nothing. I was a former slave. I used to have a six-figure dream job when I was at Syracuse University. I made $115,000 a year, and I was living the dream. I was a 30-year-old black man that making six figures. I mean, come on now, that's a great life. But then I found out that my dream job was not really a dream. I failed most of my classes when I was a kid in school. I didn't start doing well until I got to college. So that's why I tell you, don't give up on your sons, because some of you got really smart sons who just have behavioral challenges, who just need to be put in spaces where they are loved and inspired. If they're put in spaces where they're loved and inspired, you're gonna watch that little kid just bloom like a flower. He's gonna just fly like an eagle. He'll stop on that low vibrational behavior, and you'll start to see him set goals, have dreams, work hard, all these things. So find that space that's going to really love him and inspire him and give him something that he wants. And I guarantee you're going to see a change of behavior. Also, I struggled in school because I didn't see the purpose of it, and I did not feel loved going into that building every day. I was a single father at the age of 18. I discovered this thing in high school. I used to work at this job at Taco Bell, and I discovered this thing in high school called sex, and I liked it. And I also found out that there's another part of sex that's called pregnancy. And so here I was, 18 years old, having a baby, freshman year of college, scared, just scared to death. And my parents, and it's crazy, like how all happened at a Taco Bell. So stay away from tacos. Tacos will get you pregnant. And so, anyway, I called my parents right before my daughter was born, and I was like, "Yeah, I got a baby coming," and they were like, "Oh, okay." And and it's funny how much your life can change during an episode of the Cosby Show. So that was my story, in terms of the early stage, and also I learned about racism at an early age. I grew up in Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky, where Muhammad Ali was born, and the same racism that led him to leave Kentucky when he was 20 was the exact same racism that made me want to leave when I was 18. I didn't want to come back for a very long time. And to this day, I've become very obsessed with Black wealth, Black family, and the Black community. I really believe that wealth is the solution to a lot of our problems. I think that it transcends everything else. I think that transcends whether you're a Democrat or Republican, whether you're gay or straight, whether you're a feminist or not feminist, male or female. I think that wealth, if we work on the wealth issue and then work on the family issue, then we can fix the community issue. And I don't believe in big, gigantic, supersized leaders getting us there. I believe that it's going to be family by family, brick by brick. I believe you are your own greatest leader, and that's something that I believe in to my core. And so things like personal power, commitment, Black love, and responsibility, I think can go a very long way in helping us to achieve our goals. All right, so who did I choose to become over time? Just in case you're new, very quick run through of the credentials, so you know that I do know this topic very well. In college, I was a Wall Street Journal outstanding graduating senior. I had a triple major in finance, economics, and business management. And then I went on and got a master's in mathematical statistics. I completed the degree requirements for a master's in math and a master's in statistics, and I taught mathematics at the University of Kentucky. I got a PhD in finance from the Ohio State University, where I was the only African American on the planet to get that degree in the year 2002. And also, I taught at the University of Kentucky, Indiana University, Syracuse University, the Ohio State University in China. I taught in Europe. I taught all around the world. Also, I wrote a bunch of books like The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. That's my most recent book, Financial Lovemaking. I wrote that when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. I've been on a lot of media outlets, too many to count. We have a lot of students in the Black Business School. My goal when I left Syracuse was to create a Black-owned institution that could do things that HBCUs have trouble doing, that would also be financially independent, that would be on the cutting edge in terms of being a premier think tank for issues that relate to Black wealth and Black economics. And we've done that. We have 156,000 students in the Black Business School now. We're growing every single year, and we're able to service lots of people because we've learned to develop a business model that scales quite directly. All right. Also, in just as an add-on, we got like over 500 million views on YouTube and other social media. We're probably approaching 1 billion now. I'm not sure. I don't count anymore. All right. So my biggest investment ever, some of you saw this, was my lovely wife Alicia. And I remember when I met her, I saw her across a crowded room, literally. And that night in my journal, I wrote, "Today I met the most beautiful woman in the world." And what was so crazy was when I met my wife, she gave me this big, beautiful smile. Like a smile goes a long way, ladies. Like you smile at a man, that lets him know, like, okay, I can feel safe, you know. So she gave me this big, beautiful smile, and we started talking. And I said, she said, "Where are you from?" I said, "I'm from Louisville, Kentucky." She said, "Oh, I grew up in Louisville," and so she's lived there from like age 5 to age 10. And then I said, "Where?" I said, "I bet you're from Gary." And she said, "How did you know?" And I said, and I just honestly, I just guessed because most of the black kids at Indiana University were from Gary, Indiana, but so I got lucky. But then I said, "What is your name?" And she said, "Felicia Taylor." And I said, "Wow, my grandmother's name is." Sorry, she said her name is Alicia Taylor. I'm sorry. And I said, "My grandmother's name is Felicia Taylor." So her name literally rhymed with my grandmother's. And what's crazy too is that if you were to see my mother and my wife standing next to each other, you would swear that my mother was her mother. Even my wife's mother says, Boyce's mother looks more like you than I do. So I felt like it was really meant to be, and I did propose to her in front of everybody, and it was embarrassing. It was kind of weird, but I'm glad I did it because I believe that Black women should be honored and loved, and I think Black love is essential to us developing as a community. So I felt as a man that it was very important for me to display what love looks like for the men that are still trying to figure that out, and to say that I think that loving a woman and doing your best for her is the most masculine thing you could ever do. So here's the other side bonus that I did not expect. My wife is a damn good therapist. She's a full professor of social work. Very few people, only 1% of the population become PhDs. And out of that 1%, maybe 10% of them become full professors. So she's literally in the top 10% of the top 1% of our society. She entered her PhD program with 5 other black students. She's the only one that made it. They literally, the racism was very real. They literally forced the other 4 out, and she just did not give up. She did not quit. So to this day, she's a person that runs marathons, she writes books, and she helped me to create that Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. It's the first one ever. So we were able to form this really awesome team where we literally in our house created an academic department where I said I'd like to take the most cutting edge concepts as it relates to therapy and the subconscious mind and mental health challenges, and figure out how that blends into what we're doing with our wealth and our economics. Like right now, in fact, she's literally studying to recertify herself in trauma. She already has a certification. You got to renew the certification. And what we're finding it very deeply, and this is very important for us to understand, is that trauma is such a factor in what we do with our wealth. It's amazing. So what we're doing in the Black Business School is not just, we're not trying to be as good as Harvard. When it comes to Black wealth, we're better than Harvard. We're not trying to be as good as an HBCU. When it comes to Black wealth, we are better than an HBCU. You can go check textbooks. You can check any university in America. You will not find a Black financial therapy department where they literally work with the best therapists they can find to drill into the psychological barriers that keep Black wealth from growing. So this to me was when I married my soulmate. In fact, she's not just my soulmate; she is my soul. When I married my soulmate, that was something I think was meant to happen because now we're able to really develop all these amazing insights into what's going on with Black wealth and Black economics. So, just a side note there. So that was a great investment. And so over time, another little benefit was that she helped me not be so fat anymore. There's me on the left, and I was trying to lose weight, but I didn't know how to really take action. You know what you're supposed to do, but you just don't do it. And so what she did was she actually helped me keep my promises to myself, and she got me running. We ran a marathon together, stuff like that. And next thing you know, I was slim, trim, and sugar free. And a lot of y'all saw that transition. And so I can tell you, pick somebody that's going to help you level up. That really made a difference. And also another thing about this to remember too is that investing is a lot more than just what you do with money. By investing time and love and everything else into the marriage, it benefited me in a lot of ways, right? So health is wealth. If you don't believe that health is wealth, then just ask any old sick person, would they rather have their wealth or have their health back? And I guarantee you they would rather have their health. So anyway, so that's been that journey right there. And also it's a great note, I would say, in terms of really getting in spaces where you're going to be challenged to take action, getting into spaces where you're going to be encouraged to be your best self, getting in spaces where you're going to be encouraged to make the investment, to make the move, to learn the skill, to grow. That's what's going to make you the person that you know you can be. So one thing I'd like to ask you your permission on, give me a yes in the chat. If I rock it out and I help you level up your learning. Is it okay if I spend 10 minutes making an offer for you to join one of our special programs in the Black Business School? If you can give me a quick yes in the chat. I don't like to just sort of pop stuff in there. I am going to invite you to be a part of a program that's been very successful that everyone loves. But I'd like to ask for permission so you guys don't think, oh, he's just trying to, dupe us or anything like that. So just give me a quick yes if that's okay. All right. Okay, so I see the yeses. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that permission. Okay, so let's hop into this and let's learn something. All right, so here's the thing. When it comes to investing, basically you're either the casino or you're the gambler, right? You're either the gambler or you are the house, right? And generally speaking, this is a big part of how financial markets work, particularly stock options. Either you're the casino or you're the house, and who always wins between the casino and between the gambler and the house? Who always wins? The house always wins. The house always wins. And one thing that I can tell you is that there are millions of people that are buying stock options. They call these out of the money call options. And all the research that I remember reading in graduate school pretty much said the same thing. It said that a consistent investment in out of the money call options is usually going to lead to a financial loss. So and now here's the thing. As these people are losing money, when one side is losing money, somebody's making money. When one side is giving away their income, somebody else is getting rich. Just like when you pay your rent consistently, your pockets are depleting, but the landlord's pockets are growing. When you are spending money on your car note every month, your wealth is going down while their wealth is going up, of the people who own the car dealership. So my thought was, when I saw everyone become interested in stock options and everything else, was not, how do I do what everybody else is doing? A lot of investing is built on contrarian behavior. My thought was, well, how do I do the opposite of what everybody else is doing? I don't want to be the buyer of these options. I want to figure out who's selling these things and getting all this money. So today, what I'm going to show you is a few little basic ideas. Why selling stock options pretty much saved my real estate portfolio. Also, I'm going to show you why selling stock options is much easier than running a business. I'm a big advocate for business, especially Black-owned business, but this is much easier, actually, and it's a better way to make money. Also, why selling stock options is better than simply owning shares of stock. So for many years, I've always been a big advocate for real estate, which I still am. I've always been a big advocate for owning a business, which I still am. I've been a big advocate for owning stock, which I still am. Stock options really sweeten everything. They sweeten, they're either a great addition or even a great substitute, depending on what position you want to take. So let's talk about what a stock option is. Some of you know what it is, some of you don't. If you already know this, don't worry. Remember, going over the basics can never hurt you, and it also makes you sharper, because every time I go over the basics, I learn something new. All right. So what is a stock option? An option is basically this. It is the right to do something, but not the obligation. So if I give you the option of getting in your car and driving to the grocery store, that doesn't mean you have to do it. It just means you could if you wanted to. And if I took away that option, then you might be upset about that, because maybe you want to go to the grocery store, or at least you want to have the ability to go if you get hungry. So an option is just the right to do something, but you don't have to do it. Okay. So I have, for example, with stock options, you might say, I have the right to buy your stock between now and next Friday. Hollywood buys options all the time. If somebody has a great script and they're not sure if they want to buy it, then they'll say, well, we don't want your script, but we will buy an option on your script. Okay. So that means we might buy it, but we may not. We're gonna give you money just so you can hold a place for us in case we decide we want to come in and buy this. The thing about options, another fundamental rule of options, is that every option has a buyer and it has a seller. Just like every child has a mommy and a daddy, right? You have to have both in order for something to happen. When they tell you that real estate prices went up, that means that there were transactions between a buyer and a seller at a certain price. And they would say, okay, that price was lower than what it used to be. They call that the equilibrium price in economics. So every option has to have a buyer and has to have a seller. Also, the market is massive. There are about 40 million options contracts traded per day. And I consider it to be almost like a type of seasoning for your stock portfolio. It's almost like when you eat food that's really bland and really basic and boring and not very good, and you put maybe a little salt or a little pepper or a little seasoning on it, and it tastes so much better. Options are like the financial seasoning for your portfolio. So basically, the research shows that those who buy options don't typically profit on average. They might profit every now and then, just like if I go to Vegas sure, I might walk away a winner, but most people that go to Vegas don't win. Okay. So basically options don't typically make money. And also when people buy them, one person that's buying the option is looking for risk. They might call this risk seeking behavior, where you say, I'm gonna buy this thing and hope that it goes up in value. That's speculation. That's a type of investing, but it can be very risky depending on the situation. The other person is looking to get rid of risk. The person who sells you the option is saying, look, I just want to get guaranteed income. I want money in my pocket just in case something bad happens. So if I am a writer of a Hollywood script and I sell an option on my script, that's great for me because I receive income to hold your spot. This is guaranteed income. I get to keep this money no matter what. And then if you decide to buy because the value of it goes up for whatever reason, then that's even better for me. But at the very least, if you don't show up, if you don't come back, then I'm still going to have that initial whatever amount of money is that you gave me, just to know that I didn't totally like lose everything. Do you understand? Whereas if I don't sell the option, then I'm just kind of hoping that good things happen. So if you so basically, what I want is I don't want you necessarily taking more risk all the time. I want you to be able to sell the risk. During the California gold rush, there were millions of people who went out to speculate and try to find gold. 99% of those people never found anything. 99% of those people just lost a bunch of money. The people who made the money during the California gold rush were not typically the speculators for the gold. It was the people who sold picks and shovels to the people that wanted to speculate on the gold. It was the people who sold lunch to the gold miners. Because no matter whether you find gold or don't find gold, you got to eat lunch. You understand? You have to eat. Levi's jeans, a whole major corporation, was built basically selling these rugged blue jeans that you could wear while you were mining for gold. They're like, look, we don't want to mine with you, but we'll give you some pants you can wear that will be durable while you're out there doing your best. So so this is a side of the market people don't talk about because it's not as exciting, but it's great money. It's great income. So I don't buy a lot of stock options. Every now and then I might just for fun, but for the most part, that's not really where I make my money. I make my money by selling them. So so moving on. So when you sell an option, what are you selling exactly? Let's look at an example so you can kind of see it in real life. All right. So let's say that the price of a stock is $82 or sorry, $80. And it's a stock that I own. I own this stock. It's $80 a share. The price could go up, it could go down. Nobody knows. Now, I could just sit there and hold it and hope that it goes up, right? And if it goes up, great. If it doesn't, then I lose, right? Or I could do this. So let's say that someone believes the price is going to rise above $82 that week, and they're willing to put their money where their mouth is. Well, what they can do is they can buy an option from me. They could give me money placing a bet basically. The bet the price 82 is what they call the strike price. So they would give me money, and if the stock goes above 82, then you get to buy my stock for $82. And the reason you can buy it for 82 is because we made an agreement before the fact that if this thing goes up past $82, you're going to buy my stock for 82. I don't mind. I'm happy for you because I get to sell my stock for 82 and before it was only worth 80, so I made money and you make money. Good for you. But then on top of that, I got this amount of money that you paid me in advance before the game began that I was going to keep whether you won the game or not. So it's like when you go to Vegas and you give them a bunch of money and they put your money on black and they say thank you for your bet and then you win, they're happy for you. But remember, they made money whether you won or not, right? So let's keep going here. So if it doesn't go above 82, you get to keep that premium. That's what it means to sell a stock option. You're basically selling someone the right to purchase your stock at a price that you two agree on. Now, so basically, they're the gambler, you're the house. They're giving you money like a casino, hoping that the stock will go up, and you're accepting the money and saying, "Hey, good luck to you. If it goes up, then I'll sell it to you for that price." Now, here's the deal. In this particular transaction, in my view, the house always wins. If the price goes up, you get to keep the money. If the price goes down, you get to keep the money. And if the only difference is if it goes up, then you both make money in addition to the money that you already made. But if it goes down, he loses everything. You still have the money that he paid you. Okay. So so here's an example of when my wife and I made a dig into real estate. This is how we found out that we don't enjoy real estate very much. Real estate's a great investment. We bought this house in Atlanta, Smyrna, Georgia, to be precise, and we loved the house. It was a beautiful house, and we bought it. because we had these big dreams of doing an Airbnb type situation, and it didn't take us long to find out that that there was like a 2 year waiting list to be able to Airbnb on this property. And even then, I don't even know how I would have gone through the process of being able to profitably manage it and deal with all that because I'm very busy and I don't like to do that type of stuff. And then, so what we did was we took a long-term tenant. We found somebody to rent the place from us, and it's a nice lady, and we were, and it was, it's not, it's cool, you know, it's someone that's they're basically paying the mortgage on the house, right? Um, then we had something happen. This happened. I got a picture sent to me where I think that because I'd forgotten to pay the water bill or the electricity bill or one of the bills, the whole bathroom had molded up. And it was going to cost maybe $6,000 or $7,000 to redo the whole bathroom. Somewhere between $5,000 and $7,000 is what I paid to redo the whole bathroom. And I remember that was kind of the first incident of many that just let me know that being a landlord wasn't really for me because I don't enjoy evicting people. I don't enjoy chasing people down to make sure that they pay the rent. I don't even enjoy dealing with the property managers because the property management companies are okay, but they take a bunch of money and they don't do as much as you think that they're going to do. And also the profitability just isn't uh what you think it might be. I'm not saying don't do it. Some of you are deep in real estate, and if you are, then I think there are many benefits to it. I'm not here to dispute that. But what I am saying is that I found that I had an epiphany. I realized that selling stock options is a much easier way of making money than real estate. I could put the same amount of money into some stock and generate the income from the options and do that without doing any work, without keeping up with any tenants, without worrying about whether or not somebody paid their rent that month. The stock market's always going to pay them rent. I could get on my phone right now and in 30 seconds generate several $1,000s in income by selling options on stocks that I already own. I could do that while I'm talking to you. I could multitask and do that in 30 seconds on my phone right now. That's very different from dealing with a tenant and a property manager and wait until the end of the month and all these other things. And then all the paperwork that's required to even purchase property or to relinquish property when you're done. So my annual ROI on real estate, I'm going to guess maybe it's about 10% per year, not including all the busted toilets and everything else. My annual ROI, if I take the income divided by the cost of the capital base, the amount of money I had to invest, I'm going to guess around 60%. That's a pretty conservative estimate. That's very easy to generate significant amounts of income if you own enough stock from doing that. Though some of you are already doing that. If you're already doing that, say something in the chat, like mention it. Just, that way people know I'm not making this stuff up. Say something in the chat. Tell your story. Talk about it because I know your stories. I've talked to a lot of you, and this to me I think is a pretty awesome way to elevate and level up your family situation because in my view, when I've looked at the real estate deals I've seen and been exposed to and had brought to me, I have people bring deals to me all the time. It just is a much better ROI and it's a much easier ROI. Okay. So here's the other thing. When you talk about starting businesses, I believe deeply in starting Black-owned businesses. To me, a Black-owned business is a business owned by a Black person. That's what it has to be. It doesn't have anything to do with who's buying your product or where the businesses are. So if you own shares of Disney, then the shares that you own, to me, is a Black-owned business because you're a shareholder and you own some percentage of Disney. That's a Black-owned business in the sense that the owner of those shares is a Black person. You control those shares. You get to decide what happens with those resources. But in general, when you talk about Black-owned businesses, there is a lot of opportunity there, a lot of possibility there, and a lot of necessity there. I do believe deeply in that. One thing I do also believe, though, is that when you talk about the freedom of owning a business, you're not a slave anymore, and also money's great. I've made money. A lot of us have made money. The problem when you start a business, though, is two things. One, the Black-owned businesses have about an 80% failure rate. So if you take all your life savings and you pour it into that business and you're hoping for the best, you have, in many cases, a 50 to 80% chance that the business isn't going to succeed, that all that money is going to kind of disappear and it's going to kind of fall to pieces. And also, I found that running a business had me working nonstop. I enjoyed it when I was about 32. I did not enjoy it when I was 52. I did not even really enjoy it when I was 42. And I definitely didn't enjoy working on things if I was just doing it for the money. Working just for the money is just not very fulfilling. It depends on how you're built, but I wasn't as inspired working for just money as I was inspired to do things that I'm really passionate about, things I really care about. Okay. So all this nonstop work led to another epiphany that passive income is just better than active income. And it got me to really rethink what that even looks like, what that really means, and also this culture of working until we die that we kind of have in our society. I know people that are attorneys that make $400 or $500 an hour, and they have an endless supply of clients. And that's a dream, right? Think about this. You got an endless supply of people willing to pay you $500 per hour for your time. But then real life starts lifing. The real world starts hitting you where you start realizing that if I'm working all the time, my health is deteriorating because I can't even go to the gym. I'm eating cheeseburgers in between meetings. Um, my spouse is tired of me because I'm never available. I can't invest in a relationship if I'm investing all my time into my business. My kids don't know me. My quality of life has declined significantly because I've overinvested in this business or this job that I have. So working is really a hard way to make money long term. It's not that it's not valuable. Hard work is very important. It also it's much easier when you're younger, right? But as you get older, when you're in your 30s, your 40s, and your 50s, you don't want to do that as much anymore. I don't know how everybody else feels, but I'm tired of working all the time. So passive income is, in my view, much more enjoyable than active income. I think that working should be something you do to work your way to the point where you don't have to work anymore, where your money can literally work for you. So I own and then here's the third area that I was thinking about is I own a lot of stock in companies. I own hundreds of shares in hundreds of companies or thousands of shares in hundreds of different companies. A lot of my students do as well. Stock ownership is really valuable and beneficial. Stock ownership is the number one key to wealth building. I do believe that. However, the thing about the stock market is that you have to wait until the price of your asset goes up. And sometimes the stock market doesn't do what you want it to do. It doesn't do what you expect it to do. This year has been a great year, but if you remember, 2022 was not such a great year. And when the market goes down, you kind of get slammed. You have to watch your wealth drop as these assets drop in value, and that can be a little bit tough to stomach. And so when that happens, when you can't get your stream of income from your stock, you have to find another stream of cash flow to maybe fund other investments or to help you pay bills while you wait for your stock to go up. So the stock market has been really good for us. For the last 15 years, the market has been insane. This isn't even a recent graph, but typically, if you look at the stock market over any, say, 15-year horizon, you're going to see green, 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 up, up, up. This is why I don't understand why there are people who avoid the stock market because that's where most of the money's at. But then you have those tough years like 2022, where you've got a big decline in market prices and market valuations, and you're just sort of waiting for things to turn around. Well, the options are great because it led to that, at least this third epiphany, that a bird in the hand is better than 10 birds in the bush. And effectively, when you have stock and you're looking for that income driver, you don't have to actually sell your stock in order to generate income. One of the biggest questions I get all the time is when should I sell my stock? And really the best answer is you should never sell it if you don't have to. You sell it because you have to. You sell it because you found a better investment. You sell it because you have to diversify, but you don't sell it just because like, okay, my time here with this stock is done. I'm gonna go and just do something. I'm gonna go spend my money now. No, you really shouldn't ever have to sell it. And one thing people don't know is that you can actually generate income from your stock without selling them. And so you don't have to wait for the price to go up in order to do this either. If you look at a year like 2022, where markets were down, there were people selling options, still generating consistent income because what they were doing was they were selling casino tickets to people who thought the market was going to go up. So people would show up and say, I think the stock is going to go up. Here, let me give you money so I can buy this option from you. They would collect the money, and then the market didn't go up, and then they were able to collect this money every single week, every single month, etc. So here's the thing. When you talk about investing, one other thing is you don't have to be greedy to invest. You can let others take the risk. So selling stock options is, in my view, a very conservative approach to investing in the sense that you're not you're not trying to necessarily get these gigantic scores all the time. You're creating a space where with this particular portfolio, you can get consistent income that allows you to pay your bills and to be financially secure and to do things you want to do. I've seen people quit their jobs. I've seen people replace their bills, all kinds of stuff. Okay. Now, so here's my process. I sell my stocks, my stock options every single Monday. First thing I do is I find assets that can generate income. Not every stock is good for selling options on. There's some variables you can look at that can help you find which ones are best for selling options on. I measure the ROI on each of the stocks that I'm looking at. At that point, I check the risk levels of the assets to make sure there are no red flags with the investment. And then after that, I sell the options and get the income put into my bank account that I could then send over to my wife to pay the credit card bill. And because y'all husbands know that's what we do. We make a bunch of money and we give it to our wives. And then you collect the weekly income and you can use some of it for spending, some of it for saving, put some of it for retirement, some of it to acquire more stock, whatever it is you want to do. Now, and all this is done from my phone. Like literally, I will lay in the bed, I roll over and turn away from my beautiful wife, and I say, "Hey, babe, I gotta get my money. I gotta get my paycheck really quick." And I go and I sell my options on Monday morning at 9:30 a.m. when the market opens, and by 9:40 I'm done. Okay, and this is a pretty cool way to make income. And so this year, or actually this is last year, we sometimes you have stocks that do really well. When you're participating in the market, you can be there when great things happen. This was a pharmaceutical company. I don't have the name of the company in front of me, but it was a company that a lot of our students were excited about because the stock price literally went up $210 from I think it was trading at $70 or $80 and it went up to $290 or something overnight because basically the announcement came, a big announcement came in with the company, but it was one that we had spotted before the fact and we sold options on it, and then I kept a few shares and didn't sell options, and it made a lot of money really fast. One couple in the group actually made I want to I could have sworn they told me they made about $500,000 from this or something, and that's because they saw this and they went ahead and invested, and it really made a life-changing difference for them. And so sometimes just being there when the right opportunity emerges makes a big difference. And so let me ask you this. So now that we've talked about stock options and what it can do, I mentioned earlier that if I nailed it, you'd let me kind of pitch a special offer to you to join our program. Give me a yes if it's okay if I go ahead and pitch this to you and let you know how to join our Prime group to decide if you want to sell stock options. How did I do? I mean, do you feel like this is something that makes a difference for you? Is it something that you feel that is worth exploring? Do you feel like it's something that is worthy of consideration? And I know some of you are already doing this, and so if you're enjoying the experience, if it's been beneficial to you, then please feel free to add a yes as well. And the reason I want to do it this way is because I really, really think this is something worth looking into for you. And so let me not spend too much of your time and tell you about the Prime program. Now, Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. Okay, that's what Prime stands for. And it's a powerful coaching program in the Black Business School where we generate safe passive income. We do stock market research, things like that, in order to generate income. And so there's various ways to generate income in the market. Different assets generate different possibilities. With the students, I talk to them about exactly what I'm doing, what I'm invested in. We have different tiers. We have the main class, then we have VIP sessions with small groups, and then a few students do one-on-ones with me. And I literally just open up my portfolio and say, look, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm investing. So it's not investing advice. It's really me explaining what I see, and you can ask me about what you're doing and what you're working on, what you're thinking. Okay. And so, so also you can understand time horizons for investment, risk management, some things called the Dr. Boyce method, a particular method of either stock selection or options investment that I share with the students. And also we talk about leverage. Leverage is a very powerful tool for investing that doesn't get discussed enough, but it's something that we cover in class. Now, here's a real life example of what kind of money a person could make literally on their phone right now. Like this is an options move that you can make right now. If you have the capital base to do this, you can make this money right now. So this is different from starting a business where you might make money 5 years from now, or you might make money 3 months from now. This is something you could do today. Okay. So let's look at a stock like Coinbase. Coinbase, the current price is $221.43. At the time of this, at the time I put these slides together.
So let's say that you sell an option and you basically someone pays you money in order to make a bet with you, and you don't ever meet this person. You don't see these people. These are on they're on. You just put your order in and it goes through. You don't know who you're making this deal with. So the strike price. Let's say there's a strike price of 235. Now, what is a strike price? Strike price is basically the price at which you're agreeing to sell your stock if it goes past that price. So they're paying you money for the right to buy your stock if it hits 235. You can pick different strike prices based on what you'd like to do. Okay. So the price is 221. You don't know if it's going to go up or go down, but you can generate income right now by selling an option on the strike price. And this would be a call. And let's say that I own 100 shares of Coinbase. Okay, 100 shares of Coinbase will cost me $22,143. On Robinhood Gold, I can get 50% leverage on this. That means they'll put up half the money for certain stocks. With this stock, they'll put up the $11,000 of that investment. They charge you interest on the money that they loan you, so you don't have to put up all of it on your own. A lot of people are not sure about debt and leverage, but let me just tell you, leverage is how a lot of people get wealthy. Elon Musk became the richest man on earth by using leverage. So leverage, if it's used carefully, can be extremely beneficial, but if it's not used responsibly, it could be bad. So you really want to be careful. All investing always involves risk. So so that's your position. So your question would be, how much money can I make from this? So right now, or at least based on what I saw in the market, if I sold a 1 month call option, meaning that the stock has 1 month to get to 235, if within this month, if it goes past 235, or at the end of the month, if it's past 235, they're going to buy my stock from me for $235. I would get $11.65 per share for that option. Okay, they're going to pay me $11.65, and the number of shares I have determines how much money they put into my bank account. In this example, I have 100 shares. So that means that I'm going to receive 1165 times 100, $1,165. That's how much money they're going to put into my account. That's money I could pull out right now, send it to my wife, pay a bill with it, whatever it is I want to do, pay the rent, car note, whatever. That's real money. Okay. So if the stock, now let's say the stock rises above 235, well, then I get paid again. I get paid even more because they're going to come buy my stock for 235. Now, mind you, my stock is only worth 221 now. So that means that we both won. It's almost like taking a business partner. They've paid money for a piece of the upside to my investment. So at the end of the month, if the stock goes up to 235, then in addition to the 1165 that I already got, I keep that money no matter what. That's my money, period. I don't ever have to get that back. I also made 235 minus 221.43 times 100 shares. And that gives me a total of $2,522. Or if you look at that in terms of ROI, that is 2,500, or that's 22.7% in 1 month. That's a really massive ROI for 1 month. I dare you to go find a real estate deal that pays you 22% in a month. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Now, let's look at another example. Let's compare it to real estate. This is why I'm so much more of a fan of options than I am of just direct real estate investing. I don't hate real estate. I have a lot of friends in real estate. I respect it. I think real property is extremely important and valuable as a part of your portfolio. But in terms of income generation, I think this method is better. So the median price of a home right now is $420,800, right? So let's say that instead of buying a home for $420,000, I just buy 2,000 shares of Coinbase stock. So in this example, instead of owning just 100 shares, I have 2,000 shares. How much would those 2,000 shares cost? That total value would be $442,860, a little bit more than the price of not an extraordinary house, not a massive multi-family property, not an apartment building, just a regular, simple, measly, regular little house. So I want you to imagine how much rent you could receive. In fact, put that in your head. Put that in your head. If you owned a house that had the average cost of a house in America, 442,860, how much money per month do you think that you would make in income if you rented that house out? And in fact, not just income, but income after expenses, after you pay the taxes and pay for the repairs and pay the property manager and pay anything else that comes up. How much do you think you'd make per month? Now, let me give you an example. The house that I bought in Atlanta was $590,000. The value's gone up maybe about $100,000 since we bought it. We make $3,500 a month from that property, and that's before expenses. That's not after expenses. That's before expenses. Okay, so after expenses, maybe it drops to half of that. All right, now I want you to keep that number in your head. Write that down, or put it in the chat if you want to. Guess a number in the chat
of what you think you'd make after expenses, and then I want us to have a point of comparison. Okay, so that's option one, right? Buy the property, deal with the tenant and hope that they pay the rent and all this other stuff. All right, and we got our number over there. Now, let's look at option B. Option B is I take that money instead of putting it in the property, I buy 2,000 shares of Coinbase. Robinhood loans me half the money, so I don't have to put up the whole 442. I put up half of that. Let's look at what your income might be on this other investment. Well, remember, each of these options sold for 1165 each. Now you could get more expensive options sold if you want to. You just have to move the strike price. But 1165 is a modest number that I picked. Now instead of having 100 shares, you have 2,000 shares. Let's see how much money a person would make. And this is real life. This is something you could do on your phone right now. Let's see how much money that person would have by taking option B. $23,300. $23,300. Now, do you understand? Let me know. Give me a yes. Do you understand why I love options so much more than I love owning property? Like, do you understand why my wife and I are in the process of selling one of our properties right now? Because I showed it to my wife and she was like, what are you doing? Like, get it done. Right? Okay. And maybe she's lucky. Like she's a finance professor for a husband. I have no idea, but I know she gave me extra kisses and wanted to make me a steak that night when I showed her the results of putting our money to a more efficient use. So this is surprising for people. A lot of people are shocked by this. A lot of people think it almost sounds too good to be true. But one thing I can tell you is that I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. I'm not a person here to sell you anything that's like a get rich quick scheme or anything like that. I don't believe in getting rich quick. I believe in getting rich slowly. I can verify this. You can pull out your phone and do this right now. So the question for you is this, right? So imagine if you bought a rental property for 442, do you think you can earn $23,000 after you pay the expenses, the mortgage payment, the taxes, the maintenance fees, the property management fees, the utilities, the insurance, and everything else? Yes or no? No, you couldn't. There's no way. Like, there's no way. It would be almost impossible to do that. And now here's the other thing. Here are the other benefits to options income that I want you to kind of process. Okay. Not only is it a higher ROI, but it's got liquidity. One other thing about real estate or art or any other kind of investment is that people don't consider the challenge of having your money locked up. They don't think about the fact that you can't get your money out quickly if you need it. A lot of times it takes at least several days and sometimes weeks and months to get your money out. With this, you could sell that the 2,000 shares of Coinbase in 30 seconds and get your money out. So liquidity is really important, especially when you need your money. Also, you can pass these assets to your children. How about that? How about this as a master plan? Everybody wants to, talk to me about who they're voting for and going to school for 12 years so they can, go become a surgeon or something. And I think all those things are great. I'm not against any of that. I did that. I went to school a long time to get a PhD. But what if instead you took that 2,000 shares of Coinbase that you've been using for years to generate, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in income? And what if you just gave that to your child? And then they had 2,000 shares of Coinbase and they could sell options for $10, $11, $12 a piece every month and bring in $20,000 a month, bring in almost $250,000 a year without a college degree, without going to work. See, the thing is, I'm not really interested in complaining about the problem for too long. After we finish complaining, we got to solve the damn thing. This is a solution. This is implementable. This strategy costs the same as the average home in America. So if you can afford a house, you can afford to do this. Now, maybe you don't feel like you can afford a house. We could talk about that, like what it means to raise the capital base. And some of us are not there yet. Some of us, maybe look at a number like that and it seems like a big number. And remember, that's why I did it with 100 shares in 2000. But what I want you to understand is that there are easier ways to skin the cat than what you're typically being exposed to. This is something that a young kid could have at the age of 20 and without going to 8 more years of school could be making as much money as a medical doctor and possibly as much money as a surgeon. I know I have friends that are surgeons and they had to go to school for about 14 years to become surgeons. And that's just to get to the point where they can start making money. And then they have to go start working 18-hour shifts at the hospital where they can't have a personal life, they can't spend time with the kids, they can't do things they want to do. They're overworked, they're tired, they're exhausted, and they're doing this all the way up into their 40s and 50s. You can have your kid there at this level in their early 20s. Tell me this is not like awe-inspiring. This blows my mind. Anyway, let me keep going. I'm not going to overtalk it, but this to me is, I think, as adequate of a solution as anything I've ever heard in a presidential debate or something. So let's keep going here. Also, the best part that I like is that no work is required. I don't have to go stress out. I don't have to get up and deal with a boss every day. None of that stuff. And there are lots of you that are listening right now who are already doing this. And if you're listening in the chat, I hope you'll share your honest experience, your honest testimony, so that when I do lay out the pricing offer, people will know that this is not something that's just some goofball, like hope it works out kind of thing. This is something that can be implemented. I'm into practical solutions. That's what I like the most. So let me describe what you get in the Prime program. I'll go through this quickly so you can make a decision, decide if you'd like to go. And if you already have made the decision, you can go to drboyceprime.com and just see what's on there on that page. Dr. Boyce Prime. That's the URL. Okay, so here's what you get in the Prime program. And those of you who are already in it, this is a reminder of what you have access to, and I hope that you'll use your membership to the fullest because I want you to really get max value. We have biweekly coaching calls. I get on a Zoom with students and I answer questions. I lay out frameworks. I tell them what I'm investing in. I tell them what I'm up to. I tell them what's going on in the markets, where the opportunities are, stuff like that. And we talk as much as possible. Also, we have something called a Financial Juneteenth Investing Masterclass, where I spent 6 weeks explaining how to invest in the stock market. So if stocks are new to you and you want to understand them at a deeper level, this masterclass will get that done for you. You get access to what Dr. Boyce is buying. That's every single week. I give a list of stocks that I like, and I do research, and I find assets that your family can own for the next 5 to 10 years that will give you long-term economic value. You get access also to the Black Financial Therapy Department. My wife does family investment support group consultations. She just did one not too long ago where she brings the students together and they talk about things like financial anxiety and generally dealing with the emotions that come with investing and how to make sure you understand your relationship with money well enough that you're able to make good long-term economic decisions. Also, things like being able to work together as a group. We have a lot of family investment clubs where families come together and they pool their money together and they're generating income together. And basically, when you're working as a group and you're making money, a therapist is beneficial because a therapist can help make sure you get along with each other and that you never mess up your money by having these conflicts that so many of our families have. You get access to investment club training. There's lots of training blueprints and materials. If you want to form a family investment club, if you want to get together with that cousin, that sibling, and friends, etc., you can show them this video if you want to. And if they're as persuaded as you are, then doing it as a team is really great. It's a great way to change each other's lives. You also get access to a list of what I call Dr. Boyce money makers. And those of you who are in the Prime program, I just released another list of the money makers. So log in at drboyceprime.com and you can find them. And basically, this is my personal stock option selections. These are stocks I picked and vetted specifically to determine how much income they can generate, what that looks like based on the margin that's available, things like that. So you don't have to do that. So if you're not sure what to do, if you wanted to, you can literally follow what I'm doing, what I do to make money for my own family. This is what I actually apply. I'm not offering the medicine to you. I'm literally taking it myself. Okay. So what else do you get? You get access to, if you're new to stock options and you want to understand options better, there's a whole training on how to invest in stock options. You get access to that program. Then you also get access to an expanded topics group in what I call Black Money 102. Black Money 102 is our stock market training program. It's very popular. It's been around about 7 or 8 years, and it just takes you through everything you need to know about the stock market. We also have excellent customer support. If you're looking for something new, you can just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can help you find whatever you're looking for. Okay, so if you add up the value of all the materials that I just listed to you, it would be about $8,692 per year. Okay, let's put that into context. When I taught at Syracuse University, I don't know what the tuition was exactly back then, but I know the last time I checked a couple of years ago, it was about $73,845. It's probably over $80,000 a year now. I wanted to leave that environment mainly because I felt like that's too much to pay. Most of the Black students I taught at Syracuse are still 20 years later trying to pay off their student loans. I don't want that happening to you. So to join this program, the fee is only $2,999 a year. $299 per year. If you want it now today, the offer I can make to you is $19.99 per year. So if you want to go sign up at drboyceprime.com now, you can actually get in for $19.99 per year. Now, I want to ask you a quick question and give me a yes or no if you agree or if you understand where I'm coming from on this. If this made you an extra $50,000 a year, would it be worth it? A lot of you already have, you're already saving, you're already buying stock, you're already trying to figure out ways to move forward. If it made an extra $50,000 a year, would you consider this to be a good investment? And if the answer is no, then it's no. But if it's yes, then I'd like for you to say yes. If you were able to make just an extra 20,000 a year, would it be worth it? Would 20,000 a year work for you? Would that make you say, yeah, I'm glad I did this? Uh, if you just made 10,000 a year, would it be worth it? What do you think? I don't know. Do you think that this is the goal? This should be the goal of really all educational programs, because I've seen people who know probably 1/50th of what I know about stock markets and stock options literally offer programs that are like $15,000-$20,000 a year, insane amounts of money. And they don't get the results. And so a lot of you came to me because you were so jaded by what you were seeing kind of out there from people that really didn't have the training in this area. Well, we have the training, and also we have money back guarantees, student testimonials, stuff like that. So you know that what you're getting is a real deal. So here's a student testimonial someone wrote, and we have hundreds of them actually. They wrote, "I love the information given, the openness and honesty, the ability to communicate with Dr. Boyce, to ask questions and to gain positive insight." So that's what Danny Dean said. And if you want to join monthly, the monthly option is $3.99 per month. So that would be the monthly fee if you wanted to do the monthly option. Now, today, if you want to sign up, you can actually sign up for $239 per month. That's the monthly fee that you can get today. Now, here's another testimonial from a student. "I love how you give everyday illustrations to explain what you're saying." Inez Boykin sent us that note. Jose Lopez says, "It has totally changed the way I look at the market. I would think there's no way I can learn this market stuff. Now I'm filled with hope that I can use this information to make positive changes in my family's life." So Jose Lopez Ramos said this. All right. So here's the thing. If you had an extra $3,000 per month, what would you do with that money? Well, here's some things you could do. The average used car note is $503, so you could easily cover that. The average mortgage payment on a $300,000 house is $2,071. You could cover that. So maybe some of you could use the money to pay your mortgage. What's left over, even with just $3,000 a month, is after you pay the car note and the mortgage, you still have $426 left over. That's money you can actually invest. So this allows you to have positive cash flow in your household that you can use for long-term wealth building and really have a long-term economic plan. So the cash flow really is a gateway to allow you access to wealth, but also allow you access to a more enjoyable life where your decisions are not being made by a lack of cash or financial security or financial insecurity. If you invest $426 per month, if you take the extra $426 and you invest it every month, how much would you have in 20 years? This shows you the power of compound interest. You would actually have $103,471. So literally, this isn't just a training program. This isn't just a way to make extra money. This isn't just a way to make money without working. This is a pathway to building the kinds of economic infrastructures that we'd like to be able to pass to our children. This is a generational wealth master plan that you can apply. A lot of you are already applying this. I know families that are doing this already. It's working. This is exactly how you build an economic empire. So very quickly, I'd like to sweeten the deal for you. So instead of the $19.99 price that I mentioned earlier, if you'd like, you can join right now for $869 per year. So if you go to drboyceprime.com, your annual fee would be $869 per year. This number will never change as long as you are a member. If you sign up today, that is your price. That is it forever. Okay. And I think $869 per year is maybe $80-$90 a month or something like that. If you want to do monthly, you don't have to pay $299. How about we make it $155 per month? That's the absolute best deal we can offer. Right now, we've got a lot of people in the program, so at some point we're just going to shut down enrollment because I don't want it to get too big. But that's literally the best offer we can make. That allows the Black Business School to continue to grow, and it also allows you to be able to test it and see if you like it and get the benefit from it. And so that's the offer. There you go. That's the offer. So if you want to take advantage of the offer, just so you know, there's a lot of bonuses thrown in there as well. And just to recap what you get bi-weekly coaching calls with me, access to the Financial Juneteenth Investing Masterclass, access to what Dr. Boyce is buying. You get access to the Family Investment Support Group consultations with Dr. Alicia, access to Investment Club training programs and blueprints, access to Dr. Boyce Moneymakers, the list that I put together for the students once every 2 to 3 weeks, access to how to invest in stock options training. Okay, so that if you're a beginner, you can figure it all out. And then once you get there, you'll be able to generate your income. And so Oh, and then also access to Black Money 102, our stock market training program. So you have these choices. Here are your choices. Your choices are very simple. You could take no action at all, right? If you take no action at all, then you're losing money. That means that if you could have made $1,000 a month, then over 12 months you lose $12,000 per year. If you were going to make 2,500 per month, a lot of our students are making 2,500 per month or more. Over 12 months, that's $30,000 a year that you'd be giving up by not taking action. This is my encouragement to you to do something, whatever it is you want to do. I encourage you to do something. And so you could do it all by yourself. You could sit down and try to figure it all out on your own. There's nothing wrong with that. I encourage you. I support you, whatever pathway you take. But the problem is that you won't have the guidance to be able to avoid the risks. I have seen lots of money get lost by people trying to do it on their own. There's a student that I meet with twice a week in one-on-one consultations, and one thing that he was saying is that he says you talk in a way that makes everything look easy, and that's and I'm proud of that because I like to use simple analogies to help you understand the bigger picture. He says, but once you dig into the weeds, it's not as easy as you make it sound. And I'm glad I can talk to you because because you can clear that up. So ultimately, that guidance is something I'd like to offer you. That's where I want to add value to your life is by literally sharing with you in real time what I'm doing and what I'm seeing. Because I've personally had scenarios where I missed something and ended up making a mistake. Okay, so ultimately, that guidance is part of what you get by being part of the group. In addition to that, there are action alerts that I send out to the students via text. You won't get the action alerts on investing possibilities and opportunities as they come out. You won't be part of the collective. The students have become friends. They've formed a family. They're going to all get together and meet each other at the All Black National Convention. And so that collective is a great way to elevate your economic game. Instead of spending all your time around people that are struggling, you'll be around people that are thriving. Instead of being around people that are negative, you'll be around people that are positive. Instead of being around people that are afraid of being black, you're around people that love being black. Instead of being around people that are following the crowd, you'll be around people that are innovative thinkers. You'll be around people that are wealth builders. Some of them are flat out rich and doing really amazing things. That's an amazing collective. It's a beautiful group of really prosperous, successful people that will really help you to elevate your peer standing because a lot of you are struggling because you have so much consciousness and awareness. And James Baldwin actually said that when you become conscious, it's very lonely and it's very frustrating because other people aren't rising with you. Well, this is the consciousness cloud. I mean, this is literally the most extraordinary brain trust in the entire Black community because you have intelligent people that are on the cutting edge of finance and money. And they're implementing these ideas and they're getting it done and they're doing it as families. There's father-son duos, there's mother-daughter duos, there's entire families, grandma getting involved, grandma trading stock options with the grandbaby. I mean, this is all happening right now in real time. And I think you would enjoy the collective quite a lot. And also, direct coaching from me and my team. That's another area where we add value. That's always available. Sometimes there's a little bit of an add-on bonus cost or something if you want sort of one-on-ones or small group training, but it doesn't cost that much. And it's definitely designed where I tell you straight out from the very beginning, if you don't feel like you're benefiting financially by what you're investing, if you don't feel that what you're gaining exceeds what you invested, then we don't want your money. We don't want you to sign up. Your university didn't say that when they took $100,000 from you. So we're not going to say that if we get you to invest 1,000. Okay. Also, insider secrets on what options and strike prices, et cetera, to choose. I'm very specific with the students. They say, okay, I don't know what expiration date to pick or what strike price or what particular option. I tell them exactly step by step. Okay, pick. This is what I'm picking right now. feel free to follow. It's not investing advice. I don't give investing advice, but I do let people follow me if they want to. And I also talk about what I'm seeing in the pros and cons of each approach. All right. So if you try to figure it all by yourself, it might, like it does for a lot of people, it might take you 5 or 10 years to do it right, where you're spending time kind of losing money, paying tuition in the school of life to figure it out. Or you can take the shortcut. I have a PhD in finance. I've been doing this for 30 years. I started teaching finance in 1993. So I've already made the mistakes so that you don't have to. So I've also condensed the process to make it simple. In fact, there are times where I can do it for you if you're interested. Now, if you want to know something about the Black Business School, I hope you'll allow me to kind of brag on how great our Black-owned institution is. There's something called a Net Promoter Score. A Net Promoter Score is a measure through surveys of how many raging fans you have of your school, like how much people, or of your product, period. It's a school, product, brand, business, whatever, right? So to give you some ideas of net promoter scores as a benchmark of customer satisfaction, how happy the customers are, also how loyal the customers are. It also measures the willingness to recommend the business to a friend or to an acquaintance. Let's look at some examples of some famous brands and what their net promoter scores are. So if you look at companies like Microsoft, they have a great net promoter score of 40. If you look at Amazon, you go up to 51. If you go to Apple, their net promoter score is 52. Harvard University, their net promoter score is also 52. The Black Business School, we measured our net promoter score. We sent out the survey and did the measurements. Our net promoter score was 94. 94. How about that for Black excellence? I'm very proud of that. Yeah, our net promoter score is 70-80% higher than some of the strongest companies in America. I mean, and some of y'all are in here. Some of y'all already know. I mean, for some of y'all might be preaching. I told y'all that I'm. This is kind of my practice to get ready for the event that I'm going to do in a little bit. So I thought I'd kind of run this by you guys and see what you thought. But then I was like, well, if they want to join, you're still welcome to do so. Um, but yeah, a lot of you are raging fans because we put a lot of damn effort into just making sure you're happy. We started from the very beginning, and I said I want us to be student obsessed, customer obsessed. I want us to make people happy. I want us to make people's lives better. And if we're not doing that, we want you to tell us how we can do that better. So we're good at what we do. There's no risk of you signing up for something and feeling like, oh, they screwed me over or they did me dirty. We don't do that. We don't do that. So students love our trainings. Here's another testimony from Letitia Parker. She says, Dr. Boyce is so thorough in his explanations. The examples he gives are very clear and easy to understand. I highly recommend the courses because you will most definitely get your money's worth. Actually, you get more than your money's worth because he goes above and beyond in making sure that the students learn what they need to be successful. He's simply the best. Well, thank you, Letitia, for saying that. And I did not tell her to say that. I've not met Letitia. I just saw her comment. All right. So one last thing I'll throw in there, just is just a formality for sure, but it's an important one, is we also have what I call the Dr. Boyce hassle-free refund guarantee. So if you're not happy for any reason in the first 30 days, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they will give you a full 100% refund with no questions asked. And in fact, if you're not satisfied and you sign up and you do the annual membership, then we will not just give you a free refund. We will give you a free $1,000 course. So all you got to do is say, hey, I'm not happy. I want my refund and my free course, and they will give you both. And so that's how determined we are to show you that we know what we're doing and that we're good at it, and how much comfort we have in letting you know that you're going to absolutely love being part of the Prime program. The Prime membership will be something that will change your life and elevate you in so many ways that you can imagine. So if you want to take advantage of the offers that I mentioned, $869 for the year or $155 per month, you can go to drboyceprime.com right now. Remember, the annual fee was $29.99. Your fee is going to be $879, and also the regular monthly fee is $399. Yours will be $155. That is not going to be the price in the future, but that's the price right now for you. And and one more thing, I forgot to mention this. If you have someone in your family that you want to share this with, we are for you guys. There's buy one get one free. So that means that if you sign up and you want to join right now, then you can bring someone in your household that can share your membership and share your login, and they can actually participate in the membership with you. Okay. Now we ask that's per household though, that not just anybody that you just find anywhere, but they have to be someone in your household that you are connected to or related to, because building wealth is not fun when you do it by yourself, because you don't want to be the rich person with a bunch of broke people around you, because that just puts you in danger. So instead, as you elevate, we want you to elevate with others around you so that it's a comfortable experience, and other people can benefit from your prosperity. So I'm going to ask you all now, are there any questions that you have? And you can feel free to also give me any feedback if there's something that you feel like I didn't touch on, or whatever the case may be. And let's see, Pamela says, I've joined and I will need to add a family member. Yeah, please do that. And email support@theblackbusinessschool.com if you have any questions about how to do that. Let's see, Miles says, do you know any apps I can use to set up an account to buy stocks? There's a lot of apps. Robinhood is one, of course, and then they have E-Trade and stuff like that. You can do that. Patricia says, what's the link to join? The URL is drboyceprime.com. And so what I'm going to do is I will put the link to the page. I'll put it in the chat if you guys want to just click on the link. But yeah, it's Dr. Boyce Prime, PRIME.com. And also, and by the way, thank you guys for letting me share this. As you can see, it's a training and it's also a pitch. And I appreciate you all hearing this out for me. That really helps me a lot in terms of just sort of thinking things through. And by the way, if you have a question, put your question in the Q&A section. And I'll see it there. If you put it in the chat, I may or may not see it. You're a fast talker. Will we receive the replay slide deck to revisit the session? Asked Sandra. Yeah, the replay, I can text it out. I'll text it out to you. So if you're on the Money in the Morning text list, if you're not on the Money in the Morning text list, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I'll send it to you via text today. You have a lot of international viewers as well. Yeah, I do. And we do have international students that are in the program. International students can invest in U.S. markets. You'd have to work with like a local bank or something like that. Let's see here. What do you mean by capital as opposed to money? That's a great question. Capital is basically something that you can use to get more resources or to get the things you need. In particular, let's say money. So when you talk about capital, if I'm a farmer and I have cows and pigs and chickens, let's say that I never have any money, I can still use the cow is still a source of capital, because I can get milk from the cow. I can make a steak from the cow. I can breed the cow. Maybe if I think there's a cow. There's like this cow in Mexico that's like the biggest cow ever. He's like the Shaquille O'Neal of cows. And this cow, literally, I think to buy the eggs from the cow is like $400,000 to get the eggs, because the cow breeds these big old gigantic cows, right? So anything that generates resources or money for you is capital, pretty much. When you sell an option, how do you select the stock to sell? There's a lot of criteria. There's different things like what they call implied volatility. There is also just the risk level of the asset. It depends on whether the company has an earnings announcement coming up, things like that. Let's see, Dr. B, the link you shared came up at $19.99 per year. Go to the bottom. If you go to the page, let me see if I can pull up the page for you, Zoe. Let's see here. Let me make sure everything's what it's supposed to say. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, you know what? Okay, here we go. Let me give you a code that you can use. Because I think Micah changed everything. So let me I've got a discount code you guys can use. Let's see here. All right, so if you go to the Prime page, if you go to the top, it says start making money now. And at that point, you can pick which offer you want, the monthly offer, the annual offer. So if you go with the monthly option, I want you to remove the discount code, and I'm going to show you exactly how to put in the new code. I didn't know this. I think Micah changed everything on the page. I don't know why. Maybe it was my fault for giving her the wrong information. Okay, here we go. All right, so here's the code if you want the monthly discount. The monthly discount, you can put in the code. I'm going to show you how to do it. It's offer 2023 monthly, offer 2023 monthly, all one word. Okay. Now, if you go with the annual option at 869, the code is offer 2023, and there is no monthly at the end. Just offer 2023. Okay. So let me show you how to apply that. Gosh, I'm so sorry, guys. See, this is why you practice, because sometimes you miss stuff, right? Because we had talked yesterday about it, and I think that she changed it and didn't know. All right, so here, if you go to drboyceprime.com, you're going to see this, right? And all the details and information on the program are listed on this page, right? In terms of all the bonuses and everything that you get when you sign up. And if you want to just scroll to get to the, cut to the chase and sign up, you hit start making money now. Now, here at the bottom, you got two plans you can pick from. You've got the monthly plan, and here she's got $349, and this discount gives you $50 off, but that's not the discount you guys can get. I'm going to give you a discount code to get the big discount. This one is $19.99 per year, which is $1,000 off per year. You're not going to have to pay that. So if you want to do monthly, here's what you could do. You could click on this, and you can put in the code. So here on this page, right? Here's the price, $399 per month. It says $50 off. I want to give you a bigger discount. So what you do is you hit remove for the code, apply the new coupon code, and put offer 2023 monthly. All one word, offer 2023 monthly. Now look at the price, it's $399. If you hit apply, it'll drop by $243 and you go to $155 per month. Okay. Now, if you want to do annual, if you want to sign up annually, then what you have to do is this. Okay. So what you would do is you go back to that page, drboyceprime.com, and you would use the code 20, let's see, was it offer 2023, all one word. Okay. So let me share the screen again and show you guys. All right. So here on this page, so right here where it says annual, you could hit enroll now. And when you get on the second page, you would remove the discount code. So here it says $29.99. That's the regular price. You can get $1,000 off by default, which goes to $19.99. But what you want to do is remove that code and use the better code. So you hit apply coupon code after you hit remove, and you could type offer 2023. Okay. And then you hit apply. And once you hit apply, you should see your discount. This goes from $29.99 down to $869.71. Okay. And that is the price that you would pay. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And I'm sorry, guys, about the confusion on that. I thought that I didn't know she had changed it like that. We talked about it, but I didn't know she actually did it. All right, so let me answer some more questions here. All right, so the Antonio Fuller says VKTX is very volatile, but has a good premium. Yeah, that was on the moneymaker list. We took that one off. Yeah, that's not one that I'm invested in anymore. Let's see. AC Salam says, what is the minimum amount of stock to own to be able to sell options? To sell options on a stock, you have to own at least 100 shares of that stock. If you own less than 100 shares of the stock, then you can't trade options on it. So if the stock is $25 per share, then 100 shares would cost $2,500. So when you ask about things like the minimum amount of capital to get started, you'd have to have enough capital to be able to buy 100 shares of that stock. And then also there's some other things that you'd want to do to manage risk, like using put options in particular. So that might cost a little bit more. But then there's various ways to apply that strategy as well. Let's see here. Someone posted in the chat, what's the advantage of your school? The advantage of our school is that we're very good at what we do, particularly when it comes to identifying and resolving a lot of the economic problems, the Black wealth problems that exist within our families. We're able to dig into those areas that standard universities don't dig into. That's why the Black wealth problem has never been solved. It's because no one's really tried to actually solve it in a meaningful way. They try to solve it with maybe a rising tide lifts all boats sort of approach, and that just doesn't work. You have to be very specific. The Black community has been through a very unique experience, and we believe that that experience requires surgery, not just an aspirin. Okay, Al says I tried offer 2023 monthly, invalid code. Actually, it's all one word. Did you try offer 2023 monthly altogether? It's just like that. I'm typing in the chat. It's all one word. So don't separate anything. So try it without. Okay. And actually, I just heard from Micah, and I think Micah changed the code so that if you do go to drboyceprime.com right now, you will find that the code may already be in there. So if you hit start making money now and you go to the bottom, yeah, she's made it easy for you. So actually so if you just go there now, you don't even have to put the code in. We just made that easy for you guys. At first, she had switched it, and now you have to put it in there. But now she's just switched it back because I asked her to. All right, so let's see. Another question says, could you share the capital base used to make these amounts? Yeah, well, in the example I gave with Coinbase, I showed you exactly what you could do. I mean, this is not there's no mystery with that. I mean, if you have enough money to buy 2,000 shares of Coinbase, you can sell the options on the Coinbase, and that's it. And that's very, very straightforward. Let's see, Zoe. Oh, no, you're not being a pain at all. Yeah, well, you know what? I don't know. Yeah, okay, so you went in at the higher price. Yeah, if you did that, if you went ahead and signed up at the higher price, then just email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they'll refund the difference. So email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, tell them what happened, and they can fix that for you. So the customer service is very, very good. And I wish there was a person that was actually in the room right now to talk to you from customer service, but they couldn't make it, but they're available right now. You can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They will make sure you're happy. That's I know that. I mean, I've worked with the people that run customer service for about 6 years now. They're very good at what they do. Let's see here. Can you use this plan with an investment club? Yes, you absolutely can. It's in fact, it's more fun to do it as a group for sure. Do you have to? Let's see here. Juanita Nelson signed up for Black Money 102. Does that teach stock options? No, 102 is stock market investing. So we talk about stocks, but it doesn't go very deeply into options. Let's see. Rolo says, I believe selling call options per week is better than monthly. It can be. It depends on what asset you're talking about. It depends on how consistently you want your cash flow. Some people want their money monthly. Some people want it weekly. It really depends on what your preference is for sure. Let's see here. What was the initial investment for the example you were giving? I think for the Coinbase, it was 2,000 shares, which took you to a total valuation of about 442. And you'd have to put up about half of that in Robinhood. So you'd have to put up about half of 442, which is 222, something like that. And so remember though that you don't have to do the 2,000 share example. I just did that to compare it to real estate. You could do 1,000 shares if that's all you have. You could do 200 shares, right? The point was to say, what if you approached it with the same capital base that you might put into a real estate deal? Let's look at the reasons why this is a much better way to make money. Again, no work, it's highly liquid, ROI is better. That's why I've walked away from real estate a little bit. I don't hate it. I think real estate ownership can be very beneficial, but I own a lot of my real estate through real estate investment trust now. I publicly traded real estate investment trust. I don't do a lot of the illiquid deals anymore because they just haven't really been that beneficial. I don't like locking my money up, and then the risk is way too high. So that's just my 2 cents. Can you do the 869 in 4 payments? We don't have that. We don't have a payment plan for the annual, but you can do monthly, right? Monthly just means, you pay the monthly fee. So right now, the two options we have are the annual and the monthly, and that's pretty much what they have. They can look at a payment plan, but right now, there's nothing in place for that. It's just those two ways to pay. Some say weekly options is dangerous. Why? I don't know, Ronald, what the context of that comment might have been, but I don't think they're dangerous. I think everything can be dangerous or not dangerous depending on the situation. So, yeah, options investing can be very dangerous if you do it in a way that builds a lot of risk. You can go and trade options in a way that will ruin and risk everything. Or you can go and trade options in a way where you're very, very safe and very, very conservative. Companies use the options market not to increase their risk, but to reduce their risk. So don't ever think options are just one thing. It's just like fire. Fire is not good or bad. Fire is just powerful. If you use fire in the right way, it can do amazing things for you and cook your food and keep you warm. But if you're irresponsible with it, then bad things can happen. So let's see here. Is $5,000 a good base to start with? Yeah, a lot of students start with about $5,000. You add some leverage, it can do some good things for your life. My husband rolled in Prime about a year ago or so. I'm now coming on board. Now, I wish I'd done it sooner. Lessons from the stock options have paid off and created great passive income. Yeah, good, good. I'm glad, Miss Bird, that we were able to convince you to take a look. And it's okay. Like I've met people who were super skeptical for a long time. I counseled a couple directly, and they were very skeptical for good reason. The husband was I think he was a federal agent or something, and I can talk to people in that space because my father was a detective for a long time, so I know how cops kind of think. They're skeptical of everything, right? And I think that that's fine. I think that's good, right? And he was very skeptical of me for a very long time. He was skeptical of investing in in stuff like this for a long time, and they had good reason to feel this way because they'd made some investments and stuff that really, really just took him for a ride and cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it took him maybe 5 years before he trusted me. And I was like, okay, have I earned your trust? Do you feel comfortable? He said, yeah, yeah. And he smiled. And I know that's a lie. Cops don't really smile, right? So, it's one of those things where if you're not comfortable, I understand. Then let's keep talking until you get comfortable. And you can dip your toe in the water. And that's why we have things like money back guarantees and stuff like that, because the internet is an interesting place where it's attracted a lot of people that just, are just getting you to do stuff with the promise of possibly turning it into money. And a lot of these people are not trained or qualified on any level. You look at their background, they don't have any credentials, but they sound good. And some of them are flat out criminals, and so yeah, I get it. I totally respect whatever your process is. And for those of you where it took you a little while to gain the trust, that's okay. I hope that we can keep earning that. I want us to keep moving that direction for sure. Let's see here. Okay, the Q&A bot. Okay, wow, there's a lot of 34 questions. All right, I'm gonna answer as many as I can in rapid fire succession so we can bounce out. And by the way, the URL is drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com if you'd like to take advantage of the offer. I want to do one-on-one coaching. What's the extra cost? I don't have the cost in front of me right now. I know that it's not. I know that a lot of people do like 30-minute sessions, and it's a few $100, maybe like 5.99 or something like that. And it's because we don't have a lot of them. We just don't, and they fill up really fast. But if you want to do something like that, then email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. The one-on-ones are not something that I think everybody has to do. It's really for those that are making weighty decisions that really need me to specifically look specifically at what you're doing. I wish I could do that for everybody, but I can't. And so that's where the investment makes sense, right? You pay a consultant when if you're making a $20,000 decision. Well, yeah, it makes sense to pay a few $100 to get good information so you don't lose the $20,000, right? So yeah, feel free to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and Chanel can set that up. I won't be able to do a lot of one-on-ones in the next 3 or 4 weeks, so I got to go to. We're doing our group trip to Egypt and some other stuff that's happening. But I'll be able to do them maybe I think toward the end of August. Is the $900 per year forever? Yeah, that fee, whatever price you sign up for today is yours for life. That's your fee forever. Let's see. I want to join, but the only option is yeah. Okay, so the 1999 option. I hope you're able to. Or sorry, the eight. I said 879. Actually, it's 897. I got the numbers reversed in my head. I gotta check. Maybe that's a dyslexia or something. I don't know. But anyway, yeah. To be precise, it's 897.71. That's what Micah sent me. Sorry, wait. I said 87. No, no, no. It's not 879. Sorry, it's 869.71. Jeez, the numbers are spinning around in my brain. So it's actually lower, it looks like. So yeah, so just go to the page and thank you, Miss Dixon. I appreciate that. Yeah, 869.71. So you can go to drboyceprime.com and those are your prices. Thank you very much, Terrence. I appreciate that. Sorry for being scramble brain. This is why I'm practicing with you guys. And I appreciate you guys letting me go through this with you and talk to you about this. Okay, so let's see. D Hines says, "What if I want a friend to join? How long is the option available?" The first 30 days. If you just reach out to the team and talk to them about it, then the only thing that we can't allow is like people just blanketly sharing with like too many people, just because that kind of undermines the ability of the school to operate. We are a Black-owned business, and we do hire lots of people that help us to implement this. I can't do this by myself. We need a team, and we don't take money from corporations or the government because I don't want to be a government-funded institution. I think that that's what's actually hurt our HBCUs is that they are dependent on the government, so they can't actually solve problems in an adequate way. Like, for example, it doesn't make any sense that most HBCUs won't even invite Dr. Claude Anderson to speak. Why wouldn't you want the premier Black economic thinker on earth to come into your campus? Well, it's because they're afraid of what the man is going to, what other, what I mean, other people are going to think that have a stake in sort of keeping us right where we are. And so we present solutions, and our solutions actually work. Let's see, the original Prime student from day one. Okay, Justin, if you want to get the adjustment on the price you signed up for, this is a special offer for new members. But talk to the team. Maybe they can work with you, offer you a bonus or something like that. We're not opposed to talking about that for sure. Let's see here. Yeah. Reach out to the support team and talk to them about your situation, and we can definitely figure that out. Let's see. Michael Ruff, is there a promo code for the deal? Yeah, there's actually not a promo code anymore. You can just go to drboyceprime.com and it's right there on the page. How do I set up multiple children in your Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program? Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can help you with that. If you have multiple kids and you want to get them set up, we have our Black Business School for Children. I think our children, if you have ambitious, intelligent children or grandchildren that are willing to learn things that are going to help them make money later on in life, I think teaching them stock options is absolutely appropriate. I think they can understand it. Our kids get it. They're going to have to learn something to make money. They're going to have to go to dental school or something, or they're going to have to learn how to be a nail tech or whatever it is that they choose to do. And those things are hard to learn. So if they can learn those hard things, if you can learn the hard stuff required to become an employee, then you should be able and willing to learn the hard stuff required to become an investor. I think it's very strange that we are, okay with going to school and learning all kinds of special skills that let us serve other people. I have, one of our kids works at a restaurant. Um like Applebee's style restaurant. And I'm gonna say Applebee's style because I don't want to be giving away too much personal information. But I went through her training and she had this massive pile of stuff to learn. You had to learn all the different menu configurations and how to serve the customers and the procedures to make the food and everything else. And it was like a college class. So if you can learn all that, if you can learn all the stuff required to learn how to serve food at Applebee's, why can't why can't you learn stock options? Like I just explained stock options to you in an hour or so. So I just don't get it. And I know people that make thousands doing, with stock options. I don't know a lot of people who get rich working at Applebee's. I just don't. So anyway, let me get off that soapbox. Travis, would it be wise to start with 5K? 5K, I say start where you are. Some of you have 0K. Even if you have no money, that doesn't mean you have no wealth. You just might have to figure out a way to get some money to go with your wealth. But when you're learning this stuff, that's a form of wealth in itself. You just may need to find somebody that has a little bit more money than you and talk to them about what you know and see if there's a way you can partner together. Let's see, how many shares of individual stock do you have to own to do options? You have to own 100 shares of a stock in order to sell options on that stock. Between joining Prime or attending your conference in October, which would be more impactful as a first step? I would say joining Prime because with Prime, it's a year-round thing. The conference, you can work up to that. The All Black National Convention, October 25th through the 27th. We are going to have a special gathering of Prime students where you get a chance to meet others that are in the group as well. Let's see here. That's okay. That's not an embarrassing question, Kenya. The price, if you go to drboyceprime.com, Kenya, there is the pricing is at the bottom. The annual fee is $869.71. That's the special price for today. The monthly fee is $155. Okay, so those are the options. Those are the prices that you have available, and all the information is at drboyceprime.com. So let me answer a few more questions, and then we're going to bounce on out, and then I will see you all tomorrow morning for class. Thank you for hearing me out on this discussion. I hope you gained something from this. Let's see. L. Davis, the additional discount for the $897 annually is not showing. It should show, Mr. Davis. Okay, it looks like the comment came in 20 minutes ago after Micah made the change. So it should be on the page for sure. If you don't see it or you have any challenges and you don't see the prices that I mentioned, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They will take care of you. They will make sure that you're in good shape. Once we join Prime, don't we have to buy 100 shares of more than one stock in order to earn money? No, I mean, I know people that sell options with just one stock. You don't necessarily have to have a bunch of them. You can just have one that makes money for you. So for example, let's say I had something like, let's look at another stock that I like Marathon Platforms or Marathon Digital. So let's say that let's say I went out and bought 200 shares of Marathon Digital for $3,834. Robinhood requires me to put up 60% of that money, and I could sell an option on that that expires a month from now, and I could make roughly, depending on which one I pick, I could make roughly $1.63 per option. So if I had 200 shares, I can make about $350 a month from selling those options. Then now that's not a ton of money. It's not life changing, but the amount of the investment is pretty small. It's only $3,800 that you're using to buy the stock, and you don't have to put up the whole 3,800. You put up about 2,000 of that, and then you're able to generate consistent income every month from that. Now, if you had did something bigger like 38,000, then you can add a zero. So instead of me making 350 or whatever per month, I can make 3,500 a month. For a lot of you, 3,500 would pay your mortgage or pay your rent plus your car note. For a lot of you, 3,500 is almost escape velocity money. Like that's freedom money, right? Or if it's not 3,500, maybe it's 7,000. Whatever your number is, I can tell you when my favorite individuals and couples to work with are people that have been savers their whole life or have money put to the side or have access to some type of capital. It might be through a HELOC or whatever. And literally, when they tell me how much they want to use towards stock options, I literally will say, okay, how much money do you need to make each month? And they give me the number, and I say, okay, let's take that capital base. Let's see if we can get to that number. And we shape a portfolio, and it's not investing advice. I just tell them this is what I would do. And I lay it out and I say, well, you could buy some of this and then buy some of that and then buy some of that and then do this and then this and do this. And then when we get done, I say, okay, here's your number, $7,245 or whatever. This is bigger than your number. How do you feel? I literally I think investing's connected to feelings. My wife got me into feelings and stuff. And because she's a therapist. And every single time, every single time they smile. Like every single time, it's like, yeah, and that's because money creates that natural dopamine rush. It's so much fun to make more money. And it's and you think about this, right? Think about how excited we are if our boss gives us like a tiny raise, like he gives us like a 5%, 10% raise, and you make an extra $1,000 a year or $2,000 a year and you feel good that day. Imagine if you're making, an extra $3,000 a month. Like that's a pretty good feeling. So this is real stuff. This is not hocus pocus. We got probably a couple thousand students or something in Prime now. I don't know how many in there exactly, but I want them to give you authentic reactions so that you will just kind of know what's going on. And if you are a student and the reaction isn't what we want it to be, then reach out to our team and they can talk to you about ways we can figure things out so that you can get the reaction that you want. Okay. Elhai says greatest feeling ever. Yeah, it's really good. And I think that what also happens is that you're also feeling my natural reaction to this because this affects my life. This is how I make money for my wife and my kids and my family. So this is not just me teaching, this is me doing as I'm teaching. So I'm definitely a player coach. I invest right along with the students. That one stock I showed you that went up by $200 in a day or something, and everybody made a bunch of money. That was literally an asset. My student asked me about it. I looked at it and I said, "Oh yeah, this is great. I love this." And I had some extra money sitting to the side, so I invested in it too. We all made money together, right? So this is a great feeling. Investing, now, mind you, I want to be really clear though. Investing always has risk. There are some times where you have to learn how to manage and deal with the fact that portfolios don't always go up in value. And that's why we have the Black Financial Therapy Department, because my wife, a therapist, is there to help us figure out how to process feelings in a way that's not going to destroy the long-term value of what we're trying to do. Right. So the risk part is really important. I'm not here to ever make you think that there's not risk, but I am here to tell you that there are ways to manage risk effectively, and the good does outweigh the bad. All right. So let's see a couple more questions, then we're going to bounce on out of here. Let's see. I hope everyone's. Please help. Can someone please help me sign up? Okay, so Stan, if you go to drboyceprime.com, you should be able to hit the button at the top that says start making money now. It'll take you to the bottom. You got the monthly option or the annual option with the discounts already embedded. If you are stuck, if you have any more trouble signing up, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They will work with you until it's fixed or until you feel better. They will call you on the phone if they have to, and they will make sure that you get signed up. Okay, so Stan, so let me know if you're still stuck on that. All right, a couple more questions, then I'm going to get on out of here. Let's see here. I just enrolled in Miami. That's money in a minute. Okay. Is this an overlap or complement to the Prime course? That is a complement to actually Money in the Morning. So Money in a Minute is basically, which if you're interested and you want to take a look at that, you text the word Miami to 87948. That's Money in a Minute. Get it? That's the acronym. So Money in a Minute is where basically, when we were doing Money in the Morning, I said, how do we form habits where we can increase our financial literacy by having a lesson delivered every morning to us on on our cell phone? So, Money in a Minute is where every single morning you'll get like a basic lesson on stock options delivered to you right to your cell phone, and so you can watch the lecture. It takes 90 seconds, 2 minutes, very short, so almost really mini lectures, and then you've learned something that day. And by the end of 30 days, you have a basic fundamental understanding of the market and kind of how it works. So feel free to text the word Miami to 87948 if you'd like to take a look at Money in a Minute. Okay, let's see here. Also, can you have an investment club to do this program? Yes, absolutely, Eunice. The investment clubs are the best way. It's a lot of fun because you can build wealth, learn, and also connect with people you love at the same time. It's the best Black experience ever. What's the URL again? It's drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Let's see. What trading platform is best for getting started? I like Robinhood for the simplicity. There are other apps out there, but Robinhood's one of my favorites. Let's see. Will this be Zoom? Will these be Zoom meetings? Yes, we're gonna have one soon. And so once you sign up, you will be on the text list and I will text you guys. In fact, if you wanted to get on the text list now, you'd have to log in to come in. But if you want to even get on the text list for Prime now, text the word options to 87948. If you text options to 87948, I will send you links when we have our meetings coming up and also when we do Q&A. So text options to 87948. You have to log in though, so make sure you're signed up so you can get in. Let's see, what app do you use for stock options? Oh, I use a lot of them. Let's see. I mentioned Robinhood earlier. That's my favorite. In Prime, do you show how to analyze stocks? If so, where do I find that in Prime? You know what? With stock analysis, I take a little bit of an unconventional approach in the sense that analyzing stock is not what a lot of people make you think it is. A lot of people make you think that it's a matter of looking at all these ratios and trying to figure out the direction of a stock or a company by looking at their financials. I just don't know if that is the best approach, to be honest with you, not based on the research, because I don't even think it's like it would give you a bunch of information that would only confuse you and you wouldn't even know exactly how to apply it. So really paying attention to what the analysts say is more important than you trying to be the analyst. It's like if I want to get my car fixed, I could take the hood off and I could pull the engine out and I could try to take it apart and put it back together again, but I'd have to have a lot of training to do that properly. So the best thing for me to do is not for me to try to fix my car myself. It's the best thing for me to do is to take it to the shop and give a guy $1,000 or whatever and have him use his expertise to go inside the car. Do you understand? So to some extent, the inner workings of a corporation are like that car. And I think that a lot of people teach stock analysis in the wrong way. That's my 2 cents. But if you want to understand stocks, believe me, we got 7 years of material, lectures, curriculum, probably 2,000 lectures on it right now that I've done since 2015, and it's all available to you. And you can just go through them. And I guarantee when you're done, you'll know more about stocks than 99% of the population. Okay. So I'm going to go. Sandra's asking, what are the days and times and durations of the biweekly coaching calls? They tend to be Thursday nights at 8 p.m., but it's not every single Thursday and it's not always at 8. Sometimes my schedule kind of, I reach out and I'll let you guys know what the time is. There is a schedule inside. If you log in at Dr. Boyce Prime, you will find a schedule for the next Prime meetings, and we do Prime Q&As. Every 6 weeks, we do something called Prime 101, which is Prime for beginners, where we'll just do a beginner session and where you can hit the reset button, or if you can get up to speed. So we do a lot of these things to make sure that you're able to understand everything that's going on. So let me give the information one more time before we go. How long will I be in Charlotte for the Power Networking Conference? I'll be here for till tomorrow, basically, and then I got to go on another trip. But I'll be here every morning with you guys, and the days I can't make it, you'll get a text message. So really quickly, if you'd like to get that special offer that I mentioned, just go to drboyceprime.com. There is a monthly option and there is also an annual option. The discount's quite substantial. I think you're going to like it, and I know you're going to love the program. You can instantly get started, start coming to the Prime meetings, and really start applying some of these strategies right away and generating income today if you wanted to. So have a good day, everybody. Thank you guys for allowing me to share this with you. Now I get to go and talk to the people at the Power Networking Conference in confidence, knowing the areas that I have to tighten up and the areas where everything's smooth. And we're going to meet tomorrow morning again for financial consciousness training. So have a good day, everybody. God. And I'm not really here to discredit or to make anybody feel bad about that. But I said, I'm gonna tell you, I think that some of it may relate to the fact that in our society we're not trained to prepare. And I said, the thing about having the life that you want, and I said, look, I don't care. I'm not here to tell y'all what profession you should want to be in. I'm not here to tell you whether or not you should want to where you want to live or what kind of person you want to be. I said, I assume you just want to be happy. And I don't think you're going to disagree with me on that. I said, so the thing about happiness and getting what you want out of life and being where you want to be is that typically that doesn't happen by accident, right? Typically that happiness, that fulfillment, wealth, whatever it is you want, whether you want to have a great relationship, you want to be in great shape, you want to catch the bus on time to get to school, whatever it is, it usually comes down to preparation. And I said, so I guarantee you that 99% of the time, when you run into situations in life where there's something you want and you can't get it, I guarantee you that more preparation will get you where you want to get to. I said, so for example, I'm not a broke man. Now, remember, I'm not the dad. I'm the bonus dad, and I'm a proud bonus dad. I love being the bonus dad to these kids. I said, but think about it. I said, I got money, your daddy got money, and your mama got money. A lot of black people ain't got no money. A lot of black people don't have a lot of money. I said, now, if you want to know the secret for how all of us got money, it's because we prepared. It's just simple preparation. I said, when we were in our 20s, all of us were saving, we were investing, we were preparing because we knew that one day we'd get a little bit older and we'd want to have resources. We'd want to have what we need to be able to provide for you and to do the things we think that we're supposed to do. So what I was really talking a lot about was just these basic ideas of preparation, temporary sacrifice for long-term gain. Some people may call this delayed gratification. That's another term that might be used for this. And I don't believe that any of this is encouraged in society. I don't believe that in our society we really challenge people to really prepare for the future or to do the things that are preventative. An ounce of prevention is usually worth a pound of cure. For example, I always found it really interesting how because we try so hard not to judge people or make them feel bad about their choices, someone will go to the doctor and be clearly doing things that are killing themselves, like clearly eating the wrong food, clearly not taking their medication, clearly coming in, morbidly obese, in horrible shape. And the doctor will not be, is not, I don't think they're even allowed to even say, I think you really need to change this. Or if you keep doing this, bad things are going to happen. We just sort of deal with the issue and don't say anything that might remotely make them feel bad about their choice. And I kind of feel that's wrong. I feel like challenging people a little bit is a good way to go. And so that's what I was doing with the kids. I was challenging them and hopefully that went through. They probably ignored me. They probably sat in the back laughing about how I was like the preachy dad or something, but I don't care. I said, y'all gonna take this message today because y'all got me out here driving y'all to school because y'all didn't get ready and get up on time. All right. So anyway, all right. So let me just say hello to Tonia Patillo, the wonderful Patillo family. Good to see you. Let's see here. I see Gregory and Charlene and Sharon. Good to see you. April West, Olivia, George Calhoun, Ralph out of the Bronx, Winston Butler, David Francis. Good to see you. Karen Dorsey, Eric Bennett, Antonio Fuller, L. Nicholas, Carolyn Thomas, Gina Mills. I see all of you here. So very good to see all of you. And let's jump in. Now, one thing I want to mention quickly is that if you want to get you always talk about the $5 a day investing plan. There is an ebook attached to that. If you would like to pick up a copy of the ebook, there's a URL. You can feel free to write this down. It's b1investing.com. That's the number one investing.com. And so there's some free resources there if you want to pick up something that can help you to implement the $5 a day plan. That's the thing that we've been talking about a lot. It's part of the Black Wealth Master Plan. So the number one, b1investing.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Secondly, I wanted to talk a little bit about something that was on my mind this morning as it pertained to student loans. I was listening to an interview. The guys at Earn Your Leisure were interviewing Robert Smith, I think that's his name, the billionaire. And I never met Robert Smith, but he said something really interesting about the student loan forgiveness thing that happened when they were at Morehouse. Does anybody remember that? Give me a yes if you remember that when Robert Smith gave the speech at Morehouse, the commencement address. And in the speech, he surprised everybody by saying that I'm going to pay off all your student loans. Anybody remember that? And I thought it was remarkable and wonderful and beautiful and extraordinary. And I was incredibly happy that he did that. I thought it was a great thing for him to do. Now, here's where I'm going to sort of lay out some nuances. And Robert mentioned some of these nuances. So this is not just coming from me. This is also him. He talked about a couple of things that were interesting. First thing he mentioned was more from a practical standpoint. He talked about the tax implications of giving and receiving gifts. So if you receive a gift like that, there could be a tax bill attached to that. And he said that that was one thing that they had to deal with when they were paying off people's loans because they didn't want to put them in a different kind of debt with the IRS, and that was made sense. It was interesting. And then he mentioned something that I'd seen in stats, but it really popped out in my consciousness when I heard him talk about it. And he mentioned that 60% of black wealth goes toward paying student loans. 60%. Now I knew the number was big. I'd seen some data on it. I didn't know that it was 60%. I did not know that 60% of the inheritance, your children's birthright, 60% of the wealth, the very scarce, rare wealth in the black community goes toward paying student loans. And I understand exactly how the economic trap works. The trap is very simple. You tell black people, hey, the way to get better in life is to go and give all your money to these big universities run by white people, and they're going to give you these skills that are going to help you get better jobs, which is going to somehow miraculously lead to you becoming wealthier. And it doesn't work like that because jobs are not a pathway to wealth. It's hard to really work your way to wealth because most Americans cannot operate at enough of an economic surplus to actually engage in the wealth building process. To actually build wealth, you have to have a surplus, which means that your income has to exceed your expenses by enough that that extra money can become part of your nest egg, part of your stock, your nuts you stored for the winter that you then are able to deploy to various forms of investing to let your wealth grow. Now, I'm going to add to what Robert said and mention something that you may have heard me mention before, that half of all black college graduates default on their student loans. So when you default on the student loans, not only is a big chunk of your wealth drained, but also it means that your ability to build wealth has been inhibited. So it's almost like you're in a race and you're running, and two things happen. Number one, you ran 8 miles, but they take away 4 of those miles. And then number two, they not only take away 4 of the 8 miles that you ran, they also break both of your legs at the same time. So now you're not running 100 miles an hour or whatever speed you were going before. Now you're just on two little nubs trying to wiggle your way down the street because you can't run on nubs. You can't win the 100-meter dash when you have no legs. So effectively, by sort of dealing with the default on the student loans, that takes you out of the wealth building game. If you're not in the game, you cannot win the game. If you're not, if it's one thing to be losing the game, it's one thing to be struggling in the game, it's one thing to be trying to figure out the game. But a lot of us are not even in the game. We're not in the game of stock market participation. We're not in the game of real estate. We're not in the game of building businesses. We're in the game where we're not doing the powernomics. We're doing the strugglenomics. We're doing the survivornomics. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're struggling to survive, it's very hard for you to even process what it means to thrive. It's very difficult. How can you thrive when you're just barely trying to get by? So you see your friends and you say, "Hey man, how you been doing, man?" "Oh, nothing, man. Just making it, just surviving." Anybody ever hear conversations like that? You know, those struggle conversations. And I'm not making fun of it. A lot of us have those conversations. Sometimes I would pretend to have those conversations just so I could fit in. But then I was like, I don't really want to fit into like a culture that's not really winning. But I would do that. You know, I'd see my friends and I'd feel a little bit guilty because I was like doing kind of good. And I had, you know, I'd been busting my butt. And I'm talking about when I was like 29, 30 years old. And I'm making six figures or whatever. I was doing better because I'd been busting my butt, working really hard. And, you know, and I was raising this weird family where we were really big on like personal responsibility. I'm not gonna, I'm not making fun of anybody else's family, but me and my sister reflected on that. I said, yeah, our parents kind of just told us like everything is your responsibility, even if it's not. Everything is your fault, even if it's not. Everything is your doing, even if it's not. That you are the number one driver of your position in life. So we never really grew up hearing that that there were limitations because of racism, or that somehow the government was going to save us or anything like that. It was more like, yeah, white people can be mean. Some of them are crazy. A lot of black people are too, and don't nobody really love you. So you better get out here and you better bust your butt. And you better go make something happen, because if you don't make something happen, then nothing will occur, right? And again, not making fun of anybody else, but that's what I kind of heard. So long story short, I remember I would still though try to fit in and have these struggle conversations. How you doing, man? Man, just making it, bro. Just trying to get by. And I really think that just from a spiritual standpoint, number one, those conversations are just not very empowering. They're not very uplifting. Also, I heard brother Nuri Muhammad, who is just a brilliant man. Y'all know Nuri? How many? Give me a yes if you know Nuri Muhammad. If you don't know Nuri Muhammad, give me a yes. How many of y'all know Nuri? Nuri is just one of the great thinkers of all time. He's one of the greatest men on this planet. I am honored to say he is my friend because this brother is so sharp. He is such a great product of the nation and Farrakhan, and just again, you don't have to love Farrakhan to at least appreciate some of what he's able to do, right? Even if you don't love him, there's got to be something in there that you can find to appreciate. And Nuri just brings the best of that together. And so Nuri was talking about religion, and he was explaining how there's some religions that what's the word? Some religions that empower you to say, because you got the power of God, you can go do anything, right? Don't be scared because God's got your back. As long as you're connected to God, you become a piece of God, or what, and so if you think you're a God and you're out here doing things because you really feel like you're connected to a higher power, you're gonna go, you ain't scared of nothing, right? That's, to me, that's powerful. That's faith is a wonderful thing. I love faith. I live on faith. I've been living on faith for my entire life. But then there's like some religions, he said, some spaces in religion where it's not something that empowers you. It's kind of just a coping mechanism. Do you understand what I'm saying? It becomes, oh, as Nietzsche was a great philosopher, and he said, he actually described it in a very cynical way. He described religion as opium for the masses, just something that will help you get through the day, like just a pill that you take to survive your otherwise miserable life, to remind you that you are nothing without, without coming to church and giving your money to the pastor. You're just a nobody. You can't get out of bed. You can't do nothing on your own. You have no power whatsoever. And that doesn't necessarily make you feel confident enough to go out here with a sword and a shield and take on the world. And so, in fact, it reminds me of this song. My wife has a song that she loves. There's a singer. I'm trying to remember his name. He sings really well. Anthony Hamilton. I think that's his name. Yeah, we went to an Anthony Hamilton concert. Now, mind you, I would never go to an Anthony Hamilton concert on my own. I went there because my wife is gorgeous, and I would have pretty much followed her anywhere. And so we went to this Anthony Hamilton concert, who, by the way, is a great singer. I said, man, this guy can sing. And he had this song that was like a religious song. And it's like, if you catch me sleeping, don't wait me till I'm done. Anybody know that song? Just leave me be. I'm waiting till my savior comes. And I was listening to the lyrics, and it's a great song. And my wife plays it all the time. And I said to her, I said, I love this song. It sounds really good, but I'm kind of depressed with this song because it seems like it's kind of telling me, like, just stay asleep, just sit there, and I'm not gonna do nothing. Don't wake me up. Don't, I'm just gonna wait for Jesus to fix it. And I can't do nothing on my own, and my life is terrible, and I'm sad. I said if I listen to this song every day, I'm gonna be kind of depressed. I don't know. Again, I maybe go find the song and read the lyrics. Like I listen to the lyrics, like especially the hip hop and all that, because hip hop really taps in, like they do. I think they're deliberately tapping into your subconscious, right? So hip hop, when they have the 808 beat and the rhythm and the repetition, that's definitely brainwashing. That's textbook brainwashing, right? So hip hop, I pay attention to lyrics, but then also even with gospel music, and I was listening to the song and I said, so it's kind of just telling me that that I shouldn't be proactive at all in my life, that I should just lay there, stay asleep, and just wait until Jesus comes and fixes it. And that to me comes from slavery, right? It's again, it's a great song though. It's nothing against the song, nothing against religion, nothing against any of that, but it's just something to kind of process and think about whether or not we feel that we are on a regular basis being given ideas that are going to really make us feel powerful. Are we really given ideas that are really going to make us feel like, okay, you know what? If the white man ain't gonna fix it, I can fix it myself. And I really think that that's critically important because when you circle back to some of these challenges, some of these issues, I said, I really believe that a lot of our problems, our financial problems, are quite solvable. The question is, do we have the willpower and the discipline and the desire to actually do it? Do we have the confidence to do it? A lot of accomplishment comes down to believing that you can do it, being willing to make the sacrifice to do it, having the discipline to be consistent enough to put in the work or whatever is required in order to make it happen. If you have these things and then you have some strategic planning on top of that, you plan where you want to go, you commit to the journey, you put in the work on a regular basis and you're very consistent, then you can accomplish things, but you have to have a level of belief that you're even capable of doing it. And I think that Black self-esteem is deliberately kept very, very low to the point where there are things that we believe happen around us that we truly believe we have no say in any of this. And it shows up actually a lot in a lot of the depression and anxiety statistics. There's a friend of mine, I can't remember her name because I haven't talked to her in a decade, but she was a very nice lady. She wrote a book, Terry Williams. She wrote a book called Black Pain. And basically, it was all about all the Black women that are suffering from clinical depression, and it's not diagnosed, it's not being treated, it's not even being acknowledged because we all have that strong Black woman stereotype that is that is just sort of that sort of overwhelms all that. It's like, okay, you're a strong Black woman, you can handle all that. So in their strength, and I do believe Black women are strong, and I think I see that as a compliment, but at the same time, obviously, it can be a problem if you're not acknowledging and dealing with the pain. And so really, if you study like where depression might come from, one of the ways to end up feeling very depressed is when you feel like you have no say over your situation. When something terrible is happening to you, they did this study with rats in a lab. They shocked them. They would put them in a lot of pain and they gave them no way out. And the ones that had no way out and no solution were the ones who were the most depressed. They could measure how depressed a rat was by the amount of serotonin in his brain. So they said that the rats where they gave them no out, no options, those rats were very depressed. The rats that were given a solution, the rats that were given a process where they could go hit a button and make the pain stop, those rats had far less depression than the rats who were just being hit randomly with all this pain and had nothing they could do about it. So translate that to people. I believe that especially when you talk about things like economic pain, let's go back to the economics of it all because money is power. Money is used as a way to control people. Money is used as a weapon. It's used as a tool. It's used as a defense mechanism, whatever it is. Well, so when you look at the economic pain that Black people are in, um, I really suspect that we are put in situations where we're deliberately exposed only to ideas where someone else is always in control of our economic fate and our economic destiny. We are led to believe, even though those of us who are the most educated and the most capable, literally feel that if we want to be economically successful, someone has to kind of give that to us. Someone has to give us a job or someone has to give us an opportunity, right? Instead of seeing opportunities as something that people actually create or jobs are something that can actually be developed and given to other people. But your training from the very beginning is sit down, shut up, be well behaved, make sure you're very well trained so that someone will give you an opportunity. And then what happens is that when you are, say, like I was a big mouth Black man. I've been a big mouth since I was in my 20s. You can go check the record. I used to write articles at the University of Kentucky. They used to get me death threats and everything when I was 24 years old. And at that time, I had a lot of well-intended Black people who warned me. They said, if you keep talking like this, you'll never get a job. And they were like, we're only telling you this because we care about you, Boyce. And if you keep talking about this pro-Black stuff, then you're going to end up being in a situation where you won't be employable. And I said, but it's true. I said, we're being mistreated. I can't sit here and allow this to happen. I'm not going to let somebody talk to me like this and just put me at the bottom of the barrel. And they're like, yeah, we agree with you, Boyce. We get it. We get it. but you can't keep talking like this. And they would send people to talk to me. I kid you not. Because I didn't even realize how much power I had at the time because I was a 24-year-old kid. But they would send the white administrators would send. One time they had me meet this black man who was a former quarterback at the University of Kentucky, and they sent him to talk to me because they figured that because we're both black, he could talk me down and calm me down, so I wouldn't like criticize the administration and the white people in charge. And even at 24, I saw right through it. I remember thinking, wow, they sent the black guy to talk to me, the one resident black guy to come and talk to me. And he was a nice guy, and I talked to him, but I remember walking away thinking, I'm not going to change who I am. So we just had a good conversation. And generally speaking, I think that there's a big chunk of our soul that gets lost that we end up selling and giving away because we end up being stuck and committed to this very false idea that the people that are in charge of our set of opportunities and possibilities are going to be unhappy with us if we let that part of who we are out of the closet, right? So effectively a lot of young black children go crazy. They go crazy because they get in this system where they're forced to constantly code switch. Y'all know, anybody heard that term code switching? How many of y'all have heard us, people talk about how we have to learn how to really code switch, almost be bilingual in order to survive in corporate America and in just these awkward situations where who you are is not good enough. So you have to engage in the fundamentally horrific task of living your life as somebody that you're actually not. You have to learn how to live a lie and live that lie very well just so you can survive economically, just so you can pay the bills, just so you can have some semblance of financial security. But really you're not secure because the minute they discover that you're really black or that you're sitting and listening to people like Boyce Watkins or Dr. Claude Anderson or even, God forbid, a Farrakhan, they're going to come punish you for that. And I would just dare to say that they have no right to do that. They don't have a right to tell you who you're allowed to be, but also you have an obligation to defend who you want to be. You have an obligation to understand from an economic consciousness standpoint that when you get to the point where you start to be big and bad and grown and define your own path, you have to have the economic intelligence and economic security to defend that path. Do you understand? Freedom, there's no group, and this is the thing that we want to get into this conversation to say, well, it's, because we're black, they're not letting us do this, and because we're black, they won't let us do that. And I would just say a free man or a free woman does not really talk like that. A free man or free woman understands ain't nobody gonna let you do nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you conquer nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you have your freedom. Ain't nobody gonna let you have nothing. You have to be able to fight for it and defend it. There's no country on the planet, there's no free country on earth that did not have to have a lot of money spent on a military just to defend their freedom. There's no country. There's no you find me a country that has resources, especially the ones that have resources, like you got oil or whatever. If you can't defend what you have, then someone's going to beat you up and take it from you. That's just it. And black people have a lot. We have a lot of amazing things that are very profitable for other people. Our culture has made billions for other people. Our music has made billions for other people. We have style. We have the best athletes on the planet. So of course they're gonna come in and colonize and take things like Kendrick Lamar in his battle with Drake. In case you don't keep up with this, it's been really interesting to watch two big rappers kind of going back and forth. I think Kendrick might have won, but Kendrick made this verse where he said, "You're not a colleague, you're a colonizer." And somebody made a really interesting point, and they said that and everybody's like, "Yeah, that's right. You tell him, Kendrick, you won because you told him he's a colonizer." And somebody said that's not a compliment to you, though. That's not really the flex that you think it is. When you call someone a colonizer, you're basically saying that they were able to come into your space, take all your stuff, and all you can do is sit and complain about it. All you can do is say, "You're a colonizer. I figured it out. You stole everything from me. You took all my stuff. You came in and you took from us. You we don't got nothing because you took it all." Well, you're kind of bragging, like you're kind of letting them know how powerful they are. Like you're really just saying to them, I'm weak and worthless. I can't, because I'm gonna tell you this. Look, give me a yes or no. Do you think that if I wanted to go colonize Chinatown, and let's say I wanted to go in and take over all the Chinese restaurants in Chinatown, how successful do you think I would be if I tried to go economically colonize Chinatown? What do you think? You think they'd sit back and let me just take what I want? and take all their money, all their renminbi, that's the Chinese currency, and destroy all their businesses and put them out of business and make them all come work for me. You think they would just that would just be an easy task? No, I would probably end up at the bottom of the river. I would not, I would and I certainly wouldn't have any customers in Chinatown. They wouldn't even that the Korean community is so gangster about their economics, they won't even let a black man take over the hair care industry. If you are black and you try to go into the hair care industry, there are many countless stories of black people who tried to do black hair. They weren't even trying to do white hair or Asian hair. They were just trying to do hair that was already on their head and get the supplies or whatever, and they would freeze them out. They'd be out of business because people would engage in these underhanded tactics to make sure that your business is not going to grow. My fofo going to make sure all your money don't grow. That's what they're like. No, we don't let black people actually run the industry. We'll allow them to shop with us and give us their money, but you're not taking our money. That's not a pro. That who made you think that you? Who do you think you are? So ultimately, anything that when you talk about things like freedom and power, you really have to understand what game you're playing and what you're really dealing with. You're dealing with highly competitive situations that require tremendous amounts of strategic thinking, discipline, and preparation and sacrifice. And I would just dare to say that I don't see very many elements in the culture other than sports, other than like basketball and football, where elements of discipline and sacrifice are readily discussed. I certainly don't see it in education. I just don't. I don't see the level of educational excellence that I think that we're capable of. I definitely don't see it when it comes to economics. Again, the Black Wealth Master Plan, where I was explaining to you guys, every black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. Every black child should own stock by the age of 5. Every black child should be in a position to put money on a property by the time they're 21. Most people are not at that level. And I deliberately said it to be aspirational for us to sort of reset our expectations for ourselves, to understand the competitive game that you're in. So I would just encourage you to kind of think about things this way. And so that student loan conversation was kind of where we started with this. And to make it clear, just as because I have to keep saying this because I get misinterpreted a lot, is I've never said people should not go to college. I've never said you're a fool because you went and got a bachelor's degree. I've never say that. I'm a college professor. But what I am saying is that student loans are without a doubt the one of if not the greatest drain on black wealth. So if your goal is to close the racial wealth gap, assuming that white folks don't decide to write a big gigantic reparations check, then closing the racial wealth gap means looking at that gigantic economic leak called student loans and saying, how do we do this better? So this does not mean student loans are only for suckers or there's something you should never do. It means sort of rethinking our relationship with college. It means saying, okay, maybe if your goal is to go to college and just go to parties and step shows and major in English literature, maybe there's a better way for you to proceed than for you to go $200,000 in debt for a degree that won't even make you $40,000 a year. Maybe that's not the strategy for you. Now, if you're going to be a dentist and make six figures, then go for it. If you're going to be a medical doctor or any sort of professional license, an attorney, I get it. Student loans can make sense in that context. So I would never say student loans are bad. What I am saying is that the high default rate, the fact that half of all black college graduates, these are our talented 10th. The ones that went to college were the good ones. I'm not talking about the ones who didn't go. I'm talking about the ones who went to college. Those are the ones that you're hoping will pull you out of the mess. So your greatest economic athletes are showing up with a pulled hamstring, a broken toe, and a missing leg. And you're thinking these people are going to be the ones that are going to get you to the next level. They can't get you to the next level because they can't even survive. Your best swimmers that are supposed to come and save everybody are drowning. How are you going to elevate a community when your best swimmers can't even swim? They can't, because when you have a college degree or a master's or whatever we have, and you are saddled with so much debt that you can't hardly move and that you default on that debt. So your credit score is now in the garbage. And then on top of that, you have no ability, no understanding of how to even elevate your economic situation through things like entrepreneurship, real estate ownership, or stock market investing. It's hard to say that you're somebody who's going to save everybody because your ability to even save yourself is limited, right? So I'm not making fun of anybody because Lord knows, no, Lord, sorry, Lord knows I would not do that because I know that there are a lot of us in this room who have fallen for that trap. And I'm not here to beat up on you about that. Please don't think that I'm making you. I don't want to make you feel bad. I want you to be aware and I want you to just understand so we can sort of repair that and fix that and adjust the culture so we don't keep making the same mistake over and over again. Someone can benefit from the mistake that you made. You just have to use your mouth and explain this to them so that we don't get caught up in the simple-minded message that college is for everybody or anybody who's smart should be in college or that college is the only pathway to success or that student loans are a necessity for everybody. That's just not true. And then also on top of that, here's another thing too. For those of you that were able to pay back the loans that didn't borrow too much money, one area where you're limited is that you don't have that Swiss Army knife of options when it comes to how you make your money. A job again should be one way to make money. That should be one out of about maybe 8 or 9 different ways that you have to go make money. So this is where the Black Wealth Master Plan kicks in, where every child learns how to start a business by the age of 12. Because I know plenty of highly educated Black people who are making 6 figures who absolutely hate their job and really would rather just quit right now. But they can't quit right now because you got bills and the ability to figure out how to make money is not quite where you want it to be. I sat down with a bunch of my relatives and we were having a family financial meeting and we were talking about all the different ways to make money. And I remember I had one cousin who had 2 master's degrees, who had a 6 figure job working for somebody. I don't know who it was, but he made all the right choices and he wasn't in a bad situation at all. And he had this really nice job, probably making about 200 grand a year. I have another cousin who was also a Black male who was in his early 30s who did not have a college degree. So he learned how to become an entrepreneur. He also got really good with computers. So he was actually making more money than almost everybody in the room. In fact, he's the one that where I sat down where we were talking and he casually we talk about the price of Bitcoin hitting 50 or 60,000 and he casually says, "Really?" He says, "I bought some Bitcoin." I said, "Well, how many did you buy?" He said, "I don't know, about 3 or 400 a few years ago." I said, "You know, 3 or 400 Bitcoin that's I think that might be worth over a million, a couple few $1 million." And he was like, "Oh, really? Cool." It was like that, like because he had casually bought Bitcoin when it was like $1 or $5 and forgot about it. And then he goes back and finds out he's got all this money sitting there, right? So anyway, I remember listening to them talk, and my cousin with all the education with the fancy job, he says, it's really hard to figure out how to make money like without a job. Like I don't really know. It seems like there's just not that many opportunities to make money without a job. It's really hard to figure that out. And my other cousin, the oppressed Black man with no college degree, he casually says, he says, "Oh, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere." And I'll never forget that exchange because what that said to me was that my cousin without the college degree had a very high level of economic consciousness. And what is consciousness? Consciousness is awareness. It is sight. It is the ability to see things that other people don't see. And so what I was visualizing is I'm thinking about this and I'm thinking, okay, so one of my relatives was in the position of a lot of us educated Black people. He'd been given these opportunities because he had the right credentials. He behaved like he was supposed to, and he got a great job making good money. Good for him. It's worked out for him. But he wanted to leave his job because of the obvious reasons that many of us might want to leave our jobs. And but in my mind, it's kind of like it reminds me of an animal that was trained in a facility, maybe in a zoo or in even a circus, right? Where you are you're skilled, but you're constrained, you're controlled. You eat every day because the zookeeper comes and feeds you every day. And so you've learned that if I want to eat that day, I got to do what the zookeeper tells me to do. Give me a yes if you're following this analogy. If I want if I don't do what the zookeeper says, I'm going to be punished. They're going to electrically shock me or put me in solitary confinement or something like that, right? So you're doing well, kind of because you're well behaved. right? And you're talented. They come in, they taught the bear how to ride the tricycle, and you're the one who learned how to ride the tricycle first. So you get lots of treats for learning how to ride the tricycle and perform well at the circus. But as that bear, you really, if you ever even really even begin to act like a real bear, like you growl at somebody or you maul somebody or you decide to go hunt and fight or whatever, like you're gonna get shot, right? So in a way, like you're kind of in a nice situation, but another way, it's kind of limited who you are and even transformed who you are. You are a bear in captivity. Do you follow what I'm saying? You're a lion in captivity. So then my other cousin, I saw him and I saw a bear in the wild. So the bear in the wild is going to be a little rough around the edges, right? Because he doesn't know the system. He doesn't follow the rules. He would not do well in a zoo or a circus or even a wildlife reserve. And he's struggled. He's been out in the wild, which means that he's had many days where he's been hungry, and being hungry motivated him to learn how to hunt and fight and kill and fish and do what he's got to do to survive. So because he went through the struggle and the pain of being hungry and not having a system to take care of him, he's also picked up these specialized skills that he never would have gotten if he spent his whole life in the zoo. Do you follow what I'm saying? Let me know if you're getting what I'm saying here. So with my cousin, the reason that he was probably the richest person in that room, the one without the degree, is because he sort of just learned how to adapt to the situation that he was in. He was in a situation where there was no Superman, there was no boss sending a weekly paycheck, there was no security whatsoever being given by the system, and he learned how to just adjust and survive in however he could. And as a result, he was fitter than everyone else. The animal in the wild that has to survive in the wild, he has to hunt to get his food. So he's going to be in a better position to hunt than the animal who has sat back in the cage, getting fat, waiting for the zookeeper to drop the food off. Do you understand? So people who know how to hunt tend to be better off. Also, hunters have a stronger level of awareness. So a hunter can be, think about this, a person, if you imagine you take a person out of the city and you put them in the middle of the Amazon, and then you grab another person who is who's a survival expert, who's lived in the woods his whole life, and you put him in the middle of the Amazon, who's going to survive? Who's going to have the greatest likelihood of surviving? Right? We know the answer to that. And part of the reason that there's that differential in survival probability is that the second person who grew up in the forest, who understands how to hunt and fish and everything else, his awareness is much higher. So one person, the person who's used to only eating whenever there's a restaurant available or when a grocery store is open, they're going to look around, they're going to say, gosh, I'm starving, I'm so hungry, there's no food out here. The other person may look around and say, what are you talking about? There's food everywhere. I saw a flock of geese over there. I saw some berries over there. I saw some, I saw something else over here, and there's wood, and there's this, and there's that, and you can eat those things, right? But that's because they've been educated. Their awareness is high. So economically speaking, the equivalent of that is that when you make that decision, or when you're raised in a culture, or when you adapt to a culture of a free black man or a free black woman, your financial consciousness tends to be higher than those of us who are raised in captivity. People that really understand, this is why, again, this is why I'm glad you're coming to financial consciousness training, because that's the goal. The goal is to say, there's, like my cousin, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere. So I want you to be able to see it. And when you start to see it, and then you start to have the confidence to know you can go get it, and you've got the skill to see it, you see the flock of geese, you learn how to use the bow and arrow so you can hunt and get those geese. Then what happens is, at first it's hard because you're a little hungry, you're a little scared, but eventually you're eating better than the person in captivity. You're eating better. What do I mean by that? Well, do you know how many people I've seen who went out and really embraced entrepreneurship and started a business and were suddenly making like literally 50 times more money than they made on their job? Like they literally, I'm talking about like $100,000 a month, that kind of thing, just by tapping into something that was always there, but they never really knew it was there because they didn't have the consciousness to see the opportunity. Do you know? Do you know the feeling? The one thing. This is why I love entrepreneurship and the freedom of it, is because, like, if you want a raise, you just know that I don't have to ask my boss for a raise. I don't have to wait another 3 years for them to give me the raise I deserve. I don't have to get a better job. I can just sell another product. I can market differently. I can cut my costs. I can make a partnership and give myself a raise, which gives you a more empowered feeling in life than simply waiting for somebody else to do something. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to become an entrepreneur. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that I believe that culturally speaking, we must make sure, especially with the kids, that they are exposed to all these possibilities, that they're just sort of exposed to this idea that's really a controversial idea, but I don't want you to overreact to this. But just like what ideas that might seem extreme, like slavery is a choice. Like I'm not saying that slavery was a choice in 1745. I'm not saying that, and I'm certainly not trying to advocate for the ideas of Kanye West because I've spent enough time on the phone with him to know that he needs his medication. What I am saying is that maybe there are some types of slavery that really are a choice. And maybe the choice isn't necessarily a choice that you can make right now. Right? Like if you're in a tough spot, like it's like when let me explain. It's like when our 13-year-old misses the bus and I say, "Well, you still got to go to school." And she's like, "Well, what am I supposed to do? I have no choice. I can't. I need a ride, Boyce, because I can't get to school." Well, the thing is, you had a choice. You had a choice proactively. Your choice isn't being made right now. That's not the best choice for you. That's not the best scenario for you. Now you have no choice, but you backed yourself into a situation where you have no choice because you had a choice this morning when you chose to hit the snooze button on the alarm clock instead of getting your butt out of bed. Do you understand? So when we say slavery is a choice, no, I'm not saying that when you get up on a Tuesday that you have a choice as to whether you're going to go to work or not. What I'm saying is that your choice really comes from not putting yourself in a position where you've only got one choice. Do you follow what I'm saying? So what I would say with children is it goes back to that word I love to use called options. We I can teach you all about stock options and all that. We do that regularly here in the Black Business School, but I'm talking about just options in life. If you raise kids in a certain way and prepare them for the future to always know how to have plenty of options, then that will translate into choices. And for people that have options that also have choices, slavery really becomes a choice. There's a difference between going to work because you have to versus going to work because you want to. That person that's going to work because they want to is literally making the choice to go to work and deal with their boss. Other people may not be making a choice because all their choices were murdered 10, 15 years ago when they locked themselves into capitalist slavery. Capitalism is slavery. It really is. That's not a, I'm not being extremist when I say that. It becomes slavery when you don't understand this game and you don't prepare. Oh yeah, they're going to eat you up. And their number one goal is to lock you down to the point where you have no choice. Um, In fact, it's really weird how many financial things pop up on a given day. And literally during my little sermon that I was giving to the teenage black girls that were stuck in the car with me for 15 minutes, I said there are so many people who, because they did not engage in proactive strategies to prepare for life, they get in situations where they have no choice. And so what happens is that when you get in a situation where you're desperate, say financially, and I was warning them as young women, I said, there will be plenty of men who will take advantage of your lack of options as it pertains to money. They will show up and they'll say, I'll pay the rest of your rent, but you're gonna have to give me something that money can't buy. And I said, so the reason I'm forcing you all to listen to me right now is because I want you to prepare in advance so that you will always have a choice. You will never have to do something that is unethical or harmful to yourself or something that makes you feel terrible because you're stuck in a situation where you have no choice. Everything's about those choices and options. And that's really what this conversation is all about. When you use the words freedom, choices, and options, they're all connected. They're all cousins of each other. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say. Um, Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Don't forget to get on the text list if you want to get reminded when we do Money in the Morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. If somebody could type 87948 in the chat, I would appreciate that. So text morning to 87948 and I will send you an invitation. Number two, I'm going to be speaking this weekend in Philadelphia at the Get Money Fest hosted by Jay Ortiz and the Pish Posh Girl. If you'd like to come out, you can go to getmoneyfest.com, or you can just show up. It's in Philadelphia. On my Instagram, I put the flyer up. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So you can go to my Instagram, look at the flyer. The address is on there. Just come to the door, tell them you're with me. They'll let you in. It's free to the public. Let's see what else. Thirdly, if you want the ebook for the $5 day investing plan, that's also free. Just go to b1investing.com, b the number one investing.com. Somebody type b1investing.com in the chat for me if you could. And then last but not least, you guys know in our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, we did a 24-hour discounts. Everything is 60% off until the end of today. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, write down this code. It is today only 2024. So if you use the code word today only 2024, all one word, it has to be all one word, and you put it in the checkout, you'll get 60% off anything in the store. And the store has financial flashcards for children, tickets to the All Black National Convention. You can get books. My book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Dr. Claude Anderson's books are there. My wife's books are also in there. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And so if you'd like to go take a look at drboycebooks.com, the code word is today only 2024, all one word. Put that in and checkout. It'll take 60% off. So even if the price is already discounted 30 or 40%, it'll take another 60% off. That's today only. So feel free to go take a look at that. All right. Chelsea says, bought my tickets yesterday. Yeah, the convention's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago, October 25th to the 27th. The convention, I guarantee with everything that if you come to the convention, you will love it. It will be life-changing for you, and you've never seen anything like it. That's our goal, is to create spaces and experiences that are just different from what we've kind of dealt with and been exposed to. And so since this convention didn't exist, God told me to create it, and we did it. I didn't know how to do a convention, but we did it 15 years ago. Lene Javette helped me, and now it's an annual thing. We're almost on our 10th year. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you want to take a look. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Okay, guys, have a good day. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Don't forget, if you want to get a reminder, get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and I will hit you guys up then. Take
so far, and I hope you're doing well. What's my largest holding? Great question, Errol. Errol's so smart. I love talking to Errol. Errol, you're one of my favorite people, period. I just want you to know that. That, you know what? I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it's Amazon. I got to double check, but I think Amazon is where I have my biggest holding. I gotta look. I can't remember. I buy so much stuff. I don't always remember everything that represents my biggest holdings. But then again, it's a style, it's a preference, right? Some people invest in a way where they know exactly what they hold in every area all the time. What I do is I look for evidence that tells me that there's a possible catalyst that could push a stock price up, and I add good stocks to my portfolio. And in fact, in a little bit, I'll give you guys a couple of stocks that I identified that I like, that I just bought shares of these companies, and that can kind of help you guys. Also, if you are interested in weed, in what's going on with the weed industry, not smoking weed, I'm not going to smoke with you, but I will invest with you. I want you smoking. I want you to be smoking the kind of weed where you make your weed out of the dollar bills. You crush your dollar bills up and you smoke them. I'm joking. I'm being stupid. But anyway, that's what I'll smoke with you. And so I have a list of cannabis stocks that I pulled together. That if you did not get that list yet, let me know if you all got the list. I sent it out via text. And what I'll do is I'm going to grab the link again today and put that back in the chat so you guys can have that list of cannabis stocks. And y'all got to forgive me. I'm looking all over my computer screen. I got stuff everywhere. But yeah, I call them canna stocks. That's because I just make names up and stuff. But yeah, so the list of canna stocks, it's in here somewhere. I'm going to find it. And when I find it, I'm going to share it. Don't let me forget to share it, because in the mornings when I have all my stuff out everywhere, sometimes I get a little bit lost with stuff. All right, so with that being said, and the reason that I'm really, really interested in cannabis is because I just really believe it's going to be legalized. I don't think that the world we live in now can persist. I think that when you talk about cannabis and crypto, those are just two areas where there's too much legal ambiguity. And so I think that there will be
more clarity, regulatory clarity when it comes to crypto, which will benefit a lot of cryptos. In fact, right now, there's an Ethereum ETF that is pretty much approved or close to it. And I think that that's a good reason to be invested with Ethereum. Also with Bitcoin, we've been talking about Bitcoin for a while, and I mentioned to you all that I'm a big fan of Bitcoin. And so there's a lot of opportunities out here. And so let me share this list of the cannabis stocks. I'm gonna put it in the chat, and you guys can grab that if that's of interest to you. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. All right, let's see. Here we go. Okay. Sheesh, I tell you, it's like there's so much information to keep up with. It's kind of hard to. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, thank you, Sonia. Sonia already shared it, so looks like Sonia's on her game. What would I do without Sonia? All right. So anyway, so there's the list right there inside the chat as well. So Sonia also provides her link as well. So let's see here. What else am I noticing? All right. So in terms of opportunities, I do believe that, and I heard an analysis by Kathy Wood, who is interesting. She's super smart, but sometimes she's just wrong. And I don't know if she's wrong about this or not, but I know that it did make sense. She was saying that based on certain historical data, that there's evidence to say that companies that small cap stocks tend to do well in this kind of environment. They don't do well right now, like they're undervalued. And that what's happening right now in the market is that everybody's flocking toward these, everybody's flocking toward these big companies, these big tech companies. And what tends to happen is that whatever everybody else is flocking toward, that's not really the place you want to be long term. Like everything that's overperforming right now is going to underperform at some point in the near future, and everything that's underperforming now is going to do well later on. So there are some small cap companies that I took a look at that I actually invested in. And again, this is not investing advice, but I'll mention them to you. One is a company called Magnite, Magnite, and the ticker symbol is MGNI. And I invested in this company solely for the reason for the fact that when I did my research on it, the analysts like it, and also it's a small cap company that should have some possibilities later on down the line as the market evolves. So again, if you want to go take a look at that company, it's MGMI, and the name of the company is Magnite. And so feel free to take a look at that. Again, this is not investing advice, though. Now, what else is happening in the markets? I'll just kind of give you a quick summary. A couple of things going on right now. Basically, the economy is holding pretty steady. There are some risks and catalysts in the economy, particularly in the areas like commercial real estate. A lot of people are concerned about commercial real estate. In addition to that, if you want to look at sectors that seem to be a little bit overvalued, tech is a little overvalued. So all the big tech stocks that everybody loves, a lot of people believe that they're priced so high that even though these are great companies, they may not be great investments. Because remember, a great company does not make for a great investment. And a bad company does not mean it's a bad investment. Also, the Federal Reserve is expected to maintain interest rates higher for longer, which means that these rate cuts that they've been talking about that would have been positive catalysts for your stocks, they're probably not coming for a while. They may do a rate cut in the summer, but for the most part, they're not going to likely do the rate cuts that everyone expected to see, right? And also, some people believe that GDP is going to slow down a little bit in the third quarter of 2024. They're not predicting a recession, but there could be. I mean, they're supposed to be. The economy's done so well that at some point you've got to slow down. You've got, that which goes up has to eventually come down. And so you can expect some sort of economic downturn to occur in the near future. All right. So what I want to do is look at some of your questions here. Let's see. The first question I see comes from Genia Ardrey. She says, I have P&G stock with a holding company. Should I leave it there or move it to another platform to build in order to buy, sell options? Well, if you're talking about buying and selling options, Procter & Gamble is not a stock that we talk about much in the Prime program. Right? So, in terms of options, you'd have to have a lot of shares of Procter & Gamble stock, I expect, to be able to generate a decent income from options. However, if you wanted to move assets over to pursue a particular strategy, you can. But what I do is I sell my options and stuff like that, and that's how I generate my income. But I don't put more than, say, 20%, 15, 20% of my portfolio in that direction. Because you got to remember that every type of investment involves risk. The stocks that give you the most income tend to also have the most volatility. That's why the options market is so active. So in my view, I wouldn't sort of get overly enthusiastic when you see the money come out. I mean, it can be nice though if you're able to kind of stomach it and just kind of ignore the things that should be ignored. Then it does work. You know, I sat with a student this morning who every week he generates about $3,000 a week on his options, and but he was a saver. He saved up over $100,000, and so he's able to put that money in that portfolio and just use that as his income driver, so he doesn't have to work if he doesn't want to. So this is an easy out. And those that are interested, if you don't know about the Prime program, a lot of people like it. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look at that. It's a really great way to make money. Let's see. Jennifer says, did Dr. Boyce host a private Q&A for Prime members this morning at 10 a.m. Central? No, I did not. Was that did that pop up on the schedule or something? Did you get a notification or something? Because sometimes Zoom does weird stuff like that. It'll send out stuff announcing that I'm going to do something, and I know nothing about it. So if that happens, we've got a great support team. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they will take care of you. They'll make sure that, you know, that everything that should be a certain way is done a certain way. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com if you see anything like that, because sometimes I don't catch everything, and so I would love your help in terms of figuring out how we can do things better in the Black Business School. I keep trying to help everybody understand that we are a university, right? A lot of people don't believe a Black man can actually run a university, but my PhD is just as real as the white guys. So we are getting it done, and we educate people on Black wealth better than any institution in the country. There's no HBCU, there's no white university, Harvard, Yale, Stanford. None of these schools do what we do the way we do it, because we are kind of the Black wealth surgeon. So that's our specialty. That's what we selected, and that's where we're going to stay, right? So if you want to see how we can help you, just email the support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Thank you, Rianne, by the way. I see you in the chat. Rianne is on our team. She's in the chat right now. She can answer questions and help you out. And the ticker symbol for the stock I mentioned earlier is MGNI. MGMI, I just bought shares of that stock this morning, and this is how I want you to get into the habit of buying stock. I want you to not make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Just get in there and buy consistently. And when you see stocks that appear to be good opportunities, just buy it. Just do it. You know, just like you go to the store and you buy bread, or you go and you buy a pair of socks. You know, when you buy a pair of socks, you don't sit and, spend 6 weeks wondering if you should own socks or not. You just do it, so buy stocks the way you buy socks. Man, look at me. I got bars today. So buy stocks the way you buy socks. And that is literally my best advice for you and I don't give it investing advice. So let me just take that word back, but you get what I'm saying, that this is how I do it. Just you find stuff that you think is a good buy and you invest it. Because here's the deal. Look, Magnite, the company I mentioned earlier, they provide technology solutions to automate the purchase and sale of digital advertising inventory for buyers and sellers. It features applications and services for digital advertising sellers, including websites, mobile applications, and other digital media properties. Okay, so Magnite, the ticker symbol is MGNI, Mary, Gary, Nancy, Ignition. Basically, think about this. So this stock is $12.60. Okay, now here's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now that I bought this stock this morning. I bought a couple $1,000s worth of this stock. If you ask me 2 months from now, hey, Boyce, do you own Magnite? Did you buy any shares of Magnite? I won't remember. I'm going to literally be like, I don't know. Let me check. Because I buy anything that looks good. And here's why I don't overthink it, why I don't let it stress me out. So let's say that you buy a few shares of the stock, and let's say that it doesn't go up at all. Let's say that it drops by 40%. Well, what else were you going to do with that money anyway? I mean, maybe you could have bought a different stock, but you don't know. You can't predict stock prices. There's a whole theory called the random walk hypothesis, and I've told you all about this, that says you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. You can make a guess. You can kind of look at sectors and kind of figure some things out, figure out what the risk profile is, but you really don't know. You don't know. So stop trying to know things that you can't know. And stop listening to people who tell you they know things that are really unknowable. This again, I'm not a financial influencer. I am a financial scientist. So I can tell you that the financial science The research says you can't predict. So stop stressing yourself over things that you can't control and things you can't possibly know. Here's what you do know though. You lean on what you do know. Here's what you do know is that people who consistently buy stock have more money than people who don't buy stock. Do we agree on that? Give me a yes if I've convinced you of that, if you understand this, if you believe me. This is what the research says. Again, I'm not a financial influencer, I'm a financial scientist. This is what the science says. That's what you do know. So, and what else do you know? Well, you do know that if you save your money or put it into some sort of asset, you're going to have more to show for it than if you take it to the mall and buy a bunch of clothes. Do we agree on that? That if I buy this stock at $12.60 per share and I put my money in this stock, even if the stock goes south 5 years from now, and let's say it drops from $12.60 to $9 a share, at least I'll still have some money left over. What happens if I go to the mall with that money? And this is the thing. People will avoid investing because they're scared of losing a little bit of money, but will go take that same money and go shopping, which means you're going to lose all your damn money. There ain't hardly nothing you bought in 2017 that you're still using right now. Probably not even your car. So why not try? And here's the third thing. Here's another thing you do know. I could name 20 things that you do know, and then I can name a bunch of stuff you don't know. But here's another thing that you do know. You do know that keeping your money is better than giving it away, right? We do know these things, right? We do know that if I keep my money, I'm going to have more money than if I give my money away. So when you buy stock, what you're really doing is you're putting your money into what they call a store of value. A store of value is like putting my money in a bucket. And if I put my money in a bucket, another thing I know, this is another thing you add to the list, is I know that if I buy this stock, sure, it might go down. But also, if I buy this stock, it might go up. And I know that I don't know if it's going to go up, but at least I know that if I'm in the game, I have a chance to win. If I'm not in the game at all, I have no chance at all. So I buy this stock not because I know it's going to go up, but because I have a reason to believe that there's a good chance it could go up. I also know that if I save my money, I'm going to have more than if I give my money away. And then also I know that this stock might double or triple or something. And then because I'm in the game, that's how you win the game. Do you understand? Like when I show you all this stuff, let me show you. This is exciting. I saw INSM, and it's fun. Investing, the fun side of investing, it's okay to have fun, is when you get these like Christmases in July kind of thing, or these like really exciting surprises. So let me show you the big surprise for today that really just is going to make my wife want to give me extra kisses today on her birthday. Today's her birthday. And I love my wife a lot, and she's just sexy as hell. She's 50 years old. She wears the same size she wore in college. How about that for a miracle? And she ain't on Ozempic, and she don't smoke crack or nothing. So she actually did it the right way. She actually went to the gym and busted her butt. So shout out to all the hardworking Black women in the world. You deserve the best of us. So here's what happened today that is going to make my wife give me extra kisses when she wakes up. Look at this stock. This is INSMED. The ticker symbol is INSM. It's a pharmaceutical company. I bought these shares because I felt that there was some possibility this stock would go up. It was what I call a pregnant stock. And by pregnant, I mean that the number one driver of stock prices is information. Information is everything. That's why Martha Stewart is doing TV shows with Snoop Dogg, because she traded on inside information. And y'all remember what happened to Martha Stewart? Does everybody know that? Let me know if you remember what happened to Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart went to prison because she traded on inside information. And basically the idea is that to maintain fair and orderly markets, you have to make sure everybody has the same information, so that when that information gets released, it moves prices. And it's not fair if somebody knows what's going to happen before it actually happens. So here, with this stock, based on the volatility characteristics of this stock, I said, okay, I don't know if this stock is going to give birth to a boy or a girl. I don't know if it's going to give birth to a pretty baby or an ugly baby, but you can look at the options activity of a stock and figure out if that stock is pregnant. So INSMED was a stock I pointed out because it looked pregnant. I sold some call options on the stock, made a few $1,000s on that, but I gave up a lot of my upside. And the stock just did a kapoof, right? It went from $22 or something to $46.82, and it doubled in price overnight, pretty much. And this happened. Now, did I know this was going to occur? No, I did not. It's not. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be some sort of financial magician that can predict these things. You can't predict these things. But because if it was predictable, the stock wouldn't have been trading at 22. It would have been trading at 46 all along. But I knew there was a chance, and I knew that in order to get a chance to win, you have to be in the game. So I quietly, sort of slowly, consistently bought shares of this stock. And I did mention it to you guys. I mentioned the stock to you. And actually, I think in the moneymakers list, or actually, I sent something out to you guys on Prime about this. So here with this stock, it's up here. Now, here's what I did at this point. What I did now was because of my particular style of investing, my goal is to not be greedy. I don't need to make every single nickel. I'd rather protect a dollar than risk a dollar to go try to make a dollar, especially when I'm already way ahead. So just like a basketball game, if you notice, a basketball coach plays a different strategy when he's winning than he does when he's losing. So because I'm the coach that's 30 points ahead in the game, I'm not trying to shoot a lot of 3-pointers. I'm not trying to get 60 points ahead. I want to protect the lead. So, but at the same time, I want that upside. I want it just in case the stock keeps on running. I want to be a part of that. I want to still be in the game so I can have a chance to win. So what I did was I was going to sell some call options on the stock at this price, but the stock moved so much that when I looked for the price of the calls, there was no market for the calls on the stock. Now that might have changed, but when I looked this morning, I literally looked. The current price is 46.74. From what I understand, yeah, you can't, at least not on Robinhood anyway. Maybe on the other apps it's different, but you can't sell a call option on this stock with a strike price above 40, which is just interesting to me because I'm curious to see when that's going to change. The other thing that I did was I didn't buy puts, but what I did a trailing stop loss order. I sold a little bit of my position just to get out, and then I did a trailing stop loss, and that basically means that I gave instructions that say that if this stock keeps going up, then keep holding it. But if it drops 10% above its previous high, get me out. I'm out. I don't want to keep losing money because there's nothing that's really connecting me to this company. There's no reason that I see to want to be a long-term investor. I've done well. I'm happy. I want to put my money into other stable securities. Also, with the market being so strong, I'm stockpiling cash because I told you guys, as I always tell you, winter is coming. Winter is coming. Sunny days don't last forever. Winter is coming. There's going to come a day where you're going to start seeing a change in the headlines. You're going to start seeing all these announcements that the market is going south and it drops again. The Dow has the biggest drop, 2-day drop in history, whatever. You're going to see that bad news. But the good news about bad news is that bad news really ain't bad news unless you want it to be bad. The good news about the bad news is that bad news can actually be good. So it can be bad, not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good. Shout out to Run DMC. So basically, when you start seeing those negative headlines, if you are prepared and you have the cash available, then you can go ahead and take advantage of those opportunities because there are people like the Warren Buffetts of the world who just sit back and they stockpile cash. They're just loading up the gun. They're just loading up the gunpowder, putting the bullets in the holster. Or, well, you know what I mean. Don't put bullets in a holster, but you get the point. And they're just kind of getting ready. They're ready to cock and squeeze whenever the market dips. Warren Buffett's sitting on $170 billion in cash, and he's not using it because he doesn't see anything worth buying. But I guarantee you that if the market starts to dip, you're going to see Warren Buffett make some major acquisitions. Now, here's one thing I wanted to mention. I see your question, Anthony, on doing a class on how to do trailing stops. There is one training I did. I did that class. I did a special training on that, and I called it Stormproof Investing. And so if you go to stormproofinvesting.com, stormproofinvesting.com is a training. It doesn't cost that much, and it's yours for life. And I literally went through 6 or 7 different strategies that you can follow to prepare yourself for an economic storm. And so the trailing stop was part of it, but then there's other strategies that we lay out. So feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com. And not only do we allow you to share anything that you do in the Black Business School with your family, you can share your membership with other people in your family. Just try to be respectful if you can of what we're doing. And not only do we allow you, but we encourage you to do that. So each one teach one. So feel free to do that. Do you do contract trading? You mean for stock options? If that's the case, then yeah, that's drboyceprime.com. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. Or if you want an introduction, you can text the word money to 87948. And I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working. It really does work. It's very effective. And so if you want to take a look at that, you can just text the word money to the number 87948. Now, one of the company I want to show you that was really interesting too. Just this one gives me, this is like, sometimes you think about an old girlfriend and you kind of smile to yourself, but I don't do that too often because I'm married now, so I'm a good boy. But still, this stock is like a beautiful old girlfriend or something from 20 years ago, and it's Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. And let me show you this. This happened in class. This is pretty cool. This stock was trading about 60 something, and one of the students in the prime class came to me. James Wilson was actually teaching his whole entire church how to trade stock options, which I not trade stock options, but generate income from stock options. It's very different from trading. There will be three categories of investing, in my opinion. There are long-term investors, there are traders, which is very stressful, very tough to make consistent income. And then there are income generators. Income generators are more on the conservative side. You're not buying risk, you're selling risk. So he's teaching his whole church how to increase their income with stock options, because you have all these people in the church that have, that 40, 50, $80,000 or whatever in home equity or in their 401k, and they want to activate some of that money and generate income from it. Maybe they want to quit their job. And so he's showing the whole church how to do it. And I just love that. So anyway, James came to me with this company and he saw that the options premiums were really high. And I said, okay, so you got a pregnant stock on your hands. Something big is about to happen. So what I did with this stock was I bought a bunch of shares. I not only told him that I like it, but if I like something, I'll invest right along with you, right? I'm in the same game you are. So I bought a bunch of the shares. I sold options on some of the shares, but I didn't sell the options on all the shares because I said, if this stock does take off, I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of the party. So this stock literally went from $67 per share up to 290, and it did that like overnight, just like that. And so it was like Christmas in July. I don't know how much money James and his wife made, but I'm willing to bet you it was quite a bit because it was how they were positioned. But I don't mean to talk about anybody's personal business. And I made some money too. And so sometimes these things happen. But the thing about it, though, in my opinion, is that in terms of investing strategy, you don't want to think of the market as a casino. Some people, the company's Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. Good question, Stephanie. You don't want to think of the market as a casino. A lot of people sort of invest where they're hoping to hit it big, almost with a lottery kind of mindset. And I don't think that that's a healthy way to invest because you usually don't hit it big like that. And then sometimes you can hit it bad. And really, the reason we created a whole department called Black Financial Therapy is because sometimes when we hit it bad, we don't know how to handle that. And so really, I want to encourage you all to make sure that you understand that emotions are a big part of investing. You can feel the euphoria when you make money, but euphoria is very dangerous. Euphoria can get you in trouble. So even when I made this money today, my first thought was, wow, all right, this is awesome. Then my next thought was, okay, calm down, Boyce. Let's protect what we have. Because once you get wealth, remember, I've mentioned to you all the 4 steps of wealth, right? Let's go through that really quickly. Number 1 is you have to know where the wealth is located. That's financial consciousness. We do financial consciousness training every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern because a lot of people, they'll never be the money because they can't see the money. They don't know where the money is. Money can literally walk right past them and they will literally wave at it and go in the other direction. So how are you ever going to have the money if you don't understand the money, if you don't know where the money is, you don't know why some people get wealthy and some people don't? That is an awareness that you have to have. And if you ever want to be wealthy, and you'd be amazed how many people talk about, I want to make money, get money, ride or die for money, money over bros and hoes. And, like I die for money. I love money. Well, if you love money so much, then why don't you understand it? Why aren't you studying money? You should be studying the thing that you love. I love my wife. I study my wife. I watch her. I pay attention to what she likes, what she doesn't like. I understand who she is as a person. So the things you love are the things you're going to study. So if you ain't studying money, then you really don't like money the way you say you do. You don't really want financial security. You just want to talk about it. It just sounds good, right? Just like I would talk about wanting to lose weight, but I didn't really want to lose weight because I didn't go to the gym. So that's the first thing is consciousness, awareness, knowing where the money's at. Then once you know where the money is, then you have to have a plan. You got to make a little strategy, lay out the plan. What's the plan to go get the money? How are we going to connect ourselves to the money? The third thing you got to do is you got to execute. You have to follow through on the plan. So you know where the money's at. You made a plan to get the money. Now you got to get up and do the work. So again, we talked this morning in financial consciousness about level 1 versus level 2. A lot of people, most people are at level one. Level one means everything is one day. One day I'm going to do this. One day I'm going to do that. One day I'm going to have money. One day I'm going to be successful. One day I'm going to work hard. One day I'm going to lose weight. But to me, my question is not what are you going to do one day? My question is what are you going to do today? Level two. So today I'm going to invest. Today I'm going to learn. Today I'm going to go to the gym. Today I'm going to execute my plan, right? So that execution is really, really important, critical. Put that on your list. Number fourth step in wealth building is once you have done those first three steps, you will probably be wealthy. Once you have economic awareness, you've made a plan, and you've executed the plan and you've allowed time to grow your wealth, because when you are executing the plan, you're planting little seeds, and when you plant seeds and you let them grow, they grow into big sycamore trees. So now you're sitting on money, you're sitting on success, you're sitting on all these things. Well, the fourth thing you have to do is you must protect that. You must protect that, because remember, especially when you're Black, this is really true when you're Black. I hate to say it, but it's true. When you get money, you're sitting in the middle of a space sometimes where nobody has money except for you, where most people don't have the success you have. They don't have the prosperity you have. They're not doing as well as you, right? You know what I mean? And so what happens is you kind of end up becoming vulnerable to those who want what you got. When I started making money, and I was a single man, I suddenly became very handsome. I didn't know how handsome I was until I had money. My jokes were funnier. I was the most interesting man in the world. I got attention from women that didn't pay me any attention when I was a broke student in grad school, and that was new. I didn't know that. I was like, I'm the same guy. Why am I being treated so different? This is weird. But now as I read books about it, it's natural. It happens, right? So same thing happens with when you have money, you get more friends. Everybody wants to be friends with the rich guy, right? And so what I would say to you is that protection of the wealth, it really sticks out in a lot of different ways. And I'm not going to go through all the different ways because it would take all day. Because remember, I spent a lot of time studying risk management, which is basically an awareness of all the vulnerabilities and threats that exist around you. That's what that is. And I studied risk management under a guy named Renee Stoltz, who is probably one of the top 3 leading experts on the planet in risk management. He would travel all around the world and teach banks how to manage their risk, right? So I edited a textbook for him when I was in graduate school. So I spent a lot of time thinking about risk and vulnerability and how to protect yourself. And there's a long list of ways you have to sort of know how to protect what you have, because if you don't protect your wealth, you're going to lose it. 70% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in one generation. 90% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in 2 generations. So why in the hell would you work your ass off for 20, 30 years, bust your butt, grind into the ground to build all this wealth, and then you hand it to your kids and they just literally take the ball and throw it out of bounds, like a basketball game. You work really hard to get the ball down the court and you pass it to your teammate and they throw the ball out of bounds. Or you are a football team and you work really hard and you grind it to run the offense and get all the way down to the 18-yard line, and you set the kicker up for a great field goal and he just kicks it he goes wide right. Like, that's got to just make these guys so mad because they work so hard to get to that point. And that's what I see when I see families that work hard and grind and push and do everything you got to do. You make a plan, you execute the plan, and then you pass the ball to your kids, and your kids are not trained to protect the ball, so you lose everything. So in this case, that doesn't just exist on a macro level, it exists on a micro level. So on a micro level, when I had this win, when the stock doubled overnight, I'm like, woohoo, this is great. My next thought was, how do I protect this? How do I protect this? And that's when you go into defense mode. Now I went from playing offense. We got down the field. Now we're going to play some defense. So you got to defend your positions. And so what I would encourage you to do is this. Right now, the market's doing really well. Right now, it's raining money in the stock market. And if you've missed this, I feel bad. I hate that. I hope I can convince you to go take a look, because the money is everywhere. But it ain't going to always be everywhere. Winter is coming. Bad things are going to happen. So what you do is you buy your umbrellas when the sun is out. You never buy umbrellas in the rain, because when the rain comes down, everybody's buying umbrellas. So the price of umbrellas goes way up. So you buy your umbrellas in the sun. So when I'm in the middle of the sun and I'm feeling good about this win, First thing I do is try to protect that win by shaving some shares off the top, maybe looking at some put options, maybe some stop loss orders, all that other stuff. Okay. So again, if you want to take a look at that training where we spent the whole day going through that, it's free. Well, it's not free. I'm sorry. It's a very low cost and it's yours for life though. Just go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com and share it with your whole family. You don't have to just, it's not just yours. It's anybody in your family you want to share it with. Also, someone was asking about the options training. Yeah, if you go to drboyceprime.com, that'll get you there. So, Rianne, I see someone mentioned that the links aren't working. Can you talk to that student for me, Rianne? So I see Rianne also put text the word money to 87948 for the training. So it's about an hour-long presentation I did on how to make money without working. I know you're gonna like it. So feel free to text the word money to 87948, and you can also go to drboyceprime.com. Okay, I think you're in there. Is Rianne, are you still in there? I assume Rianne is in there. So let's see here. Okay, thank you, Rianne. Yeah, it looks like Kevin has a question too. So maybe y'all can even talk offline or get an email address and share information that way too. So help each other out. All right, so let's answer some more questions here. Kevin says, it's the method that Boyce uses to pick his stocks, which he presents in Stock Market Tuesdays, more oriented toward fundamental analysis or technical analysis. You know what, Kevin? I use fundamental analysis. Technical analysis is not really so encouraged amongst financial scientists. If you go to academic finance, when I was working on my doctorate, if I'd said that I believe in technical analysis, there's a good chance I might have got kicked out of my program. But there are some caveats to that. There are some exceptions for sure. There are some areas of technical analysis that actually do hold true. Which technical analysis, in case you all don't know, it's kind of like when you're looking at charts and you're looking at these bands of trading and resistance levels and stuff like that. And I'm just going to tell you, if you went to MIT, with some of the best financial scientists on the planet, and you said that's how I trade stocks, there's a good chance that a lot of them would not take that seriously. But I don't think that that's completely accurate. Just because that's what they believe doesn't mean that's 100% true. Part of my dissertation was actually on a type of technical analysis that focused on reversals and momentum. So sometimes it makes sense if you think about how human beings operate. It kind of means, when the prices go up, there's a good chance they're going to kind of get pulled down because people take their wins and they make adjustments, they sell their shares and stuff like that. But I'm more of a fundamental analysis person. And really fundamental analysis long-term, in my opinion, is more effective as an investing strategy for one basic reason. It's very rare that you're going to find a good company with good fundamentals that knows how to make money, where that investment in that company isn't going to lead you to make more money over the long term. If you look at almost any company that has growing revenues, growing net income, growing market share, just a good, solid, quality business, quality management, all that, and you invest in that company over, say, a 5 or 10 year period, you're usually not going to lose, right? And definitely not if you do it in a portfolio, right? Most investing really should be done in a portfolio. You should not be, according to financial science, you should not be focused on any individual stock. Okay, so I don't really get caught up in individual stocks. I look at them as collectives, as groups. So that style of looking at stocks, that fundamental analysis, is consistent with how Warren Buffett invests. If you listen to Warren Buffett talk, which I think everybody should, I like that guy a lot. He's accumulated his $200 billion in cash pretty much by investing in quality businesses. He's not into the technical analysis, none of that. He just tries to figure out, do you have good management? Do you have good product? Do your customers like you? Is your revenue growing? Your income growing? That kind of thing. That's what Buffett does, and it works. And why? Well, because Buffett is a buy and hold investor. He's not a trader, right? But that doesn't mean he knows everything, though. There's been many occasions where he's missed out on lots of money because he didn't try to time the market or he didn't participate in a market frenzy or whatever. So Buffett ain't perfect, but I like Buffett's style because it's solid. It's conservative. He learned how to invest from a book by two people named Graham and Dodd called Value Investing that was written like literally in 1932 or 33. But him and Charlie Munger are pretty old. So this, they were probably teenagers or something. I guess for them, that was a hot, hip, cool new book that was out there. Okay, so has Boyce bought anything so far? Yeah, MGMNI. There we go. Thank you, Joni and Margaret. Okay, there we go. So yeah, it's MGNI. That was the stock I mentioned earlier. There's another stock that I actually bought today. Let me see here. What was the ticker symbol was RCKT, and it was a pharmaceuticals company. Let me see. I'm going to read about the company and tell you guys more about it. Okay. And these are more long-term investments. So just so you know, these are investments that I believe will do well in the next, 5 to 10 years. I'm not talking about stuff that's going to do well tomorrow. Okay. So let's not get caught up in that casino mindset. So yeah, Rocket Pharmaceuticals, it's a clinical stage biotech company which engages in the development of gene therapy treatment options for rare and devastating pediatric diseases. So just based on my research, that's a company I decided I want to take some ownership in. So there we go. All right. So let me answer more questions. And by the way, that list of cannabis stocks that I mentioned, or I call them canna stocks because you say that other word too much. I don't know if I put it in an email or something, they'll think I'm selling drugs. I like those canna stocks. I'll share that link again for those of you that didn't get it. I can't even find the freaking link. Just get on the text list. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. Or you can also email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can get you the list because I can't. I got too many screens open and I'm confusing myself. So, all right. So yeah, and I know y'all didn't come here to listen to me be confused. Okay. So Jennifer says, what are the pros and cons of using margin to buy stocks? The pros of margin, Jennifer, is that margin is debt. Debt is an economic accelerator. Debt is something that will push you faster in whichever direction you're going. So if you're going in a good direction, debt will make more good things happen for you. If you're going in a bad direction, debt will accelerate the pain and the badness of your situation. So debt is like driving a super fast car and it's going to get you to your destination faster. But if you drive it sloppily, it can crash and get you killed. So I'm a fan of debt, especially if it's used responsibly. Most millionaires and billionaires have used debt to get to where they are. If Elon Musk did not have access to debt, then he would not be the guy that he is right now. He would not be the billionaire that he is today. So debt can be a good thing. Don't let anybody tell you that debt is always bad. But at the same time, people that tell you that you're a sucker if you don't use debt or you're stupid if you don't leverage to the hilt, those are people that have a gambling mindset who've never experienced the kind of devastating losses that can occur if you go too deep in debt. So debt is something that has to be used very carefully. But I do trade on margin because I like margin because margin is basically access to capital. Access to capital is sometimes more important than actually having capital. If you gave me a choice and you said, Boyce, which would you rather have? $10 million right now or the ability to control Warren Buffett's money for 6 hours? I would rather be able to control Warren Buffett's money for 6 hours because I could make far more than $10 million in 6 hours with Warren Buffett's money. Or maybe it might take a day or something, but still it would be far more than $10 million. The ability. So this is why I mentioned to you all, say it in the chat for me, please, because I have to keep repeating this to make sure we know this. What's the most important thing that a young person can have that's more important than a college degree? Somebody answer in the chat. I know some of y'all know. I know Errol knows the answer. What's the most important thing that you can give your children that will set them up for life? More important than a college degree, more important than a good job, more important than a nice car or a $20,000 prom. Right? It's a capital base. It's a capital base. And I need everybody to understand what a capital base is. A capital base is a collection of assets that you have that are available to you that allow you to generate the income you need to live your life. And because if everybody had a capital base, you wouldn't have to go to work every day. You wouldn't have to go get a job. The reason you have to get a job is because you don't have a capital base. Which means that you have to depend on someone who does have a capital base for you to get the income you need. So you have to ask them to help you because no one made a plan for you. And so what the Black Wealth Master Plan does is it positions everyone who cares enough about their future of their family and their children to just exactly a direct path to building a capital base. So that when you drop that 22-year-old off in the game of life and they're out here in this economic struggle, they're not going out here butt naked. You know, if they go out here butt naked with no, financially speaking, of course, if they go out here butt naked with no support and no capital base, they're going to have to beg a capitalist to pay their bills. They're going to have to sell themselves into slavery. And this is the biggest problem people have. The biggest stressor that Black people have is who they work for every day and having to get up and do something they don't want to do. That's not connected to your passion. That's eating up all your time, taking you away from your kids, make you do things you don't want to do. Even medical doctors are in a trap too. We think that, oh, if I go and become a doctor or a lawyer, then that's going to liberate me in a certain way. Well, no. I mean, if you go to school for 12 or 13 years so you can make the income of a surgeon, which let's say that's $500,000 a year, a capital base will be better than that. If your parents saved up for you and got you 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock, you could sell options on Coinbase stock at the age of 21 and make more money than a surgeon. So, so what would that take to build the capital base? Well, 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock only costs about $240,000, and Robinhood will loan you half of that money. So you come up with 120 grand, which is far less than what a house would cost. You can make almost as much money as a surgeon without a college degree. So I'm telling you all, I don't think that I have not seen a single person anywhere say this. Like, when I started doing this stuff back in 2006, 2007, there are things I started saying back then that no one was saying then, and everyone's saying them now, talking about generational wealth and all that. Well, this is the thing I'm saying in 2024 that no one else is saying now, but everyone's going to be saying this by the year 2030 because I'm going to repeat it until I'm dead. The most important thing you can give your kids is a capital base. Not a degree, not a good job. None of those things are as good as having a capital base, because when you have your own capital, you have your own life. You have literally bought yourself out of slavery, and you can really get to the business of living. Donald Trump was 28 years old, not chasing corporate jobs. He was not paying off student loans. He was not struggling to pay for an apartment. He was 28 years old, purchasing a $400 million building. I don't like this man at all. I'm not putting him on a pedestal. I don't care what your politics are. But shit, when rich people are doing stuff on that level, when they're playing above the rim, I would encourage you to pay very close attention to how they got to that level. So get past your emotions. Get past this Democrat Republican nonsense. Figure out how they did it. Reverse engineer that. So capital base. There you go. I hope that sunk in. All right. And if you want to get started on that, I should give you, just to give you the resource, go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's free. It's the $5 a day plan. That'll help you build that capital base for your child. blackwealthmasterplan.com. All right. So let's keep going. Okay. What are your thoughts on APLS? I got it when you mentioned it. Okay. APLS. Let's look at that stock. I think I still own it somewhere. APLS is Apellis Pharmaceuticals. Okay. It's had a rough month, 16% decline. I think it's a great company for long-term ownership. If you're trying to do an option strategy with it, it doesn't work so well for options, but I do like it as a long-term investment. And remember, when I pick the stocks on what Dr. Boyce is buying, these are stocks that are expected to do well. Like you got to hold them for a while. They're not, it's not like instant microwave food. It's the kind of stuff you got to leave in the crock pot for a while to really make it work. So some of these stocks may not show their strength for a year or 2 or 3. So don't buy a stock now and then try to see how it's doing 2 weeks later. That's not really how investing ends up working out. You make these investments long term. And by the way, if you want to take a look at the, I do the stock picks for what Dr. Boyce is buying. If you want to go take a look at some of that, I think you can go to drboycestocks.com, drboycestocks.com. So every week I research and curate a list of about 5 stocks that I like as long-term investments. So go to drboycestocks.com if you want to take a look at that. All right, so let's see. ASGG says, what do you recommend for beginners like me, single mother with 2 kids under 7? Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's a great place to start. So there you go. That's the $5 a day plan. And anybody can do it, even if you don't have a high income. $5 can't even buy you a value meal at McDonald's, but they are coming out with the $5 value meal again, though. And the franchisees are complaining because they said we can't possibly sell our product for $5 because that's not enough profit margin. And so literally I set the $5 a day plan because I had a lot of people that I got tired of hearing their criticism. I call them the Negro naysayers. These are the people that create a problem for every solution. They don't know what they're talking about, and they'll sit down and argue with a PhD all day instead of hearing what I have to say. And a lot of these people have never taken a class in finance. They don't know. They're living in their mama's basement, and they'll say things like Black people can't afford to invest, and investing is only for rich people and white people and all this other stuff. And so to break that myth, I created the $5 a day plan. And I said, so if you think Black people can't afford to invest, I just asked, can Black people afford to buy chicken? And of course, the answer is yes, because we buy all the chicken. And so I said, okay. So because I said, look, if I take a Popeyes chicken restaurant and put it in the poorest, most depleted neighborhood in America, there would be a line out the door, around the corner, and down the block by that afternoon, full of people that shouldn't even be eating fried chicken, but they're going to go get it. So if we can afford chicken, then we can afford to invest. So I did $5 a day. And if you don't know, some of y'all know this, but repetition is important because I want this to become part of the culture. So basically, after 10 years of taking $5 a day or $35 a week, or you could do $150 a month, whatever pace you are comfortable with, you do that in the S&P 500 based on historical averages, you have roughly $29,000 liquid. That means you're not poor anymore. So after 1 decade, you're not poor. You're out of poverty in a decade. A decade is not very long. A lot of y'all been in bad relationships for a decade. You know, there's a lot of things. I know people that have been thugging in the streets for a decade. I know people that did a decade in prison. People that have had horrible jobs for a decade. So a decade is not a long time to sacrifice. So you're out of poverty in a decade. After 20 years, you have $100,000 liquid, roughly, give or take a few thousand. After 30 years, you have close to $250,000. After 40 years, you have close to $750,000. So, so you do this for your child on the day that they're born. By the time they are 40 years old, you've broken every generational curse. You officially have a wealthy family, because most families don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars liquid, right? So so once I created the $5 a day plan, those criticisms pretty much went away. There was nobody who would ever come into my face and tell me that Black people can't afford to invest, because they know that I could easily shoot it down with that simple argument. And so what I've also done though is I challenge those of you that can do more than $5 a day or more than $150 a month to really, really push yourself. You know, like it doesn't make any sense to me if you're only investing $100 a month, but you're spending $500 a month on a car note. I'm not judging you for that. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. But I think you should judge yourself. I think you should say, dang, why would I give more money to the car dealer than I give to the future of my own family, you know, and still feel good about that? The reason that you do that is because you were trained to do that. That's what you were taught that Black people do. We're supposed to give more to other people than we give to ourselves. And I'm not telling you not to get the car. I want you to if you want to get the Mercedes, get you a Benz. I want you looking nice when you're driving around the city, but I want you to handle your business first. So in my view, one perspective is, if I'm a good parent, I'm not going to spend more money on the car dealer's kids than I invest in my own. So if I'm spending $600 a month on my Benz every month, I'm gonna put $600 a month in my stock portfolio every month. And that is not just my children's wealth, that's our family wealth. We are connected. We are connected. If I do for you, I'm doing for myself. That's an ecosystem. Stop thinking that it's either me or them. That's nonsense. That's very anti-family. It's very anti-wealth. It's very anti-community to say, well, if I take care of you, I'm not taking care of me. And that feeds into the crabs in the barrel competition that we see that ends up destroying us so much. If we are an ecosystem, then when I pass you the ball, I'm passing the ball back to myself. When I take care of you, I'm taking care of me. So when I'm putting this money in this account, it's not like I'm only doing this so that my children can do well 30 years from now and I'm going to be depleted and live a horrible life. No, that's your money. You're investing your money, and your money becomes their money. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do y'all get what I'm saying? I need y'all to really meditate on this point, that wealth is a team sport. So when I'm helping the team, I'm helping myself. Stop thinking that if I help the team, I'm putting myself last and all that. You got all these people doing these stupid internet conversations. Well, I got to put me first, and I had to value me and know my worth because me. If there's a we, and I'm taking care of we, and I'm taking care of us, then I'm also taking care of me. You understand? Like it doesn't have to be one or the other. Stop thinking that way. If I take care of my wife and my kids, I'm taking care of Boyce too. Boyce ain't gonna be depleted. Boyce is gonna live good. So when you're building that wealth in the $5 a day plan, that is your money. I don't even think you should put it in the name of your kids until they are ready. That is your money. That is the family's money. And your job as the steward of the family's money and the family's wealth and the family's protection and the family's freedom, your job as the steward is you must protect the family legacy. That's your job. Like, okay, I have responsibility. It's like if we have a big corporation, and let's say I'm the fifth Disney to be able to run the Disney Corporation, my job is to take this thing that's kind of mine, but really it's not totally mine. It's really ours. So while I'm in charge, it's like we're all in the same damn car, and I'm the one who's driving. In a little while, my brother's going to drive. After a while, my kids are going to drive. But right now, when I'm driving the car, I got to make sure I don't crash the car. That's it. So it is your car, but it's not your car. But it's not your car, but it is. Do you understand? So you get to enjoy the car, even though it's not your car. Do you follow? Does that make sense? And I think that if we think about it that way as a group, then we get around all this selfish bullshit that you see all over the internet. Like if I get married, it's like, well, I can't do this, and I'm not gonna sacrifice that and all that. Everybody has to sacrifice, but everybody wins from everyone's sacrifices. We all sacrifice for each other. That's how you succeed as a team. The Chinese get that, by the way. The Chinese get that. I showed you all that video the other day of the little Chinese kids dribbling basketballs together, where they had like 50 of them sharing the ball, and then they would dribble for a second, then they would move, and they would go to the next ball and the next one. And literally, if one kid messes up, the whole thing falls apart. And what they're doing is they're training them to understand that we are a collective. We are one. Everybody has a job. Everybody does their job, and then the whole team wins. China wins, not just you, but China. But then you win because China's winning, because you are one of us. Let me stop. I hope that helped. I didn't mean to go off on the tangent, but it's very important to understand these things. So invest for yourself. But just know that if you invest for yourself, you're taking care of your kids. When you take care of you, you're taking care of them because they are you. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Margaret says a link is not working. So I don't know what link Martha is referring to, or Margaret is. I said Martha. I'm sorry, Margaret. Can you talk to Margaret, Rianne? Because I'm not sure what link Margaret is referencing. So if there's a link that's not working, let me know. Or if you want to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can help you with that, because I'm not sure which link you're referencing. My apologies. Okay, so let's see. Eugene says, do you have Ethereum? Yes, I do. By small cap, do you mean small capital? These are smaller companies in the S&P 500 or even in the NASDAQ. These are just companies that have smaller valuations. And because there are so many big companies in America, it's crazy. Like small cap is like $1 billion in market value. You'll have like a $2 or $3 billion company, and they'll be like, oh yeah, that's a little small, tiny business. So this really reflects the racial disparity in access to capital. So when we have a company that grows to say 20 million or 50 million, it's a very big deal for us. But in the whole scope of things, in the white community, if a company is $100 million company, nobody cares. Nobody pays attention. They look at that almost like a small business. So this is why conversations about things like reparations are so important, in my opinion. Can you repeat the stocks? I lost connection for a few minutes. Sure, Lawanda. The stocks that I mentioned earlier are MGNI. I can give you the tickers. MGNI. If somebody could type these into the chat, I'd appreciate it. MGNI. That's Mary, Garrett, Nancy, India. And then the second is RCKT, and that's Robert, Cat, Kitten, and Tiger. In case you're wondering why I don't remember the phonetic alphabet as much as I took a break from flying. I was doing my flying lessons up until about October and November last year, and then the convention kind of got me caught up, and I haven't flown since then. I feel kind of bad about it, but at some point I want to go back out there. All right, so let's see. Ricky says, Dr. Boyce, when selling options, if the option isn't used, the seller of the options makes money on the premium purchase from the option. Yeah. So Ricky, that question is more so for options class. So today I want to focus more so on stocks. If you want to see examples on kind of how to handle different situations, if you log into drboyceprime.com, you'll see that I've done a ton of trainings on it, and you can take a look at some of those. And then also you can leave questions for me. And I'd rather kind of separate the two, because I don't want to talk over anybody's head for those that don't understand how options work. So that's a little bit of a detailed sort of question, but I'd be more than happy to answer it during Prime class. Okay, so Jania says, to make sure I understand, P&G isn't good for options, so it's not necessary to move from a holding company to accumulate 100 shares to trade options. Yeah, I don't think P&G is great for options. It's a great long-term investment, but not so great for options, in my opinion. Donna Stroud, what is the recommended trading platform to use for someone new to options. We use Robinhood in class, but there's others out there. There's Tasty Trade. You can do stuff on Schwab and E-Trade, stuff like that too. Let's see. Is buying stocks and holding a good plan? Yes, it is a great plan. In fact, that is a plan everybody should follow 100%. Let's see. Are you still in development on the investment course for baby boomers? Gerald says, yes, we're actually almost done with an estate planning, legacy building training. And I mentioned to you all we do money in the morning. And because some of you had specific questions about specific areas, I said, okay, well, let's create something. We created something called Money in a Minute. And Money in a Minute basically solves one problem that I was thinking about is that sometimes when we want to go study something, it requires a lot of time and a lot of work. You got to sit down for 30 minutes or an hour. And sometimes that causes us to delay or even procrastinate on these things. So I said, okay, so in Money in a Minute, maybe what we can do is have something that you can sign up for at a reasonable cost that we'll text you the lesson out every day. So we'll give you like a 90-second bite-sized lesson on some concept related to that topic that will allow you to learn within the flow of your day. So Money in a Minute is what we're creating. And it happens that Money in a Minute, the acronym is Miami. So I think the URL is going to be something like drboycemiami.com, which is kind of cool, right? So yeah, so Money in a Minute, one of the first programs we're going to do options. And we're also going to do legacy building, estate planning. So this is more so for boomers because boomers actually are part of the greatest wealth transfer in American history. They're passing trillions of dollars mostly to their wives. The men are giving it to their wives because women live longer than men. So this is going to be very empowering for women in that space because women are going to just have a ton of money. So we got to be nice to the ladies. And then in a few years, the women will pass on and pass the wealth to their children. So the Gen Xers are going to be the richest in America in about probably a decade or so. But yeah, we'll be Gen Xers because a lot of the boomers, I hate to say it, but time passes and you know what happens when time passes. But we love y'all. We want you here forever. All right. So Kuana says, if you had $5K to invest today, which stocks do you like best for trading options? Yeah, I like those stocks, Riot, Marathon. Yeah, those are good ones. Those are ones that I actually trade on myself. Chet, give us that name again, the risk management guy. His name is Renee Stultz, ReneStultz. Renee Stultz, Stulz. Feel free to look him up. Smart guy. Let's see. I sold call options on INSM. Now this jump, do I have to wait until it expires? No, you don't have to. Well, you don't really have to do anything. You could wait till it expires, or you could buy the option back, but they're going to be very expensive to buy back. But that's only if you are under the assumption that the price is going to keep on going up. So, it's up to you to decide how to respond to that. Let's see, Michael, if you sell 10,000 in stock options or 1,000 contracts with $10 stock, how do you buy puts to protect it? Is it put option contracts or put contracts? How many would you buy? If I have 1,000 contract or 1,000 shares, I would buy 1,000 puts. 1,000 contracts is actually 100,000 shares. So I think you mean 1,000 shares, which is 100 contracts. Or sorry, 10 contracts. Sorry about that. So 10 contracts is 100 shares because every contract is 100 shares. Sorry, let me say that again because I think I said it wrong. 10 contracts is 1,000 shares because each contract is 100 shares. So you have 10 of those, and that's what you would do with that. Kevin, is it a good or bad idea to buy a bond fund on a day when the stock market is going up? Can you explain why or why not? I think bond funds, stock, or really any kind of fund like that, I would think of it more longer term. I don't really. I mean, sure, if the prices drop that day, that it could be a buying opportunity. But if you're a long-term investor, 5 years from now, you won't remember what happened on May 28th, 2024. You won't care. You won't, because there's hundreds of other days, thousands of other days that will occur between now and then. So rather than reacting to what happened that day, I would just look at the fundamentals of whether or not you feel long-term that this is a good investment for you. That should be, in my view, the driving method behind how you choose your stocks. If you want to take a look at something that may help you with this, we did a Black Stock Market weekend where we spent the whole weekend going through 11 steps to deciding if a stock should be in your portfolio. We actually branded it. It's called the Dr. Boyce Method. So if you go to the drboycemethod.com, you can get access to that training. It's yours for life. I think it's like $60 or $70 or something like that, but it's really, really good. So you can go to the drboycemethod.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Are there any REITs you would recommend? I think REITs from companies like Vanguard and BlackRock are pretty good. they tend to know what to do with money. So you can just search for REITs, and there's plenty in there that are really good. What do you think about SDGR? Okay, SDGR. Let me see here. SDGR. Schrodinger. Okay, I've never heard of this company. They engage in the provision of chemical simulation software solutions. Okay, for pharmaceutical companies. Um, Let me see. I don't like it. It doesn't. It looks like the company's having some problems. And if you were a holder in this stock the last 5 years, you would have lost 15% of your money. There's nothing about it that really jumps out at me. So that's my opinion. But it's not a fact. Nobody knows what's going to happen in the future. Kevin, a couple of weeks ago, you shared a list of energy stocks. Is that info still available? It should be. If you go and to what Dr. Boyce is buying, or if you go to drboycestocks.com, you can get access to any list that I've ever released. If I sent it out as a special release for that week or something, that's hard to go get. But if you're on the text list, you'll get stuff from me. So make sure you're on the text list. You can text the word. Another word you can text is the word stock to 87948, and I'll send you a bunch of stuff that way. So feel free to text stock to 87948. The thing I would warn you about, though, is if you get on multiple lists, you'll get a lot of messages from me because we send out a lot of information from the Black Business School. So if you don't mind me being in your inbox every day, then feel free to do that. But if you don't like it, then if you just stop responding or stop clicking the links, it'll take you off the list, okay, eventually. So I don't want to bother anybody, but I have a lot of stuff that is happening and a lot of things that we'd like to do to help you. So in in case you want to know how we run the Black Business School, is we believe everything is an ecosystem. So within this ecosystem, our belief is that if we show you value and we give you lots of support, lots of free stuff, that when we come along and we have something that does have a fee attached, you'll consider supporting us the way we support other businesses, the way we support white-owned companies and we buy things from them. We have to make money. We have a team, we have to pay. We are an independent entity. We're not like an HBCU that gets money from the government, because we don't want money from the government. We don't get a bunch of corporate sponsors. We're not looking for that. We don't want that. We have to maintain our independence, and freedom is not free. So I hope that you'll understand that when we mention something that we're doing in the school and we say that there is a fee attached. And I hope you'll compare it to what you would have to pay if you were at a university and signing up for a class, or the amount of money that we spent going to college and getting absolutely nothing of any value. Everything that we offer you gives you value. And if you don't feel like it gives you value, then we don't want your money. And in fact, we'll give you your money back. If you do something and you're like, gosh, this isn't helping me, then no, that's not the deal. But if we're giving you value and you feel that participating in what we're doing is making your life better, then we hope that you'll also, say, okay, they supported me, they helped me level up, we're going to help them level up. And this is how you build strong institutions. If you look at, say, the Anti-Defamation League in the Jewish community, they go to the community. They say, give us money because we need money in order to build this institution that's here for everybody, right? So that's why we have to ask for money. And it's a little weird, it's awkward because there's one guy on Twitter who said, why are you always trying to sell something? And I was like, I'm not trying to sell stuff. I'm offering things. And some things I offer are free. Some things I offer have a fee. You don't have to pick any of that. But if you see the value, then why not invest in things that are actually going to help you? And also, one thing that we do really well is we're really good at educating your children. And in our Black Business School for Children, it's called Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. Our kids, when they go through our program, they have a financial literacy level that is higher than the average college educated adult. This is how good we are at what we do. And so if you want to take a look at that for your kids, you can get started at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. So what we just ask people is we say, look, we don't need you. We don't want anything that we don't earn and we don't deserve, or we're willing to prove our worth before we ask for anything. But at the same time, we just want you to support us as much as you supported that big white university that took $100,000 out of your family's pocket. Support us 1/10 as much as you support them. Because I know that those people at the University of Iowa didn't care anything about your family. They don't care anything about your community. A lot of them didn't even want you on the campus, but yet you gave them $100,000. Well, why not support a Black-owned institution that really does care about what happens in this community? And we have the track record to prove it. So there we go. There's my little spin on what the Black Business School believes and why we exist. So I hope that helps and it makes sense for you. All right, so let's see here. Next question is, how do you determine the percentage on the trailing stop order? There's no rule with that. It's just a matter of feel. So I picked 10% just because it felt right. But if it hadn't felt right, I would have picked 5% or 15%. So I would say, feelings are a big part of investing. We talk a lot about investing with emotions and stuff like that, and it's okay to have your emotions work in your favor. As long as your emotions help you, then it's okay, right? So, when we talk about risk management, I always tell the students in the Prime program, ask yourself, what am I afraid of? Am I afraid that the stock is going to take off on me? Then you can hedge against that. Am I afraid the stock is going to collapse on me? Well, you can hedge against that too. So the question is, ask yourself, what are you afraid of? And that's how you can figure out what the right move is. Jennifer, do you think it would be wise for a beginner to buy stocks and write options using margin? It could be wise to learn, but I would be really careful. I'd be extremely conservative about the approach. And I do a few one-on-ones if you ever wanted to schedule something like that. If you email the support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com, we could do that. Or also we have small group sessions. And in addition to that, I did create my first mastermind. I think we're almost filled up though, but it's more so for those that are more advanced. They have a little more of a capital base. And so if you want to take a look at any of those things, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Okay, a couple more questions, and then we're going to bounce out for today. When selling options, is it better your shares are called or the contract expires without execution? You know what, Lawanda, it's not so much about one thing being better than the other. Typically, if you're selling out of the money call options, if the price goes up, that's better for you. That's better for everybody. You just may not get all the money, but it's better than if the stock collapses on you. But the benefit obviously is that if the stock doesn't hit the strike price, then you can sell that same contract and keep generating that income every week without making any adjustments. So there's a win no matter what. And the thing about investing, in my opinion, is the goal in becoming a good investor is not so much just sort of knowing how to win all the time. It's sort of knowing how to find the bright side of any situation. If the market goes up, that's a bright side. The stuff you own is doing really well. The market goes down, that's a bright side. You can buy stuff really, really cheap. So, and then also sort of knowing how to manage your risk so that when things happen, you're not going to get surprised or broadsided. It's so knowing investing is about knowing what you're getting into, not being able to predict everything, because that's pretty much impossible. It's just sort of knowing what you're getting into and knowing how you want to be positioned based on what you think personally is going to happen. Let's see. How do I feel about LVMH, Moet Hennessy? That company is owned by Bernard Arnault, who I believe is the richest man on earth. And Bernard Arnault, he does exactly what we talk about in the Black Business School. He has all of his kids that they're all going to run his company. Like, it's funny. You got LVMH, the Moet Hennessy company, where all these Black people love it. Rappers rap about it. And what they're doing is they're sitting around constantly plotting and planning for the next generation. And why can't I find it? Why doesn't it pop up in Robinhood? Let me see here. Maybe I don't know. That's kind of strange. Let me see. It's on the NASDAQ. Okay. So let me see here. I like the company as a good long-term investment. And if you had it over the last 5 years, you would have made a return of 114%. So your money basically would have doubled. So in that regard, I like the company as a long-term investment. Now, if you talk about, let's talk about LVMH and Bernard Arnault. And let me do some quick research on this, because I think it's really interesting how he runs his family. And I really encourage those of you that are generational wealth builders to really kind of understand this. Hold on. Because he has his kids running parts of his business. And he meets his kids. He has a monthly meeting with them, and they all sit around and he talks about different parts of the business. So he understands his role as a wealth builder and a generational wealth builder to be the teacher of his own children. He teaches them, how to run the company and how to do things. So let me tell you about some of his kids. So he has a kid named Delphine, or daughter. She runs Christian Dior. And so she has a lot of experience. He meets with all these kids every single month to make sure that they're ready. His other son, Antoine, runs communication and environmental issues for LVMH. Like he's also the CEO of Berluti, one of his brands. Alexandra she now has a big role at Tiffany. Frederic is the CEO of Tag Heuer, Tagheuer, which is their watch division. And then there's Jean Arnault, who oversees marketing and product development for Louis Vuitton's watch division. So what he did was he sent his kids to business school and all that, I believe. But once they came home, he said, I don't need you out here serving other people. I need you serving the family business. And he did what the Rothschilds did. I talked to you all about the Rothschild family. And the biggest thing the Rothschild family did was they taught their children how to operate on a code of conduct. He taught them what was important. He said, this family is what matters. This name is what matters. This is what you protect. This is what you defend. This is where you bring your best energy and your best resources. Now, I want you to compare that to the Black community. Most of us, unfortunately, are trained to say, go to school and then you can get a good job and then you can go represent a white guy. That's it. That's what we do. We all go find separate white people to go work for. And it sounds maybe I don't know if it sounds racist to people when I say it or radical, but that's what happens. But there's not even a conversation about like, okay, how can we pour into this family as much as we're pouring into everybody else? So when you're pouring into everybody else and you're not pouring into yourself, why would you be surprised when your wealth is depleted? Your best and brightest, your best resources, your best everything go somewhere else. The minute you get a Jackie Robinson, you sell him to the major leagues. But the right mindset is that when you get a Jackie Robinson, you hold on to him for dear life. You fight for control of that asset. You don't give it away. You don't sell it as soon as it has a certain value. You maintain ownership. That's what you do. That's what the Negro League should have done. They should have said, no, we won't sell this guy for $1 billion. This is the tentpole for this league and future growth of this league. If you want to do business with us or with Jackie, you're going to have to deal with us as an independent entity. Maybe we arrange games. We'll go play the Dodgers and the Dodgers can come play us. You share your audience with us. We share our audience with you. We do a partnership. We're not going to do an acquisition because when you do an acquisition over a partnership, what you're doing, if you're the Negro Leagues, is you're selling not just the assets in your possession, you're selling the rights to those assets. You're selling all your options too. Just like if I have if I see, and it's about vision. This is why we do economic consciousness training. I have to keep reminding this so you'll understand why the class has such a weird name. There's no other economic or financial consciousness class I've ever seen anywhere, but it's important because your consciousness, your vision determines how you make economic decisions. So if I look at a 7-year-old girl and all I see is a 7-year-old girl, then I don't have any vision. If I have vision, then I see what that 7-year-old girl is going to be when she's 17, 27, 37 to 47. I see this child and what they're going to be when they become a parent, when they become a grandparent, and they have 70 great grandkids or something, or 30 or whatever, right? That's what you should be able to see. You should see everything that something's going to become, not just what it is. Because if people saw the Negro Leagues and could see in a crystal ball of what the Negro Leagues would be in the year 2024, if they continue to maintain ownership and invest in it, there's no way they would have sold their Jackie Robinson. There's no way they would have let that go. There's no way. I think we let go of things when we cannot see the value. And that's where consciousness comes into play, because consciousness requires you to really be able to use your imagination and see things that don't exist yet, see potential. Do you follow me? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So I like the story. I like Bernard Arnault. I like the way he runs his family. I like the way he understands the importance of investing in the future of the family name. I like the fact that even though he's worth over $200 billion, it seems to me like he can see what his company is going to look like 100 years from today. He sees what his grandkids and great grandkids are going to be able to contribute. And that company is going to be $1 trillion company in about probably a couple of decades, maybe less. No, not $1 trillion company. I'm sorry. His family wealth will be over $1 trillion. I bet his company is probably close to $1 trillion already. So just have some vision, man. If you have no vision, then all you see is what's in front of you. And if I look at the Black community, And if all I can see in the Black community is what I see right now, just all the chaos and brokenness and everything else, then I'm going to get depressed and I'm going to give up. The thing that gets me up every morning is because I'm not seeing what everybody else sees. I am a legit crazy person because I see things that are not there. The reason I get up every morning is because I see what B1 people are going to be when our grandkids are running things and they're living off of and they're building off the foundation that we're setting for them today. That's what I see. I don't see this shit. I don't even look at it. It's an abomination sometimes. It's an embarrassment. It's not worthy of who we are meant to be, in my opinion. So let me keep going. All right, Sybil. Dr. B, is it okay to just buy stocks and hold them instead of selling options? Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. 100%. Yes, yes. So don't feel like options are a requirement. Options are just an extra. It's like adding spice to your food. Like, just because you get chicken or whatever, you don't have to put seasoning on it. You could just eat the food without the salt or without the pepper or whatever, right? So options are a type of seasoning that just adds a little spice, but it's perfectly okay to eat the hot dog without the ketchup or whatever analogy you want to use. Should we hold or sell Uber amidst the lawsuits? Asked Stephanie. I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I think Uber is just such a fascinating company because they've been able to lose money at an insane rate for a very long time and stay in business. This is, again, another type of white privilege people don't talk about. And it comes down to access to capital, because if it wasn't for the bank, Uber would be dead. Uber would not even be a thing if they didn't have the ability to access money like they can. Let's see, a couple more questions. Then I just got a note from one of my team members that I do have a meeting in 3 minutes. What should a 15 and 16-year-old do with their $1,000 check? Mutual funds, I think, will be fun, or maybe buy shares of some great American companies. Maybe make it fun, make it educational. So ask them to pick some of their favorite brands and own shares of those brands and explain what that means. I taught my 16-year-old daughter's best friend how to invest in 5 minutes. And I said, okay, let me show you on my phone. And I said, what's a company that you like? She said, Chipotle. I said, okay, well, let me show you this. Here's the share price. Here's how you buy. I punch buy. And I said, let's buy shares of Chipotle. And I bought it. And I said, okay, the order just went through. So now our family owns a percentage of Chipotle. And I got the best reaction. She said, whoa, that was so cool. And I loved hearing that. That made me feel good because, when you get old, you be trying to be cool. And it never works. We always look old. And so to be cool, like to be the cool dad, was kind of fun for me. So the point is to say that when you teach these things to your kids, make it part of the flow of just your regular life. So you're in line at the drive-thru at Starbucks, impress your kids and show them how you can buy ownership in Starbucks while you're in the drive-thru line. They're never going to forget that. I didn't see this type of stuff when I was 16, and when you show them that and then tell them a few of the things that I've shared with you, this is not light stuff. Like the stuff I'm breaking down for you and we're talking about every day. This is really cutting edge stuff. You're not going to learn this in college. So give it to your kids and they won't forget it. Everybody wants money. Everybody needs money. And if they don't need it now, they're going to need it at some point. And so they're going to remember the things that you tell them. So remember, I don't teach any students. I refuse to teach any students. I will only teach you if you agree to be a teacher. I will teach teachers. That's it. Because we have to multiply the knowledge base because we got so much working against us, so many people that want to keep us in the dark. We got to give everything we've got to fight against that. All right, so let's see here. Let's see. Renee says, thank you for all that you do. When's the next prime class? We did a prime class on Sunday, or was it Saturday? Or I think it was Sunday. Yeah, Sunday we just did one. I don't know the dates. If you go to drboyceprime.com and log in, the dates are in there. I don't have the dates in front of me. My apologies for that. I want to say maybe around the 6th or something like that. And we're also going to do another Prime 101. We do a Prime 101 about once every 6 weeks for those that are beginners, or maybe you're trying to figure out how to make that first move. And so if you're a Prime member, Prime 101 is free. If you're not a Prime member, there is a small fee, but it's worth it. You'll 10x the amount that you invested to learn the process. So if you want to get an introduction to what we do in Prime, pull out your phone, text the word money to the number 87948, and I guarantee you that presentation will blow your mind. You're going to love it. And it's going to rock your whole world, and you're going to, it's just, I just know these things, some things I do know. I don't know everything, but some things I know. All right, so let's see. Jania, or is that Jinja? I think it's Jania. Okay. What Dr. Boyce is buying shares stocks to hold for long term, not buy sell options. Yeah, what Dr. Boyce is buying, those are long term investments, at least 3 years or more. The Dr. Boyce money makers, that's in the Prime program, that's specifically for options. So if you think about it, it's almost like how, remember when you would date when you were younger and you had the times where you would date somebody that you thought might be your husband or your wife, or maybe you had somebody else that wasn't going to be your husband or your wife. I'm not here to judge, but maybe you saw somebody you're like, you would be a great one night stand, or you would be a great person for me to date until I meet my spouse, right? I'm not saying you should do that. It's bad, right? Kind of bad, right? But as long as you kind of communicate that, right? Don't make any promises you don't want to keep, but y'all know what it is, right? There's some people that you're going to be attracted to for a while, but you're still like, no, he's not daddy husband material, but he looks good, or she's pretty, or whatever, right? So same thing is true with stocks. My option stocks, those are my exciting money makers. Those are the ones where I can sell the options and get that cash flow and use the cash to do all kinds of stuff. It's very cool, but those are not always my long-term investments. My long-term stocks are a little more boring, but they have sustainability. They're not going to give me the same volatility. And so really, when I form a relationship with a stock, that's what I do. I categorize it. I put it in different categories based on what that stock can do, because every investment can be valuable for somebody based on what they're seeking to accomplish. You see what I mean? So this is where your preferences come into play, your risk tolerance, things like that. All right, so I'm gonna have to go. I know there's a couple more questions. I'm sorry I can't answer them all, but I promised someone that I'd do something at this time, so I'm gonna have to get on out of here. If you're not on the text list, make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and you'll get an invitation for financial consciousness training tomorrow. So the number is 87948. You can text the word morning. Also, if you want to take a look at what Dr. Boyce is buying, you can go to drboycestocks.com and you can take a look at that and see if that's something that works for you. Last but not least, if the options thing is of interest to you, you can go to drboyceprime.com and see what we do in the Prime program. I think you're going to like it a lot. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow.
Working out. You just don't feel right when you don't do what you're supposed to do, and so I have to have that confession that I'm feeling a little bit like, and by the way, just a reminder, for today, we're going to do tonight at I want to say 8 o'clock. We're meeting for the Prime program. So if you have an interest in stock options and learning how to make money selling stock options, it's a great way to make extra cash. Make sure you're on the text list. I'll send you guys a link where you can test out Prime for $1. And it's kind of a limited thing we're doing in the Black Business School. So you can try it out the first month for just $1 and see if you like it. And feel free to give that a try. Make sure you're on the text list, though, and I can send you the link. To get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, you'll not only get access to this free training every morning, this private Zoom, but also you'll get special offers from the Black Business School if you want to elevate your economics in a meaningful way in terms of digging into some of these skills and essential skills that I believe that actually will surprise you in terms of you'd be amazed at how money is much more abundant when you kind of have a Swiss Army knife of skill sets that you can lean on. Like when you have a lot of different ways to make money, money tends to be more apparent, more abundant, it tends to appear in your life a lot more. Whereas when you have limited skill set, when you haven't studied it and you haven't learned some of these things, which are really techniques that I could show to a child, you end up thinking that it's hard to get money. And it is hard to get money if you don't know where money is and you don't know what people are doing to obtain it. And so anyway, if you come into class, I think you're going to be super impressed. We got some students in there that literally are making $3,000 to $5,000 a week or more. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. I'm not here to talk about MLMs and what's the other one that people do, blessing looms and all that. This is not like that. This is not one of those stupid things. This I have a PhD in this stuff, so I can't run around presenting these goofy ideas that I see on the internet. This is something that actually works. It involves trading and selling stock options, and it's not. And I use the word trading very lightly because I'm not really into trading like that. Because unfortunately, trading is a type of it can devolve into a type of gambling, and so a lot of people go into trading and then they're surprised because the amount of money that they put in is more than the amount of money they pull out. And that's because trading isn't designed for you to really make a profit. But selling stock options is very easy for you to actually generate income, because what you're doing is you're selling the rights to your securities. And there's a massive market for this, because there's so many people out there that want to speculate, they want to gamble. So it's no different from the way casinos will sell risk to people that want to go to Vegas and lose money. So anyway, feel free to take a look. If you get on the text list, I will send you all a link. Just text the word morning to 87948, and I'll invite you. You can come in and see it for yourself. And I know it's going to blow your mind. So many people in Prime are super happy and excited, and I know I get excited, because that's how I actually make my money. Believe it or not, I don't. I used to do the other stuff, but not anymore. All right. So anyway, let me hop in and let me talk to you guys about the topic for today that I wanted to drill into. And before I do that, though, I want to say hello to everyone that's here. I know hundreds of you pop in every single morning, so I'd be remiss not to greet you. Errol Semengal, good to see you. Errol from Pompano Beach. Antoinette, good to see you. Good morning, Antoinette. Althea Garvey, Maryland, good morning. Good morning, Jonathan McLennan. Good morning, Edward Samuels and Sharon and Shaniqua. I see Shaniqua Hutchinson, Winston Butler. Who else? Darren Cyprian. Let's see. Landers Jones, Deanna Hodges. Good morning to everybody. Good morning, Donnie Redmond. Okay, so let's hop in and let's get started here. So what I want to talk to you about today is overspending. And one of the things that people don't know is that there's a lot of research done on the psychology of overspending. In fact, that part of the psychology is part of the reason that in the Black Business School, my wife and I, who's a therapist, we realized we need a Black financial therapy department, because a lot of these scientific techniques are used extensively on the Black community to extract lots of wealth from us. And it doesn't, now mind you, it doesn't mean that it's all evil and horrible and sinister. It just kind of means that an awareness. When you're aware, you're less likely to kind of be sucked in by some of these little tricks. And if you study how products are sold to the Black community, and if you study the Black community, period, you'll notice that Black people, we tend to consume more media than anyone else. There are very, very few groups. There's no ethnic group, I don't think, in America that watches more television or does more internet, like social media, than we do. And what media kind of does, unfortunately, is it lowers your consciousness level. It lowers your awareness level. It reduces your critical thinking skill. So effectively, when they get you in that zombie state, it's very easy for them to offer you things and sell you things, especially things that are addictive. Like sex can become very addictive. So sex always sells. Gambling. We talked about gambling yesterday. Gambling is sold extensively throughout sports now. So you're in the middle of the Cowboys game or whatever, and you get all excited and pumped up watching your favorite team, and then this commercial comes on, and they will present a Black person typically. Give me a yes if you notice this. So give me a yes. Has anybody noticed that most of the sports gambling ads feature a Black man? How many of y'all notice that? Give me a yes if you notice. Give me some names. Was it Kevin Hart? I saw one with Kevin Hart. I saw another one with Jamie Foxx. I saw JB Smooth. I think it's Smooth with a V. Did I miss any names? Are there any names that out there that I forgot about? And isn't that interesting? Queen Latifah. Queen Latifah was in one. I didn't know that. Yeah, isn't that interesting though? Kevin Garnett. Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, I just wonder, because I don't see that as many ads with white guys. I just don't. Maybe they're only targeting me with the Black people ads, but literally most of the ads for sports books and sports betting feature a Black guy, and a lot of that. And if you also notice, if you watch ESPN, there's sort of this overwhelming number of Black males that are even doing commentary on the sports networks. TNT and all that. It's like a bunch of Black dudes. And what someone said to me, and again, I don't know how true this is or not, but he works for ESPN. I have a friend that works for ESPN who told me, and he's a commentator, a very prominent commentator, or maybe it's Fox Sports. I get them mixed. I don't watch any of them, to be honest with you. And he said that what they actually were thinking years ago, like I'm talking about like 10, 12 years ago, was they said, wait, Black male unemployment is higher than any other group. So there's millions of Black men sitting at home with nowhere to go. They don't have jobs. So we're going to so we can have men. If we have Black men on TV, then these Black men are going to become part of our primary audience. And if you watch a lot of the sports shows, they cater a lot of it to black male culture. And I get it. I understand the culture. Like because I'm part of I love sports. I can sit and talk about the teams and all that with you all day long. But at the same time, though, there's a point where I turn the TV off because I got to go handle my business. I'm not trying to go and be overly obsessed with whether or not Jerry Jones wins the Super Bowl, because Jerry Jones is not going to send me or my family any money if he wins the Super Bowl. I'm not going to get a check if the Cowboys win again. So I'll watch and I'll enjoy it, but then I realize I've got a bigger game to play, and the bigger, more important game is called the game of life. And so that's where I'm trying to win the Super Bowl. I don't really care that much if the Cowboys win or whatever. And so one thing that's interesting though is that with sports being one of those distractions that minimizes our consciousness level and keeps us investing in others more than we invest in ourselves. I'll never forget this story. This is a true story. I got invited one time to speak at this university, and it was one of those small schools that you never heard of. If I said the name of the school, you wouldn't know, you wouldn't even know this school. And I spoke to they had me, because I was their black speaker, they had me speak to their black students. Most of their black students were athletes. They pretty much primarily only recruited black students to play sports. So the three guys I was sitting and talking to, they were all on the football team, and we were just sitting at the tables, like me and I think three guys. And there was a young black woman who was my tour guide, who was showing me around the campus, who was sitting to the side as I was talking to these guys, and we're having guy talk, and I'm just getting to know them and trying to find out what they're interested in and all that. Well, all they did was they kept talking about sports, right? And that's cool. Like I was chopping it up with them too, and I was really fascinated by how these young men, I think, oh, maybe one was a junior, one was a sophomore, one was a senior, something like that. I was really fascinated by the way the conversation flowed. It was literally like a tennis match. Like one guy would hit the ball to the other one, the other one hit the ball back. So it's like, no, the Giants gonna kill the Cowboys. Well, no, the Cowboys, they don't have the offensive line. Well, the Giants just signed so and so to 2.5 million. They didn't give him 2.5 million. They gave him 7 million. No, but they're gonna trade so and so. Like they were really not just talking about which team is better, my team will beat your team. They were talking about the specifics of the business of sports. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like they were talking about contract extensions and the options to extend contracts, and what different teams need and who they're going to draft next year, and the trades they made to up their stock in the next draft. Just all these really specific nuanced things that you really get from watching hundreds, maybe thousands of hours of Sports Center, right? Are you following me? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand why I was really intrigued by this? Like like they sounded like scientists, and they were with this analysis, and so I was like, okay. Now, mind you, first off, I find it interesting that when a person puts that much energy and effort understanding something that is not going to put a nickel in their pocket. I mean, I get it though. I get it. We love what we love. I could talk to you about. I was just watching the NCAA track and field championships. I can tell you all about the great sprinters at Florida and LSU and everywhere. Like I follow that, and I'm interested. I'm interested in the Olympics. I'm wondering if Fred Curley can beat Christian Coleman, and like and Noah Lyles is if he's gonna get 2 gold medals. I'm watching these things, but there's a point where I have to detach because I got things to do, right? And I also kind of try to make sure I remember, like, this is not your sport. Like you're not like you don't get too happy or too sad when somebody wins, because this has nothing to do with your real life. And I remember listening to these guys just really going back and forth about the NFL and really talking, like, you would have thought these guys were sports agents. You would have thought that these guys were team owners. You would have thought that they had an investment stake in these teams. You would have thought they were on the roster. And so what I did was I said, okay, well, I said, well, you guys know, I said, you know what you ought to do? You ought to, like, start a YouTube channel and just talk about sports. I said, that there's guys out here that make a lot of money doing that kind of stuff if you can do it. And I like, there's a guy named Pat McAfee or something who basically got together with the guys and would talk sports on YouTube, and he got $200 million contract or something with ESPN. So I was like, yeah, this is something you guys should do. And I said, do you know how people make money on YouTube? And they said, no. How do they make money on YouTube? I said, okay, well, you get paid like for every 1,000 viewers that you have. That's how the ad network works. So I think I said something like So let's say that you have 10,000 viewers and you're going to make $5 per for every 1,000 viewers on your episode. So then you get 10,000 viewers. So the amount of money you would make would be 10 times 5. So how much money would that be? I think I just asked it. And I was like, so how much money would you make? And there was like complete silence. Like no one said a word. And I said, oh, well, maybe I said it wrong. Like I was sitting there thinking, okay, maybe I didn't say it loud enough. Maybe they're just shy. They're football players. I don't think football players are typically not shy. They're very assertive. So I said, okay, so let's look at another example. Let's say that you do an episode on your show and in the course of a month, you have 100,000 viewers. So you make $5 per viewer. So how much money would you get if it's 5 times 100, right? You get $5 per thousand. You have it 100,000. So 5 times 100 is the amount of income you would make that month. How much money is that? And it was really fascinating to me that nobody answered the question. There was just complete silence. And I just was like stunned. My brain stopped working because I just thought I was in the Twilight Zone. I said, "This is a practical joke, right? This is this what where are we? This is a college campus, right?" And I didn't. It's not to insult the guys or anything like that, but I sat and I was like, "Wait a minute!" But they were just breaking down in scientific fashion like the offensive line of the New York Giants, who was going to get traded, what the salary cap was, and what their contract extensions look like, and who's going to get picked in the next. Like they were telling me things. All this, I mean, like literally, they were football scientists who could not tell me what 5 times 100 was, and they were in college. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm shifting my butt, shifting in my seat. I'm like thinking, how you gonna make money when you can't count? Like I'm not being mean. I hope I don't sound like I'm. If I sound like I'm being mean, please forgive me. I'm not trying to look. I'm not looking down on those guys. I felt sorry for them. I was like, what happened here? What's going on? And so I remember after it was over, I had to go to the airport, and I was talking to the young lady that was with me, that was giving me the tour, and I said, did you hear that conversation? And she goes, yeah, I heard it. And I said, was my question not clear? She said, no, it was clear. She said, I was gonna blurt out the answer, but I knew that wasn't my conversation. Because she comes from that tradition, like where when men are talking, that's when men are talking. When women are talking, men need to butt out. And maybe when men are talking, we need to talk to each other. We don't always so she was kind of just letting us have our space as men. And but she said, I wanted to answer the question. It was 500. So what I really think about is I pray for like us and think about our kids. And I think that we don't understand the urgency that exists when you have millions of kids that can't tell you what, you know, 20 plus 10 is. Or if they do a business deal and they're going to get 10% of the profit, and you say, okay, if you make $1,000 and you get 10% of $1,000, how much money do you get? And then they guess, and then their answer is like $322. Like just something that doesn't even show like the basic understanding of mathematical fundamentals. And so this goes back to that point I've always made. I don't trust white people to educate black children. I just don't. I don't hate white people. When I talk like that, I know people get scared of me, and I don't care because I'm not a person to be afraid of, but at the same time, I'm not a person to be played with. You're not going to play with me with a bunch of nonsense and somehow convince me that these kids who are unloved and uneducated are going to have a chance of success in the world. Because what happens is that when you deny our children a proper education and deny our children an economic education, they get to the point where, like everyone else in America, they get to the point where they're 25 and up and they need money. And then there's no more stressful position you can be in than when you need something and you don't know how to acquire it. It's like being in the woods and you need food and you don't know how to hunt, you don't know how to fish, you don't know how to grow nothing. And so the blame, if you want to blame someone, the blame is who put you out in the woods and gave you no survival skills. maybe your parents did that. Maybe they handed you over to someone who promised to give you survival skills who did not do the job. Maybe we're passing the ball to somebody who plans to throw the ball out of bounds, so to speak. Maybe we're handing our children over to someone who's going to molest their minds and psychologically abuse them and lie to them and leave them severely unprepared for the world. I mean, this is what's going on. This is what you're seeing in the world. And so I just personally think, I had I shared a video on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, and I have a backup at Dr. Boyce Money. My Instagram, my big one got taken down because I say things about white people, and that makes people nervous. So I had 600,000 people, and they're gone. So if you're one of the 600,000 from before, you can follow me at Dr. Boyce Finance and Dr. Boyce Money as a backup, just so in case they eliminate me. And I had a dream that I was talking to I put up a video about Jaylen Brown, who plays for the Boston Celtics. Jaylen is about to go to the NBA Finals, and I talked to Jaylen Brown's brother via text recently, but Jaylen's very busy, so obviously because he's about to play in the NBA Finals, so we haven't spoken in the past few days. But anyway, I put up this video of Jaylen Brown, and I want to mention Jaylen because I think it's very important to know what a black man looks like. So Jaylen Brown, in his history, he didn't only sign the highest NBA contract in the history of the league, and he's not just a superstar that's about to play in the NBA Finals. Jaylen Brown, from what I understand, is an absolute, complete, total genius. You've got to go to my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. That's where I put the video. He is the most brilliant one of the most brilliant young athletes I've seen. He reminds me of Dr. Myron Rolle, who's another friend of mine who was so brilliant that he chose not to go right to the NFL because he wanted to go and pursue a Rhodes Scholarship or something. He's now a doctor at Harvard, from what I understand. And what's interesting is, in the case of Dr. Roll, the NFL started to question his commitment to sports because he was so smart. Somehow they believe that a black man who's intelligent cannot also be athletic. That if you're committed to your academic achievement and your intellectual development, then that means you're not dumb enough or zombified enough to follow our orders and our instructions, right? That's what their false belief was, but it wasn't true. Dr. Roll went to the NFL and had a great career after he took care of himself. He was B1 in the sense that, or maybe it's maybe B1 or at least me one, meaning that he said, I'm more important than your little NFL team. My future, my family is more important than whatever you got going on with this organization. So I'm going to come and work with you, but I'm also going to make sure that I work for myself and work for my family first. So now Dr. Roll has a wife and some beautiful children. He's a Harvard educated doctor. He's going to have a great career beyond football. And I just think that's quite admirable. Well, Jaylen Brown reminds me of Dr. Roll. Jaylen Brown, his whole life has been this genius straight A student who's, the guy who joins the chess club and took graduate level classes when he went to college. And I just was so inspired by what I saw. I said, this is what a black man looks like. It reminds me of myself at that age. Just I wasn't as athletic as him. I love sports probably as much as he did, but I wasn't 6 foot whatever. I was too short to play basketball, but if I was tall enough, I probably would have been playing for the Celtics too. But the point of the matter is to say that this was the kind of thing that I think really exemplifies the excellence that our children are capable of. Most of the men and women I know who play sports at a high level are very disciplined, hardworking people. They're strategic, they're intelligent. They have more discipline than most regular people because it's very hard to play sports at a high level, at a college or professional level. If you've ever seen the day-to-day workout routine of a college athlete, you would know these are not amateurs, these are professionals. And that's why for many, many years I've always advocated that the athletes be paid like professionals. Now universities are being forced to pay them, and they should have been paying them 50 years ago. So to me, when I see Jaylen Brown, I don't see an exception. I see a guy who represents which should be the rule. Because if our young men spent as much energy and as much time on their intellectual development as we spend on our athletic development, we will be the intellectual leaders of the entire freaking earth. Give me a yes if you agree with this. Let me know if you understand the correlation here. I need you to understand the connection. You're getting up every day at 6 a.m., busting your butt, working your ass off, getting pushed to your absolute limits. And for some reason, somebody told you that you're not supposed to also do that in everything that you do. You're supposed to be if you're a superstar on the court, you should be a superstar in the classroom. You should be a superstar on the street. You should be a superstar in everything you do. If you're a hardworking man in your sport, how can you claim to be super hardworking over here, but you become a lazy, backward ass Negro over there? That doesn't make any sense. That's brainwashing. And I had a hard conversation like that. I had a student in my class when I was teaching at Syracuse who was an all Big East wide receiver, and it was embarrassing. The class was full of white people, and he's the only black guy, and he was getting the lowest score in every test. And so I sat and talked to him. And I said, "Man, this is embarrassing, dude. Like I see you. I see how good you are. I see how hard you work. You're the only person in the classroom who can go into a stadium with 50,000 people and play on national TV and catch passes and score touchdowns and all this other stuff. But yet somehow you think you can't pass these a finance test. Like these tests are easy compared to what you have to do. You should be great at everything you do. Greatness should be in your blood. Greatness should be part of your culture. I was talking to him about culture. I was talking to him about mindset. I was saying, look, if you're going to be great, if you're going to be a great man, be a great man. Just be great at everything. Just all you got to, I'm not asking to change a single thing about who you are. I'm not asking to go from being the cool guy to being the nerd. No, I'm just asking you, if you're going to be great, be great. If that's what you are, then be it. Stop turning your greatness off when it comes time for you to invest in your future, but then somehow you become great when it's time for white people to cheer you on the football field. These people don't give a damn about you. They don't care if you go out there and get brain damage or you get paralyzed. They just want to cheer because they like to see a Negro run and jump and catch balls. That's what they like to see. So what I'm saying is the reason I put this video of Jaylen Brown up. And I was so inspired. I said, man, I'm so proud of this dude. This is impressive. And then he's also the guy. He also actually, when he got his contract, they said, well, what are you going to do with the money? He said, I want to build a Black Wall Street. I said, Lord, this is awesome. This is so great. And it's so, but even my excitement is depressing because everybody should be doing this. Like there should be 1,000 athletes saying the same thing. Like it's weird. We live in the twilight zone because it's very weird that we have like just one or two. That it's very rare to find somebody who is at the heights of society who actually remembers where the hell they came from and who ain't scared to invest in and support their own people and their own community and build their own families. Do you understand how deep the brainwashing has to be for you to think that any of that all makes sense? It doesn't make any sense. So with Jaylen Brown, I was very proud of him, and it's really weird because I think I went to sleep thinking about that video, and in my dream I was talking to him and some other people in the Boston Celtics like extensively about this stuff, like about economic consciousness and about this is how weird I am. I think about this so much I dream about it, and we were having this conversation, and it felt so good because I'm like, finally we're going where we need to go, and because what we really need long term is we need infrastructure. I really believe one game changer for the black community would be if you had some serious people get together and raise a few $1 billion to build very simple little schools all around the country, just like the Jewish people have Hebrew school. We need black people school. We need black economic school. We need powernomics training, whatever you want to call it. And this was the vision I laid out to Kanye West. He did not see it. He's in another place. Um, but this is something that is easy to do. It's been done before by other communities that wanted to take self-accountability, and it is something that would make a massive difference that would last for the next 500 years. If you went to every city and just said, okay, we're going to put up, we're going to have $1 million budget per city, and we're going to create some little school, and we're going to focus specifically on powernomics principles or basic economic principles, and we're going to incentivize the people in the community to send their kids here to be educated. We're going to hire Black educators who really love the kids, and then we can supplement it with other aspects of what it means to live a wealthy life, health, wealth, and relationships. We've talked about that, and we're just going to make sure that they're educated with love. See, y'all don't understand that love is $1 trillion commodity right there. Love is $1 trillion commodity. Black love is $1 trillion commodity. And what do I mean by that? Well, when your children go to school in an environment where nobody loves them, that white lady from the suburbs, she's only there for a paycheck. Except for a few exceptions. There's some good people out here. I'm not saying that all white people are bad. I don't get into all that. But literally, the kids are being devoid of love. They're not loved in these systems. The school systems are built just like little penitentiaries. They're penitentiaries on training wheels. And so, because there's no love, the children don't connect to the teachers. The educational process does not work. And so, as because the educational process does not work, you have this young person who could have been anything who goes out into the world unprepared, uneducated, or miseducated, and literally all their potential is kind of thrown down the toilet. So if you take that same process of miseducating kids, leaving them uneducated, and putting them out into a world where that's very competitive from an economic standpoint, then what's going to happen is that you're literally losing trillions of dollars every generation from a loss of human capital. You can, according to financial models, value human capital or value a human being's economic potential based on various factors like education, work ethic, where they're focusing their energy, things like that. You can do that. So I can literally write down an equation for you right now. I'm not going to do it because there's no need to, but I could give you an equation that will tell you what a human being is worth from a purely economic standpoint. So when you educate, so this is what the reason I say Black love is $1 trillion commodity is because if you imagine another scenario, imagine if our children were educated with love. Imagine if every morning the kid wakes up and he's going to a space with Black men and Black women who really love him, who really are passionately committed to seeing him succeed, who really care if he ate breakfast that morning, who care if he's happy or sad, who care that he's having good relationships with the other children in school. That kid is going to grow up and he's going to reach his potential. He or she is going to be far more successful. That little Black boy is going to grow up and become a great husband and father for some Black woman instead of being one of these men that disappoints everybody, right? Again, not that you put that all on men. I don't want to get into that. But seriously, think about what happens when guys are not raised properly as children and not loved properly. Well, they grow up and they become a freaking nightmare for somebody. Like no accountability, no responsibility, making a bunch of babies, don't take care of them, not showing up for their family, not showing the children look up to them, but eventually they can't anymore because daddy's a drug addict or an alcoholic like my daddy was. And so ultimately at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that when you have love in the room, you're elevating the value, the economic value and economic potential of these children that are being raised in a pool of love instead of having them raised in a nasty, toxic bathtub full of hate and disrespect and microaggressions and dysfunction. This is what I'm saying. So ultimately, everything comes back to love. And I would say that if we love our children, we will invest in our children. If we love ourselves, then we will invest in ourselves. The things that you love, you take care of. The things you don't love, you throw them out the window. You waste those things. So I would argue that the lack of self-love, the lack of love for each other, the lack of love for our children, the lack of love for progress and everything that we claim to believe in, that is what causes us to continue to do things wrong. So when I just to summarize on that point, when I saw that video on Jalen, I was super excited, and I said, "Man, this would be so great." Imagine if we had schools where all they did, like literally, do you know, simple ideas? I promise you, simple ideas will change everything with Black economics. If Jalen simply, let's say Jalen was an egomaniac who said, "I just want to create 1,000 schools where we're going to produce, 100,000 kids a year that are just replicas of me." That are going to do exactly what they're going to play basketball, but they're also going to be great at chess and mathematics and and hardworking students and whatever else I believe in. Like literally, imagine if you had 100 or several 100,000 black men who think just like Jaylen Brown, who sought educational excellence, who were disciplined, who were hardworking, who still love sports. Remember, sports is cool. I like sports. I played every sport. It was fun. I wish I'd learned more about baseball. My father was a good baseball player, but he was never around, so he never taught me. But I think I would have been good at baseball. I would have been good at golf, because golf, I wasn't tall, so maybe I needed a sport that didn't require me to be big and tall. But the point is to say that just simply taking your models of success and being able to mass produce them in almost like an industrialized framework, that is a pattern and a model that's been used by countries to build powerful nations. The United States, the reason Hitler was so scared of the United States in World War II is because the United States has had some of the most amazing industrial capability of any country on the planet. If they want to make a bullet, they're not going to just make one or two bullets. They're going to make like a billion bullets. They're not just going to make two or three really nice ships. They're going to make like hundreds of ships because they've got a process, a system. Do you understand? So what we need a system. We need to look at our best and brightest and our baddest and our boldest and our most extraordinary men, our most extraordinary women, and we need to build them just like you build a Tesla in a factory. Because they already do that with hip hop. There's a whole documentary called The Nigga Factory. They already build gangsters. They already build thugs. They already have a factory to build athletes. They have factories to build black kids that want to be comedians or whatever. That's why if you go to most schools and you ask the black boys, what do you want to be when you grow up? An overwhelming majority of them are going to say, I want to play in the NFL, the NBA, or I want to be a rapper. They are because there's a system. It's systematic. So the question becomes, given that you know that there are so many systems that are plotting to turn you left, how many systems do you have in place that are plotting to turn you right? Given that there's so much, remember, media is a system. That's why, if you think about the radio stations, when all the radio stations got together and said, we're going to play the same music everywhere in every city, that's when Lil Wayne and people like that become mega famous. And they're because everybody around the country is hearing the same songs. It's systematic. So what I'm saying to you is that those who have that position of power, who have those resources, I wouldn't put it all on Jaylen. Jaylen's in his 20s, I think. So that's a lot to put on you as a young guy. But those people that have access to capital should also have a way of thinking or advisors that can think in a systematic fashion so you can implement systems to counter the systems that are there to harm you. Remember, racism is systematic. Systematic racism is what really, really plagued you. It's not this specific one. It's not these one-off situations like, oh, I went to the grocery store and the white lady didn't want to give me my change. I don't give a damn about that. Who cares if they like you? Stop getting that. That's not racism. Systematic racism is when you're talking about the massive denial of opportunities, when you talk about massive economic theft that's occurred over multiple generations to the tune of $14 trillion. It's when you talk about entire systems designed around white supremacy, like the school system, the prison system, the economic system, system. So you got all these systems that are working against you. What systems do you have that are working in your favor? Or are you even, because remember, to think on a systematic level, you have to have a certain level of consciousness. A person who's sitting in the system can't always see the system. They can't see the system unless they elevate in terms of consciousness to rise up and look down and say, well, wait a minute, this is happening to me, but it happened to millions of black boys. There was millions of black boys that wanted to put on medication and do all these other things. Do you understand? This is why consciousness is so important. I'll share the story, then I'm done talking about this topic. But I still remember when Snoop Dogg was talking to Tupac. And as you know, in case you don't know, Tupac got killed. And Tupac was right in the middle of his beef with Diddy and everybody else. And Bad Boy and Tupac was pretty committed to the beef, right? Tupac had been traumatized because he got shot in New York and he's thinking somebody set him up, and it's kind of bad. So he's really mad at Snoop Dogg. He was mad at Snoop Dogg because Snoop Dogg had a different level of consciousness than Tupac. I hope I didn't offend anybody by saying this, but Snoop Dogg's consciousness was just different in my view because Snoop Dogg was like, Tupac was like, I'm gonna kill him or F those dudes or whatever, right? My fofo, make sure all your kids don't grow. Like he's really in it. He's really in the moment. And Snoop is like, let's take a step back here and let's think about this. So to me, Snoop, so his approach was more like, this moment will pass. One day I want to be a grandfather or something. I want to be alive in the year 2010 and 2020 and get gray hair and whatever and do oldies concerts with Mick Jagger and stuff. Like I don't know if I really want my last experience on this earth to be like 1996, right? So what was interesting was Pac got really really mad at Snoop because from what I understand, I'm not an expert on this, so anybody who's a hip hop head, if I'm wrong about something, just let's not. I don't want to debate that all day. And so Snoop goes to New York and they asked him on the radio, they said, how do you feel about Puffy and everybody else? Because he was Puffy back then. He changed his name every like once a week. And he was like, man, I'm cool with all of them. I like all them dudes, man. They all right. So Snoop was trying to like be friends with people and just say, look, I'm not trying to escalate this conflict. I don't really want this to get out of hand. Whereas Tupac was like, no, that's the enemy. And remember, in his song, "Hit 'Em Up," one of the greatest diss songs of all time, he says something like something that was really interesting to me, where he says, um, F Bad Boy, F blah blah blah, as a whole record label and as a whole crew. And then he says, if you're down with Bad Boy, then F you too. So he's spraying a nuclear bomb, basically saying that not only am I talking about my enemy, but anybody who's even affiliated with my enemy is also my enemy. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, and I promise you there's a point to this. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, look, I don't want to fight them. That's between y'all. That made Snoop into the enemy. And so what Snoop told as a story, which was interesting to me, that made me think that okay, this guy has a level of consciousness about him. And consciousness is vision. It's the ability to kind of see long term. It's the ability to see wide, to see the bigger picture, and not get caught up inside the trees. You can see the whole forest. Is so he says, yeah, me and Pac were talking, and Pac was saying, man, Death Row, we the I'm gonna say it like Snoop said it, so cover your ears if you don't like profanity. He said, Pac was like, we the motherfuckers, we the ones, we the sinners. They can't nobody mess with us, can't nobody mess, right? And what Snoop said was really interesting. Cuz, he said they make us everywhere. He said they make gangsters everywhere. And what he was talking about in my mind, and my maybe this was my interpretation, was he's talking about the systematic replication of a mindset, the systematic replication of a certain outcome, the mass industrialization of certain types of black males all throughout the country, so that um I could go to Seattle and I could find that guy in Seattle. I could go to Chicago and find the same guy in Chicago. I could go to New York and find the same guy in New York. I could go to Texas and find the same guy in Texas. And so to me, that is kind of what I end up seeing when you're talking about the outcomes with our kids, is that these are systems that are spitting out kind of the same person, the same outcome. When I can tell you a story about something that a black man did or that a black woman did, and I say, does anybody know somebody who's like that? And everybody says, oh yeah, I know someone. Oh, I got a cousin like that. I got a sibling like that. Or when I say, how many of you have had a family member go to prison? Everybody raises their hand, because the prison, the mass incarceration, the systematic racism was very broadly done. It was systematically done like a machine. And so that industrialization, that systematic thinking, the consciousness required to even think as a system, is something that has been used to harm you. It's been used to harm you in a very, very terrible way. Even Joseph Stalin, who ran the Soviet Union, he said, one death is a tragedy. He said, but a million deaths, that's just a statistic. Like that, nobody cares about a million deaths, but everybody cares about one. If you hear one story about one person and that the suffering they went through, it makes you sad and it makes you cry. But if somebody says, "Oh yeah, a million people died," it's like, "Oh, well, okay." Right. So that was basically him having like a different type of consciousness. And this is the thing, right? So I don't want you to think the word consciousness is always good. Sometimes a heightened level of consciousness can actually be a terrible thing. right? It's just like, oh yeah, yeah, we're just gonna kill 10,000 people over here, but we'll save 100,000 people over there, right? So don't ever assume that consciousness always means that you're a better person. Consciousness is just awareness. It's living in a certain dimension where you see things in a certain way. Just like going back to that original analogy, if I am driving on the road and I can only see the car in front of me and I can only see the freeway route to get to my destination, that's a level of consciousness. But if I get in an airplane or a helicopter, I rise to the third dimension. I can use height now, so I have an awareness that exceeds the people on the road. I now have an advantage over them. Do you understand? Let me know. Please let me know you're following this. I know I am going in 1,000 directions I did not plan to go into, but I hope this makes sense. So because I have extra consciousness, I have awareness, which means I have an advantage because I have more information. I have more variables in my equation that I can use to make specific decisions. So what I would like for us to focus on and think about is how this consciousness can be used to your advantage. I think by being more conscious of of the way our children are being educated, it's gonna give us an advantage. I think being more conscious of the way our economics is being manipulated, that gives us an advantage. When I bring variables into the equation that maybe you didn't think about, that gives you an advantage. You can say, oh, well, the reason this is happening is because of this and this and this. It's not some mysterious thing that's coming from some parallel universe that you're not aware of. Oh, you've been there. Because you're conscious and you've traveled to those other dimensions to say, oh, this is what's really happening. And here's the other thing, though, when you learn the value of consciousness and you commit to being conscious, then you can then translate that consciousness to the development of systems and processes that can be implemented that allow you to use that consciousness to your advantage. Like when I know that being above the traffic allows me to see further down the road than being in the traffic, then what I do is I go build me a helicopter and I apply that knowledge. And now I'm in the helicopter and now I'm winning. Now there's no traffic. I can see further than everybody else. I have more information than everybody else. It's going to be harder for you to get me into a car accident if I'm in a fucking helicopter. And that's really what a conscious person does. A conscious person isn't necessarily always going to fight you because they done rose above the fight. They're on another vibration, another frequency. They don't even know that the fight's happening. And that's what happens. Think about it. Think about people you know who are just low vibrational people. They sitting around, they jealous, they petty, they mad. They're thinking in a scarcity mindset. They're mad at you about stuff that you don't even know happened. You're not even thinking about it. Wow, because you're focused on something bigger. Your vision is out there, whereas their vision is right here. Because nobody ever taught them how to be conscious. People only taught them how to be petty, small-minded, and low vibration. So rise up, raise your consciousness. In fact, if you ever, I'm gonna tell you the truth. If I'm ever in a fight and I take a moment to close my eyes and meditate, I win the fight, not by winning the fight. I realize that I can win the fight by rising above the fight. And I even do that with my wife. Don't tell her I said this. But if my wife is really mad at me over something stupid, something simple, something petty, I'll literally close my eyes and say, will this matter in 5 years? And if the answer is no, then you know what I do? I let it go. I do. I just say, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, whatever you say. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. Because at that point, I'm not even talking about like Boyce is not really talking to you anymore. Like the Boyce from the future is looking at it saying, this is silly. So consciousness can be your asset in a multitude of ways. Financial consciousness will make you a financial genius. It will make you financially successful. But remember, consciousness can be applied to everything that you do. So this is why, I encourage you to consider that those people that believe in things like meditation and all that, that's really important because when you can really sort of understand what's going on, you can really position yourself in a way that's going to benefit you. So anyway, I totally flubbed this whole conversation. I told y'all I was going to talk about reasons why people overspend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read that list. I made a whole list. I didn't plan on talking about Jalen Brown and all that, but y'all know what it is. That's what I do in economic consciousness. I just do a stream of consciousness, and whatever comes to mind, I trust it, and then present it in a way that hopefully adds value to your thinking. But I am going to read this because I did make that promise. So I apologize for those of you that are sitting here like confused. And by the way, so quickly, just a reminder, tonight we are going to meet for the Prime program, which stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine, where we're going to talk about making money by selling stock options. It's a pretty cool way to make money. There are risks in all investing for sure, but a lot of people really enjoy it. So if you'd like to do a $1 trial, I'm going to send that link out right after we get done today. So make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and you can try the program for $1 for the first month. And also that'll give you the chance to attend our session called Prime 101 next week, where we literally do a whole introduction. Now tonight I'm gonna do a Q&A. I'm gonna answer questions from the students that are already in the program, but those that are beginners, we're gonna do a Prime 101, and you get a chance to come in here. You come in for free or come in for $1. So text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and I'll send you that link. And also, I wanted to remind you, don't forget the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th, and that's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. It is an amazing, amazing place, and the convention is an amazing experience. This is our ninth one, and so we're really excited about this. It was a convention I created because I don't like other conventions typically. I mean, some of them I can enjoy, but the Black ones, unfortunately, are a little bit too politically driven, and they have too much corporate sponsorship. So I never really enjoyed going to conventions that were either controlled by a political party or controlled by corporations, because I don't feel like that allows us to really solve our problems in a meaningful and authentic way. So we paid the bills for this thing, and it's really it's successful and exciting. I know you guys are going to love it. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you're interested. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so let me give you the list, and I'm going to come back to this tomorrow because I feel like I won't get a chance to really cover it as much as I want to. But let me give you 5 quick reasons why people tend to overspend. Okay, so the first reason, this is all based on research, what the academic research says. So if you have an issue with overspending and your money's leaving your pocket and you don't know why, let me give you some financial consciousness that will help you to at least know why you spent all your money. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It just means that you won't be confused and you won't sort of be rope-a-doped out of your resources. The first is emotional triggers and impulse buying. So according to a study by Kruger in 2016, people often overspend due to emotional triggers such as stress, sadness, or boredom. So retail therapy is pretty common. It's a common coping mechanism for negative emotions. So give me a yes if you've ever gone through that, where you were feeling bored, stressed, or sad, and shopping just made you feel better. Let me know if you've gone through that. And the study was called The Influence of Emotions on Compulsive Buying, and it explored how emotional states can drive compulsive buying behaviors and the temporary relief it produces. So it's no different from being stressed out and wanting to have sex, or being stressed out and wanting to go hit the crack pipe, or hit the liquor bottle, or just something that's going to release those endorphins and that dopamine is going to, and the thing about it though is that there are healthy ways to do that too. Like some people get stressed out and they go exercise, because you release endorphins when you exercise. Some people get stressed out and they take a nap, or they meditate, or they go do something that's not going to, cause them to lose their money or gain a bunch of weight or become a drug addict or catch an STD, right? So to me, everybody has coping mechanisms. I think it's a matter of finding coping mechanisms that are going to benefit you as opposed to those that harm you. Like for example, I would say being addicted to exercise is far more beneficial than being addicted to drugs, or even being addicted to work. Even though, being a workaholic comes with its ups and downs and its pluses and minuses. At least if you're addicted to work, at least you're going to be very productive, as opposed to being addicted to alcohol or gambling or something like that. The second reason that people overspend is social pressure and social influence. Now, there's a study that was done by Bearden and Etzel in 1982. The study was called Social Influences on Consumer Behavior, the Impact of Reference Groups and Peer Pressure. And in this study, they basically found that social pressure and the desire to conform to group norms can lead individuals to make purchases they wouldn't have made otherwise, often resulting in overspending. this is one that I believe Black people have to be really careful about, because for Black people, it's all, we talk a lot about being part of the culture, and there's a lot of there seems to be just a lot of pressure to fit in. Like I have people that will criticize me and say, you don't fit in, you're not part of the culture, you don't relate, so and so doesn't relate to you, or these people don't relate to you, they don't know I don't give a damn. I'm not trying to relate to anybody except for God and myself and the purpose, right? That's what I want to relate to. I want to relate to my wife. I want to relate to my kids. I don't want to relate to what's trendy on the internet. So no, I'm not interested in doing TikTok dances. I'm not trying to just do things because they're cool. And we are sort of the leaders of cool. Right, we are the leaders in terms of setting trends when it comes to fashion and style and slang, and so there's all this pressure, I think, to kind of fit in. Like you're not really Black. You're not gonna get invited to the barbecue. You're not really, that kind of thing. And I personally think that that's silly, because unfortunately that can cause you, let's talk, if you talk specifically about the financial side, it can cause you to overspend on things that you don't really want. So social pressure is a big deal. I think social pressure really hits hard for people that don't know who they are or don't have high self-esteem. And I think that there's something about being Black that impacts your self-esteem from birth. Like a lot of us are raised to believe that you're really nothing until white people acknowledge you. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. There are a lot of us who are trained to believe that if if the world and the white folks don't validate you in some way, you're not as important as the people who have been validated by white folks. Look at how many of our so-called heroes are simply Black people that white people put on TV. They're seriously, there are people that are seen as heroes in the Black community, and I think about it, and I would say to my wife, I'd say, what would we think about this guy if some white guy had not chosen to put him on television? People love this lady or this person because they know who they are and they've heard their album or seen their TV show or saw them get a Grammy or an Oscar or a Pulitzer or something. But if you strip all that away, there's nothing left. There's nothing there. So it is that consciousness that exists within those who seek to kind of manage the Black community and develop systems around managing the Black community that causes them to really get to decide who our heroes are going to be, who we're going to look up to. If they could take any random person on the street, like a sexy red or something, boost her up, make her one of the most famous people in America, put a whole lot of money in her pocket, and there will be a segment of the Black community that will look up to that person, that will say, "Oh, wow, you're my hero. I want to be like you when I grow up." Or you could take that same person. You could take it's Sexy Red is this rapper. You don't go look her up. It's gonna make you vomit. But anyway, they could take Sexy Red. Pay attention now. They could take her to any elementary school in the hood right now, and the kids would start screaming. They would be excited to see her in the gymnasium, and they wouldn't be excited if you say brought I don't know, the greatest Black surgeon on the planet, right? Especially if it's somebody like Dr. Ben Carson who happens to be a Republican, like, oh, boo, you're bad, yeah. Or we don't know who you are, or you seem like a nerd, right? But so it's kind of interesting how that's done. Right? If you see it the way I see it, it's like, oh, I get it. Because you've invested billions of dollars, that's money. See, money controls all this, by the way. This is every time we talk, we're always having a financial conversation. Once you know this, because money is like the little demon kind of lurking in the background, this rubbing his hands like Birdman, just controlling everything that's happening in your mind, your body, your community, right? So they put billions of dollars into developing this infrastructure in this thing called media. And so they get their television signals in everybody's home, and then they say, okay, we're going to take this person, we're going to put them in everybody's house, and we're going to put them in everyone's consciousness, and this person's going to be the new it guy for the Black community, and that's what they do. So anyway, so social pressure, I think, is one of those things that really harms us economically. And in fact, studies show that Black people worship celebrities. So Nielsen, when they wrote their report on how to sell things to Black people, they said it's easy. Just put a celebrity in the ad, and Black people will buy it. When I went to a party, I went to the NBA All-Star Weekend, and there was a party. I got invited by the guy who ran the Air Jordan brand, and me and my wife went in there, and it was really nice, really fancy, and they had all these really cool places you could grab food and stuff. And so I sat down. I mean, this was good, like good food. It's like I got like a little version of a steak dinner. So I sat down at this little place, and And I was sitting next to this guy, and I knew he was important because he's like a real weird looking European guy. And I said, "Well, what do you do?" And he said, I created the Beats by Dre headphones. And I said, "Wow." I said, "You guys did a really great job with the marketing on that." And he said, "Thank you." And I guess he didn't care what I did, and I didn't care to tell him. But really, when I said you guys did a great job on the marketing, I was really thinking, wow, you really did a great job of manipulating Black people's addiction to celebrities and the addiction to sort of fitting in and following the crowd. Because what you did was you took some pretty mediocre headphones and you ran a campaign where you had all their favorite celebrities wearing those headphones. So you used symbolism to really connect to the conscious and subconscious mind of mostly Black people to basically say, if you have this symbol, this little Beats by Dre symbol in your ear with these headphones, you're gonna be similar to Serena. You're gonna be similar to Lil Wayne. You're gonna be similar to LeBron, right? And that's kind of what I see when they talk about peer pressure and social influence. I think social influence is really something that if you're going to allow social influence to impact you, then put yourself in an environment where you're going to be influenced by people that are going to make you do the things that you want to do. So if you want to lose weight, get into a group of people that are into losing weight. If you want to be intellectual, make your peer group other intellectuals. Don't try to be an intellectual person when you're surrounded by a group of ignorant people. Like being that's going to frustrate you, and you're going to be mad, and you're going to be punching at the air, and it's terrible. Like literally the most torturous conversations I have is when I try to have a deep conversation with people who ain't trying to be deep. In those conversations, I just need to sit back and just listen and study. I feel like the guy who used to go in the wilderness and study the animals and stuff, and I would just study human nature, and I would just be like, wow, this really ignorant conversation is really interesting to these people, and they're talking about stuff that just doesn't make any sense. And I know the reason you believe that is because you watch too much Fox News, and you believe that because you watch MSNBC, and you believe that because you watch BET. And I'm not judging in a negative way. I try not to do that, but I realize this is not my conversation. This is not a time for me to bring out the other side of Boyce that wants to go super deep on topics, because this is not the crowd to do that with. So find your crowd, find your people. Be intentional about that. I think that consciousness is also connected to intentionality. So if I'm consciously and intentionally selecting who I want in my space, what woman I want by my side, what friends I want in my house, what people I want to talk to, then that allows me to structure an environment that is conducive to me becoming the man that I want to be. I don't want to be a man who's out drinking liquor at the strip club and using drugs. So I'm not really going to want to spend a lot of time around people that are doing that. I want to be a man who's trying to be better, who's trying to pursue his goals, who's trying to be smarter, etc. So when I pick my friends, I pick them specifically and deliberately, because unfortunately there's a culture that kind of wants to push you in a different direction. So use peer pressure to your advantage. Don't let peer pressure cause you to do things that are not going to be good for you. Number three is instant gratification. This is another reason people overspend. That's a big one. So the study was done by Frederick Lowenstein and Donahue in 2002. The research paper was called Delayed Discounting in Economic Decision Making, a meta-analysis. So they said that the tendency to prioritize immediate rewards over long-term benefits, known as delayed discounting, meaning that if something's delayed in your mind, you discount it. You just kind of like, it's not as meaningful because I got to wait 6 months or whatever. This can lead to overspending. People often choose to buy now rather than save for future needs. So instant gratification is a big, big problem. And unfortunately, instant gratification is encouraged everywhere. Everywhere, all people talk about is the present, and all they're worried about is right now. The politicians do it. The politicians have screwed up our government financially, because every politician is thinking about getting reelected in 2 or 3 years. They're not thinking about what the country is going to look like 50 years from now. Therefore, in 50 years, the country is going to be a mess. Number four, marketing and advertising tactics. Marketing strategies such as limited time offers and flashy advertisements create a sense of urgency and excitement that can trigger impulsive buying and overspending. This research study was done by Kotler, and it said it's called The Effectiveness of Marketing Strategies in Influencing Consumer Behavior. So marketing and just kind of pushing different buttons like buy now. If you don't get it by such and such, then whatever. Like these tactics are used regularly when it comes to offering various products and items. And in fact, actually, when they talk about selling luxury goods, one thing that they do is they train them to pretend like they don't really want your business because they know that people tend to want things that they can't have. You see this sometimes maybe in dating. Like, has anybody ever seen somebody who stops liking a person because that person likes them so much, right? Like at first you're interested in that woman, and then she shows a lot of interest in you, and then you're like, okay, you're not, I don't want you anymore because you're not a challenge. Like there are people that do that, or I've seen women do that too, right? You only like the guys who don't want you, and the guy who wants you, you see that as a weakness or there's something wrong with him. And I think this is something that's just ingrained in a lot of us. And I had to tell people, I said, I didn't chase my wife. I did. She didn't play hard to get. I told her, I said, I like you. She said, I like you too. And then we said, great, there's a match. That's it. It wasn't like, I like you. Well, no, I'm not interested. And if she had played hard to get, then she wouldn't have got it. I said, my wife had played hard to get. I didn't play those games. No, it's like either you like me or you don't. And if you tell me you don't like me, then that means you don't like me. And I'm not gonna. Why would I like somebody who doesn't like me? That don't even make no damn sense. That's weird. That's very weird. And because there was another woman years ago. I'm not gonna say her name because in case she watches or something. But I kid you not, and she was. I was attracted to her. She was smart. I like the smart women. I don't ladies, don't ever let men make you feel bad about being educated and stuff. Smart women are awesome. And men, don't be intimidated by smart women. If she's a good woman, then she'll make you smarter. Like don't be intimidated by that. There's nothing to be intimidated by. Just treat each other with respect. And remember, everybody can learn from everybody. PhDs, some of us PhDs, we know a lot about one thing, but there's a lot of stuff that we're missing. So never assume you can't learn from someone with less education than you. That's flawed thinking. Education is not the same as knowledge, and knowledge is not the same as wisdom. Wisdom says that your little PhD, your little MD, your little JD, whatever, that means you have a lot of knowledge in one special area. That does not mean you know everything. So don't be that person who thinks they know everything. Okay. So anyway, so yeah, there was another lady, and this is a true story. I never told this story before, but it's funny because it's relevant. So why not share it? And I was probably about 30, and I got into that stage in life where I was ready to, settle down. I didn't want to settle down when I was broke. I'm sorry. It doesn't feel good to like, I was having trouble feeding myself. I didn't want the responsibility to have to feed a bunch of other people. I know that some people say, oh, that stuff shouldn't matter. It mattered to me. I wanted to have a decent income because there's a lot of pressure when you can't provide. So I got my first job. So I was feeling myself. I'm making good money. She was another professor, just like my wife is a professor. I was very attracted to her, and she had a good job. So one my good job with her good job, we had a good income. And I went to this lady, and I just kind of let her know I was interested. I said, "Hey, why don't we have a relationship?" And she starts going, I don't know. I got to think about it. I don't know. I don't think it would work. And she starts telling me all the reasons why it wouldn't work. And I'm kind of disappointed, like, dang, well, I thought we were good. And so 3 weeks later, her friend calls me and goes, well, why, and I'm telling her friend, because here's the thing. When you a young black man with money, you 30 years old and you making six figures, there was women lined up around the block. It wasn't hard to meet a new woman. So I met another lady that I liked, and I was telling my friend, I was like, yeah, I met this girl. We're going out and da da da, right? And she goes, well, what about so and so, the girl that rejected me? And I was like, but I said, but I did ask her. I told her. I told her the whole story. I said, yeah. I said, hey, why don't we date? And she was hemming and hawing and saying, no, thank you, I'm not interested, and blah blah blah. And you know what she said? I kid you not. She goes, no, no, no. She likes you. She was just rejecting you to see if you were serious. And I was like, what? I, I was I was like, no, I am a serious man. If I ask you a serious question, I just expect a serious answer. I don't know. I don't know how to play those games. I was not trained on I did not grow up believing or being taught that no means yes and yes means no. I didn't. Because that gets guys arrested, by the way. That gets you labeled as a predator, or that gets you a sexual harassment accusation when you assume. And that's my belief that that no means no, yes means yes. And I know that there's nuances to this. I believe that with human nature, yeah, there was a time where like that song, remember that song? It's cold outside. I really gotta be going. Come on, baby, it's freezing out there. No, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't stay. No, come on, baby, you gotta right. That do y'all know? Y'all remember when that song got labeled as like a Predator song or something in the Me Too movement where they were saying that they can't play that song anymore because it's predatory sexual harassment or it's rape culture or something, right? So there was a time where you could have those sort of nuanced experiences with each other, but the world I grew up in was like, no, if you want to be safe, you take people for their word. So when you say no, that means okay, no problem. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the harasser. I'm not the guy. I don't. And also, here's the other thing too. There was a self-esteem dimension to this that says, why in the hell would I want to be somewhere where I'm not wanted? Like, what? Why would I want to be? Why would I want to pursue someone or something that doesn't want me back? And that made me think about how many of us kind of do the opposite. We will literally give our very best to people who give us their worst. And that struggle love, it translates to everything. We do struggle love when it comes to economics. I believe collectively, white America's kind of shown, not that white people are all bad, but systematically, they don't give a damn about you. They don't like you. They're not going to give you any of that money back. They don't respect you. They're not going to support your reparations or anything. But yet you will be so quick to seek out their validation. You will be so quick to give them your money. You will give them your time. You will sell them your children. You will sell your children to the corporate plantation and say, go serve that white man over there. He gonna pay you, he gonna pay you enough money to pay your rent. Not to get rich. He's gonna give you enough money just to get by. We do that. We are really deeply committed to people, places, and things that are not equally committed to us. And I argue that that is a psychological problem. That is a self-esteem issue. So the same way when I talk about my wife, and I don't play when it comes to that type of stuff. I make it 100% clear. When I told my wife I was interested in her, and she replied and said, "I'm interested in you too," that let us know that there was a match. If one of us had played this goofy game of like, I'm gonna pretend like I don't like you to make you like me more, that to me is not a healthy game, nor is it a safe game to play for me as a black man for sure. I'm not here to harass my way into your life or to beg my way into your life or to wear you down until you finally agree to let me in, because then I'm setting this terrible standard. I'm gonna have to always meet this standard, and I'm always on thin ice because the minute I mess up, you're gonna kick me to the curb. No, I have value. She has value. I see her value, she sees mine. And we're clear about that. That's what grown-ups do. And I think the same thing should be true in any area of your life. When you're talking about spending money, let me tell you, one way that they sell luxury items is they act like they don't like you and they don't care if you're there and they really don't even want you around. Do you know Bernie Madoff? Do you know the way Bernie Madoff? Anybody, give me a yes if you know the name Bernie Madoff. Y'all know Madoff, right? Y'all remember Madoff? He ran the biggest Ponzi scheme in American history to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. Do you know how Madoff got? And he was robbing his own people. He's Jewish, by the way. He was robbing Jewish people in a major way to the tune of like 60, 70 billion dollars. Do you know how Madoff got so many smart people in the Jewish community? See, we y'all think Jewish people are perfect when it comes to money. No, they're not perfect. They're flawed like us. Do you know how he got so many people to invest? He acted like he didn't want their money. He acted like, I got a bunch of other clients. I have a bunch of people who are already offering me millions of dollars. So if you don't give me your money by tomorrow, then I'm not interested. And so people will say, "Oh, well, I really want him to take my money, so I went ahead and hurried up and gave it to him because I was so scared." That's what he did. That's what he played hard to get because he knows that we're raised to be suckers in that way. We're raised to want things that we cannot have. And by people presenting something in a scarce fashion or in a way where they are you get the FOMO, thank you, that's a great term, where you create this space where it's like, look, I don't want nothing to do with you. It does something when you tell people they can't have something, they really really want it. So when white America tells black people all the things that we can't have, and they have all these things sort of locked away that we have to beg our way to get access to, we will literally sacrifice everything to get access to that special space. And what I think is a great
mind trick that, because they're doing mind tricks on you, you might as well do mind tricks on yourself. As a mind trick that I did on Boyce was I said, no, Boyce, you are in the special space. You are the special space. This stop begging other people to let you to be around them. They should be begging to be around you. And not in a disrespectful way, but where you're sitting right now is the place to be. And I remember saying this when I was sitting in my little apartment. It wasn't a little apartment; it was a little townhouse in Syracuse, and I was doing this work, writing these articles. Nobody was reading, and I didn't. I was doing work nobody paid attention to. I remember saying, "I'm going to work so hard, and I'm going to be so damn good at what I do that people are going to come looking for me. They're going to say, damn, this guy in Syracuse is doing some amazing stuff. How do I get in touch with him?" And years later, one day, my assistant calls me and says, "Tyler Perry wants to talk to you." And then I get another call. Farrakhan is on the phone. And then I get another call. Cornell West wants to speak to you. Like, so all these people that I admired, that I looked up to, and I was respectful. I didn't want. I was never arrogant toward them because I love all these people actually. Um, they saw what I was doing. They saw that yeah, there's value over here too. And so what I'm saying to you, and this is a good point to close on, is that you are valuable right where you are. You are as precious as you choose to be. Your community, in my view, our community, that's the sweet spot, man. That's where the gold is buried. The gold is buried in your backyard. You ain't got to pack your bags and go searching the world, looking for love in all the wrong places, chasing people down, begging people to acknowledge you, begging people to tell you that Black Lives Matter, begging people to let you into their institutions. You've got the juice already. You've got that. You just have to see it. You have to see it and you have to refine it. Just the things you don't invest in are the things that will never grow. So we get so busy when you talk about Black economics, we get so busy watering everybody else's garden that we forget that we've got a garden in our own backyard that isn't getting any water at all. You leave your community every day to go work for other people in other people's businesses and do stuff for other folks and buy stuff from other people. And then when you finally get home, your community's in shambles, your family done fell apart, and everything that could have been amazing in your life has died because you've been trained to invest in everything except for yourself. Your children alone, just your children, I'm not talking about your human capital and your creativity and everything else, just your children are a multi-trillion-dollar asset that you're not really investing in properly. We are not investing heavily in our children. If I was 22 years old again and I lived my life again, I would have found a great quality woman at the age of 22, had about 14 kids, and spent all my time investing in those 14 kids and making them into clones of whatever set of ideologies that we believed in as a family. And I would start at the age of 0 to make sure that we were all on the same page, because ultimately I would be building an empire. That, to me, that investment will be more important than any job I could get. It would be more important than any stupid award I could win if I was running off to Hollywood. It will be more important than any of the other stuff people are doing. So find the things that matter to you and invest in that. Invest in you. Invest in the people around you. Like that's where your win is. Your win is not looking for love in all the wrong places or begging white folks to give you a seat at the table. To hell with their table. I don't want their table. I don't want to be at your table. I got a damn table. I'm building a table. And I'm building a better table. My table's made out of gold. Your table's made out of faulty plastic. I'm not integrated into a burning house. I'm building a powerful kingdom. That's the mindset, I think, that will get us to the next level. In fact, it's the mindset I know that will get us to the next level. So keep building, keep investing in the things around you. That's how you win. All right, I gotta go. It's time for us to finish up for today. I really enjoyed talking to you. We're gonna be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you want to get the reminder, just text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you a link. So text morning to 87948. Also tonight at 8 p.m., I'm meeting the prime students. We're going to talk about making money selling stock options. You're going to like it. It's really a lot of fun. It's really good stuff.
Also, in case you didn't know, at drboycebooks.com, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is there, along with books from my wife. We have financial flashcards for kids, things like that. I know it's summertime, and if you have kids, your kids are probably sitting around doing nothing. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and take a look at some of the resources there, and maybe that will help you in your journey. So God bless you guys. It was real, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Chunk of the hotels in the United States, like 40% or something like that. And they're called the Gujaratis. And I was studying the Gujaratis because, as you all know, in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, we talk extensively about culture. And I think it was because I was sitting there with my wife and we were in LA. We went to Universal Studios yesterday and everything else. And I was like, I'm really obsessed with culture and what happens in a culture that builds wealth versus a culture that doesn't build wealth. Like what happens in a culture that's successful and versus one that isn't. Like for example, if you know anything about sports, you'll know that sometimes what a team runs into is that even when they get the best players and the best coaches, they can't win because they have a losing culture. Right? If you're used to losing, then you're not in a position to win. They could give you the best players, they could give you the best of everything, the biggest budget and everything else, and you're just not going to succeed. And so I've been really interested in, what does a winning culture sort of look like, and how do we create that? Because what happens in a losing culture is that you throw away a lot of your resources. You end up just wasting opportunities. And you all know that the word poor stands for what? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly, right? So a lot of times when you're not winning, you think it's because no one will let you win. Oh, well, every time we build something, every time we create something, they just come and they burn it down, right? Or you might think that you're not winning because they haven't told you what you need to know. Well, they keep the secrets from us. They don't tell us how to go make money. They don't. Well, sometimes it might be because you're given the opportunities, but because you're only trained to sort of see a certain way or view the world in a certain way, you're just the opportunities are literally walking right past you. And I really am convinced, honestly, that this is a big part of what we're dealing with. And what you'll also find is that, just to be fair to us, though, most of the cultures, like the one I'm going to describe to you, the Gujaratis, goes back very, very far. It goes back thousands of years to ancient times. So this is not something they came up with in a couple of weeks. So it does take time to build a winning culture. So what I'm going to do is read some of this to you. But before I read to you, I'm going to not be rude and say hello to a lot of you. I see Akila and Albert and Alicia, Sean. Good morning to you. April West, Atasha, Barbara, Barry, Brandon Butler, Yvette, Veronica, Michael Wilson. Good to see you. Deborah, Andre, let's see here. John Jones, Esther, good to see you. Eric Bennett, Eric Donaldson, good morning, good morning, good morning. There's hundreds of you in here, and so I can't say everybody's name, but I just want to say thank you for joining me this morning. Zalinda, I know you could be sleeping, you could be Netflixing and chilling, you could be twerking, but instead you ain't twerking, you working. So congratulations to all of you for being smart and focusing on your own economic elevation. It will pay off. All right, so let me hop in and point out what I know about the Gujaratis, right? And again, this does not put anybody on a pedestal. It does not mean I think anybody's better than us. But the Gujaratis are known. They're what they call an ethno-linguistic part of India. I don't know a ton about India, to be honest with you, but I know that they're what they call an ethno-linguistic group in India, and they're really known for just making money. They're really known for business. They're known for entrepreneurship. They're known for just really really being great when it comes to economics. And this does not. And this the first point I want to make on this is that this does not come from a business school. They didn't all go to Harvard Business School. This does not come from classes that they take. So you got to understand that the culture will override classes any day of the week. It's like basketball. If you have a basketball culture in your family where everybody played in the NBA, do you really need a class on how to play basketball to be a good basketball player? No. If you grew up in a family with Whitney Houston and she had her aunt was a singer, give me her name. She's famous too. I'm sorry, I forget. It's early. I just had my coffee. But her mom, her auntie or her mama was really famous. Was it her mama or her auntie? I keep wanting to say Cicely Tyson, but I know that's not right. It's Dionne Warwick. Cicely Tyson doesn't even sing. See, that's how messed up my brain is right now. Dionne Warwick, right. So if you grow up in that family, do you need to go take a singing class to learn how to perform and sing? Don't get me wrong. I'm sure they took singing lessons, right? Maybe that's important. But in terms of just kind of knowing the culture of what it means to be a great singer, I bet you that even without classes, if you got Dionne Warwick and Whitney Houston in your house and every morning you're going over high notes and low notes and every other note, her mom is Sissy Houston, right? There we go, right? So there's a tradition there. There's a culture. There's a culture of singing at church, and that's why we produce the greatest singers on the planet. So really, my goal would be to kind of help us to become like what Whitney Houston and her family were when it comes to economics. Maybe I want to be the economic version of a Whitney Houston or Dionne Warwick or something, where because we're talking about economics every day, and this is why we created this class, because we're talking about economics every day, and because I know these things at a very high level, and we're just having conversations about it on a regular basis, and I'm showing you how to hit those economic high notes every single day, then you're going to go off and you're going to sing so well that all the Clive Davises are going to want to partner with you, and you're going to go out and just conquer the world. Right? Because the thing about it is that it doesn't have to be something formal. In fact, it's better if it's not formalized. It's better if it's very natural. So the Gujaratis, they're known for being really good when it comes to business because they have a business-oriented culture. Here are a few things about the Gujaratis. First off, I'll start with the big one. From what I've seen, the estimates are that the Gujaratis own about 40% of all the hotels in the United States. That right there should impress the hell out of you. That's amazing. I'm talking about, and not just the hotels and all that, but I'm sure many of you have noticed that maybe they have a special prominence when it comes to owning all the 7-Elevens, maybe, a few gas stations here and there, stuff like that. And whenever that happens, that kind of wealth accumulation happens, that kind of power happens. It's not by accident. It's not called just because the white man gave them all this money and they were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. No, if you watch how a family like that moves or a group like that moves, they just move different. They do things different. They don't. They look at their resources different. So what I did was identify some variables that can kind of help you understand like what's the difference with a Gujarati versus say us and African American in a typical African American household. Again, we're great at the things that we're great at. They're great at what they're great at. So the same way that there are things they can learn from us, there are also things we can learn from them. So here we go. Let me formalize some of this for you. Number one, there's a long culture of just being economically elevated within this particular community. It goes back, to ancient times, thousands of years. So really for us, the challenge we have is that a lot of our culture in the last few hundred years was a slave culture, and the slave culture does not create entrepreneurs as readily. It does not create business owners as readily. It creates slaves. We are from a slave culture, and it creates slaves. And if you look around in our community, we have a lot of people that are slaves. What does it mean to be a slave? A slave means you don't have freedom. A lot of us do not have freedom because you got to get up and go to work every day. You have to do what your boss says every day. You don't feel free to do what you want to do in your life. And so our slave culture produces a lot of slaves. I hate saying it. And really, when I think about slavery, I also think about things like mental slavery, the brainwashing, which is very, very deep in media, very, very deep in the educational system. This is a colonialist sort of economy. We are controlled. We are managed by other people. We're managed politically. We're managed economically. We're managed in a way where there are people that have a vested interest in extracting from us, taking things away from us. And that's just what it is. Now, the second thing that they do that creates an entrepreneurial spirit is they have a willingness to take risks. Basically, they're not scared to try to jump into new markets, jump into new fields. They're not scared to go start that business. And I want you to compare and contrast that to a lot of our families. Do you think that there is this enthusiasm toward starting that new business? Do you feel that people are supporting you emotionally? Everybody gets it. Everybody wants to see you win. or do you think that it's kind of a different sort of energy? And I'm going to tell you, we know what that we know what the answer to that question is. In fact, that was a dumb question. If you were in the same room with me, I would not blame you if you were tempted to slap me because that was just a dumb, stupid question. Because we know what it is. We know that there's a lot of fear. We're driven by fear. Traumatized people are driven by fear. They have trauma responses to everything. So the fear keeps you from stepping out of your comfort zone. The fear keeps you from going after that new venture. The fear makes you afraid to walk away from a bad situation. The fear is what keeps you from pursuing what I believe could be and should be your destiny. So that desire to take entrepreneurial risks is something that tends to occur within a culture, but it's also easier to take risks if you're able to get the support that you need to know that if you fail, you're not going to just collapse and fall to the ground. You're going to have some people there to catch you. That's where the next point comes in. Community support. One thing the Gujarati community has is they have a community. Their community, what the Gujarati community has that the Black community unfortunately does not have is they have a community. I don't even know if we can use the term Black community anymore because sometimes I don't feel like we're in a community. Don't get me wrong, we have some pockets of good community, but I feel like we've lost community quite a lot. And they have a really tight knit community with tremendous amounts of support. So, what type of support are we talking about? Number one, financial support. We will buy from you. We will loan money to you. We will come and work with you, right? Financial support, very important. Number two, mentorship. I'm going to show you the game. I'm going to break the whole game down for you so that you don't have to figure it out on your own. I'm going to help you out. I'm not going to try to compete with you or take you out or hide things from you. I'm going to give you the game as much as I can so that when I give you financial support and give you the game, you're going to be able to go out here and do great things. How often do we see scenarios where people compete with each other? It's very strange. You know, I can tell you that I sometimes I was really astonished to see people that you know when I started doing more of the financial stuff online, and I was when I was doing it in the beginning, nobody else was doing it, and then other people came along, and my energy was like, well, I'm supposed to help you. That's what I'm supposed to do, and I'm a natural teacher. But you'd be amazed how many people had a really competitive energy. Like we're going to defeat Dr. Boyce by competing with him. And I'm like, why are you competing with me? I'm not competing with you. I thought we were supposed to be be teammates. But a scarcity mindset, you know, in a traumatized community pops off, and then also everybody imitates rappers. So it's like we're the baddest and we're the boldest and we're the strongest, and you're not. And it's like, I'm strong. I know I'm strong. In fact, I'm so strong that I don't need to tell you that I'm strong, and I don't need you to tell me that I'm strong. I know that I'm strong, and you're pretty good at what you do, so we should probably work together. You know, I don't think that we have to box it out. Like that doesn't make sense to me. And it was kind of weird, you know. And I guess the only thing I'm thinking about is I remember somebody said this. It was really funny. I saw a guy who was talking about this. These guys that I really respect a lot from Earn Your Leisure, and they're good. They're really cool, and I love watching what they're doing. And one guy goes, "I'm glad Earn Your Leisure came and took over your block because you're just a jerk," and blah blah blah. And I was like, "Take over my block?" I said, "What? Are we drug dealers now? Is that what you've been listening to Rick Ross and he's been telling you that drug dealing is the way to be successful as a Black? Like, am I supposed to run up and do a drive-by? Is that what it is? Pop, 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 pop. Right? Is their death, is their demise going to increase my likelihood of success? No, no. The world is big enough for everybody to succeed. We have a tremendous shortage of Black men that understand financial topics at a high level. So we need everybody on board. We need everybody doing this. This is not a competition. I've never competed with these guys. They're younger. They're 10, 15 years younger than me. What Dr. Claude Anderson never competed with me. Dr. Claude Anderson never said, when I approached Dr. Anderson, he didn't say, well, this young guy, he's coming in and he's going to take over my block and he's going to be the new Dr. Claude. No, Powernomics is going to be what Powernomics is going to be. Powernomics is going nowhere. There is nothing I could do ever to erase the significance of what Dr. Claude Anderson has done. And in fact, there is room to gain acknowledgement for what he's done, and then there's room for me to get my acknowledgement too. So when I approached Dr. Anderson, my whole energy was never competitive. I was never thinking, you're the past. I'm taking you out. Well, I didn't think that way. I was like, you know what? You cleared the path for me. And I think that the world needs to hear what you got to say. So let me help you as much as possible. But here's the thing. This is what you got to understand about collaboration versus competition. Just because you collaborate with others, that does not mean you can't also take care of yourself. Just because you collaboration does not mean you're giving things away. Collaboration means you're developing an ecosystem. I pour into you, you pour back into me. So me supporting Dr. Anderson, and y'all seen me support Dr. Anderson, right? I hope you all have seen that. If you've watched probably more than 3 of my videos or hung out with me more than a week, you know how much I love this man. I love him like a father. It wasn't like it was all about taking care of him. I had to take care of the Black Business School too. And so because we had that right energy, I came in supporting him with everything I had. Guess what? He came and supported me with everything he had. And it created a beautiful relationship because I had Dr. Anderson tell me about how many people called him to tell him how much they love Powernomics, but did not contribute a nickel to anything he was doing. And I can proudly tell you that the Black Business School has contributed hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Harvest Institute run by Dr. Anderson, to the Powernomics mission. When I got on the phone with Kanye West and we talked for 12 hours, my number one goal with Kanye was to say, take some of that money that you're spending on your daughter's birthday party and put that behind some Powernomics training camps so that we can train our people on economics at the highest level. I have simple formulas, simple methods, 3-step, 4-step processes that if we got millions of people to learn these 3 or 4 things, it would lift Black wealth by a couple $1 trillion within a generation. I could not talk him into that, but that was my goal. I said, look, if you do this, I don't care. I don't need my name on it anywhere. That's ego, brother. I don't need all that. I don't need that. I'm very comfortable with who I am. I don't want my name on it. We'll put your name on it because apparently you're into the ego stuff. Fine. Put your name on it. We can put your mama's name on it. We can put your daughter's name on it. I'm not putting Kim Kardashian's name on it, but we'll also give Dr. Claude Anderson the credit he deserves, but as long as we achieve the goal. And so what I don't really understand is this lack of collaboration that I see sometimes. And sometimes it's so disappointing. And I had another conversation with a guy. I made a comment. I'm not going to even say his name because I don't. This stuff is. I don't get into that. I don't want to get into that. But I made a comment on his page or something, and he said something about the stock market. I said, "Yeah, my students and I were talking about that today." And he messages me, I don't know who you think you are. Maybe it's because you're a doctor or whatever, but I don't need you talking about you're here trying to steal my students. And I was like, I'm not stealing your. I said, no, you're welcome to come in my platform. I brought me, Julian Gordon, a lot of people, I brought them in. They built entire businesses off of my platform because I know I can share and still be okay. I know that I can share, and you getting sunlight is not going to dim my light. I know that I am here. I'm going to always be here. So really, when you talk about a team, and I didn't mean to go on too much of a tangent with that, but when you talk about building a team, you can't build a football team if the wide receiver is mad because the running back gets the ball. You can't. You're not going to build a great team if the wide receiver and running back don't both understand that everybody can get the ball and it's going to help the whole team to win. So we don't really always have a team like we should. We end up having this tribalism and this competition. And I really sort of blame the toxic side of hip hop culture because toxic hip hop is built on narcissism, selfishness, a lack of competition over collaboration, all these things. This is why everybody got so excited when they saw Drake and Kendrick Lamar destroying each other's careers. They love that. They like that stuff. And what I would have gotten excited about is to see Drake and Kendrick box it out just a little bit, just enough so we can have some fun, and then come together and say, okay, now that we've done this, we're gonna shut it down and we're going to work together now and do something amazing. That would have been the kind of energy I wanted to see. You never win when you're destroying each other. So anyway, so let's go back to the Gujarati community. They're very tight knit. They support each other. Not that everybody in the community is perfect, but they give each other financial support, mentorship, and business connections. They don't hide the connect. They share the connect. Okay, so let's see, what else do they do? They have a culture of thrift and savings. They love to save their money. They're very conservative with money. Now, again, when you talk about the culture, this is why I get so mad when people say, this is for the culture, this is for the culture. I'm always like, well, what culture are you referring to? Because the culture that I see that's promoted in media, that's supposed to be our culture, is not conservative financially at all. It is not into wealth preservation. It is not into the stewardship and careful stewardship of resources. It is just throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, spin, 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 spin. But buy that new car that they are marketing on BET. Go to the club, put $10,000 in a stripper thong, and then go and buy a bunch of European items from people that don't even like you, acknowledge you, or respect you. That's what I see when I see the culture when it comes to our economics. Being thrifty and conservative is not celebrated on any level, and I hate it. It drives me insane. It drives me crazy. All that flashy stuff is goofy. It's immature. Any black man over the age of 20 that behaves that way is an embarrassment. You should not, I'm not saying you can't enjoy your money. I'm not saying you can't get nice stuff. All I'm saying is this idea that I'm going to just show up and show out every time I do something, to me, that reflects some sort of emotional deficiency on your part. That tells me you need some therapy to know that you are precious and you are valuable, even when you ain't wearing that white European man's label on your ass. Seriously, you're valuable even when you don't have the Coach purse or the Gucci shoes or whatever it is that you feel like you got to spend your last dollars on. You cannot be so emotionally devoid or so emotionally incomplete that people can literally sell you your self-esteem because they're going to drain you financially. Let's keep going here. Another thing about the Gujarati culture is they are big, big, big on education. Education. They go to college, they get degrees in areas like finance, engineering, stuff like that, things that help them build. They expect their kids to make straight A's. They push them to be as educationally efficient and competent as they can possibly be. I want you to look around and I want you to see if education is at the top of our priority list. And I'm not talking about just going to school and getting the degree. I'm talking about going to school, getting the degree, being at the top of your class. Is that something that is really heavily part of our culture? Is that something that we celebrate more than we celebrate everything else? I don't know. I think that what sort of happens is that because our self-esteem is not quite there, we will think that just going to school and just being there, just surviving is good enough. And a lot of times I would see, I had this frustration in college, and maybe I was just built a certain way. I have no idea. I was very competitive because I played a lot of sports when I was young, and I like to win. I'm not a loser. And I remember that I studied really, really hard in college. And I remember I got into a fight with a guy. His name was Pete, and I didn't like him. He was a jerk. And anyway, Pete called my girlfriend ugly, and that just burned me up. But I was about 21, so you know how that is. And I remember that I remember saying to Pete, because I was so mad, I said, look at your grade point average, you dumb MFer, right? That's how I talk. That was so bad of me, right? I shouldn't have said that. And he said something to me that was interesting. He said, well, and I can tell I got him because I got him real defensive. He was backpedaling because I was about to beat him up too. And he was like, well, at least I'm here. At least I'm here. At least I'm on the campus. At least I'm here. And I'm like, yeah, you're here, but you ain't doing nothing while you're here. You're lazy. You're not reaching your potential. Who cares that you're here? Big deal. There's a lot of people that are here. Just showing up to the game ain't the same as winning the damn game. Just saying that I'm on the field, that don't mean you actually are scoring touchdowns. And I'm in my mind, it's like, no, we can score touchdowns. As black men, we can do anything we put our mind to. Especially think about it. Imagine if you got in a basketball game and your coach is like, you need to play harder. And you're like, well, at least I'm here. At least I'm on the court. Well, if you're gonna just be on the court and you're not gonna try to win, just sit your ass on the sideline. Just go and sit down and go sit with the cheerleaders or something, because you're not trying to be a player. You're not trying to be a competitor. And again, when I talk about competition, I'm not talking about competing with each other. I'm not trying to, I do believe in fighting, but not fighting with each other. My competition is not another black man in that light. My competition is the world. My competition is all the people that believe that we can't do it. My competition is when I was sitting in a classroom full of Asians and Indians and white people, and they expect me to be the dummy in the class because I'm black. No, I'm going to show y'all what I got. I'm going to show y'all what I'm made of. I'm going to show you black excellence. And black excellence in the face of white supremacy is no competition. I really believe that. I believe that when we show up and we really show out in that regard, like we show in a way that's substantive. We're not showing out with the superficial and the fake. The superficial and the fake is when I show out and I think it's black excellence. I remember Diddy did that. There was a video of Cardi B wearing some expensive outfit and he said, "This is black excellence." I said, ain't nothing black, ain't nothing, there's nothing about a $5,000 outfit that indicates black excellence. That's not black excellence. No, black excellence shows up in the form of hard work. Black excellence shows up in the form of excellent parenthood. Black excellence shows up in the form of just unshakable integrity. Black excellence shows up in the form of determination. Black excellence shows up in the form of extreme intellectual accomplishment. That's black excellence. That's what black excellence looks like. It ain't a Gucci bag. It's not a Lamborghini. That's not black excellence. It's not a good job working for some white man somewhere. That ain't black excellence. That has nothing to do with black excellence, in my view, comes from things that are substantive. It comes from the things that God put inside you, that where you got to get up, grit your teeth, and bust your ass and go hard for what you want. That's black excellence to me. Black excellence cannot be purchased at the damn Gucci store. So stop telling me that black excellence, that you have black excellence because you got a nice apartment. I don't care about that. Show me black excellence because you fought through something, you overcame something, because you never gave up, because you taking care of your kids. Show me black excellence when you went out here and you grinded and you built something for yourself and for your family. Show me black excellence when you are taking care of people outside of yourself. Show me black excellence in that regard. Show me integrity. That's black excellence. Black excellence is not a Coach purse or a Gucci bag or a Range Rover. That's not. Sorry. Okay, let me keep going. All right, so here's another thing about the Gujaratis that led them to be able to own 40% of the hotels in the United States. They have a lot of family-owned businesses. Their businesses are family-owned and operated. And what happens is that they hire their relatives. They bring their relatives in so they'll buy a hotel. They'll bring their relatives in to help run the hotel, and then they'll save up money, their excess money, because they're conservative. So they generate a financial surplus, which allows them to build that capital base that we've talked about extensively. And then they go and they buy another hotel. That's how they expand. And so think about this though. Now I want you to compare and contrast that to some of our families, not all of our families, but some of them. We don't really kind of grow up expecting to work in the family business. We all grow up saying that if I do really well in school, then some white man will hire me for some fancy important job and I can leave my family. And even if the family members have a decent business going on or a business that has potential, our kids don't want to they don't want to run the family business. They want to go work for white people. That's what they want to do. And that's why a lot of black businesses end up in a graveyard. That's why a lot of black businesses don't survive from one generation to the next, because you have this love affair with white supremacy. You do. You really want to go and work for other people. And so what happens is that even in families where there is a potential to create an extraordinary family business, it's not like we're eager to come back home and work together. It's like we're eager to leave and separate. And so when you separate, you are diluting things. Again, this fist is very powerful. This fist is very powerful. But if this fist suddenly spreads out and becomes five fingers, then it's nothing. If I get into a fight and I show up with a fist, I can win the fight. If I show up with five fingers, all my fingers are going to get broken individually, because no one finger can punch a person in the face and actually hurt them. So basically, instead of being a big mighty fist and using the family as an economic capital base that it's meant to be, understanding that when you got 4, 5, 6, 7 kids, you're sitting on multi-millions in wealth right there. Instead, we instead of becoming a mighty fist, we become five fingers, and maybe we become a slap. Maybe that's it. Maybe we can slap you, just kind of like do a little slap on you, but we can't really fight without the fist. Or, and really, generally speaking, we become five fingers because we're operating individually. So even a slap requires some sort of coordination between all five fingers, and we don't even have the slap. We have one finger is attacking you, and then the next finger attacks you, and then you just break the fingers one by one, and that's good old-fashioned divide and conquer. But the Gujaratis don't do that. They tend to form family businesses. And because they're conservative, they generate an economic surplus. And then they use that surplus to bootstrap and expand and to own more businesses. That's how they got to the point where they own 40% of all the hotels in America. And I saw someone mention the Jackson Five father, Joe Jackson. Yeah, I don't know Joe Jackson in terms of what kind of man he was overall. I've heard the stories about him being tough on the kids. I personally kind of think that we should take that with a grain of salt because I think media tends to vilify any strong Black father that is in a leadership role that brings the family together and has the kind of strong leadership required to do that. Again, I don't know though. I can't justify everything Joe Jackson's ever done, but because I'm sure he's made mistakes like a lot of people do, and maybe his mistakes were pretty significant. But if you're going to critique what he did wrong, then you must give him credit for what he did right. If you're going to talk about the bad things he did, then you got to talk about the good, and you have to talk about the fact that without Joe and Catherine working together, there would be no Michael Jackson, there would be no Jackson Five. John Boyd is another person that is in that vein, in that spirit, in my opinion. He runs that group Infinity Song, and Infinity Song, Victory Boyd is part of that family, but all the children are very talented, and they have a very strong family unity that led to the creation of Infinity Song. And Infinity Song is so talented. Right now, they're in Europe. They're selling out shows all throughout Europe. Victory is such a talented singer that Jay-Z signed her on the spot when he heard her sing. And when I heard her sing for the first time, I was like, whoa, oh my gosh, she's that talented. They performed at the All Black National Convention, I think 2 times. Yeah, 2 times they performed. And now they're so talented that even without Victory, they took their Michael Jackson and made him solo. And now the other children are touring without Victory, who was kind of their Michael Jackson, and they're selling out shows without Michael. You know what I mean? So it's like imagine the Jackson Five selling out shows without Michael. That's how talented that family is. And what I can tell you about that family is that they are very, very close knit. They're very clear on who they are. John and I have had extensive conversations about how he said, well, as his family becomes more popular, more famous, he said, I need them tethered to their Blackness. So I met this family before they became as big as they are right now. And I remember that was the specific conversation John and I had. He said, one day my daughter is going to be very famous, and I need her to remember the Black community and never let go of that. And that was the formation of our friendship. And now it's happened. Now they're out there. Now they're world famous, and they haven't forgotten who they are. And I just have so much respect for that. And so ultimately, what I want you to pay attention to, though, is that it was the family-oriented nature and spirit that allowed them to say, you know what, my energy is best spent pouring into the family project. That the best way for me to use my time is to pour into the family business. See, a lot of us don't do it. A lot of us will abandon the family business if it gets too hard, or we don't, say, this isn't quite what I want to do. This isn't my passion. I get that to a point, but I kind of really think that there's a disrespect there. There's kind of like this idea that if I'm just sitting here working with my dad and my mother and my brother, that's not as relevant. That's not as real as me working for Nike or Google or Microsoft, right? And I really think that that's a mistake, because if you don't value what you're doing, you're not going to do it very well. If you don't value what you're doing, you're not going to want to be there. You're going, like in order for me to be a good husband, I gotta value being with my wife. I have to believe that being with my wife is the most important thing in my life. I have to know that being in this house is the best place I can be. I have to know that this is the best use of my energy. That makes me a better husband and a better father than if I was a guy who's like, yeah, I'm going to hang out here until I find something better. And I think that's kind of what we do. I think that we sort of do that, right? We'll hang out with each other. We'll work on our little business and our little family business until we get a real job. And then when we get a real job, that's when we all just kind of bounce out. And so what I want you to understand is this. This is something I'm going to say, and I don't know how this is going to sound, but because God's telling me to say it, so I'm going to say it, is you're not kind of meant to be like in a holding pattern waiting for white people to pick you out. You're not supposed to be like this backup substitute that they can lean on whenever. You're not supposed to be the white man's side chick, so to speak. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that you are precious and you are valuable, even if they don't want you. Even you are valuable, even if they've rejected you. Because if they've rejected you, then join the club. I'm a big reject from white America. I am. I've had people make fun of me. Well, Syracuse University didn't want you there. And I'm like, yeah, they didn't. They did. They were really doing everything they could to get rid of me. In fact, I was probably blackballed from academia because of my views. And I had to come to terms with that because it hurts our feelings when white people don't want us. Let's just be honest. We kind of grow up believing that Black success is white people validating you. They validate you. They give you a Grammy over here, an Oscar over there, maybe Employee of the Year, some fancy little position with a nice title. Where you can go on LinkedIn and say, I'm the new executive director of micro widgets at blah, 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 white man corporation. And people are like, congratulations, girl. That's good for you. You done made it. You somebody now. You important. It's like, but and again, I'm not making fun of anybody that has that position. Some of y'all got those good jobs. I'm not making fun of it at all. But it's like, to me, no, you were somebody before they selected you. You were important before they acknowledged your talent. And even when they stop acknowledging your talent, even when you're punished because you don't fit culturally with what they're doing, you're still important to me. I want to see your value. Again, remember, economic awareness. This is what we do every morning, 10 a.m. We do economic awareness training. Economic awareness is partly implied by your ability to see value even when it's not acknowledged by anybody else. You can see wealth even when there appears to be none. You understand? It's like if I'm a music mogul and I'm looking for talent, I don't need the world to tell me that a singer is talented for me to go hear that singer. I can hear the singer singing on the street corner for nickels and identify the talent as readily as I could if they were on the stage at the Grammy Awards. You understand? I can independently validate what's worthy and what's not. So what I'm saying to you is that I think that sometimes we lack the ability to independently validate our worth without needing, Mr. White Man to tell us that we done made it or to tell us that we're important, right? So when you get that, so I believe, again, this is me speculating, that when somebody gets that promotion or that fancy job and it comes with the nice apartment and everything and the nice car, that kind of says to us like, oh, they must be somebody now because all these other people are saying that they're somebody. And I really kind of feel like you have to have the ability to say, no, I am somebody, whether or not you acknowledge me, whether you acknowledge me or not. And in fact, the reason that this is important is because you lose a lot of value because you give away your best assets. And then they see the value and they take that asset, that same asset you neglected, that you ignored. I mean, think about how many times we have had people in our community who were super talented, super capable, and weren't even acknowledged until somebody else said that it was okay. Somebody else said that they were important. So suddenly we believe they're important. Even Barack Obama. Barack Obama, did y'all know this? Let me tell you this. I told y'all about the time I was with Cornel West for a whole day. When I put out my book, It Takes a Village to Raise the Bar, I did an event in Brooklyn at Medgar Evers College. Cornel joined me, and we spent the whole day together. And I remember Cornel, he told the most fascinating stories. I love Cornel West. He's a wonderful man. And one thing I remember him telling me about a meeting where he and Jesse Jackson Jr. and David Axelrod and Barack Obama and a couple other people met in a hotel room. And the goal was to figure out, how do we get Black people to support Barack Obama? Why won't Black people acknowledge this man because they're so connected to Hillary Clinton? And that's amazing to me. Again, I don't care what your politics are, right? But that's amazing to me considering the history with Obama literally being probably one of the 3 or 4 most popular Black people in America. Years later, everybody loved him by the time the election came around. But there was a time where Black people just were like, other people don't see him, so I don't see him either. And then you all know, tell me in the chat if you know this, do you all know when Obama became popular, when he gained momentum? What had to happen before Black people really came out in droves to support Obama? He had to go win in Iowa. He had to go to white-ass Iowa. And from what I understand, maybe I'm not a political analyst or expert or anything, but it was really Iowa. When he went to Iowa and won in Iowa, that's when Black people really started flooding to support him. Sure, he had Oprah's backing, but I remember him getting the endorsement from Oprah, and Hillary was still blowing him away. Because I went on CNN, and I remember I said, this guy Obama, I said, Hillary might want to watch out because it looks like this guy is really good. He's articulate. And because I remember I saw his potential. I don't worry about what other people think. I just think about what I think because I trust what I think. And I said, this guy is going to be good. I don't know if he's going to be able to, catch up with Hillary because that was a big gap at the time. But I said, I bet Hillary, if she's smart, she's paying attention to this guy because he's a threat to her. And so lo and behold, it happened, later on. So my point is to say, I don't think that you should wait for other people to validate you or to validate the people you care about. You should validate them first because then you can go and extract the benefits of that relationship first. If they have tremendous potential, you want to spot it before everybody else. It's just like investing. And like investing, remember, I tell you all how people invest the wrong way. People don't start buying stock until the prices start going up, which is too late because by that time the prices are about to start going down. So you don't want to pick a stock after it goes up because now there's a good chance it's going to start to go down. You pick the stock before it goes up. You don't invest when everybody else is investing. You invest before other people start investing. You don't run to the market when everybody's feeling good. You run to the market when everybody's feeling scared. When everybody's running away, you want to do the exact opposite of what the sheep are doing. That's called leadership. That is called confidence. And that is something that I believe is connected to how you feel about yourself. If you don't feel good about yourself, if you don't trust yourself, then you're going to be scared all the time. Life's too short to be scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared of you. Don't be scared of your destiny. Don't be scared of taking a chance. You got to take a chance. And guess what? When you take a chance, you're going to fail a lot. You're going to fail so much it's going to make you sick sometimes. You're going to have a whole therapeutic process just to deal with confronting failure in a healthy way. I fail all the time, every day. And when I'm really on top of my game, I fail twice as much as usual. Because I know now, and I know this logically, but you don't always know this emotionally because failure hurts. Failure is kind of embarrassing. It makes you question yourself. But what I know logically is that the more I fail, the more chances I'm going to have to succeed. Every failure is a step closer to that first success. So yeah, get out there and fail. You got to do that. The road to heaven really is paved through hell. You got to go through hell to get to heaven. You got to go through the fire. It's just a requirement. It sucks, I know, but that's the only thing I've ever seen. If you can't go through the fire, then you never get the blessing at the end. All right, so let me keep going here. By the way, really quick, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, then you will get notified when we meet up for class and everything else. And also, the other thing I was going to mention to you is that in our store, I think I mentioned that earlier, we do have apparel. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can get copies of my books. You can get flashcards for kids. You can get workbooks, things like that. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com if you'd like to take a look at that stuff. And you can use the code word book club, and that'll give you 30% off everything that's there. All right. So a couple more things I'm going to mention about the Gujaratis, and then we're going to finish up here. Is number one, or here's another thing. So remember, so with the Gujaratis in India, they own 40% of the hotels in America. We've already established a couple things about their culture. Number one, they're very family oriented. Most of the family members work in the business. They also have a community and a supportive ecosystem where they loan money to each other. They have what they call handshake loans. So they shake each other's hand. They make a loan. They know that the loan is going to be repaid because there's community accountability for stuff like that. And that allows them to grow their economic empire. They also have a massive diaspora, which goes a long way. And so by having people around the world sort of planted everywhere, they're able to sort of make their mark and benefit in all parts of the world. Now, here's a stat about their community that I think is really cool. They own about 22,000 out of the 53,000 hotels in America, which is about 40%. And also, let me see, I have some more notes here. Let me pull up a couple more things so that you can walk away with in terms of things you can implement into your own family culture. Let's see here. They have very strong community bonds. I mentioned that. they're also very adaptable. So they have a lot of cultural adaptability. They can adapt to different business environments. And in addition to being financially conservative, they're very much oriented toward customer service. So the Gujaratis in India, their commitment to customer service goes a long way, because if you serve your customer, then you can sell your product, right? So, and that really is something that has to be sort of discussed in the Black community, because there are times where Black customer service is kind of questioned a little bit, right? You have people that feel like Black-owned business or Black business owners don't respect Black customers, and then you have cases where Black customers don't respect the business owners. So this is something that has to be addressed. Also, you have ethical. They have a commitment to ethical business practices, which actually comes out of their religion. There a lot of Hinduism, stuff like that. It emphasizes things like honesty and hard work. And the other thing too is that just from a cultural standpoint, hard work is extremely important in the family, and that goes a long way in terms of being able to be successful. And it's, things like persistence and all that. Now, here's the thing about Black people that I think is a huge advantage for you, is that you already know how to work very, very hard. I think Black people are the hardest working people in America because we were the only ones who worked for hundreds of years for free. And one thing that Dr. Claude Anderson speaks about regularly in his books, Powernomics and Black Labor, White Wealth, is that basically you have a scenario where Black people were trained extensively through various forms of indoctrination to be a very hardworking class of people that were subservient to whites. And also in that subservience, there was this goal of making sure that we never got bigger than our britches and started to compete with whites. So while Black integration was always an incredibly important part of that white agenda, especially we've always been integrated on some level. I would say the 1960s was just a different type of integration, but we were always part of the economy. We were always part of the community. They didn't want us to really go, but they didn't want us to have certain rights and certain amounts of power. So the thing about it is that now we're at a point where that power and that equality is something that you're going to have to actually fight for. It's not something that I don't think is ever going to be given to you through a government program unless you have the strength and ability to demand that, right? So like reparations, things like that, I support those things, but I think overall, it's going to require a lot of the work is going to have to be done by us in terms of figuring out what does an economically strong culture look like. So to kind of summarize this conversation, I'm going to go ahead. I don't want to overtalk this, but I want to give you some things to kind of walk away with. Number one, never forget how important and powerful family is. Family is really, really critical, but also you, in my view, want to think about family like an institution where within an institution, you're training people in the institution. You're giving them their values and everything else. And because values are more important than just skills. Because if I have a lot of skill, but the wrong values, then I'm going to apply my skills in the wrong way. So if I know how to shoot a gun, but I have poor values, then I'm going to shoot the gun at the wrong people. Do you understand what I mean? So these values that you establish in the household, that you always support your relatives and you don't steal from your family. I remember my father saying that to me when I was a kid. Or you always want to help your brother, or a family should always stick together. Little things like that, or every Black man should have his own business. Every Black woman should be financially strong and independent. Whatever it is, right? These little values really, really make a big difference in terms of how skill is applied later. Because one challenge that we have is that we have a lot of highly skilled people whose values, they're not necessarily bad, but they're not very pro-Black, pro-community, pro-wealth. You understand what I mean? Doesn't mean that these are bad people. But a lot of times that sense of purpose, really sort of having that family business or family wealth as a core value, as a core purpose, doesn't always exist, right? Maybe the core purpose is I want to be quote unquote successful, and success might be defined by I'm going to get this degree, get this kind of job, make this kind of money, and get this kind of respect from other people, where I think a better core value might be things like financial security. If you have financial security, then you can pretty much do whatever you want in America. If you have financial security, then that's when you get the best opportunity to feel free. When you have financial security, that is when your other aspects of your health are affected, your mental health, your physical health, your relationship health, all those things benefit when you have financial security. So that's why I go back to that point where I was making to you earlier. This was literally a finding that I came to probably in the last couple of years, is that a capital base is more important than a college degree. A capital base is more important than a good job. A capital base is more important than a Grammy or an Oscar. A capital base is that thing that allows you to truly navigate the world as a free individual. And the capital base is best built when it's a family effort that's done by multiple people over a long period of time and transfer intergenerationally. So the beauty of a capital base is that if I build a capital base for myself, I can just pass that down to the kids. So the kids are not roller skating on thin ice. They're standing on something sturdy and solid when they come into the world, which allows them to move a lot differently from those who are stuck. And if you don't know what I mean by capital base, we've talked about this in class, but it's okay. I'll describe it again really quickly. All capital base is resources, wealth that you can use to get your income. That your capital base could be shares of stock. It could be some real estate. It could be cash. It could be relationships. It could be intellectual capital, right? All these sorts of forms of capital come together, and that's what keeps you secure. And the reason that a lot of people feel financially insecure in America is because they don't have a capital base. They don't even have $1,000 saved to fix their car, right? A large percentage of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and we think that that's the norm, but it doesn't have to be the norm. The Gujaratis aren't living like that. Okay, so let's learn from the cultures that are winning and not follow loser culture. And unfortunately, loser culture is heavily promoted to our people, and I think that that's a sin and a crime. Okay, so anyway, guys, I got to get out of here. By the way, if my wife, I have a book called Financial Lovemaking. I don't know if I mentioned this in class, but if you'd like to get a free e-copy of the book, you can go to a page where my wife and I talk about our podcast. We have a podcast called Pillow Talk. So if you go to boyceandalicia.com, that's boyceandalicia.com, you can get a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. I wrote it when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. Also, don't forget that we support these great women that have things to say on Fly Nubian Money, and that happens every single day at 1 p.m. So if you'd like to be a part of that and see what's happening over there, just text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Text Queens to 87948. They'll send you a notification when they go live. So anyway, guys, have a wonderful day. God bless you. And I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you're on the text list if you want to get notified when we go live for Economic Elevation. You can text the word morning, text morning to 87948.
What's going on? I hope you guys are having a good night. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And today I want to cover this list. I saw this interesting list of the 10 college majors that are most regretted by college graduates. And so I'm going to go through this list and kind of talk through it and just kind of share a perspective on it that I think is really interesting. And also, I noticed that Terrence Howard thinks that he's reinvented mathematics, which I think is just hilarious. So anyway, let's get started here. I'm going to jump right into the conversation. All right. So I don't know how many of you went to college, but if you did go to college, type college or college graduate in the chat. Let me know that you went to college. If you don't know my background, I taught on college campuses for a long time. I taught at the University of Kentucky, Indiana University, Syracuse University, the Ohio State University. I also started the Black Business School, where we serve about 167,000 students around the world. And our goal is to focus primarily and solely on the Black wealth issue. I believe that the Black wealth issue is the most important, most pressing issue of our community right now. So I've dedicated my life to pulling together as many experts as possible, from therapists to health experts to relationship experts to financial experts, to figure out why Black wealth is going down and how to stop it. So I just want you to know we've already solved that problem. The challenge now is getting us to implement the solutions. Solutions are very straightforward. If you want to see our solutions, the solutions are free. You don't have to pay for the solution. It's blackwealthmasterplan.com. Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. You'll see the $5 a day plan that will get anybody out of poverty and make them wealthy in less than a generation. So I want to first of all say hello to Robin as SUNY Binghamton. Robin is one of my favorite names. That is my mama's name, by the way. So shout out to you, Ms. Robin. Jermaine Trusty, I know that name out of Camden, New Jersey. I talked to their brother directly, and because he knows that Milt Wagner, his son and grandson, all came out of Camden. So I'm a Louisville Cardinals fan, so we have a debt of gratitude to Camden for producing some of the most kick-ass basketball players ever. In fact, I think Billy Thompson came out of there too, and he was one of my childhood heroes. And what's going on, Issa Welder? Issa went to trade school. Yeah, well, trade school is making a major comeback. People are finding out that there's more money to be made by having a skill than there is by getting a piece of paper. Imagine that. Imagine that real skill has more value than simply going to a college campus and drinking beer for 4 years. But anyway, let me read this list to you of the 10 majors that people regret the most. And if any of these majors belong to you, feel free to shout it out in the chat, and we will give you our condolences for being suckered into wasting money on something that didn't give you what you were looking for. All right, so let me grab the list. I had the damn thing, and then I lost the damn thing, and now I'm mad because I can't. Hold on, I gotta find it. Y'all gotta give me 1 second. Y'all gotta pray for me. I'm figuring it all out. While I do that, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I promise y'all, I had it right here on my screen because I was like, boys, don't mess it up. Make sure you have your notes ready. And I'll be damned if I'm sitting here and I don't have my notes ready. All right. So anyway, first, actually, as I find this, I want to mention, did anybody see where Terrence Howard was literally trying to redefine all of mathematics? Did anybody see that? He literally said that it's that one times one is not actually equal to one. That one times one should actually be equal to two. And I thought that was really interesting. And my first thought was, okay, where did Terrence Howard get his doctorate in mathematics? And not to say that you can't be brilliant and all these other things. And I'm not doubting Terrence Howard's intelligence, but Lord Jesus, man, come on, bro. Like you literally, I don't think anybody ever explained to Terrence that we've known that one times one equals one for thousands of years. I mean, that's one of the most original axioms in all of mathematics. So I kind of found it funny that sometimes, fame and whatever they smoking up in Hollywood can make people think that they can do things they really can't do. It's almost like me going to Hollywood and thinking I'm going to be better at making movies and acting than Terrence Howard with no experience. So it's kind of an insult to the real mathematicians out there that he actually thinks he can reinvent all of mathematics. There are thousands of high-level mathematicians who've been working on problems like that for a long time. So him kind of I don't know. I thought I didn't like it. I thought it was kind of funny, but then again, people worship celebrities, so I don't want to insult anybody. All right, so let me find this list. So one thing I do know is that number one on the list, as far as majors that people regret, was what was it? Journalism. Journalism. 87% of all journalism majors regret majoring in journalism, and I would honestly say that a part of that regret, I would be willing to bet, is driven by the fact that we've lost real journalism in our society. We don't have real journalists celebrated the way they used to be. I watched a documentary about not Ted. Was it Ted? It wasn't Ted Koppel. It was Dan Rather. And there's a Netflix documentary about him. He's a really famous journalist back in the day. And Dan Rather, to me, and people like him and Ted Koppel and the others, they represent a time where journalism was really respected because journalists did their job. I used to consider journalism to be one of those fields that had, just members of that community that just had the highest levels of integrity, that were going to seek out the facts, that were going to be objective and just make sure people were informed. And you don't have that anymore. Now you got, this crap on Fox News. You got the bullshit on MSNBC. Everybody's basically a talking head for their favorite political party, and I think that that's really undermined the quality of journalism in our country, and that's really driven by money. If y'all don't know that, that's a financial problem. It's a financial problem because there are certain things in society that should not be linked to money. Journalism, the ability to get ads and viewers and all that. That's the profit motive of many of these journalistic outlets. And the problem is they have to tap dance for society and not give people what we need. They have to give us what we want. So if you give people a choice between objective journalism, where they're not always going to tell you what you want to hear, versus some loudmouth pundit who is telling you your favorite lies in the middle of TikTok dances, then that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a bunch of nonsense and a bunch of BS. So effectively, journalism has kind of fallen to the wayside. I'd say 20 years ago, I had a tremendous amount of respect for the field of journalism. That's not true anymore. And if you don't understand why, just look at the crap that's on TV. Like Sherwin, you're right, man. When Peter Jennings, that was another OG that really did journalism the right way. Walter Cronkite was the original. And then you had a lot of black guys. What's the brother's name? Was it Brian Williams? No, it wasn't Brian. Brian Williams is the white boy in NBC. Lester Holt. killed it. Just Ed Gordon. Shout out to Ed Gordon, who always did great work. Ed Gordon happens to be a friend of mine, and I'll tell you, I always respected the fact that he was deeply committed to journalism. I have mixed reviews on, say, a Roland Martin, because on one hand, I think Roland's a smart guy and a hardworking journalist, and he seems thorough and committed to what he does. On the other hand, he comes off like a stooge for Joe Biden. He comes off as somebody who's almost he's always applying for a job with the Democratic Party, and that undermines his credibility as a journalist. Ed Bradley, there you go. There's another one. I mean, there's so many great black journalists. It's ridiculous. You have the National Black Journalist Society. I think that's what it's called, or the National Black Journalist Association, with so many great journalists in there. So I don't think that the few bad apples should spoil the bunch. But what's happened is that the bad apples have become the ones that they put on TV the most. All right, so let me keep going. Also on the list is sociology. They said if you go to college and you go deep in debt to become a sociology major, apparently that does not have a big payoff for you. You could learn sociology on your own. You could learn it on the internet. You don't have to go to college to learn sociology. Somebody could teach you that on YouTube. And I'm talking about real professors. I'm not talking about just people who are just talking out the side of their neck, like so many other YouTube pundits. You got a lot of people on YouTube who just run their mouths and just say things. But you actually have real experts. You have professors at Harvard and MIT that teach classes for free on YouTube. So if you want to learn something like sociology, I don't know if college and 100,000, 200,000 in debt is really worth it. Not anymore, because you have so many other ways you can learn. Next is liberal arts and general studies. The 72% of the people that majored in liberal arts or general studies regretted it, largely because employers would have a very hard time figuring out what you're actually able to do. They know that you can do something. Maybe you can communicate better. Maybe you have better social skills. Maybe you know a few facts from all the random classes you took. But it's hard to identify if you are an employer. It's hard to identify exactly what a liberal arts or general studies major could do for you. And if you know, in college sports, I remember when I used to tutor football players at the University of Kentucky. A lot of them were general studies majors, and one of my friends went to Vanderbilt, and he said you would have thought that we were all going to join the military because they were producing so many generals. So many of us had general studies, like we were studying to become generals in the military. But that's what they do, right? Because the NCAA was never in the business of educating people; it was always in the business of making money. Thank God they're forcing the universities to start having to pay the players, because they've always deserved their cut. Next on the list is communications. I personally think communications is really an important skill to have. I think if you can communicate, you can get a lot done. I just think that a major like communications has to be supplemented by something. I'm a big believer that every black child that goes to college, it's okay to go to college. I'm not anti-college, but I really believe you should take the time to learn how to start a business. Why? Well, because you're not white. If you and the white boy apply for the same job, every single study shows that he's more likely to get the job than you. So it's a fact. Now, what are you going to do about it? I mean, you know that it's true. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to just complain about it? If your goal is to just sit and complain about the problem, then just go ahead and hang up. Just go ahead and leave, because you can just go back to your sad little reality where white people control your access to happiness and fulfilling your destiny. But if you want to solve the problem, well, the way to solve the problem is learn how to start your own stuff. If you learn how to start your own business, then you can walk away from whatever false opportunity they might have put in front of you and actually take your talent and go elsewhere with that, and apply it in a way that's going to put food on the table and food in the mouths of your kids. So ultimately, I would say communications is a powerful tool, but I would supplement that with sales, or maybe with entrepreneurship, or just something that's going to put some more money in your pocket. Now, by the way, if you want to learn more about money in the Black Business School, we have a great program called Black Money 101. It's an introduction to the power of money. Right now, you can get 90% off lifetime access by going to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. Also, I put together a list of what I call canna stocks. Basically, there is what they call the green revolution right now. I don't know how many of you, give me a yes or no if you heard that they are working to legalize legalize weed in America. If you know this, then you will know that that there are certain companies you can invest in that will give you an opportunity to benefit from this development. So what I did was I put together a list of Dr. Boyce canna stocks, and you can get that free list. Just the link is in the bio of this video. So if you go to the bio of this video, you will find the canna stocks there. I'm going to try to put something on the screen so you can kind of see what the page should look like, even though I'm probably going to get this wrong. I'm going to hit the wrong button or something. But anyway, there we go. Here we go. I'll show you the page. So this is the page that you'll see when you hit that link. And basically on that link, there is a list of stocks you can get that are Canna stocks. So feel free to grab some of those. Somebody says, very true. Corporate life is not for the black man. I agree with you, Tyrone. I learned, I got my dream job when I was 21 years old. And I thank God that I had this dream job because because that was when I started to learn the reality is that there's no such thing as a dream job. There's no such thing as a dream job. Nobody dreams about going to work every day. Nobody dreams about labor. If I have a dream, it's going to be I'm gonna dream about my sexy wife. If I'm dreaming about ice cream and private jets. If I'm having a dream, I'm dreaming about the things that men dream about, whatever that is. So pile of money and sexy women, whatever it is, right? But my wife might be listening, so I can't talk too much. But a job is not something I dream about. So I personally believe that the idea of a dream job is a complete myth. It's a complete myth. Seriously, there's nothing about going to work every day that is great. It's just sort of like a minimal amount of pain. Right? It's sort of like your suffering's not as bad as everybody else's. But if you really spent your time that day doing what you really wanted to do, you'd be sleeping in, you'd be going to the movies, you'd be hanging out with your kids, right? And so ultimately, in this so-called dream job that I had, I went to General Electric Aircraft Engines Division in Lynn, Massachusetts, and they paid me lots of money and put me in a really nice, fancy apartment in downtown Boston, which was very expensive. And I hated that job. I hated it. I didn't fit into the culture. I didn't understand what was going on. They didn't understand me. It was really tragically painful and stressful for everybody involved. So that taught me that maybe I wanted to do something. If I'd known then what I know now, I would have just become an entrepreneur. I would have just spent a whole year grinding my ass off to learn how to be the best business owner I could possibly be. And then I would have started a business with some family members and figured it out. I would have figured out how to sell something and make money. Instead, I became a professor because I wanted freedom. I wanted to be able to work from home. I wanted to be able to work on things I wanted to work on. And being a professor wasn't bad, but I wasn't able to get away from the bureaucracy of working for other people and also being a black man in a white institution. That's really, really hard. I think it's really, really hard if you are a black man with a strong black identity being in a pretty white institution because they're forcing you to change who you are in order to fit in, and you're criminalized the minute you walk through the door. And that was just really tough. So I kind of think that the solution for most of us, especially brothers out here, learn how to start your own, and also make sure your sons and your daughters know how to do that too. All right, so let me keep going here. Education, that's the next major that people regret. I'm kind of surprised by that because I think education is a good major. We need our teachers. Teachers are extremely important, but teachers are not valued in the society. Teachers do not get the respect that they deserve. Teachers are severely underpaid. You got to deal with these little crazy ass, badass kids who have parents that don't give a damn. It's stressful to be a teacher, man. I feel so bad for our teachers. It's crazy to me. When I see videos of some stupid teenager punching out the teacher and all that, the teacher didn't ask for that. They ain't getting hazard pay. So why are they going into a building where they're getting beat up, cussed out by the parents and all this other stuff? I mean, this is kind of how ridiculous the world has gotten. So, but they say that education is a major that people tend to regret. And that makes me very sad because we need educators in our community. And what we also need is we need more homeschool networks. That's what we need. We need to educate our own. We got to find some way to educate our own kids so that our kids don't get brainwashed and destroyed by this system. So that's something I'm working on in the background. If anybody happens to know somebody that can help us come up with $10 million to start a homeschool network, we will be more than happy to work with that person. So if you know somebody that's got ethical money, they can come in and put up the funds to help us build a homeschool network. We will do that. We will educate the kids ourselves because we can do this. We have everything we need. Next on the list is marketing, management, and research. That's another major people regret. Now, I find that interesting. I find that surprising because marketing is an incredibly valuable skill. Maybe it's the type of marketing you learn, right? So if you learn things like digital marketing or sales, that can actually put you in a really great position to make money. If you know how to sell things, then you're usually not going to be broke. So I personally think that that's just a misassessment. And then another one they say people regret is medical and clinical assisting. Now, so that means the medical field itself, I don't think is something people regret. But I think when you talk about being a medical or clinical assistant, that doesn't give the rewards that people expect. But I think the medical field is very important. And I know a lot of people in the medical field who are doing quite well. The downside is that it requires a lot of work, a lot of long shifts. And one thing that we've discovered in the Black Business School that we've actually kind of advocated for is the idea of learning various ways to make money without going to work every day. We've talked about the most important thing that a young person can have is not a college degree. It's not a college degree. It's not even a technical or trade degree. The most important thing a young person can have is a capital base. A capital base means having assets that they own that can generate income. So if you go to drboyceprime.com, you'll see our Prime program where we have quite several hundred people that we've shown how to do little things like trade stock options, and they're generating more money without working than most people make on their job. Like, so for example, if a person has 1,000 shares of Coinbase and they know how to manage their risk effectively, which is what we train them on how to do, that person can make as much money as a medical doctor, more money than a medical doctor without a college degree. So I figured it out. I said, maybe instead of grinding like crazy to get the bachelor's degree, to get the master's degree, to get the doctoral degree, to get the law degree, and being in school for the rest of your life and then working 12, 13-hour days, maybe you focus on saying, hey, how can I get access to 1,000 shares of Coinbase, because then I can sell those options, make $5,000 or $6,000 a week, which is more than $250,000 a year. And I'm already making surgeon money, and I'm 22, 23 years old because my parents cared enough about me to invest for me long term. So this is part of what we call the Black Wealth Master Plan. The plan is not so much for you to be able to do it all by yourself. It's to understand the importance of being teammates, the importance of us working together, the importance of having parents that invest for their children, the importance of making sure that we understand that wealth is a team sport. It's an intergenerational sport. The reason our young people and our college graduates end up slaving for folks who hate their guts is because nobody makes a plan for them. If nobody makes a plan for you, then you will be out here with no plan. If nobody makes a plan for you, you will be out here with no plan. If nobody makes a plan for you, you're going to be assed out. You're out here stuck. You have no capital base. So therefore, you have to become a slave to the owners of capital in order for you to pay your bills. So anyway, Yoshika says, I'd like to learn stock options. Yeah, well, you know what, Yoshika, just go to drboyceprime.com. I'd love to have you as a member of the Prime program. I think you'll like it. Also, another way you can get some exposure to what we do in the Black Business School. It's very, very effective. The satisfaction rate is incredibly high. The students love it. And then also in the Black Business School, we have money back guarantees in the first 30 days if you're not happy for any reason. And but if you text the word money to 87948, I'll send you a free training. It'll come right to your text right when you text the word money to the number 87948. You'll get this link to a training I created that everyone loves. About 100,000 people have seen it or something like that. And it's called How to Make Money Without Working. This is revolutionary. This is changing the mindset of so many people. It is a breakthrough. Again, remember, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. So I can't just give you a bunch of hype and a bunch of nonsense. I've been teaching college students since 1993. I taught my first finance class at Indiana University in the fall of 93. So I'm not a kid. I'm not a loud influencer. I'm not out here imitating the dumbass rappers. I'm really trying to come up with real solutions. And our team has come up with these solutions. My wife is a therapist. She's not just a therapist. She's a therapist that trains other therapists. That's how good she is. And she still looks damn good. But let me just brag on my wife for a minute. Look at that. Isn't she fine? I mean, look at how gorgeous she is. And she just turned, well, I can't tell her age, but she ain't 22. She's closer to my age. And I think I put my wife up against a 32-year-old any day of the week. But anyway, yeah, so her birthday is this week, and we came out to California together, and she's doing this little photo shoot and stuff like that. And let me tell you, I love her, and I think she's gorgeous, and she reminds me of the excellence of Black women. Even before I picked my wife to marry, I always told y'all years ago, I said I don't know if I'm gonna ever get married, but if I ever get married, I'm marrying me a Black woman because that's where I'm supposed to be. That's where I belong. Those are my people. That's where I'm at. It's not always easy, but that's where I'm going to go. So I married this Black woman, and today's her birthday. Well, actually, midnight will be her birthday. So I hope you'll wish her a happy birthday in the chat. And also her website, by the way, is coachingwithdralicia.com. She sees clients on an individual basis. She also sees them. She sees families, stuff like that. She sees couples, stuff like that. So if that's of interest to you and you can use some help in your relationships, feel free to go to coachingwithdralicia.com. I'll put our URL up on the screen. All right. So let's finish up the list here. All right, so other majors that people regret, you got political science and government. A lot of people that study political science, they end up regretting it. And I understand why, because you can learn political science on the internet. You can go read some really good books out here. There are lots of great political scientists out there that do extraordinary analyses, and you don't have to pay, $400,000 in tuition money over 4 years or whatever, or 200,000, whatever the numbers are now, in order to learn from them. The next major people regret, oddly enough, is biology. I thought that's strange because I guess a lot of people become pre-med and they don't, they end up regretting being pre-med because they don't go to medical school. Maybe that's it. And then next on the list is English literature. And actually, I read this list kind of backward. Actually, the most regretted majors were sociology and liberal arts education. And then journalism was actually number one. Journalism was number one. And they said that 44% of all job seekers with college degrees regret their field of study. So 44%, that's nearly half. Think about that. Nearly half of all black college graduates or white college graduates regret their major. Like they look back and they think about the money that they spent and they wish they could go get it back. And they'd be more than happy to hand their degree back to the school and then get a refund. I think that's insane. I don't know about y'all. I don't know about y'all, but in the world of business, that would be considered to be a bad investment. That would be considered to be an epic failure. So I don't know why we are so committed to doing things the wrong way that we will continue to do things the wrong way, even if we have seen over and over that it's the wrong approach. I don't know. I just don't get that. And I think that what happens is maybe it's a lack of knowledge or it's a lack of fear. Or maybe because I'm a black man saying these things, it's not going to get as much attention as if some white guy said it. Maybe if Joe Biden said it or something, people would listen. But I personally will sort of encourage you to really think outside the box. There's a statement where they say that what is it? That going to college, that going to school will train you on how to be. It'll train you to make a living, and self-knowledge will train you how to be a millionaire. So if you want to really build wealth and stuff like that, you're going to have to learn that on your own. They're not typically going to teach you that in a formal institutionalized setting. The best thing most institutions are going to teach you is how to fit into an institution. And so if you want to be trained to be institutionalized, then that sort of education can work for you. But if your goal is to be free, then the downside is that you become a person that doesn't fit so well into institutions. Like I don't fit well in institutions. I'm pretty much unhireable for the most part. I'm not a guy who can take orders or instructions from someone who knows less than I do. It's hard. I can't let somebody drive the bus if I don't believe that they are a good driver. I can't take orders from an idiot. So I'll question things and I'll say, hey, why are we doing it this way? This doesn't make any sense. That doesn't work well in institutions. You're not supposed to really think or question things. I think that's why in the public school system, your son or your daughter gets punished for asking questions because they don't want you to ask questions. They want you to sit down, shut up, and do what they say. And if you can sit down and shut up and take orders, there's always a place for you in capitalist society. Right? If you know how to turn your brain off and sit down, shut up, do what you're told, then there's always a job for you. There's always a place for you. It's always going to work for you. But for those of you that don't want to sit down and shut up, those of you that actually want to have some agency in your own life and make some decisions and question things, well, then you're going to have to find a way to pay your own bills. Because I don't know anybody out here that's going to pay your bills and let you talk crazy to them at the same time. Let me know if you agree with what I'm saying. I think it's unrealistic to think that we can be loud and proud and big and black and bold and then turn around and be like, well, massa, after I finish cussing you out, I need you to send me my rent money. I don't know if that works. I don't know. I don't know if that works in the real world. So just keep that in mind. And this is one of the reasons why the ability to make our own money is deeply linked and deeply connected to our ability to truly be free, whatever that is for you, whatever freedom looks like for you. I think your access to freedom goes through the land of money. And if you want to understand money, we got you. In the Black Business School, we're the best on earth at Black wealth. We're the top financial institution on the planet when it comes to what Black people need in terms of specific theories and formulas and processes and systems that will work for the Black community based on what we're going through. So anyway, if you want to take a look at our Black Wealth Mastery store, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's where my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is located. I also have a book series called Black American Money. My wife's books are there. She's written workbooks on financial anxiety and dealing with the things that scare you financially and that keep you from investing. We have financial flashcards for children, financial workbooks for children. We have things on love and money, all kinds of stuff. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. And also don't forget, if you look in the bio or in the not the bio, sorry, the description of this video, there's a link to a list of canna stocks that I believe are going to do well when they legalize weed. When the green revolution happens, and I believe that's going to happen in the next 5 years or so, these stocks are expected to do extremely well. I encourage you to consider a diversified portfolio because we don't know which company is going to do well in this space, which companies are going to dominate, but somebody's going to kill it. Some of these companies are going to absolutely kill it. In my opinion, this is my best assessment. So feel free to take a look at the link in the bio, or sorry, the link in the description. You can find it there. And also, if you want to get a copy of that training, How to Make Money Without Working, just pull out your phone and text the word money to the number 87948. So just text money to 87948, and I'll send that link to you right away, and you'll get it right back as soon as you text it. So anyway, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. I hope you have a great day, and I will see you all, I guess, tomorrow morning for financial consciousness training. If you haven't gotten an invitation for that, you can text the word morning to 87948, and I'll send you an invitation in the morning. So text morning to 87948. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good day. Peace. Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. Today on drboycetv.com, we're going to talk about this interesting story that I just read about a mother who felt the need to spend $16,000 on her daughter's prom. Now, we're not here to shame the mother. We're not here to shame the daughter. Certainly, we're just here to kind of analyze this and think this through. And I'm going to just let you know what I see. And I'm going to be honest. And so I hope that that's okay. So anyway, get comfortable, buckle up the seatbelt. We're going to get started on drboycetv.com right now.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm, great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones too late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to co-sign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are, clan.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say hello to everybody, and I see Vic FM. You're the first one in here, and he says, I love you, and I hope you're having a great weekend. Well, same to you, brother. Love you, too. Thank you. And let me know if you guys can hear me okay. Give me a yes if you can hear me. I am traveling with my family, and my wife brought me out here to sunny California, and we brought the kids, and so you know how it is when you stay in a different location. You got the Wi-Fi issues and everything. So give me a yes, give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I want to make sure I'm coming through all right. What's going on, Shirley Harrell, Athea Muhammad, London Miss, Roxana Green, TC, Doris Daniels? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. And and as we get started, before we get started, I want to remind everybody, you guys know we do financial consciousness training or economic awareness training every single morning at 10 a.m. It's 100% free in the Black Business School because I really want us to elevate our economic awareness. If you can't see the money, you can't be the money. So economic awareness training, EAT, means I'm going to show you how to eat so everybody can eat. So if you want to eat, then you got to be able to see the food. And that's what we do every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's 100% free. It's just all I ask is that you bring your family. So if you want to join, text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Or if you live in another country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. So let's elevate our consciousness so we can understand things. Now, I'm going to do a quick straw poll. I saw this story that was really interesting. There was a prom where basically the mom, because she did not have a prom of her own, because she was feeling, I guess, emotional about what happened to her, she really went all out for her daughter. She spent $16,000 on her daughter's prom. And I'd be curious to know, what do y'all think? Like, give me a yes or no. Give me a yes if you think everything's cool. It's not a big deal. We're overreacting. It's her business. It's fine. And give me a no if you think, I feel a little bit weird. Like this is a lot. This is a little bit too much. How about, did anybody in here? I'll be curious. Did any of y'all spend anything close to $16,000 on your prom? Does anybody? I mean, again, I'm not even gonna sound like a Gen Xer. I'm gonna sound like a boomer right now. Okay, I'm gonna sound like a boomer. What the hell's going on with these kids and these crazy proms? Have you seen how they've been flexing at their proms? Like I saw a guy who pulled up. He had a police escort like the president of the United States. So the police escort comes through with 4 police motorcycles with their sirens on. And then he had a group of cheerleaders that were walking behind the police escort with their pom-poms. And then he pulls up in a Tesla Cybertruck. Like, what's going on right now? Like, is this like the flex on them Olympics? Like, is that what we're doing now? Is this our new competition? Like, did I miss the memo? Because I got to show y'all pictures of my proms. I had a couple of nickels to rub together. I had to buy my suit and my girlfriend's dress. And my parents didn't know that my girlfriend was pregnant, so we had to get a little bit of a extra large kind of dress. I mean, they just thought she was gaining weight. They thought I liked big girls or something. And that's how we did it, man. We didn't we didn't do all this crazy stuff. I don't know. So I don't know. I find it interesting, right? And I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to talk bad about anybody. So let's just keep that 100% clear. I think we can have an honest conversation without it being either enabling of unhealthy financial behavior, but also without it being just, nasty and cold. And because we don't know this lady's business. For all we know, $16,000 might be nothing but a thing to her. She might be somebody that might spend 16 grand going on vacation. She might be a multimillionaire. She might have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in the bank. And there are people who do this. If Kim Kardashian can look fancy and buy luxury items, then why can't a black girl have these things, right? So nothing wrong with that at all. I want to make that 100% clear. Okay, so give me a yes if you agree. We can have this conversation in love without it just being a nasty gossip fest. Okay, all right. So let's jump into some of this, right? And let's just talk about some things to sort of factor here, really from an economic awareness standpoint. When you're talking about proms and you're talking about economic awareness, this really is something, and we do our economic awareness training every morning. This is really where you're able to kind of understand and see just how wealth works and where your money's going. We can see why Black people have less wealth than other groups. We can see why the Asian and Jewish communities have the highest incomes and the highest wealth levels. We can see why Black consumption patterns are a little bit disturbing and how they're influenced by things like hip hop culture, right? Because for 30 years, these poor kids are growing up in an environment where rappers have done nothing but flex on them every single day. They constantly, drive up in these fake, these cars that they rented from somebody with rented jewelry in a rented house, and they give you a false fake lifestyle that makes you think that somehow you got to live like that. And if you're not living like that, then you're not a quality person. Quality of individuals, in my view, should be measured by how hardworking you are, how smart you are, whether you're a good person or a bad person. Do you have goals? Do you treat people well? Instead, we rank quality of people by how much European shit you got on your body, like how much Gucci you got, dog. How much? I saw you wearing Louis. I saw you wearing Prada. And it's the funny thing to me is that these European companies, they don't even hardly like Black people that much. They don't even like you, but you give all your wealth to these people that don't like you to impress people who probably don't like you either. And I do think that is something worth at least being conscious and aware of. So what tends to occur, in my view, is with these proms kind of getting outrageous, I think that what's happening is that kids are putting pressure on other kids. And I think that the kids are feeling like they have to go above and beyond to show off at prom. So rather than being evaluated favorably because you made good grades or because you have a big goals for the future, people just look at what kind of car you're driving. And I'm gonna tell you what the car you're driving, the clothes you're wearing don't mean nothing in terms of what kind of person you are. It means nothing. I know people that have lots of money who are just complete scumbags, who don't even take care of their kids, who are horrible human beings, who are dumb as bricks, who are lazy as hell. And there is no reason that a person should be evaluated on a higher scale just because they're showing up with a bunch of fancy stuff. Also, you don't show your wealth by throwing your wealth away. Throwing your wealth away is not a flex. It is not a flex to say, hey, I'm doing really well financially, and I'm going to prove it to you by giving all my money away to white people. That's not a flex. What that shows is some sort of deeply embedded insecurity that you have. What it shows is that you don't feel confident and comfortable enough in your own skin that you have to spend money to buy self-esteem. You have to spend money to buy esteem from others. You have to spend money. You have to give your money away in order for you to feel complete, to feel human. And I just don't understand why that is not something that isn't discussed more regularly. Maybe it's because we just don't always have what we need to do that. And maybe I'm overthinking it because I'm a finance professor and my wife is a therapist. So as sitting, so imagine a finance professor laying in bed with a social work PhD who's a licensed therapist and analyzing these things. We come to these awkward insights that may sound strange on the forefront, but I think it really speaks to a need for healing in the community to help us get where we got to get to. Now, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. If this is your first time here, I hope that you will join us and hang out with us, because we are the best on earth when it comes to Black wealth and Black economics. We don't play. We are extremely good at what we do. And I was on the faculty at Syracuse University for 13 years. I taught at the Ohio State University, University of Kentucky, et cetera. And our goal is to make Black people the most intelligent economic group of people on the planet, at least those who want to listen. And I speak to you every single day because I'm serious about this too. So we're talking about spending on proms and overspending. Now, when I think about proms and I look at kids flexing out on their proms and going crazy, rolling up in Camels and Bugattis and everything else, it makes me think about that next step, the bigger version of the prom, which is called the wedding. And I thought about how much people spend on weddings. And I think that there's a connection there, right? There's a connection between just basically this idea that you're having this big event where you're showing off for a bunch of other people, right? You're spending a bunch of money so that other people can be comfortable and happy. I mean, because think about it. If you're giving away all your money, you're not comfortable. If you just spent your last nickel and you're looking at your bank account and you got 45 cents in it because you spent everything, or you're thousands in debt, you're not comfortable. So the money that you spend on a wedding or a prom, that's not really for you. That's not really for you. Let me know if you know what I'm saying. Give me a yes, you understand what I'm saying. It's not for you. It's not for you. The money that you're spending is for other people. The money that you're spending is not for you. It's for other people who are looking at you. It's for their pleasure, not for yours. So when you go and you overspend on a prom, a wedding, or any other big event that's kind of a one-day thing, flash in the pan, I think you really might want to take some time to really say, like, why am I doing this? Because if you talk specifically about weddings, let me tell you this as a married man. Weddings are beautiful. Weddings are wonderful. Weddings are necessary for a community that wants to build on itself. You have to have families for your community to be strong. You cannot have a strong family with 10 million baby mamas and baby daddies. It just won't work. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. I hope you all agree with me. I hope I don't sound old-fashioned by saying that the only way Black people can really succeed is if Black men and Black women support each other. I hope I don't sound crazy by saying that if Black women don't gain respect for Black men and Black men don't maintain respect for Black women, that we're going to fail. I hope I hope you can agree with me on this. So when you're talking about marriage and weddings and all that, that's necessary in order for your community to thrive. You need to form these bonds and these institutions that allow your children to be safe in a nurturing environment and to grow into the people that they're supposed to be. But in my view, and this is my humble opinion, I think that there's not enough work sort of separating the wedding from the marriage. A lot of people want to have a wedding, but they don't really want to be married. You understand what I'm saying? Just like a lot of people want to have sex, but don't nobody really want to raise no kids. Getting married is very different from staying married. Having a wedding is very different from having a 20, 30, 40-year marriage. When I married my wife, I went to the OGs. I went to the people. I didn't go to the internet and listen to some cute little influencer who says everything that I want to hear. That's what people do. They go and they women will get on they're all 10 million women will follow some guy who's saying that the only reason a man don't want you is because these men is too weak. They too weak. They don't know us. They can't handle a strong woman like you. And you're like, yeah, that's right, girl. And then there's some guy, some good looking guy, probably got a beard and some dreads, telling women, or say whispering sweet nothings in women's ear, or some lady, with a boobs out, telling men like these women are out of pocket. These women need to stop. And these women, they don't appreciate a good man. They don't know how to treat no man, and then all the men are like, that's right, queen. Thank you, queen. I appreciate you, queen. Right. I get it. Right. But these are not your people that should be advising you on relationships. The people that should be advising you on relationships are your grandparents, because your grandparents got married in 1962 and they've been married ever since. Those are your scholars. Those are your romantic intellectuals. Those are the people that can tell you how to build something and make it last. So here's the deal with weddings. This is interesting. A lot of you may not know these financial facts about weddings, so let me share a couple with you. I don't know if you all know this, but let me see. I pulled up some studies here. Basically, the average wedding in 2023, the average wedding was about $30,000. Secondly, 28% of all couples go into debt to pay for their wedding, and the debt usually amounts to $11,737. That's a lot of debt. So you're literally, so you get married, you're taking on another student loan, and then some people they get a divorce before the debt's even paid off. They found also that 45% of couples that's nearly half of all couples who financed their wedding with loans or credit cards reported struggling to pay off the wedding related debt. And I haven't even talked about the high divorce rate. I haven't even talked about how many of these couples don't even last. So effectively, when I see extravagant spending on a prom, it reminds me of the extravagant spending on the wedding, because what you're really doing is you're giving yourself some sort of emotional orgasm that is not in any way connected to the actual act of doing something that's actually lasting in long term. Marriage and things like that require discipline, whereas getting married or blowing your financial back out at your prom or whatever, that doesn't require discipline at all. That's just a feel good moment that you're sacrificing your financial future for. Now, do me a favor, everybody. Please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And I hope you'll allow me to thank a sister who is supporting the Black Business School and helping us to do this podcast. And her website is ericatree.com. So if you're a parent, there's an amazing resource for you. There's a 30-day ninja cursive workbook that was inspired by a student named Patrick, who asked Miss Latanya Williams to teach him cursive so he could compete in chalkboard game wars. This workbook does more than just help students write. It boosts their memory, reading fluency, spatial awareness, and hand-eye coordination. And this is important because I don't know if you know how bad the public schools are. They're absolutely terrible. They're not educating our kids. They're not doing right by them. In Chicago public schools, the vast majority of the children can't read, write, or do math at grade level. So let me know if you agree with me that we need to educate our own kids. So this sister's doing this, Miss Latanya Williams, that's her name. The digital download is $39.99 at ericatree.com. That's RECA-tree.com. So that's a great deal. The physical product on Amazon is $54.99. So if you want to save some money, you can get the digital download at ericatree.com and teach your kids cursive. My mama was complaining about that. My mama was like, they don't even teach the babies how to write cursive no more. When I get on the phone with my mama, she got a whole laundry list of rants because, my mama got me through the public school system. This terrible public school system. They love to take little Black boys like me who probably have a touch of ADHD. I do, because my brain is very active. And rather than seeing that as an asset, rather than seeing me as somebody who maybe has a lot of good ideas, who's a good thinker, they look at you and they say, okay, we got to put him on medication. And I think that the reason that they're so quick to put Black boys on medication, they over medicate us, is because they want to control us. Every week we do Powernomics training where we read Dr. Claude Anderson books. And if you read a Dr. Claude Anderson book like Black Labor, White Wealth, which you can find at powernomics.com, you'll find that historically the goal was always to control and contain Black people. And they always had a fear of active Black males. They had a fear of courageous Black men. They had a fear of intelligent Black men. So when your son shows up as an intelligent Black boy, their first goal is like, okay, how do we control this guy and get him to do what we're telling him to do? And I'm glad my mother encouraged me to be the rebel that I am, because if I'd done what they told me to do, I wouldn't be a shadow of the man that I am today. So shout out to all the mothers and the fathers who are defending your children. Shout out to all the parents that are teaching your own kids, and whenever you can. You don't have to take them out of school, but you should be teaching them. And shout out to everybody who understands what I'm talking about, because this brainwashing runs pretty deep. Now let's go back here. Let's talk about this this lady, this very nice, loving mom. I'm gonna call her the loving mom. She's not, I'm not gonna say anything bad about her, but she spent 16 grand on her daughter's prom. And part of the reason that she did it is because she said she didn't have a prom herself. At least that's the headline I read. I think it was on Shade Room or something, right? So I don't know this lady's complete story. I just know that $16,000 number was pretty amazing. I bet you there are lots of parents who did the same thing. And one of the things that was really interesting to me that really stood out, and this is the kind of thing we will be talking about in our economic awareness training, is that she mentioned the reason that she felt the need to spend this money is because she had this emotional void. And the emotional void came from what seems to be a type of trauma. And again, my wife is my wife is certified in trauma. So I have to double check to make sure that this will qualify as a trauma. But there was this trauma of missing her own prom. And this is something that clearly has stuck with her. She doesn't look old. Y'all know Black don't crack. You know, she's looking like she's 28 or 29, but she's probably about 40 something. Y'all know how y'all black women are. Y'all the most beautiful creatures on the planet. Her daughter's beautiful as well. And what I was seeing here is this almost like this horrible experience she went through that she could not get over, that has shaped her financial choices 20, 30, 40 years later. And this is really interesting to me because in the Black Business School, we have the first ever Black financial therapy department where we talk about how these traumas affect your economic choices. And my wife helped me to actually put this together because trauma is huge in terms of Black spending patterns. Trauma is huge when it comes to Black investing patterns. Trauma is huge when it comes to the amount of financial anxiety in the Black community, when it comes to just the way we view money, the way we spend our money, the way we invest our money. When even someone who sells their stocks really quick, the minute they see something go wrong and they lose a bunch of money because they don't hold on, for the recovery, that's driven. A lot of that's driven by trauma. Trauma creates these trauma responses, these trauma triggers, right? So one thing that's interesting to me, and I want you to process this, is that there are people who profit from Black trauma. There are people that profit by getting things out of Black people by basically sort of triggering whatever negative experience you might have had. Like, for example, if you notice politicians, when they're trying to get your vote, the biggest thing they typically do is they try to scare you into voting for them. They don't tell you why they're going to help you. They tell you why the other party is terrible and they're going to put you all in chains and all this, right? And so I think about this trauma in terms of how it shaped this mother's need. Like somehow she felt that the way I can show love to my daughter and the way I can heal a little bit is by spending all this money. And I wonder if there would have been a less expensive way for her to heal and overcome the experience. Because think about this. This really says to me that if this mother had had a prom, pay attention now, if this mother had had her prom, she wouldn't have felt the need to spend $16,000 to overcompensate for a trauma that she cannot reverse. Do you understand? Let me know if y'all follow what I'm saying. I hope I'm not getting too deep on you with this. But so that is something where this goes back to the fact that, you know, when we talk about things like therapy and healing, if you're properly healed, then that will actually help you financially. A person who is healed, where their self-esteem is intact, for example, they don't need to buy luxury items to feel better about themselves. They already feel good about themselves. Or if you think about a young lady, think about this, process it this way. If you think about young ladies who have low self-esteem, what do? What can happen out of that? Well, they when they go on the dating market, they date a bunch of creepy, crappy men, and they're giving these men access to things that money can't even buy, that money should not be able to buy. Well, why is that? Well, partly it's because they don't value what they have. They don't value who they are. So a person with low self-esteem becomes an easy target for somebody that's seeking to exploit them, or somebody who doesn't know who they are, or somebody who's gone through something, right? So effectively what I'm saying is that with this lady, because she has not healed from this thing that happened maybe 20 or 25 years ago, is spending money as a way to feel better about what happened in her problem. Like it was bad for me. I'm going to make it better for my daughter. I'm going to take this full circle. We're going to make this right. And I really don't know if that's the most efficient way to do it. And so, in fact, let me kind of lay out some possibilities in terms of just considerations on why people might overspend either on a prom or a wedding. Again, I put proms and weddings kind of in the same category. These are these one-time events that we get really excited about, and we put so much money into that. And what we don't understand is that when you spend $16,000 on a prom, you're giving up 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, $100,000 worth of economic opportunity. Remember, money is a seed. Money is a lot of things, but one thing money is money's a seed. You plant seeds. Seeds get planted. Planted seeds grow. Seeds that get eaten do not grow. So when you consume, you are eating your seeds. Do you understand? When you eat your seeds, the seeds do not grow. The seed cannot grow if you've eaten it. So when you take your money and you consume, you eat, then what occurs is that you have destroyed the potential of what that money could have become. So let me give you some examples. So let's say that this mom had taken the $16,000 and said, you know what, I love you, and I want you to have a nice prom. So we're going to spend about $1,000 on the prom, but we're going to take the rest of that money and we're going to put it toward your future. Well, what could she have done with that? Well, number one, $60,000 could have been a 20% down payment on a property, or maybe a 10% down payment on a $160,000 property. If that property accumulated value of even a modest rate of, say, 3% per year, by the time your daughter's 40, she's got a property worth over $300,000. Do you understand? So when you spent the 16,000, the daughter misses the 300,000. Again, you went for the little reward, but you could have got the big one. I'm not making fun of it. I'm just telling you the truth. What else? Let's say y'all know I love the stock market. Well, if you take that 16,000 and you put the 16,000 in a regular S&P 500 fund, which we show you how to do at blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's totally free. Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, and that's our $5 a day plan. You'd be amazed at how much money grows when you let it grow. You'd also be amazed by how much money doesn't grow when you kill it. And killing it is spending it. When you spend it, you're killing your potential. So let's see what would have happened if she'd taken that 16 grand and put it in an S&P 500 index fund. By the time her daughter was 40 years old, she would have $86,776. So again, you didn't spend 16,000, you spent 86,000 when you spent money on this prom. What else could she have done? You could have put money in, say, a 529 plan or something like that. The 529 plan also grows. It's a way to kind of save for college, right? So again, I'm not assuming the mother didn't do all these things, right? She may have done all these things. She may have the 529 plan in place. She may have the stock portfolio in place. She may have her daughter in position to own real estate. She may have done all these things. But here's my point. If any of these things have not yet been done, that concerns me, because I get concerned when I see us having just sort of embracing a culture where we blow the whole bag before we get a chance to really have anything, right? This instant gratification culture is very anti-wealth. The instant gratification culture is being heavily promoted through things like hip hop. And I'm sorry, rappers, my buddy Killer Mike, he texted me one time. He said, hey, Doc, we want you to lay off the rappers. We don't want people to think you don't like rappers. And I said, I do like rappers. What are you talking about? I'm friends with a lot of rappers. Immortal Technique, I love that guy. He's a great guy. D1, love D1. Willie D from the Ghetto Boys was in my wedding. One of my best friends, Ice Cube, is my friend. I have a lot of friends that are in hip hop, so I don't dislike rappers. What I'm saying, though, is that hip hop culture, the bastardization of it, creates a space of where instant gratification is glorified. Where looking good, pay attention now, looking good is more important than actually being good. And there are a lot of people who look great on the outside, but they are torn to pieces on the inside. They are torn to shreds on the inside, but you looking fly on the outside, so you think everything's okay. I don't want you to just look good on the outside. I want you feeling good on the inside. I want you to heal. I don't want you just to appear to be financially secure. I want you to really be financially secure. Ain't no future in the fronting. Remember MC Breed? Ain't no future in the fronting. So why are we fronting? Why are you trying to look good for all these other people, but you can't look good for yourself? Because you got to look in the mirror. You know what you really look like. You know what you really look like. When you take off the clown mask, you know what you look like. When you take off the makeup, you know what you look like. But the whole world is full of people that are forced to wear clown masks and makeup so they can pretend to be something that they're not, because the hard work is not as glamorous as the easy fix and the easy flex. It's much harder to get up and go to the gym every day than it is to just take some Ozempic pills and make all the weight kind of just fall off. So a lot of times the microwave culture, the instant gratification culture, which is very anti-wealth, very anti-community, very anti-Black, is something that is pushed heavily on our children. And I feel bad for them because many of them do not have a chance. They do not have a chance. How are you going to compete in society when the educational system screwed you out of an education? How are you going to compete in society when you don't even have a stable family to begin with? You can't even grow. You're like a flower trying to grow in unstable soil. How are you going to compete in the world when nobody sat you down and taught you about the basics of economics? It's very difficult. So we got to stop setting our kids up for failure, man. That's what I'm saying. Again, $16,000 prom, it is what it is, right? Again, I don't know nothing about this lady's business. She might have $1 million in the bank. I bless her. I hope they had a good time that night. But I really kind of think we got to really analyze the culture if we really want to understand and analyze our economics. So anyway, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And I want to also give a quick shout out, if you will allow me to, as you hit the thumbs up button, to our sister who runs ericatree.com. Her name is Miss Latanya Williams, and she has a daily phonics book that's a must-have for your child's early literacy development. It was inspired by legendary educators like Marva Collins and Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. It reinforces the 44 sounds of the English language, boosting fluency and phonemic awareness. Help your child build a strong foundation in reading today. And you can go to ericatree.com to check out some of her products. This particular link, I can, you know what, I'm going to send out Dr. or Miss Latanya's direct links to her products via text to you. If you get on a text list for Money in the Morning, just text the word morning to 87948, and I'll send you a link to her phonics product. It's a kind of a long bit.ly link, and I can't really recite it. Her main website is ericatree.com, ARECA-tree.com. But I can send you the link to this second product that she mentioned, because it sounds like this sister's really doing the thing. My mother talks about Marva Collins all the time. Does anybody know? Give me a yes or no if you've heard of Marva Collins. Does anybody know who Marva Collins is? Because if you don't know who Marva Collins is, I really need you to know who she was. Marva Collins was one of the greatest educators ever. Marva Collins, from what my mother said, she started a school in the projects. Like this, I mean, this lady did not play. This lady, she started a school in the projects. See, and y'all, some of y'all in here, 7-figure Negroes driving luxury cars with fancy jobs. Some white man that gave you a fancy job. But the problem is you ain't doing the job. You're not doing the job. You got the fancy car and the fancy job, but Marva Collins was in the projects doing the damn job. My mother talks about Marva Collins all the time because Marva came to speak at the there's this group that I owe my life to called Black Achievers in Louisville, Kentucky. And in fact, I love them so much. Me and my wife made a $20,000 donation a couple years ago, and that's not even a drop in the bucket compared to what they gave me. I really should have given them a $2 billion donation because they literally saved my life. And Marva Collins gave the speech, and she was standing in front of a lot of really fancy, well-dressed Black people in this really nice hotel. And she just went off. She literally, my mother said, she said that she gave that speech. She said, "How dare you? How dare you sit up here in your comfortable clothes, in your comfortable hotel, looking all fancy when our children are suffering. Our children are not being taught to read. Our children are not being properly educated. Our children are not being prepared for the future. And you're sitting here acting like everything's okay." So I'm going to just tell you, Marva Collins, based on the stories of my mama, she was just this woman. Like, you talk about people that need to be Black heroes. See, y'all got to stop letting these white folks tell you who your heroes are supposed to be, because they're always going to guide you in the wrong direction. If I ask for directions from somebody who does not like me, he's going to guide me right to the place that I'm going to get shot and killed or something, right? So don't stop letting people set you up for nonsense. Like, go look up Marva Collins. If you don't know who this sister is, look her up, because Marva Collins, to me, really shows the potential of what we can do when we know what the job is, when we understand the assignment. And she understood the assignment. I mean, she really started a school. From what I understand, she started a school in the projects. There she is on the screen. And she educated kids better than the whole damn Chicago public school system. I'm going to read a little bit of her bio real quick, because I think that she deserves our respect. So Marva Collins was an influential American educator, best known for her work in improving education of disadvantaged children. Born August 31st, 1936 in Monroeville, Alabama, born in the Deep South with all that stifling racism, right, that's supposed to destroy you. She gained national recognition for her innovative teaching methods and dedication to student success. In 1975, Collins founded the West Side Preparatory School in Chicago, Illinois, with a focus on providing high-quality education to African-American children from impoverished backgrounds. Her approach emphasized high expectations, a rigorous curriculum, and a nurturing environment. Pay attention, Black people. Are you listening to me? Are you listening? Did y'all hear what I just said? They said that her educational process emphasized high expectations, a rigorous curriculum, and a nurturing environment. So I'm going to ask y'all this question. Let's talk about Chicago public schools, or we could talk about Philadelphia public schools, or we could talk about New York public schools. When it comes to Black children in these public school systems, do they have high expectations for Black children? Yes or no? Do you think that they set high expectations for our kids, or do you think they set low expectations for our children? That's the first question. Second question. She mentioned a rigorous curriculum. Would you agree, yes or no, that Black children who go through most public school systems are the beneficiaries of a rigorous curriculum that prepares them for life where they're reading and doing math and science at the highest levels and prepared to succeed at anything that they choose to do in life? Yes or no? What do you think? Do you think that they give the black kids, little black boys, little crazy black boys like me, the rigorous curriculum, or you think they give us some old BS, some old bull spit? What do you think? Now let's go to the third element that they mentioned here, a nurturing environment. Yes or no? Do you think that our children in the public school system are the recipients of a nurturing environment? What do y'all think? Or are they pretty much given prison on training wheels? The school to prison pipeline is very real. Prisons and schools are very similar. And it's kind of crazy that we think that that's okay. It's kind of crazy that we look at this and we say, oh yeah, my kid's going to school and I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. No, you're not. So Marvin Collins set the standard, and you can either face the challenge or run away from the challenge. You can look up to people like Diddy if you want to, somebody who might who might try to take your daughter's booty and your son's booty at the same time. You can look up to people like that, people who spend their time being clowns for a living and dancing and singing and all that. Or you can look up to people like Marvin Collins or Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. I met Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu one time. I loved him. He's as great in person as he is as he is publicly. These are your heroes, people. These are the people that we want to learn from. So let's finish up this conversation here. So we were talking about this sister who spent $16,000, or her mother spent $16,000 on the prom, and the little girl went to the prom and had a great time, I'm sure. The $16,000 in general, I would say, might be a bit much for a prom. But then again, though, I think that it becomes kind of a weird dilemma, because do we have the right to really tell anybody what they should spend on the prom? All of us have spending habits on things that we just want to enjoy, right? And I think that when it comes to money, I think you can be financially literate, financially secure, and financially intelligent without it always coming down to you beating yourself up because you got coffee at Starbucks, or getting mad at yourself because you decided you wanted to get a luxury car. A lot of people will tell you this. A lot of the financial gurus who didn't go to school that long on the internet will beat you up all day about all the little expenditures that you have and all the little ways that you spend money. And I can tell you as a finance professor that a lot of that stuff is BS. A lot of it's silly. Basically, being financially secure and financially intelligent doesn't mean that you can't splurge. It does not mean that you can't enjoy your life. It does not mean you can't have nice stuff. You deserve nice stuff. You deserve a nice life. What it just means is that you have to have that work hard, play hard kind of mindset. The problem is not so much that young kids want to have nice stuff. It's that some of them ain't trained to work for it. They don't understand the sacrifice required to even get to a point where you deserve to lean back and kind of chill a little bit. Some people come into life chilling, and I don't understand that. I'm just gonna tell you, I probably sound old fashioned, but I don't get that. How you gonna start off chilling at 18? How are you 18 and you going into retirement already? And I don't understand that, right? Because I do think that there is something to be said about hard work, planning, perseverance, education, all these other values. Those tend to be the characteristics that are common in cultures that are successful. So if you were to pay attention to things that you see on, say, the Shade Room or places like that, you see the remnants of a really, really toxic, unhealthy culture. What do you see? You see unhealthy relationships, lots of baby mama, baby daddy drama every other day. You see lots of materialism, lots of shallow behavior, right? Like, I'm doing well because I'm a famous rapper that's wearing Gucci and riding in a limo, but the reason I have 8,000 tattoos on my body, with a couple of them being teardrops, and the reason that I passed out at my last concert is because I got a drug addiction, an alcohol addiction, and I slept with 3,000 women. So not only have I received every STD in the book, but I'm giving STDs to your daughters because your daughters have been falsely led into being attracted to toxic, horrific men like myself, which is, to me, just one of the most sinister things that the racists can do to the black man and to the black woman. The most horrible thing that they have done to us is to take people that are unhealthy and elevate them as your success stories. Do you understand what I'm saying? to really take people. I mean, have you ever looked at some of the guys and the women that are just on, go to like the Shade Room. I follow the Shade Room because I like to see what young people are looking at. I like to see what they're looking up to. And I say, gosh, that person looks physically and mentally unhealthy, but somehow people think that person is a hero or a leader. Oh, wow, that person is ignorant as hell. They probably can't even read, but somehow the kids look at that and say, I want to be just like that when I grow up. Wow, that person is really wasting a lot of money. They're probably in a really bad financial situation, or they're going to be, but yet we look at that and we say, wow, look at how successful they are. Those are not your success stories. Those just aren't, and I really think that this whole phenomenon of overspending at prom, spending like a damn buffoon and I'm not calling this lady a buffoon. I'm just saying that some of this stuff is kind of crazy. There's a history to this, by the way. If you read Dr. Claude Anderson books, which are at powernomics.com, in his book, Black Labor, White Wealth, he explains that historically, the Negro has been seen as this outrageous, almost like a cartoon character kind of person, right? Just like this person that's going to be outlandish, that's dancing and singing and smiling and doing the minstrel show all the time, that's always like trying to be the life of the party because he wants to impress massa. And then Massa will give him rewards. Massa will give him extra butter biscuits and everything else because he was dancing and singing so loud. And I thought about that when I saw Diddy, his son was on stage and they took the music away. So it made it look even crazier. His son was dancing. And it was really weird because he was dancing just like his dad was dancing in like 1998. Exact same, very similar moves, very similar, like really exaggerated arm movements and all that. And I say, gosh, am I the only person who thinks that looks kind of clownish? Like, am I the only person who's kind of feeling uncomfortable about the fact that this is what the African American male is known for throughout the world? I don't know. I mean, am I being too serious, or what do y'all think? I mean, because I just really kind of think it's something that we have to kind of process, because trying to sort of be outlandish in order to sing for your supper is I kind of think that's beneath us. I don't think that is dignified behavior. I don't think that is behavior that's going to get respect from other people, right? I don't think that that's going to make people say, golly, look at those African Americans. Those are some model citizens. They raise their kids properly. The black male, he's always intelligent. He's always prepared. He's always thinking about the future. He's always doing right by his family. He's just sturdy. He's just solid. You can rely on him to come through. I don't think they look at black men and think that way. I really don't. I don't, and I hate it. But that's what I think. I think that they look at black men and they say, "Oh, well, they don't get pregnant by a black man. He won't take care of the kids because he's irresponsible. He's like an animal. He's a buffoon. He's an idiot. He's a clown." That's what people say about you. That's what they say. That's just true. That's what they say. And I will personally say overall that we have to sort of look at the culture. Not because this is a culture that was created by us. This culture was not created by us. Even if you look at a guy like Diddy, who was really heavily influential in, quote unquote, the culture, he referenced the culture all the time. Remember, he was backed by people like Clive Davis. Without Clive Davis and these other people at the record labels, there would be no Diddy. There would be no Diddy out here if it wasn't for whoever was giving him money to fund the mass marketing of whatever he was doing on stage. So really, when I say let's challenge the culture, I'm not talking about challenging black culture. I'm really talking about challenging racist culture in blackface. And it's racist culture in blackface that I believe had a huge impact in the culture of our kids that feel like they got to spend $10,000, $20,000 at the prom just to not get made fun of. There's no reason, again, if kids want to go, if their parents want to go blow the whole bag on a prom, that's their right. But what I feel bad for are the kids whose parents are thinking, no, I don't want to spend $20,000 on your prom. We're going to spend $1,000 on your prom, and the other $19,000 is going to go into your investment portfolio. I don't want that kid to get made fun of by the loud clowns who spent $20,000. I don't want that to happen. And that's what occurs. That's what happens. The smart kid gets made fun of. The kid who's thinking about the future gets made fun of. The kid who's serious about his life gets made fun of. And I think that that's wrong. I think we have to defend those children. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on the topic. I actually don't have much else to say about it. I want to say thank you guys for listening to me on this. I appreciate it. And I also want to give a quick thank you to Miss Latanya who actually has some great products at ericatree.com or Erica Tree, I'm sorry, ARECA-tree.com. She has some great educational products. I hope you'll go take a look at that. If you want to educate your own kids, she also has products on financial literacy. She has products on that will teach your child cursive. She has products on the daily phonics, things like that. So feel free to go to that website and take a look at what the sisters got going on. Now, if you want to join us tomorrow morning, every single morning in the Black Business School, we do financial consciousness training, or what we call economic awareness training, where I show you just how to see the money, how to see the economics around you, how to see the possibility around you. It's totally free. I just ask that you pay attention and you bring your family. If you want to join us, text the word morning to 87948 on your phone. So just type in the word morning and text that to the number 87948. And if you live in another country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com and join us there. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you had a great day. Have a great day, and I appreciate you. Take it easy. Peace.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to co-sign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are,
marathon. She said, Boyce, let's get up at 4:30 in the morning and go run a half marathon at 7 a.m. And of course, my reaction was the obvious one, which is hell to the no. Hell to the no, hell to the no. I'm not getting up at no 4:30 in the morning to go run a race. But I did say that because I love you and I need you to be safe, I will get up at 4:30 in the morning to drive you to the race. So that's what I did. I drove her. My goal was to be a good husband, and I said, Boyce, you cannot let your wife go drive, what, a good 50 miles from home and just they'd be surrounded by random white people. So I said, okay, I'm going to get up and I'm going to go with you. And so here's what I did. So I dropped my wife off and I was so sleepy. I was so tired. I dropped her off and I saw this hotel right across the street from the race. And I said, you know what, babe, while you're running, I'm going to be sleeping and I'm going to be thinking about you and wishing you the absolute best, but I'm going to be warm in the bed and I'll be at that hotel right there. See the hotel right there? You can walk right to that hotel and come and hang out with me after you get done, because I'm going to take me a nap and then get up and talk to the students today because we got financial consciousness training. So that's the real life of Boyce Watkins. That's really what was going on today in my life. That's absolutely the truth in terms of what happened today. Now, the second thing that was on my mind as I was dropping my wife off was I started to I did some research on what's going on with debt and what's going on in America when it comes to debt. Also, what's going on with Black people as it pertains to debt, and also what's going on with both educated and uneducated Black folks when it comes to debt. One group is not better than the other. It's just you deal with different dynamics in the economy, and it made me think about the corporate plantation, and it made me think about corporate slavery and how so many of our people that do everything right, you do everything you're supposed to do, you go to school, you work hard, you get good grades to get a good job, and it just doesn't quite work out the way you want it to. And in fact, actually, but I'm still a big advocate of education. In fact, my wife's brother, or who happens to be my brother-in-law, that's what your wife's brother is called, he actually works with this company called C2. And C2 is where they actually train kids to get ready for college, and they work with the kids to help them to get high ACT scores and high SAT scores. Our daughter's going through it right now. What's interesting about that is he was mentioning to me an honest truth. He said, we have a really hard time getting Black parents to bring their children to come in. He said, we drop the price, we offer free stuff, we do everything we can. And he said, it's just really hard. He said, now Indian parents, he said, their kids are in their full throttle. He said, Asian parents, they'll spend their last nickel. And in fact, I went into the C2 office and I saw on the wall. They had pictures of happy little students with braces and stuff that like had completed the C2 programs and stuff. And on one wall, I saw a little white girl saying, thank you C2 for helping me because it helped me go to college and now I'm very successful. And then I saw another one with a little Indian boy. I don't know who he was. I don't know his name or anything, but it was him. He was basically saying C2 is what helped me to become a National Merit Scholar. And then there was like a little Asian kid. I think it was a girl, and she looked maybe I don't know if she was Chinese or whatever Asian ethnicity it was, but she was Asian, and she was thanking the C2. But I did not see any pictures of black children on the wall. I did not see one black child on the wall, and I don't know if that's because they forgot that black kids exist, or if it's because black kids just we don't participate as much. But I was looking for the black kid. I was looking for the black person. And so one of the things that made me think about is it made me ask this very obvious question that I think maybe from a consciousness standpoint, we might want to ask ourselves, which is this. It's very simple. Do we spend as much preparing our kids for education as we spend on things like preparing them for an imaginary career in professional sports? Yes or no? What do y'all think? Do you think we spend as much putting our kids in college prep programs as we would spend sending them to basketball camp, even though he's 5'8" and ain't never going to grow no taller for the rest of his life? And do we spend as much energy sending our children to these educational programs, even if they're low cost or free? I've seen them where they're free. I know people say we can't afford it, but I just find that really fascinating when we say we can't afford educational support when it seems like we can afford everything that we want. I see black people driving cars that I would never buy. I see black folks wearing clothes that I can't afford myself, not because I don't have the money, but because I can't justify throwing that much money down the toilet. I see black folks, living pretty good. It doesn't mean everybody's living good. I'm not saying everybody is balling. I'm not saying everybody's got $1 billion in the bank. That's not true. But some of us are not in the struggle, right? Some of us are actually doing okay and have extra money floating around and could really get the things that we want. We can afford to go to a nice restaurant every now and then, go to the movies and dinner. Black Panther comes out. Every person shows up for that movie as if it is a religious experience that requires mandatory attendance. They show up for the Black Panther movies the same way they show up to vote when the Democratic Party says y'all need to show up and make sure you get Joe Biden back in office, right? So we're kind of committed to certain things. Do you get what I mean? Like there's certain things we're kind of committed to. Like I saw this thing where they were making a joke about what happens. I promise you I'm gonna get back to the debt thing. I got my notes here that's gonna get me back on track. But y'all know what, in case you don't know what financial consciousness does, it's literally me giving you a stream of consciousness of what I'm observing economically so we can see the money dynamics in our lives and how it all plays together. So I saw this video that was interesting where there was a black girl who was married to a white guy, and she made a joke about what happens to white guys when they marry black girls, how they start changing how they dress and how they kind of tighten them up a little bit and give them a little more swag. Like, like they'll have them grow a beard or they'll get some kind of cool haircut, or they'll start wearing like certain clothes like like a alligator belt or some patent leather shoes or whatever. And I saw the images and the imagery that they had of the way black men supposedly dress has nothing to do with me. I've never worn any of those clothes. I'm not saying that they're tacky or that they're bad, and I respect you. If you got the swag, then God bless you, because God didn't bless me with no swag. You are talking to a swagless human being. I have zero swag when it comes to how I dress, because I can easily go shop at Walmart and feel like I did everything right. So anyway, I saw these clothes, and these clothes looked expensive. Like, don't get me wrong, maybe they're not. Maybe they don't cost that much. But I remember just thinking, gosh, that's so interesting that there's some of us who really will put a lot of money into every aspect of our appearance. And I'm not saying that that's bad. You probably shouldn't do what I do. I'm raggedy. Don't be like me. Don't be like me when you grow up. If I didn't have no money, and that I didn't have and I wasn't like kind of internet famous or whatever, I probably would never have had a girlfriend in my life. Who knows? I have no idea. But anyway, but the thing was though, I remember looking at that and thinking, gosh, it must be really expensive in terms of time, energy, and money to really, really put that much energy into your appearance? And is this really the image of the black male? Like, is that really the image of the black male, or is that the image of a certain kind of black male? Not that that's a bad black male. I'm not making fun of guys who are in that category. I know guys. We all got that uncle. You like my Uncle John. I had an Uncle John, rest his soul, wonderful man. He was from Atlanta, and he was a big fan of the Atlanta Falcons. And he looked just like Deion Sanders. Imagine a fat Deion Sanders in the 1980s. That's what he was. He had a big Jerry curl. He had four. He didn't have one ring or two rings. He had like four rings on each hand. He had 5 or 6 chains that he would wear around his neck, and he had a couple of gold teeth. And he just always was fly. Like if he went out, he'd have the hat and the shoes and and some of that stuff is, and it's interesting because I remember just thinking, that's so fascinating that people spend that much money and that much time on appearance. And I think that that's okay. But what that really says is it doesn't say anything wrong. By the way, I want to make that clear. I'm not hating on people that have more swag than me, which is pretty much 95% of the population. What I'm pointing out is that it seems to me that when it comes time to spend our money, we ready to spend. Do you get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Did I say that in a way that doesn't sound like I'm just jealous of people that dress better than me? I hope I'm not sounding that way because I don't want to be hater of the year. Not on that. There's some things I do hate, but this is not one thing that I hate. And in fact, actually, I said something. I made a comment. Sometimes I surprise people because I made a Twitter comment about this ongoing, really fascinating rap battle between Kendrick Lamar and Drake. And people somehow think that because you're 52, you don't understand hip hop. And I just literally respond by saying I was probably listening to hip hop before you were born, or definitely when you were in elementary school. And so I know the history of the beast. I'm a black man. I know all about hip hop. I've been on the Breakfast Club a bunch of times, so I keep up with the culture. So I'm going to comment on this, whether you like it or not. And then one of the things that about that interesting beef was that somebody said, and I said, yeah, I think Kendrick is literally destroying Drake right now. But it's kind of like me sort of being petty because I've always thought Drake rapped like a suburban white woman to me. I didn't relate to Drake, honestly. I relate to Kendrick Lamar. But then again, that's a personal thing. But anyway, so as Drake is destroying Kendrick Lamar, or sorry, Kendrick Lamar is destroying Drake. My bad, I got that backward. Somebody said, so Doc, do you agree with so you're okay with the destruction of the image of a black male? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with Kendrick destroying the image of a black male in public? And I said, well, are you talking about Drake? I said, because that's not an image of a black male. I know he's a certified lover boy and he's got all the swag that comes with being a rapper. I said, but that's not a black male image because that was an image created by a white man. That was the black male image created by white people. White people run that. White people own hip hop. Black people do not own hip hop. Black people do not control it. There's not a single black person anywhere that I know of. Have you ever? I don't know if any of y'all if you follow hip hop, you'll know about this rapper named Sexy Red, who literally will make you want to vomit in your mouth every time you see her. I'm sorry, I don't know how that sounds, and then maybe I shouldn't say that, because I want to be encouraging and positive on a Sunday morning, but it's really, really sad. Like not one of you in this room, I can bet you every nickel in my bank account that not one of you would ever watch Sexy Red in a video and say, "Gosh, I really want my daughter to be like her." That's the role model, right? And so where did that come from? That does not come from black people. That comes from the people that own hip hop. Hip hop is not black owned. Hip hop is white owned, and we are the workers. Hip hop is like a big restaurant, and we are the employees. We are the people that are performing at the restaurant. We're the ones who are serving at the tables. We don't get to decide what food is going to get served in this restaurant, but we all eat at the restaurant because the restaurant is full of black employees. Do you understand? You see all the black employees at the restaurant, so you think, oh, that must be a black restaurant, but you're not really sitting and thinking about who's running the restaurant, who owns the damn thing, who's deciding what food is going to be served on these plates. You're not thinking about that, right? You're just literally coming in. It's like when we go see Black Panther and we really think Black Panther is a black movie. Black Panther is not a black movie. Black Panther is a white movie with black people in it. Disney, I know I'm a shareholder in Disney, unfortunately, because their stock has done poorly for the last several years. And they don't, most of their shareholders do not look like you and I. The people that make the money when a new Black Panther movie comes out are not people like us. That money does not go to Wakanda because Wakanda doesn't exist. So this idea that we get attached to things because of the way they look on the outside as opposed to what they're composed of on the inside, it's really reflective of a lot of things. It's reflective of an inherent superficiality that we tend to embrace. This idea that if something looks good on the outside, it must be good on the inside. The same way a man looks at a beautiful woman and doesn't assume that this woman could be toxic, that this woman could have diseases, that this woman could be a terrible person. You just think she's amazing because she's got a great smile and a nice booty, right? So the same thing happens, I think, when it comes to our economics. If you don't have the financial consciousness to really dissect an entity and really understand what it really is and what's really going on and how the dynamics are working, you'll look. It's like a person who might watch a puppet show and think that Pinocchio is a real boy. Do you understand? Or somebody who watches an actor in a movie and you think that they really are the person that they're pretending to be in the movie. Stringer Bell, who was played by Idris Elba, who played in The Wire, which was one of the greatest shows of all time. If you've ever heard Idris Elba in real life, he sounds like a British bloke. I don't want to do a bad British accent because I got British friends and I have a lot of support in London, but he sounds British. And and if all my friends in London, I know y'all love me and I love y'all. So if I did that, if you're offended by that, please just chalk it up to my silliness today. But anyway, he said that he would go places and real drug dealers would come up to him and ask him for like business advice on how to expand their drug empire. And he was like, you do understand that I'm acting, that I'm an actor. And, and they didn't know, like people really think that he was really a drug dealer. So ultimately it's interesting in terms of when you talk about business, when you talk about financial consciousness, which is why we gather every single morning. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. in case you're new. It's really a matter of just kind of looking at the world and saying, what's really going on here? What's really in front of me, as opposed to what they put in front of me. Right. In fact, one of my good friends, one of my great friends, is Daryl Bell. Daryl Bell was in that show, A Different World, and Daryl what played Dwayne Wayne's best friend. And Daryl is a great guy. He's super smart. We really connect on financial stuff. He's super smart in finance. His daddy was a great guy on Wall Street. I mean, literally a pioneer on Wall Street. And so anyway, he was explaining to me that everybody feels like A Different World is a black show because we all watched it. We supported it. We're the reason that Warner Brothers made billions of dollars or hundreds of millions or however much money they made from that show. But they can't bring that show back until Warner Brothers gives the green light because Warner Brothers owns the show. In fact, Warner Brothers doesn't just own the show, they have dozens, if not hundreds, of patents and trademarks on this show. So even Jasmine Guy cannot go in public and perform the accent of Whitley Gilbert without being sued by Warner Brothers because they own her accent. So she can't even go if they say, "Can you do an imitation of Whitley?" And when you say Dwayne, remember how she's talking, Dwayne, I love Dwayne, right? She can't do that. She can't do Whitley Gilbert's accent because they put a trademark or a patent or a copyright, whichever one. I don't know the right one. I have to talk to. I literally have a trademark lawyer. I need to one day bring her into class or something. But she could probably tell me the difference between which one you need. But that's why I hired her name's Takora. That's why I hired her as my trademark lawyer because she knows the difference between these things. And so ultimately, a lot of the things that we think are black really aren't black. And I think it's very important to just make sure we know the difference. Okay. So circling back, when you're talking about that first issue of do we spend our money on education as quickly as we spend it on sports? I would say the answer is no. I would say that perhaps a little more balance would be called for. In fact, again, if you're sending your kids to college or the grandkids to college, get them ready. Get them ready. You know, I remember in college being very confused. Here's the thing. Let me explain something. When I was in college, part of the reason I don't have no swag is because when I was a kid, I didn't have time for bullshit. I just didn't. You know, I was independent from the time I was like 12 or 13. I got my first job when I was 11. And then my mama made me pay rent when I was 14. That's just terrible. That's so abusive. But the good side of it is it made me into a man very quickly. And so I would literally go out and do grown man stuff. I'd be like, I'm leaving. I'd leave at 16. At 16 years old, I would just leave the house and come back whenever. And, and I don't know why my parents did. They were just so terrible, right? But anyway, I love them though. But it was a different time. So anyway, so I got to college, and I remember when I got to college, here was my story. All through high school, I was a really bad student. All through high school, my grades were bad. I never made an A. I remember my goal was like, I'm gonna make an A this time in something, and I would make A's in like PE because I could run fast and I could jump high and I was strong. I had those three things. I was a good athlete, like so many other black boys. And that was it. I never made an A in anything ever in my life, in not one single class. And I remember being so lost in school. Those white women, they didn't understand me. I didn't understand them. They probably wanted me in special ed and to put me on medication and stuff because I am a little weird. I probably do have a little bit of undiagnosed ADHD, but I consider it to be my superpower. I think that that's what makes Boyce Watkins into who he is, whatever that is. And I remember school was just a terrible, really bad experience. And a lot of you have sons and daughters that are going through the same thing. A lot of you have kids that are feeling that. In fact, we have that's why we bring educators to the All Black National Convention to kind of help you work through some of that. My daughter is one of those people. She actually works with kids, particularly in special ed and stuff like that. I'll bring her by so you guys can meet her. I think it's time, and she's super smart. She went to Columbia University, and I love her, and I think she's somebody that might be able to add value to what you're dealing with your children. So, long story short, I went to college. And I didn't have a fallback option. I had no money in my pocket. Black Achievers, God bless them, gave me my only little scholarship. It was like $500. And that was enough to just get me on the University of Kentucky campus. And I'm so grateful to Black Achievers in Louisville, Kentucky, that my wife and I went back to their banquet and we made a $20,000 donation about a year ago because I said I owe you everything. I without you, I would have been, I don't know what would have happened, right? So I got to college and I had no money in my pocket, so I had to figure out how to make enough money to have a place to live, and I didn't have time for silly stuff, right? And I remember real thinking like, okay, what's my next move? What am I gonna do? You get in survival mode, so you're trying to figure out what you're gonna. And just like when I told you about the lady, about the old white lady that was trying to sleep with me for money, and I actually kind of thought about it because I was that broke, but then I kind of started vomiting in my mouth and realized how disgusting that would be, and I just couldn't do it. But really, that was where I was. That's like when you talk about hitting a low, and I'm saying anybody who's ever been broke probably has been through a moment where you thought, hey, you know what, I could sell all this lusciousness and get me an extra $50, and that'll make sure I can at least go to McDonald's a couple of times and not starve to death this week. A lot of us have been there. If you haven't been there, then you haven't really lived. So anyway, I was in college and I just didn't have time to mess around, and my friend. So when I was figuring out my next move, I said, okay, I think this education thing could be my next move. I think this is the thing that can help me to provide for my daughter because I had child support and it can help me pay the bills, right? So I poured all my energy into education. I was like, okay, I'm going to figure out how to succeed as a college student. And I remember I didn't really know how to study. That was my problem. So I remember like reading books. Like that was when I started to become a little more conscious about life. That's when I learned about things like positive thinking because that helped me overcome the depression I felt as a kid from feeling kind of abandoned and unloved. Well, I learned positive thinking as a way to kind of fight against that. Also, that was when I learned that most answers to most questions are somewhere in somebody's damn book. So I said, okay, since I don't really have all the role models I need in my life that can help me get where I want to get to, I'm going to go read books and find stuff, find information. So for example, when I wanted to understand women and sex, I read this book called How to Make Love to a Woman. And then I read another book when I was 30 called What Women Want Men to Know. Because I was like, I like women. Women are cool. Let me understand. Let me study this stuff and see what's going on because y'all are hard to understand. And then I also remember reading books about studying and how to do well in college. And the thing was though, as I read those books about how to do well in college, I also leaned on what I knew. And what I knew was I knew two things that really helped me. One, I knew hard work because my father always taught me that every man's got to work hard for what he wants. So I would go to work at these minimum wage jobs and make, $3 or $4 an hour and bust my butt for 10 straight hours and be grateful for it. And then also, I understood from sports very basic values about success and winning. I understood that to be a great athlete, you had to practice consistently. You had to prepare in advance, right? You couldn't wait to the last minute. You couldn't be lazy and think you're going to win the championship. So that's how I thought about my academics. And so I approached academics that way. And what I didn't realize was that I was actually studying harder than all my classmates. I thought I didn't belong in college. I thought that because I didn't fit the look, I dressed like a student. I didn't have the little tiny glasses with the little backpack. I felt awkward, right? But I just went in there just kind of brute force and just said, okay, I'm going to fake it till I make it. And for about 3 years, I really felt like I was faking it. I didn't really think I was that smart. I thought I was pretending, right? And so what happened was I ended up just blowing away the everybody else. Like I had the highest grade point average of all the black students on campus, and I remember being utterly fascinated by just how unproductive so many of my friends were, how lazy they were when it came to school, when it came to studying, how spoiled they were, how weak they were. They were very weak. And that's the thing. You get parents, we always think we're protecting our kids by coddling the hell out of them. And then they're just so weak. They can't weather the storm. One little wind blows by, they fall over like a little leaf. They just can't, they have no resilience, no commitment, no dedication. And they get that little 2.2 grade point average where they were studying 1 hour a week and then whine the entire time. And I didn't understand that. And so one of the things I really felt was I said, I think that there's something happening here where we're just not really hungry in this area the way I think we could be and should be. And there are other areas where we're very competitive. We're very competitive when it comes to sports. You got to be a great black basketball player. You got to be really, really good. We're really competitive maybe when it comes to dance. We're really competitive when it comes to even dressing sharp. When they show like sharp dressed black men, they go to the nth degree and they spend the money getting the beard perfectly shaved. And because for some reason everybody thinks a beard makes you into a man, which is like weird because a beard doesn't do anything except put hair on your face. And you know, and just there's so many things that we're really, really into. And there are things that we're not into, right? And typically those things related to academics and whatever, those are not the things that are typically at the top of our priority list. Not everybody, but for a lot of us. And so, so one of the things I did when I got on the faculty of Syracuse, I see someone says, "How do you buy stock?" Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. There's a free training on our $5 a day stock market investing plan. You can go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, or you can go to drboycestocks.com, drboycestocks.com. That's where I give you the stocks that I pick and everything else. So feel free to go there if that's what you're looking for. So anyway, let's go back into this. So we're talking about in terms of investing, where you invest your money, where you invest your time, where you invest your energy. And so the first book I wrote when I was at Syracuse was a book called Everything You Ever Wanted to Know About College. And I put everything in there that I learned as a professor about how to do well in school, right? So one of the things that's interesting to me, though, is that despite the fact that there are people like me who've written books that literally explain every single thing that you need to know to do well in college, there are so many people that will still go to that next level and really will just feel like they're just this uninformed black person. You know, like they'll assume that because you're first generation, that you just don't know what's going on, that you're a deer in headlights, that you're completely lost, that there's no hope for you. And the best thing you can do is hope to just survive and get by. And I just beg to differ with that. That's my point. I beg to differ with that because the resources are out there. The resources are out there. The resources are in your phone. You can open up your phone and learn everything you need to know about how to do almost anything in this world if you are determined to find it. And so ultimately, what I would say to you is that this whole stream of consciousness in terms of investing, the investment of time, the investment of money, I think it goes to the core of some issues that we deal with culturally that we might want to confront instead of continuing to do what we've been doing before, right? So, for example, there's no excuse that these companies that help kids prepare for the SAT and the ACT don't have just as many black kids as they have Indian, Asian, and white kids. You know, when Asian kids show up and they've got the perfect test scores and they got the perfect GPAs, I think that we can get mad about that, or we can simply say, okay, maybe there's another notch we can go to. Maybe there's another level we can go to because we already have excellence in so many other areas. I really think academic excellence should be a part of that. Now, with that said, this is going to spin us back into the whole conversation about debt. And the reason I brought up the whole educational piece is because the debt crisis is actually hitting educated black people as much as it's hitting uneducated black people. And I'm going to explain that to you in 1 second. Let me just remind you guys of something really quickly. Some of you were looking to join the real estate program, something called Dr. Boyce Real Estate, where literally this week we're bringing in a special guest named Shalea Camila, who is a noted real estate expert who can answer a lot of your questions if you're looking to either invest in real estate or if you're looking to buy real estate, etc. She kind of knows everything. She was a speaker at the All Black National Convention. She's very good. And I know that Micah has sent out an offer where you could actually join the program for $1 the first month. Well, here, because you're in this class, I got something better. You can actually join for $0 the first month. So if you want to just try it out, bring your friends and family, just hit that link right there. And because you're here, I've extended that offer to you. So feel free to take a look at that. It's also at drboycerealestate.com. That's drboycerealestate.com. And also the Get Money Fest in Philadelphia is May 18th. And that URL is getmoneyfest.com. But what I'll do is I'll actually share the link with you guys really quick if you want to come to Philadelphia. And we're going to have a lot of panels and speakers and all kinds of stuff. So it's not my event. It's Jay Ortiz. He's the organizer. He's a rapper out of Philadelphia, and I love it when rappers want to be smart. So I told him I would support him 100%, just like all the other rappers, the smart rappers that I know. I'm friends with a lot of smart rappers, and I'm enemies with a lot of dumb rappers. The ones that are destroying the community, those are not my friends. But the ones that want to do better, those are ones I respect. All right. So anyway, let's break down what's going on with consumer debt, and then I'm going to explain to you why consumer debt is a type of financial slavery and why financial consciousness, which is what we cover every single day in this class at 10 a.m., is really important in terms of understanding what debt does for you. All right. So here's the deal with consumer debt. First of all, consumer debt, pretty much any debt that is on the back of a consumer or on the back of a family in America, consumer debt's at an all-time high. Right now, consumer debt is about $17.1 trillion. 70% of that debt is mortgages. I don't think mortgages are automatically always bad debt. I think mortgages are better. Now, someone says, where's the link? Oh, you know what? I didn't. Sorry about that. I apologize. I ran off and there we go. There's the link for the Philly event. And let me share the link for the real estate course. All right, so sorry about that, guys. I apologize. I didn't do everyone when I shared the link. There we go. All right, so there we go. Now let me know if you can see it. There it is. Okay, so 70% of all the consumer debt is mortgage debt. That's about $12.25 trillion. This is as of 2023. 1.1 trillion is credit card debt. That's also a record high. So mortgage debt is at a record high. Credit card debt is at a record high. It has never been higher than it is right now. A lot of this has to do with inflation. Auto loan debt is about 1.6 trillion. That is also at an all-time high. So people owe more on their cars than they've ever owed in any other area before. Student loan debt is 1.6 trillion. That's also a record high. And another area they included here on this list is HELOCs, like home equity loans. So people are borrowing against their home equity, mainly to maintain this high levels of consumer spending that is pretty much driving the economy and keeping the economy alive. So all this debt adds up to about 17 trillion. The average American household has about $104,000 worth of debt. To be precise, it's exactly $104,215 in total debt for most households. That's a lot of debt. And here's the thing about debt that's really interesting is that debt can either liberate you or debt can enslave you. Debt can either be something that really enhances your life and makes it better, or debt can be something that just makes you regret the day that you were born. And let me explain why. So debt, the way debt can be liberating is if you use the debt in a way that actually helps you make more money. Most multi-billionaires and millionaires and people that run big businesses, they started their businesses off with debt. They went and borrowed some money. They went and borrowed, say, $5 million, and they turned the $5 million into $20 million, and they got to keep 15 after they paid back the $5 million plus interest. Whatever, maybe it's 12, 13, 14 million, whatever the number is, right? So debt can be a beautiful thing because debt can give you access to a productive asset that allows you to make more money. For example, a lot of you that are in the Prime program, you've used HELOCs to go and get access to capital or debt, and you have taken that money from the HELOC, maybe $100,000, scaled it up with a little bit more leverage, went in and bought, say, I don't know, a few hundred shares of a company, and you're making maybe $2,000 or $3,000 a week on selling the options for that stock, just like we cover in class. So that is a scenario, in my view, where debt isn't such a terrible thing, assuming that you're taking some of that income and plowing it back into repaying the debt. So if you're buying property and you're paying down the debt on the property, that's a good thing. If you're borrowing money for a business and you're able to make the business successful, I think that's a good thing. If you're even using debt to buy stock and sell the options on the stock to generate an income source for yourself, I think that's okay. But the problem is when you get into these areas of consumer debt, like the credit cards, most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. Most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. Most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. If you think about your finances like a human body, credit card debt is like a bunch of fat, right? Again, business debt might be like a bunch of muscle. If you have muscle, then you could be a better athlete. But with fat, you're usually not going to be a better athlete unless maybe you're a sumo wrestler or something. So having credit card debt is fat. Auto loan debt is fat. And for a lot of people, even student loan debt is fat, not because student loans are always bad, but because student loan debt has gotten so high. It's gotten so high that it's gotten to the point where it is very toxic, right? So ultimately, if you're not careful, that student loan debt or that credit card debt or whatever type of debt can be the thing that not only slows you down financially and keeps you from growing, but it can also be the key to your slavery. Like there are people that are enslaved when they when they actually go into so much debt that they can't quit their job. If you watch the movie, there was a movie called Wonka. Go see the movie Wonka. Wonka is a great movie. I took my daughter to see it, and in the movie Wonka, there's a point where Willy Wonka, it's the origin story of Willy Wonka. I assume y'all know I hope y'all know the story of Willy Wonka. Do y'all know Willy Wonka, right? I don't have to explain that. Okay, so the origin story of Willy Wonka before he builds his great chocolate factory and everything when he's young and he's a young guy young hustler on the move, he's trying to figure out how to make his next move. There's a point in the movie where the a person tricks him into debt, and they put him so deep in debt that he then says, well, I can't afford to pay that. So then what they do is they force him to work in the laundry room of some hotel, and he can't go out and build his chocolate factory. He can't go pursue his dream of building the greatest chocolate factory in the world because he has to do laundry all day to repay this debt. And they said, if you keep it, well, you can pay it off. It's just going to take you about 30 years to do that. Well, that really happens to millions of people. Millions of people end up in the same position as Willy Wonka because you've got this amazing dream, this fantasy, this vision that God gave you, and God said, go fulfill the vision. And you can't fulfill the vision because you got to go and do laundry in the basement every day for the next 30 years or do some other type of work that is pretty much meaningless to you, and the work that you would not be doing if you were not getting paid to do it. And that's what debt does. And that's why consumer debt is very powerful for those that are driving the economy. If they can get you into debt, it's like getting you pregnant and locking you down. They get you financially pregnant with all this debt, and then you can't make any moves. You're pretty much stuck pretty much where you are. You have to come back to work. After the pandemic, there were a lot of billionaires and CEOs that were very concerned about the fact that the American labor force had declined. The labor force participation rate had dropped because people just became financially conscious, and they said, I don't really think I want to spend all my hours of this on this earth at a job. I'd rather do other things like sleep in or spend time with my kids or go to the movies or go to the gym or just be happy. And so they had to figure out how to get people to come back to work. So a lot of them were lobbying the government to reignite student loan payments so that people would be forced to come back to work. They're like, we need them to have something that they have to pay, so they have to come into us to get it done for them. We need them to need us. They need our income. So debt is definitely a type of slavery. I mentioned this yesterday, that half of all Black college graduates default on their student loans. So having a lot of education doesn't escape you from the debt dilemma if you're not financially conscious. And also, even among the half that don't default on their student loans, a lot of them are paying on their debt until they're 50 or 60 years old. And the thing about debt is that debt moves in the exact opposite of closing the racial wealth gap. So when you talk about closing the racial wealth gap, you don't close the gap with debt, you're increasing the gap with debt. So the fact that we have so many of our best and brightest saddled with the absolute most debt that they can possibly get in hopes that they're going to find some job that will repay them enough to cover that debt is really flawed thinking. It does not work. So with that said, I want to cover a few financial consciousness points. And actually, I'll answer a few questions. So if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. And if you're not inside the Zoom, I won't see your question. But if you want to join us in the Zoom, all you got to do is text the word morning to 87948. This is our daily financial consciousness training from the Black Business School. It's 100% free to anybody that wants to join. You don't have to pay money. You just have to pay attention. So just text the word morning to the phone number 87948, and I will invite you. And if you're not on that text list, make sure you get on the text list. Text morning to 87948. All right, so let me give you a few quick reasons why we overspend, and then I'm going to link this back to why financial consciousness is important. I need you to give me a quick yes as a confirmation. Is it clear to you why being financially conscious is critical in this economy? Give me a yes if you understand this. Like, give me a yes if you're seeing this. I want to make this clear because some people, no, I don't think you probably have never had a class on financial consciousness. You've never had a professor say, I'm going to teach financial consciousness. Usually they'll say, I'll teach taxation, or I'll teach investing, or I'll teach, about credit cards or real estate. You've never heard a person say, I'm going to teach financial consciousness. And this was something that didn't come to my mind. God didn't give me that vision until I literally was 20 years past my PhD. And I knew a lot, I knew a lot 5 years before my PhD. I was teaching college students in 1993. So it took a lot of processing for me to look at Black culture over many, many years, many decades to understand, like, I get what's going on. It's our culture, it's our habits, it's our consciousness that's kicking us in the butt. If they can get you to dumb yourself down and become unconscious, then they can use you like a slave. It can literally become like a zombie virus that takes over your brain. In fact, I remember reading where they said that consuming lots of media and television reduces the strength of your prefrontal cortex, which is the part of your brain that allows you to engage in strategic thinking and delayed gratification. So literally, but when you're sitting there watching TV all day and consuming media, it's literally frying your brain. It's literally dumbing you down. That's what it's doing. And then when you look at the studies, well, what do you find? You find that Black people watch more television than anybody else. Black people consume more social media entertainment than anybody else. Do you think that there's a connection between the two? Do you think that those two things are connected? And do you think that maybe that's kind of done on purpose? So anyway, so here are some reasons why people overspend their money. One is a lack of a budget. When you don't have a budget, that tends to cause your money to fly out your pocket. That is related to a lack of consciousness, because what happens is that when you have a budget, you're conscious of every nickel that you spend. You're documenting that. You're writing it down, right? But when you don't have a budget, you're not conscious. And when you're not conscious, it kind of goes away. Like, have you ever sat down and done something with somebody? Maybe, I don't know, maybe you went to go see that person that you were really attracted to, and y'all had some hot, sweaty, in the bedroom, and then you look at you wake up and you look at your watching, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's 8 o'clock, right? The time just flew by. Or remember that song, Secret Lovers? And it said something about we wake up and we notice the time. Remember that? Yeah. We both get nervous because it's way after 9, right? So here's what I think about. This tells you how weird I am. When I think about that song, Secret Lovers, and how they woke up and they got nervous because it was way after 9 and they just noticed the time, that made me think about another study that I read that basically said that when your brain is injected with dopamine, or you're doing something fun, like having sex or hanging out or using drugs, you lose track of time and space. Like, you just become unconscious. You become unconscious of time. And in fact, an extreme example was, there was a story about this guy who was like this regular middle-class dude who he dabbled with crack, or for some reason. I don't know why people mess with drugs, but he smoked a little bit of crack every now and then. And one day he decides to go out and smoke some crack. And when he did that, he literally lost track of time. Like, the whatever the crack did to his brain caused him to forget about time. And he said that he was literally just smoking away, And 3 days went by. He didn't even realize that 3 days went by. So when he finally sobered up and went home, he said his house was empty, his wife was gone, the kids were gone, everything, his whole life was gone. Right. And that to me makes me think about what also happens when it comes to economic consciousness. I believe that when you're not conscious of your money, or you're just sort of living life and just spending a little bit here and a little bit there, and you lose that consciousness, your money is just going to kind of fly out the window and you're not going to know where your money went. So one way to counter that might be to have a budget and kind of document things, and not only have a budget for money, but I actually have time budgets for time. I have time budgets. When I get on the phone, I think I live my life in 20-minute blocks, 20-minute increments. So if I do something, I'll look at my clock, my watch, and I'll say, okay, it's 8:50, it's 8:44. I'm going to stop doing this at 9 o'clock. Or if I say, gosh, I really don't want to work out, I don't feel like it, I'll say, okay, boys, we're going to start at 9:20 and we're going to work out until 9:40, really, really hard. Right. And then if you feel like continuing, you can. If you don't, then that's okay. That's the negotiation that I have with myself, because sometimes you don't feel like doing it. Right. But what also happens is that all the barriers I had in my head where I'm like, oh, I don't have time to do this, I don't have time to do that, that goes out the window, because then I realized that this thing that I was procrastinating on because I didn't think I had time to do it literally only took me 8 minutes to do. Right. Has anybody ever gone through that where literally you'll spend a year procrastinating on something and then you do it and it literally takes you like 15 minutes? And you're like, wow, I can't believe I wasted a whole year procrastinating on something that was going to take 15 minutes. So I don't just budget money. I budget time. I budget the stuff that's more important than money. Time is far more important than money. I know my time. I'll pay money to save time. Seriously. So ultimately, a lack of a budget plays a big part in people overspending or going deep in debt. The second piece is, this also relates to consciousness, is impulse buying. Impulse buying is where they get you to get emotionally stimulated, emotionally charged, or whatever, and then they get you to buy based on your impulse. And a lot of this is linked to the inability to to really have the discipline or the consciousness to say, okay, I'm not going to just make this move based on my emotion. I'm going to sit back and strategically think about this. So one way to counter impulse decisions would be to force yourself to have a day or two to think about it before you do it. Imagine this. Think about this. Imagine if they had a law. And it's not just money. Think about stuff like sleeping with the wrong person and then having a baby with an absolute terrible human being. Imagine if there was a law that said every time you want to have sex with somebody, you got to have a 2-day cooling off period where you got to sit back and think about whether or not this is the person that you want to be with. Can you imagine like how many fewer unwanted pregnancies we would have, right? How much less drama there would be in the world if people were forced to think about it, even 24 hours, anytime you want to sleep with somebody, you got to fill out a form and put in an application and I know I wouldn't want the government really regulating this. This is more like a thought experiment, but really you have to fill out a form and say, I met this girl. She's really nice. I think she's great. I think I'm going to sleep with her. So I'd like to, and we're going to meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock and make it happen. Well, I think a lot of people would probably make a different decision, right? And because a lot of times you make decisions based on impulse, and there are people that encourage that, right? There are people that encourage that kind of thing. And Veronica says it's called marriage. Yeah, it is. And marriage is ideal, but I'm not here to judge, right? Some people don't feel that marriage works for them, and I think that's okay too. I don't think marriage really works for everybody. I think in fact, as a married person, I will say, if you're not ready to sacrifice and humble yourself and submit to another person and submit to something greater than yourself, marriage isn't for you. If you come in saying, well, I'm not going to submit to nothing, I'm not going to settle. No, marriage is all about settling and submitting. I settled for my wife because she's amazing, and I submit to my marriage, and I submit to my wife all the time. Why the hell you think I got up at 4:30 this morning to drive across town? I wanted to sleep in. I didn't want to get up at 4:30 in the morning. I was submitting to the fact that I want my wife to be safe. I want to be with her when she's doing these things. I don't want to abandon her, right? So I think that it requires that kind of perspective. And so I think if you're not ready for that, maybe marriage isn't for you, because all you're going to do is get married and then get divorced and waste all your money and waste all your friends' time and all that stuff. So if you ain't going to do it right, don't do it. That's what I would say. Whichever path you pick, do it right. All right, so let's keep going here. So we talked about impulse buying, a lack of a budget. Third is social pressure. Peer pressure is big in terms of buying things. A lot of people feel pressure to keep up with the Joneses, or they want to just, or maybe black people that just want to be like white folks, or also poor people imitating rich people. That's one of the reasons why luxury items get sold, is because poor people buy them thinking that if I imitate a rich person, then the world is going to see me in a different light. They're going to see me as a successful person. And what's funny is that if you go and you hang out with billionaires where money just isn't a thing anymore for them, or at least not, maybe in a big picture sense, like I'm gonna go buy this building or buy this property, but they're not thinking like I'm gonna just impress you with my Gucci belt or whatever. Like a lot of billionaires dress like bums. Like they might drive a regular little car and you go to their office and it's just this tiny little office. And I think that what kind of happens maybe is that when they get that much money, they don't feel the need to impress you with how much money they have. In fact, sometimes I believe if you have a lot of money, sometimes you don't even want people to know how much money you have, because when you have a lot of money, people treat you differently. I've never wanted to brag to people about the money I have. People know I probably have something because I understand money pretty well, but really I don't like for people to know that I have a lot of money, because people start asking you for it and they start trying to steal it from you, and they people will scam you for it, and people will sue you for no reason and all these other things. So really, no, I'm not leading money first, right? I'm going to lead voice first, whatever that looks like. And I married a woman who didn't care much about money. Because she had money, and it wasn't, but I could tell very quickly if a woman was interested in the money that I had. And that wasn't a bad thing. It didn't make her a bad person, because the books I've read tell me that women are naturally attracted to men that have resources. So I understood that. But at the same time, I also understand what comes with that. I understand what it means to take on another dependent. And sometimes you don't want that, right? So ultimately, I think it's a matter of deciding what really works best for you. But really, that social pressure aspect, circling back to that, that really speaks to also another consciousness concept, which might relate to just general self-esteem. People that have high self-esteem are not as subjected to social pressure as people that have low self-esteem. And for Black people, low self-esteem is a big problem that we have, because from the time that we're born, we're really kind of raised to believe that you're nobody until white people recognize you. You know what I mean? Like literally, if you are not seen by white people, if white people have not labeled you in some way, you're kind of nobody. You're just a Negro. That in the minds of a lot of our people, like well, how do they label you? Well, they might label you with degrees. So you go spend $200,000 to get a degree from a white school, and then you come back and say, "Look at me, I made it. Look at how far I've come." And I might look at you and be like, "But you didn't come nowhere. You still live in the same neighborhood. I don't like, how far did you go? Like, you didn't go very far." But oh, I get it. You have a new label. Like, oh, look at me. I am a college graduate from the University of Texas. Great. I think that's wonderful. But I see that more so as a reflection of who you are, not something that defines who you are. Do you understand? There's a difference. You're already a great person even before they realize you were a great person and acknowledged you. Or I'm an Oscar winner, I'm a Grammy winner. I have this important job working for this important company with this important fancy title, and all that's fine. There's nothing wrong with your fancy title or your college degrees. The problem there is, though, that when you give other people the license and the right to validate you, you're giving them a tremendous amount of economic power, because they become the governing body over a resource that you absolutely positively need. Let me go deep with economics for a minute. When you get to the point where you have a resource that you need, which might be something as simple as your self-esteem, and you are allowing someone else, especially your former oppressor, to control that resource, you are in danger. You are in danger. Why? Well, because the minute they want to control you, they can impose economic sanctions on you. They can punish you. They can take those things away from you. They can say, okay, because we don't like your behavior, we're going to take away your Heisman Trophy. We're going to take away your Grammy. We're going to take away your fancy title. We're going to take away that fancy job. We're going to take away that access to that degree that you think you're going to get. And then what occurs is that you start feeling bad. You start feeling like you really lost something. You feel like you're less than what you were before, because you don't have all these labels and stickers attached to you. And then remember, to get those labels, you paid a price for that. You paid the price in terms of time, money, maybe attention and energy. And that energy that you're putting into having that white man down the street label you could have been spent it could have been poured into the people that you actually care about, the people that care about you. You understand? I think really, and this is a really critical, subtle point that I really hope you'll at least hear me on, is that trillions of dollars in Black productivity and wealth is lost every year because Black people are spending so much time working for and seeking approval from white people. That's what we do. And then when we get that approval, we it is cultural. We encourage that. If you go on LinkedIn and someone says, "Hey, I'm now the vice president of Wackety Wax at Google or something," you'll see 10,000 people congratulating that person. Like, look at you. Look at how far you've come. Look at how great you are now. And I resent that, not because I resent the person who got the promotion. I resent it because I'm like, who the hell said that white man gets to decide if I get to be somebody or not? Who the hell said that he gets to decide if I'm important or if I'm not important? No, I was important before you even met me. It's just you're just late for the party. You're just now realizing how great I am. So I'm going to tell you like this. This is where I am. And this causes me some friction for sure with the world, but this is where I stand. I'm sorry. There's not a single person I can think of anywhere that I need to tell me that Dr. Boyce Watkins is good at what he does. I know I'm good at what I do because I put 30,000 hours of work into it. Because I know I'm super highly trained at it. I know how dedicated I am. I know I get up every single morning consistently every single day for well over a decade doing exactly what I'm doing with you right now, talking to you every single day. I know I'm good. So if one day, let's say one day the world changes and suddenly CNN and ABC or the White House suddenly say, "Oh, wow, we really want to really honor and acknowledge Dr. Boyce Watkins because what he's doing is so great." My mindset will be like, "Thank you, I appreciate that." And I'm actually proud of you for finally realizing how amazing I actually am. I think that's cool because we've been killing it over here for a long time and y'all were just too stupid to notice. So I'm really proud of you for congratulations. Like, don't congratulate me because I'm still the same. I'm still the same person. I'm congratulating you because intelligent Black people were 20 years ahead of you, and I'm happy that you're finally catching up. That's how I see things. And I think that that's really important because what that does is that helps you understand the importance of you. That helps you understand the importance of what you're doing every day, the people that you're with every day. Why do you abandon the people that are around you to go and sit around a bunch of strangers looking for all this validation that don't mean a damn thing anyway? That's how I don't get. Why would I leave? Y'all love me, man. Like those of you that really have my back, I see you and I feel it. I love it. This is great. I get to be a weirdo and I get rewarded for that. Why would I leave this to go sit around a bunch of strangers just because they're white or just because they're on TV or because they have money or something and then feel awkward and terrible and then come back and say, "Well, I used to just be the little guy who used to just sit on the internet with the Black business school, but now look at me. I'm the president of Yale University. Look at how far I've come." That was not a come up. That was not a come up. That was a demotion. That was a step down. That's a lesser version of who I am because then I have to be this whole other person, walking on pins and needles, scared to offend white people. I don't want to make the people in Israel mad because because anti-Semitism. I'm not trying to be that person, right? So this social pressure piece links back to self-esteem. I really think that as Black people, those of us that really want to get it done, I really think that a great sense of self-pride in who you are goes a very long way. Did you know that they did a study where they were studying the most successful cultures in the world? I don't know what their measuring stick was. I got to go look the study up, but it was a lady at Yale. And I don't think it was scientific, but I liked it because the winning culture was actually Nigerian culture. And I'm part Nigerian, so I think that's kind of cool. And she said one of the things that the Nigerian people have is that they're proud of themselves. You can't tell a Nigerian, "Well, why don't you become a Mexican?" They're not gonna want. They're like, "Why would I want to be a Mexican? I'm from the Igbo tribe. I don't want to be Mexican." Like that. So they have a lot of pride in who they are. And if you want to know what the other two criteria were, it was pride in who you are like almost like a sense of self-importance, like I'm holding down the fort of something really important. My job in this family is to protect the reputation of an entity that is more important than anything on earth I could ever be attached to. So I'm not going to abandon my post. And if you believe that your family name is the most important thing that you have going on in this world, you're not going to abandon your post so you can go defend the family name of the white guy down the street who offered you a job. Do you understand? I believe that generally speaking, that one thing the slave culture does to us is that it makes us feel embarrassed about who we are and say, well, I ain't nothing but a Negro and I just need somebody to see me. And then we go and we abandon our posts. And it shows everywhere. You go to some of our communities, they're in absolute shambles. And we're like out here, in other places. And that's not the way things are supposed to be. So the other two criteria, actually, if you want to know what they were for defining the top cultures, was a sense of self-importance or pride. Also a commitment to education. We talked about that earlier. Getting your kids like you don't, you send your kids to school, make sure they're learning, get top of the class, that type of stuff. That's an attitude, man. That's a pride thing, right? And then the third piece was what was the third thing? It was a commitment to delayed gratification. A commitment to delayed gratification. All that is another version of what we talk about in financial consciousness training. That's thinking like an investor. All investing is delayed gratification. You do know that, right? That's all it is. It's saying I'm going to sacrifice now so I can have more later on. That's it. People and cultures and communities that have an extreme commitment to delayed gratification are 9 times out of 10 more successful than other cultures. People that don't have delayed gratification, that only believe in instant gratification, well, they blow their whole load in the first, 10 minutes, and then they have a horrible life after that. They go to college and they party for 4 years and don't study, and then they have a miserable life for the next 40 years because they didn't prepare for the future. Or they just eat whatever they want, and then they end up dying early because the food they were eating was killing them the entire time. Or they just sleep with whatever pretty girl they happen to see, and then next thing you know, they're bogged down with child support and STDs for the rest of their life, right? So people that believe in instant gratification, they don't just struggle because of those choices, but also, unfortunately, when you kill your consciousness, you're living on the vibrational frequency of an animal. Animals live in the world of instant gratification. Animals are not strategic. Animals don't make long-term plans. Animals are not able to sacrifice for the future. That's not what they do. So what I believe, generally speaking, is that there is a consistent effort to reduce the consciousness of all Americans, especially Black people. I think this is one of the reasons why, even in hip hop music, which has tremendous capacity to elevate the consciousness of anybody, it promotes things that are very low vibrational behavior, very instant gratification based sorts of activities, because the goal is to keep your consciousness low. A consumer and a worker that doesn't have economic consciousness, for example, is very easy to control. You throw out some instant gratification. In fact, this is the last point that they made in the study about why people overspend and why they end up in debt. Easy credit access. When you have easy access to credit, you end up in debt. Like college students, they put in the credit card in front of the college student who is hungry for money, and they say, look, just sign this piece of paper and you can go to the mall and have the flyest clothes and spend money. And y'all, a lot of y'all remember that. Anybody go through that? Anybody else fall for that trap when you were 19 years old or 18? I know I did. And they do it with the student loans. They just sign here and everything's fine. And that instant access takes advantage of anybody that doesn't have a high level of consciousness or commitment to delayed gratification. That's why Jerry Heller with NWA was able to put the contract in front of all the members of the group, Eazy-E, MC Ren, Dr. Dre, and Ice Cube, and said, here is $80,000. Here's a check for $80,000. Here's a nice car out front that you can have. All you got to do is sign this document and you can have it all right now. Every single person signed the document except for Ice Cube. He was the only one who did not sign because he was the only one who was strategic enough and had enough of a commitment to delayed gratification that he wasn't going to sell his entire future so that he could drive away in a nice car. And so really, and really, and I think that translates to so many other things. That's why 30 years later, the man's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And the reason we became friends is because we both align in that line of thinking. We were both actually heavily influenced by our fathers. And this is one of the reasons why I think Black fathers are extremely important. They took another few $1 trillion in your wealth when they took your fathers out of the house. Fathers matter. Just like mothers matter, fathers matter.